Chapter 81 The Powerful Effect of the Queen Insect's Meat. Compared to Song Ting's eccentricity, Song Shishir seems much more peaceful. But if she stays with Song Ting, the two still have endless topics to talk about. Song Chi also understands this, after all. The Song family is not only the previous generation, their generation is also extremely male-dominated and female-deficient. Not to mention the 4 brothers of my father, there are currently 9 children in their generation, except for Song Ting and Song Shishir, the others are all boys. So it is not surprising that the 2 girls are closer. Song Chi looked forward to explore the image, and whispered to Song Ting beside him, "Look at your aura. Are you about to break through to the 2nd level of the guiding technique?" Hearing Song Chi mention this, Song Ting couldn't help but raise her white neck, like a proud white swan. "That's right. Don't you see who I am? Your sister? There were signs a month ago, and I will definitely break through within half a year." Song Chi didn't discourage her. This was obviously related to the 10 intermediate bodybuilding potions he provided some time ago. However, this girl must have worked hard. She didn't ignore his words of advice last time. An hour later, the exploration video came to an abrupt end. It had finished playing, and the originally quiet projection room began to hear rustling sounds. "Fourth brother, you're here." Suddenly, a voice rang out, and the eyes of half of the projection room were all cast on the corner where Song Chi was. Then Song Yi ran over quickly and began to ask questions. Song Chi looked at him with a smile. This youngest in the uncle's family had been closer to him since he was a child. Even though Song Chi's family moved to Jianyuan City later, he would come to visit every few months and had a good relationship with Song Chi. "Xiao Yu, I heard that you have awakened the blue quality seed of fire. It seems that after Grandpa, our family has another little genius. Fourth brother, please don't laugh at me. The seed of fire only represents the upper limit of the flying ship. If you want to reach the level of Grandpa, there are still countless dangers waiting on the road." Song Yu scratched his head, a little embarrassed, but from the joy that flashed in his eyes, he was still very happy about Song Chi's praise. As the two were talking, several more people came over soon. Seeing this, Song Chi immediately stood up and spoke first. "Big brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 7th brother, 9th brother." The people who came were none other than the cousins of the eldest and 2nd uncles. The tall and strong man in the lead was named Song Chi, the eldest son of the eldest uncle Song Shan, and the eldest of the younger generation of the Song family. He was 43 years old this year, with a white fire seed, and had awakened the fire seed for 13 years. He was currently at the peak of the 1st level, but there was still some distance to the impact of the 2nd level. Standing next to Song Chi was Song Lin, the 2nd son of the eldest uncle, 38 this year, the 2nd in the younger generation of the family, who awakened the colorless fire seed. He had neither talent nor luck. Even with the resources of the eldest uncle and his wife, he could only barely enter the 1st level. If there was no great opportunity in the future, it was highly likely that he would not be able to impact the 2nd level. The tall and thin man on the left is named Songwon, 35 years old this year, ranked 3rd, the eldest son of the 2nd uncle Song Hai, awakened the colorless fire seed, but it is said that the quality of the fire seed has been upgraded to white years ago, and the ship under his command has been promoted to the 1st level for nearly 4 years. Behind Songwon is his 2nd brother, Song Hai's 2nd son Songbo, 25 years old this year, ranked 7th, has not awakened yet. The last boy with a slightly immature face is Song Ming, the son of the 4th uncle Song Yang, and the younger brother of Song Shishir, only 16 this year, 2 years younger than Song Ting. Song Chi, the leader, nodded, and then said, "Fourth brother, uncle and aunt said you just participated in an alien exploration. What did you get?" Song Chi smiled but did not answer directly. He couldn't say that he got a blue and a white wonder in this exploration, and a mid-level energy crystal comparable to a purple wonder. Right? That would be too exaggerated. He just wanted to rely on the Zhutian market to develop quietly, and didn't want to attract too much attention. But he didn't want to lie, so smiling without answering was the best choice at the moment. However, in the eyes of other people in the projection room, the meaning was completely changed. Smiling without answering meant that little was gained and nothing could be said. Of course, no one laughed at them. The direct descendants of the Song family had always had a good relationship with their elders because they set an example, so they naturally would not laugh. As for the other people in the projection room, they were able to come with their elders in advance, which meant that they were outstanding. or they were descendants of their own families. With such backgrounds, they would naturally not be stupid enough to show their emotions openly. This is the Song family mansion. The ancestor of the Song family is a third-level Shinhwa captain with the title of Angry Lion. How can he openly laugh at the direct descendants of the Song family here, even if his brain was kicked by a donkey? He would not do such a thing. Besides, it is normal to have few gains from star sea exploration. Who among the people present can say that every starfield exploration has extremely rich gains? Song Chi, Song Lin, Song Wen, and the other three chatted with Song Chi for a long time. They still have a good impression of Song Chi. Not only because Song Chi was precocious since childhood and handled the relationship between brothers and sisters very well, but also because Song Chao took them to do things privately not long ago. After that incident, each of the three people was given nearly 30 titanium crystals. Although they could not use them in the short term, the three of them discussed it and handed it over to the old man. Song Ming Song was naturally very happy. In the end, he gave each of them a suitable blue component, which greatly improved the three of them. Of course, although titanium crystals are precious, 30 pieces are not enough to exchange for a blue wonder. It was just that the old man was happy and subsidized a part of it. However, Song Chi and the other two did benefit a lot. Therefore, their impression of Song Chi, the fourth brother, became better and better. After a chat, everyone quickly lost interest in Song Chi, the newcomer. Many people looked at the right corner of the front row of the screening room from time to time. Song Chi was a little curious, and his eyes inadvertently glanced over there. Before the exploration video was finished, he noticed that many people would unconsciously glance over there. Now that the video was over, this situation became more and more obvious. Even Song Chi, Song Lin and others were no exception, which made him a little curious. Soon, he understood the reason. In the corner on the right side of the front row, a girl in a light blue dress sat quietly. The girl seemed to have a special temperament that was pure and untainted. Although she didn't say a word, she always made people focus their attention on her. Song Chi was a little curious about the other party's identity. He instinctively felt that the other party's identity was not simple. The identities of the young people present were not bad, and there was at least one second-level elder behind them. But the other party could be so indifferent, or even completely ignore it. Song Chi could see that the girl was completely indifferent, not pretending. With such a detached temperament and ignoring the gazes of many people of the same age and opposite sex, it was obvious that the girl's identity was not simple. At this moment, a young man took the initiative to walk to the side of the girl. The young man was smiling and dressed very exquisitely. He said to the girl softly, "Sister Bai, I know there is a very high-end ocean park in Baita City. If you are interested, why not go with us to visit it?" Seeing this person, Song Chi immediately thought of the relevant information. The legitimate son of the dean of the number 1 Shinhwa Academy in Jianyuan City, who awakened the blue Shinhwa seed 4 years ago, is considered a famous genius in the entire Baita floating continent, and with the background of his father being a third-level master, he is considered the top nobleman in the entire Baita floating continent. While thinking, the teasing voice of Song Ting suddenly came to his ears. "Song Chi, don't think too much. That person is the proud daughter of my grandmother's family, and it is said that she awakened the purple Shinhua seed." Song Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, and his mind raced, and soon realized, if it was the background of the Bai family, and his terrifying Shinhua seed aptitude, then everything made sense. He had heard his parents talking about this before. That the Bai family, to which his grandmother Bai Xiaoqing came from, was a powerful family in the capital star field of Morning Star Principality. It was said that the family had been passed down for more than thousands of years, which was far from being comparable to the families in the first-level floating lands, such as Baita Floating Land. While he was thinking, Song Ting's voice came from his side again. "Song Chi, if you dare to have any bad thoughts, be careful, or I will complain to sister-in-law Yuran. It just so happens that my uncle's family is also in Jianyuan City, so we can just go with them after the birthday banquet." Song Chi turned his head and glared at the girl, and said unhappily, "Come with me." Song Ting immediately shrank her neck and hid behind Song Shishir. "You actually want to domestic violence your lovely sister. Song Chi, you are so crazy." Song Chi's face was dark. Even Song Shishir, who was standing between the two of them, was a little amused. In the backyard of the Angry Lion courtyard, Song Shishir was constantly turning over the crystal meat on the grill. As the baking time increased, the fragrance of the fine meat, which already had a hint of fragrance, became more and more intense. On the side, Song Ting, who was originally very alert, had already turned into a good girl. "Brother, what kind of meat is this? It smells so good." Song Ting swallowed her saliva and asked in a soft voice, which made Song Chi a little uncomfortable. "Don't ask. Anyway, it will be very beneficial to you who haven't awakened the seed of fire yet. These fine meats are naturally the fine meat of the queen insect that Song Chi got. This kind of fine meat of the insect race, with a trace of third-level original energy, is of great benefit to people like Song Ting, who have not yet awakened. It can greatly speed up their progress in guiding." Of course, Song Chi only took out a part of it. The fine meat of the queen insect weighed 40 kilograms in total. He and Shen Qing each took half. Now he only took out 5 kilograms. It's not that he was reluctant to give it up, but for people like Song Ting, whose highest level of guiding technique was only LV3, 1 pound per person was enough. After all, their digestive capacity was limited, and eating too much would just be a waste. When the heat was almost ready, Song Chi called the people around him. This time he called 4 people. Song Bo from his second uncle's family, Song Shishir and Song Ming from his fourth uncle's family, and Song Ting. All 4 of them had not yet awakened the seeds of fire. The oldest, Song Shishir, was only 27 years old. At present, their guiding technique had just advanced to LV3, and it was most suitable for the queen insect's meat to exert its effect. Seeing Song Chi's gesture, the 4 of them did not hesitate, and each of them began to eat in small bites. 5 pounds of lean meat, 1 pound for each of the 4, and he prepared to taste the remaining pound for himself. Unexpectedly, footsteps were heard behind him. "You actually ate alone without telling me." "Fourth brother, our relationship has faded." Hearing Song Yu's voice, Song Chi could only suppress his greed and gave up the last pound of lean meat. "You have awakened for several months, and you are still coveting the little thing in your brother's hand." Ignoring Song Chi's rolling eyes, Song Yu took it and started to eat it immediately, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Song Chi just stood aside and stared at the 5 people. The fine meat with a trace of the energy source of the third-level queen worm. Even if it was only 1 pound, the pure energy contained in the meat should be enough to benefit the 5 people a lot. A few minutes later, when all the barbecue was eaten, the 5 people reacted in an extremely consistent manner and began to practice the guiding technique on the spot. As time passed, the 5 people successively sent out blood and chi fluctuations. The first one to experience the surge of blood and chi was Song Ting. She had already reached the peak of the guiding technique level 1 because of 10 intermediate bodybuilding potions and touched the threshold of level 2. The energy in the fine meat of the queen worm seemed to push her from behind, allowing her, who had stopped at the door of the guiding technique level 2, to directly break through the door. In addition, after breaking through LV2, there was still some of this gentle energy in her body, which allowed Song Ting to advance a long way on the road to LV2. It can be imagined that as long as this girl is more diligent in the future, it should not take long for her to break through to LV3 in her guidance technique. After Song Ting, it was Song Ming, who was 2 years younger than Song Ting. His guidance technique was also LV1, with the help of the gentle energy of the queen insect's flesh. His guidance technique level successfully broke through to LV2. Then it was Song Bo from my second uncle's family. He had been stuck at LV2 for a year, but he broke through to LV3 directly. Song Shishir had just broken through LV3 not long ago, so her guidance technique did not successfully break through to LV4 this time. But it also reached the limit of LV3. With nearly 3 years left before graduation, she obviously had a chance to break through to LV4 before awakening Xinhua, which would greatly increase her chances of success in subsequent awakenings. As for the last Song Yu, he awakened a few days earlier than Song Chi, and with the help of the psionic training platform on the Xinhua flying ship, his guidance technique had just broken through to LV4 not long ago, so it was naturally impossible for him to break through to LV5 at the moment. But this pound of queen insect's fine meat is not just talk. At least it saved him half a year of hard training. It is estimated that in the next few months, he should be able to reach level 5. Seeing this, Song Chi nodded with satisfaction. It can be seen that the queen insect's fine meat is indeed effective, and it is worth it. Just when the 5 people were happy, Song Chi suddenly reminded them, "You guys find a good excuse for this matter. Don't mention the fine meat, let alone say that I took it out. Understand?" Song Yu was puzzled. "Fourth brother, isn't this a good thing?" You are helping us. Why are you hiding it? Chapter 82 Purple Quality Glimpses of Antimatter Superstate Engine. Song-chi glanced at a few people and began to clean up the grill while explaining softly. I took out this fine meat so that you can successfully awaken the seeds of the flame in the future, and because we are a family, you just need to remember the kindness of the fourth brother. It doesn't matter what outsiders think, and I don't want to attract too much attention. Hearing this casual remark, the 5 people, who understood that this was what Song-chi was thinking, hummed softly, and all nodded in agreement. However, what the 6 people didn't know was that, somewhere on the second floor behind them, several figures stood in the dark of the windowsill, quietly looking at the front and backyard. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the meat of a queen worm. And it's not just ordinary meat. It seems to have a trace of third-level origin. Third brother, your kid is really something. He can actually kill a queen worm with third-level origin energy. Now I fully believe that this kid can be promoted to the first level within 3 months. It seems that your kid has some luck. Hearing this, Song Chao on the left side glared. Don't try to hit on my kid, or I will complain to the old man and see if he can deal with you. But speaking of this, boss, you should be promoted soon. Right? Give me a promise. I'm tired of staying in this corner of the star field. As long as you are promoted, we can start immediately. After success, we will rush back to Dinghai Star Field immediately. Second brother, don't worry. We have been planning for so many years. There is no need to rush at this moment. We must be fully prepared for this matter. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, our lineage will not be able to return to the family within 100 years. But speaking of this, since Xiaoqi can get the essence of the queen insect containing the third-level origin, is it possible that he also has energy crystals? The second floor of the mansion where Song Chao and his men are located is not far from the backyard, and the straight-line distance is less than 20 meters. However, while they were talking, the 6 people below Song-chi did not notice it at all, as if there was no figure on the second floor at all. Time passed quickly. Just as the dinner was about to start, Song-chi was called into a side room by his parents. Staring at her son, Chen Lixia smiled. Son, come here. Let mom hug you. Song-chi walked over reluctantly. His mother was good in every way, but her temper was too annoying. He was already over 30 years old. In his previous life, he would have started a family. But in front of Chen Lixia, she was like a child who had not grown up yet. She would hug him at every turn, which made him an old man. Embarrassed, after a brief hug, Song-chi quickly took out the intermediate energy crystal in his hand in order to quickly break free from his mother's clutches. Mom, what is the current success rate of your dragonfly? This time, I explored with Shinqing and encountered a group of Zerg. After killing the Zerg queen, an energy crystal just condensed in its body. As he said, he took out the intermediate energy crystal and put it in his mother's hand. Without checking the energy crystal in her hand, Chen Lixia was already filled with emotion. Oh, my son really loves his mother. As he said that, he hugged Song-chi again. Song-chi. Beside him, Song Chao's eyes sparkled, and his heartbeat began to accelerate slowly. He took the energy crystal from Chen Lixiao's hand, and after confirming that it was a real energy crystal, and it was also an intermediate energy crystal, he was very excited. Of course, the baptism of 100 years, and the fact that his wife and children were by his side made him suppress the urge to laugh out loud, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Song Chao's eyes turned several times, thinking about something. When Song-chi finally escaped from his mother's clutches again, Song Chao said in a deep voice, Xiaoqi, you don't have to worry about the dragonfly. I will accompany your mother to explore the alien space several times later. With the mermaid tear you took before, it is likely that the success rate of the dragonfly's promotion will be increased to more than 70%. As for this intermediate energy crystal, you can give it to your grandmother as a birthday gift at the dinner later. Hearing this, Song-chi was stunned. He really hadn't thought of using this intermediate energy crystal as a birthday gift. After all, this thing is hard to come by. His father, mother, and himself will all need it in the future. As if he understood Song-chi's current psychological activities, Song Chao explained, your mother's promotion this time is basically set in stone. As for your father and me, we are still a long way from the third level. And now we are at a critical juncture. The family urgently needs your intermediate energy crystal. The reason why we asked you to give it to your grandmother at the birthday party is to let your grandfather take out some good things. I tell you, Your grandfather has a lot of good things. Any one of them can greatly increase the combat power of your sky. After listening to the explanation, Song-chi understood, but he was still a little entangled. Dad, I don't want to attract too much attention. Why don't you pass it on to Grandma? Song-chao glared at Song-chi. You really don't look like a passionate person of your age. To put it nicely, you are hiding your shortcomings. To put it bluntly, you are timid. Song-chao felt a little disappointed. His son was good in everything except that he was too mature and stable. He couldn't find the pride of being a father at all. Other children were naughty and mischievous since childhood, and they always got into trouble. In the end, their fathers had to come out to solve the problem. What a great opportunity to present the phrase "father's love is boundless." But from childhood to adulthood, Song-chao had never felt it. It was only later that Song-ting became more normal. Otherwise he would not be a good father. At this moment, Chen Lixiao on the side glared at him. Song-chao, can you please speak properly? Why are you yelling in front of your son? Our son is mature and steady. 1,000 times better than other sons. Song-chao rolled his eyes at his wife, and finally thought about it, and said to Song-chi, forget it. Then you go with me alone. At this point, Song-chi finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, it was not that he didn't dare to show up in front of the entire White Tower floating land, and even the visitors from other star regions of the principality. But he really didn't want to. It would be too conspicuous. Song-chi's idea was very simple. He would just quietly run his own small market and occasionally explore the alien star region. This would be better than anything else. It would be too difficult for him to become famous in front of others. Once the high-level figures of the entire Beta floating continent paid attention to him, the risk of the Jutian market being exposed would be greatly increased, which he absolutely had to avoid. In the main building of the Angry Lion Courtyard, there was an extremely hidden secret room. Song Ming-song and his wife, who were originally preparing to go to the dinner, were standing in this secret room. The third son is so mysterious. I don't know what he is doing. If he can't explain it later, I will tell you how I will deal with him. On the side, Bai Xiaoqin rolled her eyes at Song Ming-song. Behave yourself. Since the third son is so anxious, he must have something important to do. Stop grumbling. At this time, the door of the secret room suddenly opened, and then Song-chao walked in with Song-chi. Humph! Song Ming-song snorted coldly. Even though he had promised Bai Xiaoqin to be more modest, he couldn't give his third son any face. He learned about the titanium crystal incident from Song-chi and Song-lin. The boy said that half of the crystals would be handed over, which was 1,205 crystals. However, when they communicated, the number became 1,000 crystals. 205 crystals were intercepted. Until now, he still thought that he didn't know. However, after Song-chi followed his father into the secret room, Song Ming-song's cold face immediately relaxed. He said with a warm smile, Xiao-chi, you are here. Come here. Grandpa. Grandma. Song-chi walked over quickly, respectful, and at the same time, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Song Ming-song and his wife were naturally more satisfied when they heard this. Sheer. Come here and let Grandma see you. It's good that you have awakened successfully. After a conversation, Song Ming-song looked at Song-chao in front of him. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. Everyone is waiting at the banquet. Song-chao hurriedly gestured to Song-chi, who was not far away. Suddenly, the three of them all looked at Song-chi, and he quickly took out the intermediate energy crystal. The moment Song-chi took out the energy crystal, Song Ming-song's eyes were bright, and he saw the dark energy surging around him. And then he almost teleported in front of Song-chi. Intermediate energy crystal. With just one glance, Song Ming-song accurately recognized the fist-sized crystal in Song-chi's hand, without even having to check it. From this alone, it can be seen that his vision is far superior to that of Song-chao, the second-level Xinhua captain. Xiao-chi, where did you get this intermediate energy crystal? On the side, Grandma Bai Xiaoqin's eyes also had a glimmer of light flowing, and her heart was also not at peace. After hearing Bai Xiaoqin's question, Song-chi carefully recounted the story of the Zerg, and the Queen of the Zerg, of course, hiding the relevant information about the ruins of the Bulyua civilization, and only said that he accidentally encountered a group of Zerg that had been dormant for a long time. Song Ming-song and the other two didn't care about these. After knowing that there was no problem with the source of this intermediate energy crystal, Song Ming-song couldn't help but laugh, and then said to Song-chi happily, Xiaoqi. Your intermediate energy crystal came at the right time, and it will be of great use to the family. Tell me, what reward do you want? Grandpa. This is a gift I prepared for Grandma. No need. Song Qi was about to refuse as his father reminded him. But as expected, he was interrupted by the excited old man. A gift is a gift. A reward is a reward. Since you can come up with such a gift, I will be happy to give you a reward. Tell me, what do you want? Hearing this, Song Qi stopped being shy and said the answer he had already chosen in his mind. Grandpa, my Sanqiong is still missing a high-quality engine component. Song Mingsong thought about it, and then made a move. A ray of light shot out from his forehead and finally floated in front of Song Qi. Grandpa, I just happen to have an unused shipborne engine. Take a look at it. Song Qi also mobilized the dark energy in his body. A pulling force shot out from his ancestral orifice, and slowly absorbed the ball of light in front of him that was emitting a rich purple light into the Xinhua ancestral orifice. His heartbeat was accelerating, and he secretly sighed in his heart. No wonder my father said that Grandpa had a lot of good things in his hands. I never expected that he would get a purple quality shipborne engine component. Originally, he thought that if he could get a blue quality engine, it would be enough to meet the subsequent enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator. Now this purple engine was completely beyond his expectations. As the seed of fire came into contact with the purple light ball, its properties soon appeared in front of Song Qi. Shadow Antimatter Super Engine LV0 quality, purple features, energy supply efficiency increased by 25% consumption, 5/S energy supply, 38/S buffer after overload, 30 minutes energy pool, 5,200 points can store 5,200 points of energy convertible. Shadow level reactor upgrade requirements. 8 strands of floating land origin 0 order. 500 energy points. 5 life pronuclei 0 order. After reading the properties of this purple engine, Song Qi could not hide his excitement. Compared with the atomic fusion nuclear energy engine he got first, this engine is more effective for the Xinhua flying ship. After a lot of excitement, Song Qi thanked his grandfather loudly. Song Mingsong was also happy. He saw a faint light flashing between his eyebrows again, and then another ball of light appeared. Song Qi was startled, and his heartbeat was almost at its limit. Song Mingsong actually took out another purple level component. That's right. This second group of light also emitted a dazzling purple light. This made Song Qi feel flattered. It wasn't that he was afraid that his grandfather had other thoughts, but he thought that with his qualifications, it was not worth the old man's investment. You have to know that this is a purple wonder, which is very attractive even to a third-level Xinhua captain. It's not something that can be taken out casually, and it's 2 in a row. You have to know that what he awakened was just the colorless Xinhua seed. With this level of qualifications, even if he invested more, it would be difficult for him to cross the third-level threshold in the future. Don't think too much. Grandpa said before that he would give you a big gift. This is what he meant. Keep it. Before Song Qi could ask the question in his mind, Song Mingsong explained first. Song Qi must have thought that when his father contacted his grandfather about the titanium crystal, Song Mingsong did say this, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, Song Mingsong had given him many small gifts since he was a child, but he never thought that the big gift Song Mingsong mentioned this time would be a purple level component. You know, this represents a purple level star sea wonder, and its value is inestimable. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind at once, but in the end, they all turned into a rich warmth. There was no verbal concern, but the actual actions all reflected that kind of silent love. This is family. This is a real blood family, isn't it? After a long time, Song Qi suppressed the thousands of emotions in his heart, and once again activated the dark energy to open the Xinhua ancestral aperture. After a while, as the second group of purple light was also absorbed into the Xinhua ancestral aperture, it was completely covered by the Xinhua seed in the ancestral aperture, and its detailed properties also emerged. Chapter 83, The Deer-Chasing Ship Deep Sea Sky. When Song Qi saw the properties of this strange object clearly, he was shocked. The result was beyond his expectation again. What Song Mingsong gave him was actually a ball of fire source for upgrading the fire seed. You know, the fire-type star sea strange objects that can meet the fire seed upgrade requirements are at least purple quality, and are much rarer than the same level of strange objects. Therefore, the value of the upgraded fire seed is usually among the top among the purple quality strange objects. Rare item, Cold Spring Cold Flame. Quality, purple. Evolvable, 1 Cold Flame Blazing Main Gun, 2 Fire Seed Upgraded Fire Source. Note, purple rare item with fire attribute, has many uses. Thinking of it, he eagerly controlled the flame of Fire Seed again to surround the fire, and soon a new attribute panel appeared. Fire Seed Upgraded Fire Source Cold Spring Cold Flame Effect. After integrating the colorless quality Fire Seed, the quality of the Fire Seed will be upgraded by 1 level. Note, a wisp of cold fire bred on the extremely cold floating land has special benefits for the Fire Seed, and has unimaginable attraction for the low-quality Fire Captain. After seeing this new attribute, he was a little disappointed. This wisp of Cold Spring Cold Flame is the same as the 10,000-year Star Core Fire obtained from the mechanical race before. Both can only upgrade the Fire Seed from colorless to white, which is the lowest level of upgraded fire source. It is common sense in the human civilization of fire that the fire that can improve the quality of the Fire Seed is at least purple quality, like those white, blue quality special fire, cannot effectively help the Fire Seed. But as purple Fire Seeds, they also have different levels. Like the 10,000-year Star Core Fire, and the Cold Spring Cold Flame in front of us. They are the lowest level of purple Fire Seeds, and can only upgrade the colorless Fire Seeds to white. If you want to upgrade the white Fire Seeds to blue, you must have the best purple Fire Seeds. As for the subsequent upgrade of the blue Fire Seeds to purple, you need a special Fire Seed of orange quality. That is why the innate quality of the Fire Seeds is so important. If its quality is so easy to improve, there will not be more than 90% of the Fire Captains in the Fire Human civilization, and the quality of their Fire Seeds is colorless. Although a little disappointed, the warmth in his heart was real. The reason why Song Ming Song took out this purple Fire Seed was because he knew that the Fire Seed he awakened was only colorless. Who would have thought that he could upgrade the quality of his Fire Seed by 1 level, so quickly, with the golden finger of Jutian Market? After brewing for a while, Song Chi still answered truthfully. Grandpa, this Fire Seed is useless to your grandson. Please take it back. There was a sudden silence in the secret room. Bai Xiuqing turned around first. She asked softly, Chi, do you mean that the Fire Seed in your fire ancestral orifice is already of white quality? Yes, Grandma. Song Chi nodded firmly. In fact, he could have taken this Cold Spring and Cold Flame first, and then sold it from the black market or the Jutian market later. He could also take this opportunity to perfectly cover up his already promoted Fire Seed. Song Chi had his own reasons for not making such a choice. The number of purple Fire Seeds is very rare. Even with the strength and status of his grandfather, he probably wouldn't have too many in his hands. Looking at the younger generation in the family, the second brother of the eldest uncle's family is still a colorless Fire Seed. There are still 4 people who have not awakened yet. It is hard to guarantee that there will not be colorless Fire Seeds among them. So no matter how you look at it, it is more cost-effective to leave this Cold Spring and Cold Flame for your family. Finally, the most important point is that although knowing that the quality of the Seed of Fire has been upgraded at this moment will make several people very surprised. After all, before this, he has done a lot of unexpected things. Mermaid's Tears. The Sky completed the first advancement in more than 2 months. Intermediate energy crystals, etc. All of which are difficult for ordinary newly awakened people to do. But then again, even if his father, grandfather, and grandmother are surprised, the 3 of them are his closest elders after all. Even if they know that he has some secrets of his own, they will not have any bad thoughts. And they will not even ask more questions. Based on the above points, Song Chi made the choice to confess. Originally, he still had the cautious character of Lan Xing in his previous life, and he was unwilling to reveal too much even to his family. However, after the robbery and murder of John Tross, and the actions of his grandfather taking out 2 purple wonders at this moment, he completely understood that only his family members could be truly trusted, and he could completely trust his elders. After a short silence, Song Ming Song and the other 2 turned around and looked at Song Chi, who was bowing in front of them. No matter how they looked at him, they felt that this grandson was particularly pleasing to the eye, compared with the troublemakers in the eldest, second, and fourth children's families. Song Chi really made them worry less. He also gave them many surprises during this period, which made people look at him with some new eyes. Ha ha ha. Okay, you are worthy of being my grandson, Song Ming Song. However, since Grandpa has given you this Cold Spring and Cold Flame, there is no way to take it back. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, Song Ming Song patted Song Chi on the shoulder. feeling particularly happy. Before leaving the secret room, Grandma Bai Xiuqing gave another special reminder. Sheer. Since you don't want to show your edge in front of others, no one at home will force you. But there is one thing to remember. Hiding your shortcomings does not mean you have to endure it. If you encounter something that you can't solve outside, or someone bullies the weak, don't keep it in your heart. Just say it out. There are many elders at home, enough to protect you. Grandma is usually a very gentle person, but at this moment, this sentence is said particularly strongly, which makes Song Qi feel more confident. After he nodded, the four of them walked out of the secret room one after another. Soon, 2 days passed, and Grandma's 200th birthday officially began. On this day, the Nushi courtyard was crowded with guests, and there were hundreds of banquet tables, which was extremely lively. The Qian family in Baihe City, the head of the family, Qian Fei, presented a birthday gift of 10 strands of the third-level floating land origin, 200 strands of the second-level floating land origin, and 2 white ship-borne parts. The Qianyu Mining Company in Jianyuan City, the director Jean Lai presented a birthday gift of 200 strands of the second-level floating land origin, and 1 blue ship-borne part. The first Xinhua Academy in Jianyuan City, Dean Lin Yicheng presented a birthday gift of 100 strands of the third-level floating land origin, and 2 blue ship-borne parts. As the guests of good status presented birthday gifts one by one, the atmosphere of the birthday banquet was completely mobilized. In the outermost part of the courtyard, among the guests with the lowest status and the largest number of people, everyone's face showed surprise and envy. The second-level and third-level floating land origin and blue-quality ship-borne parts. Just one of these birthday gifts is enough to improve the combat power of their ship. But so far, the Song family has received more than double-digit blue-quality parts. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The final climax was the arrival of the legendary Baida floating land guard. Above the sky, a terrifying warship with a length of more than 3,000 meters broke through the clouds and hovered directly over Baida city. The ban on the Xinhua warships entering the city issued by the Baida Xinhua Bureau seemed to be non-existent in front of this terrifying warship. However, even the director of the Baida Xinhua Bureau, who was already at the main table of the Quancher Courtyard banquet, did not say a word at this moment, because the person above him was a powerful existence that was above the entire Baida floating land. The warship guarding the White Tower floating land, the fourth-level chasing ship, the deep-sea sky. The guests looked up, and when they saw the huge ship covering the sky, they were all shocked. This is the chasing ship, which can mobilize the original consciousness of the entire White Tower floating land. One ship is enough to truly suppress the existence of an entire Shanghai floating land. For a moment, everyone was deeply awed, and had a new understanding of the power of the Song family. The White Tower Guard personally attended the birthday banquet, and the power behind the Song family seemed to be far beyond the ordinary. In addition to the Lord of the White Tower, several third-class Xinhua captains also came. In a word, Song Ming Song has a lot of face. Of course, this is just the idea of the middle and lower classes. For those who are the real upper class of the White Tower floating land, what they value is actually 4 words. De Hai Song family. Outside the White Tower city, the flying ship docked at the square. 8 uniform Pentium 3 kinetic flying cars slowly fell from low altitude, and parked in a long row at the entrance outside the square, immediately attracting the curious eyes of a large group of citizens. 10 Pentium 3 kinetic flying cars. This is quite a big deal. Everyone is curious about who the people are. When the figures in the 10 flying cars got off one after another, some sharp-eyed people immediately recognized the identity of the convoy. Angry Lion Song Ming Song is from the Song family, no wonder. Speaking of which, the Song family is so awesome. Even the garrison commander came to attend the birthday banquet in person. I calculated carefully, the last banquet that the garrison commander attended in person seems to be the wedding of Dean Lin in Jianyuan City. In front of the convoy, Bai Xiuqing and Bai Rong stood together, and Song Ming Song accompanied them on one side. For sister, it's time to prepare for the 3rd level. I have a drop of star marrow liquid in my hand. Even if you fail to break through, you can avoid the long recovery time of the fire seed. You are 200 years old now. If you use 2 longevity-extending magic items, there is a high probability that you will have a second chance to break through. Ming Song, you should also pay attention. In the crowd, Song Qi looked at them with a hidden look, and there was some evasion in his eyes. These few days, he finally knew the identity of this woman, who was sitting next to his Aunt Zhao Hengxue before. She was from my grandmother's family. named Bai Xiaorong, and was my grandmother Bai Xiuqing's elder sister. The proud girl in the projection room before Bai He was her granddaughter. When Song Qi thought that he had secretly observed her figure, he could not help but feel guilty. Seeing Song Ming Song nod, Bai Xiaorong said again, "That matter is settled. 2 years later, we will act together. The specific meeting place will be discussed at that time." After that, she glanced at the girl beside her with her phoenix eyes. Seeing this, the girl named Bai He beside her stepped forward. Grandma, I'll come to see you next time. Take care of yourself." After saying that, Bai Xiaorong's dark energy circulated around her. The next second, the dark energy gradually spread, until it completely enveloped the two of them. After that, the two of them slowly took off into the air, and soon disappeared behind the gate of the flying ship docking square. Watching this scene, Song Qi, Song Wen and other young people in the Song family all revealed a trace of envy in their eyes. Only when the dark energy guidance technique is practiced to the 3rd level, can the dark energy in the body be released at will. Not only can it be used to control the wind, but it can also form a dark energy protection stance, greatly improving the combat power and protection capabilities. Of course, the most important thing is the increase in lifespan. Although Aunt Xiaorong is over 200 years old, she can still live for nearly 400 years if nothing unexpected happens. She is likely to live longer than them. But at this time, an inappropriate voice suddenly sounded beside Song Qi. Song Ting complained softly, "Humph. She can obviously receive the Xinhua Zuqiao, but she insists on parking her Xinhua warship in the flying ship square. Isn't this just to show off?" Before she finished speaking, Song Qi directly covered the girl's mouth. "Be more restrained, or Grandpa will punish you and make you go back to school tonight." In fact, what the girl said was right. Everyone here knew it. But who would be so blunt to say it? After all, this Aunt Xiaorong had just broken through the 3rd level not long ago, and it was normal for her to show off. When the cruiser-class Xinhua warship belonging to Bai Xiaorong soared into the sky, it broke through the clouds above the White Tower, floating land in just a few breaths, and disappeared into the sky. Everyone returned to the flying car and started the return journey. At the back of the motorcade, Song Qi's family of 4 were riding in a car together. Seeing that there were no outsiders, Song Qi, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, asked his father, "Dad, what should I do with this cold spring and cold flame in my hand? Should I keep it first, or give it directly to my second brother?" "Brother, why don't you keep it for me?" Without waiting for Song Chao to answer, Song Ting, who was sitting in the back seat, poked her head over. In front of her parents, she acted so well behaved, calling him brother all the time, so smoothly. Song Qi patted her head back. "How old are you? Wait until you awaken in 12 years. Ignoring the arrogant snort from the back seat, Song Qi turned his gaze back to his father, who was driving. Song Chao seemed to have thought about it long ago. He didn't think much and gave his opinion directly. "Just give it to Xiaolin. The old man treats everyone equally. He has prepared an upgrade fire seed for each of our families. Shuqi and Xiaolin are not very lucky. Both of them are awakened colorless fire seeds. The upgrade fire seed that the old man gave to your uncle's family was used by Shuqi. With the strength of your uncle and his wife, it is difficult to get another upgrade fire seed in a short time. Since you don't need this fire seed yourself, give it to Xiaolin. But it's not for nothing. You will take it out in front of your uncle later. With your uncle's character, he will give you enough compensation." Angry Lion Courtyard, living room. Finding the right opportunity, Song Qi went to meet his second brother Song Lin. "Second brother? Wait a minute." Hearing his greeting, Song Lin was obviously a little surprised. "Xiao Qi, what's the matter?" Song Lin paused, staring at the purple light flying out from Song Qi's forehead, his eyes full of desire and envy. Not only him, but also his uncle and his wife, who were walking in front and preparing to return to the bedroom, also stopped and looked behind them. "Xiao Qi, what are you doing?" Song Qi did not hesitate, and simply recounted the words he had organized with his parents before. "My dad has already made me a set of upgraded fire seeds. I don't need the one my grandpa gave me. My second brother just needs one. Take it." Seeing Song Qi directly throw this ball of light, which is equivalent to a top-grade purple wonder, at him, Song Lin was stunned and stared at his fourth brother in front of him. Before this, although he also had a good impression of Song Qi, it was far from the level of a real brother, but now he had an urge to cry, as if he suddenly understood the true meaning of the two words Song family. Seeing Song Lin like this, Song Chi's mind changed, and his tone changed slightly. Okay. Why are we brothers so hypocritical? Take it. At this time, Song Shan's mellow voice came from behind. Xiaoqi is right. We are all family. Just take it if I ask you to. If Xiaoqi has any difficulties in the future, will you just stand by and watch? Hurry up and absorb it. Song Lin took a deep breath, stared at Song Chi for a long time, and finally said only 4 words. Xiaoqi. Thank you. Chapter 84 Red Epic Shipborne Parts. When Song Lin went to the flying ship dock to absorb the cold spring flame, his uncle and aunt also called Song Chi. Xiaoqi, I won't say more about your uncle and aunt. These are 500 strands of second-level floating land origin, and 1,000 strands of first-level floating land origin, and 2 high-level bodybuilding potions. Take these. Song Chao was about to say something, but Xiao Hongxue took over. Xiaoqi, just take it if I tell you to, don't think too much. Although your uncle is at a critical time of advancement, he can still take out these resources. Speaking of this, Song Chi could only accept this batch of resources. Of course, he just wanted to be polite. Now he still has several parts that need to be strengthened, and this batch of resources comes at the right time. In the evening, Raging Lion Courtyard, living room. Song Ming Song, Bai Xiuqin, Shan, Hai Chao Yang, including Song Chi, Song Lin, Song Wen, are all here. It can be said that all the members of the Song family above the first level have gathered here. Originally, Song Chi was not going to participate. He had just received a sum of floating land origin, and was about to strengthen the sky in an all-round way. But the elders were very determined this time, so he could only follow along. I saw Grandma Bai Xiuqin groping in the corner of the sofa, and then a blue light curtain emerged from the living room floor, and it spread rapidly as time went by. Seeing this, Song Chi also put his mind at ease. The last time he saw this scene at home was when he was copying the projection of the mythical mecha. It can be seen that the matter to be discussed this time is probably extremely important. Otherwise it would never be like this. When this layer of blue light curtain completely covered the entire living room, the old man sitting on the sofa spoke solemnly. He turned his eyes to his uncle Song Shan on the side. Boss, with that intermediate energy crystal, are you sure to get promoted this time? Give me a definite answer. As soon as these words came out, Song Chi, who was standing behind the sofa, raised his eyebrows. He had always thought that the intermediate energy crystal he provided was for his grandmother Bai Xiuqin. His uncle was only 130 years old, and his grandmother was already 200 years old. No matter how you look at it, it was his grandmother who was more anxious. However, after seeing that his father and others, including his grandmother herself, did not show any abnormality, Song Chi did not intend to ask. Knowing that this should be the result of a long-term discussion, Song Shan pondered for a while. With this intermediate energy crystal, and the resources that the family has secretly acquired for decades, the success rate should be able to increase to more than 40%. Not enough. 40% is still too low, and the risk is very high. How about this? After starting the promotion mission, I will take you to explore the alien domain several times. With the assistance of the Angry Lion, it should be able to increase by another 10 percentage points to more than 50%. This is worth a try. Song Mingsong's expression was not very good. In fact, in his heart, this success rate was still a bit low. However, thinking that Song Shan was only 130 years old, even if he failed, there would be enough time to train a new Xinhua flying ship. So he nodded and agreed. That's it. Third brother. Since Xiaoqi has successfully awakened, the surveillance of the Blood Blade pirates will be handed over to you this time. However, considering Li Xiao's advancement, second brother, you can hold on for another 2 months. And third brother will take over after 2 months. Remember, there must be no mistakes. Whether we can make up for the mistakes of our lineage depends on this time. Song Chi, and the other 4 were a little confused. They had no idea what the elders were talking about. It's the Blood Blade pirates again. And it's our lineage that made the mistake again. And what does it mean to make up for the mistake? Countless questions arose in the hearts of the 4 people at once. At this time, the father Song Chao said, Dad, since the boss is about to be promoted, it's time to let these guys get involved. If we really take action later, it won't be enough to rely on the few frigates under our command. After a while, Xiao Yu should be able to be promoted to the first level. In the next few months, We will take turns to take the 5 of us to garrison together, so that they can get familiar with it in advance. Song Ming Song considered for a moment, and quickly nodded in agreement. Okay. Seeing the old man agreed, the second uncle Song Hai on the left said, then in the next 2 months, I will take 2 people there first. Then, he looked at Song Chi and the other 4, you 4 can divide it among yourselves. After a brief discussion, Song Chi and Song Wen followed Song Hai to the star field where the Blood Blade Star Pirates were located to keep an eye on them, while Song Chi and Song Lin waited for 2 months before Song Chao led them. After the discussion, while the blue shielding light curtain had not faded, Song Chi hurriedly leaned over to his father's ear and asked in a low voice. After his father's simple explanation, he finally understood the general course of events. It turned out that the Song family of their Baidafulu lineage was just a branch of the Dinghai Song family. Several decades ago, his grandfather had just been promoted to the 3rd level. He made a mistake when carrying out a family mission, which led to the failure of the mission. That's why his entire family moved to Baidafulu. According to his father's vague revelation, the ultimate goal of that mission was a red epic level component. In other words, because of his grandfather's mistake, the family indirectly lost a red shipborne component. Song Chi was a little surprised. Red epic level shipborne parts? This is a higher quality part than Orange Glory. Until now, he has only heard about it from textbooks and the internet, but he didn't expect that his family had the strength to seek such a level of parts. From this, it can be seen that the strength of Dinghai Song family is not ordinary. As for why they have been following the Blood Blade Star Pirates for many years, Dad didn't give any specific details, but revealed that the Blood Blade Star Pirates have something of great value in their hands. As long as they can get this thing, their lineage can make up for the mistakes of the past and return to the family. After learning all this, Song Chi immediately connected to the White Tower LAN with the Seed of Fire after returning to his bedroom. He opened the search engine, entered the 5 keywords of Blood Blade Star Pirates, and then clicked search. Soon, a series of information posts popped up. Song Chi selected several of the most popular paid posts with the most replies. Yes, most of these posts were not free posts. Those posts with high credibility and hard won were all set up as paid viewing by the posters. Fortunately, it was not expensive. Each post only required 5 strands of 0-level floating land origin. Song Chi simply checked them all. Therefore, he quickly got the basic information of the Blood Blade Star Pirates. The Blood Blade Star Pirates were a small and medium-sized star pirate group active in the star field at the junction of the Chaos Star Field and the Morning Star Principality. It is said that it has been nearly 200 years since this star pirate group appeared. The number of members of the entire Blood Blade Star Pirates is about 100, of which there are 5 second-level Shinhua captains, more than 20 first-level Shinhua captains, and the rest are all 0-level. In addition, the leader of the Blood Blade Star Pirates, the owner of the Blood Blade cruiser, Blood Blade, is said to have been a 3rd-rank Shinhua captain 150 years ago, and is extremely powerful. Seeing this, Song Chi was shocked. He was already a 3rd-rank captain 150 years ago, which means that the leader of the Star Pirates named Blood Blade is probably not much different from Zhu Yukui in age. A 3rd-rank captain at the age of 500. While Song Ming Song is only 230 years old now. With such a big age gap, can his grandfather beat him? Song Chi even guessed that the reason why the family members had not taken action for a long time was probably because they were afraid of the opponent's strength. Now that his uncle is about to advance with 2 3rd-rank captains, he can basically ensure that the Blood Blade can be suppressed. So his grandfather and others are ready to take action. Thinking of this, Song Chi couldn't help but feel anxious. When he thought that he might face a 3rd-level battle within a year, he felt a strong sense of crisis. No, I must strengthen the dark matter energy shield generator component to the 2nd-level limit. The determination to strengthen the dark matter energy shield generator component became more and more firm. However, Song Chi thought about it and had a headache about where to get the mercury crystal. This thing is not too rare, but it is not common. It is probably difficult to get it in a short time. The underground 2nd floor of the Nushi courtyard. As the elevator stopped, Song Chi stepped into the underground 2nd floor space made entirely of special alloys. In front of him was Grandma Bai Xiuqin's maid Lan Dai. It is said that she was brought with her when she married into the Bai family, and she is absolutely loyal to the current Song family. But now she is gray-haired, and she has been stuck at the 1st level for her whole life and is almost at the end of her life. 4th young master, I will not go in, you can go in and choose it yourself, but the young lady said that. You can only take the mercury crystal you mentioned before. Thank you. Grandma Landai, I know. Click, take the access control card given by Grandma and swipe it lightly. Ka. The alloy door in front of him slowly opened. And Song-chi stepped into the family secret library. Yes, this closed secret room made of special alloys is the Song family, or the secret library of their lineage. I heard from my father before that. There are many good things in it. So Song-chi, who entered the secret library for the first time, looked around and was particularly curious. However, as time went by, Song-chi's eyes gradually became disappointed. This secret library did not seem to be very large, only about a few dozen square meters, and there were not many shelves inside. But after he looked through all the shelves, this idea was completely overturned. Although there were not many things in this secret library, they were all very rare. In addition to the ordinary white items, there were more than 20 blue items, and even 4 purple items, which made Song-chi feel dazzled. Not to mention the blue and white items. Song-chi saw one of the 4 purple items that made him particularly coveted. This item was called Essence of Flowing Light, which was bred by a very special kind of starry sea light, and could be transformed into a special component called Flowing Light Thruster, which could effectively increase the speed of the Shinhua flying ship. Streamer Thruster LV0. Quality, purple. Features, 50% additional boost to thruster. Consumption, 8/S psionic points effect, 80% boost to thrust, 80% boost to speed of the ship. Upgrade required, 8 floating land origins level 0, 800 psionic points, 1 streamer stone. With a purple engine in hand, the energy supply of the sky is already fully guaranteed, and if you want to maximize the conversion of this energy into the flexibility and speed of the ship, this thruster is what you need. But it was obvious that, having already acquired 2 purple treasures in a short period of time, it was impossible for him to get this purple propeller component. After all, it was the property of the entire family. In addition, Song-chi also saw a lot of extremely rare resources and treasures. For example, a 1,000-year-old heart of the star sea angel. The star sea angel is a relatively common star sea plant, but that is also relative to other star sea plants. It is extremely difficult to find it in the vast star sea, let alone kill it and preserve its most precious heart. Just the heart of the Shanghai Tinkue tree in front of him is enough to extend a person's life by 50 years, and it would definitely be snapped up in the outside world. For example, a fist-sized piece of 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron essence, which is one of the special resources that may be needed when the first-level Shinhua flying ship is upgraded to the second level, and its value is also extremely high. After looking around for a long time, Song-chi did not find the mercury crystal he needed, or in other words, there were no such resources of tens or hundreds of tons on these shelves. As if he had thought of something, he went all the way to the deepest part of the secret vault, and indeed found an alloy door with the words Mineral Storage Room on it. If he guessed correctly, those large quantities of mineral resources should be placed in this mineral storage room. This was indeed the case. Not long after entering the mineral storage room, Song-chi found a lot of medium rare minerals, such as gas mines, uranium mines, and of course, the mercury crystals he needed. Song-chi checked it out and found that there were about 1,200 tons of mercury crystals in this particularly spacious mineral storage room. He carefully calculated the amount required to strengthen the dark matter energy shield generator components and felt that it was roughly the same. Summoning the skyship from the flying ship platform specially left in the middle of the mine room, without any intention of transferring, Song-chi directly strengthened it in the mine room. The first thing to be strengthened was not the dark matter energy shield generator, but the newly acquired purple glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine. Only when this engine is strengthened to a certain extent can the dark matter energy shield be strengthened with confidence. Are you sure to spend 8 strands of zero-order floating land origin plus 500 energy points plus 5 zero-order life pronuclei to upgrade the glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine from LV0 to LV1? Sure. In one breath, the glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine was strengthened to LV20. A total of 259 strands of zero-order floating land origin plus 478 strands of first-order floating land origin and some zero-order, first-order life pronuclei were spent. Glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine LV20. Quality, purple. Features, energy efficiency increased by 65%. Consumption, 40/S. Energy supply, 660/S. Buffer after overload, 20 minutes. Energy pool, 30,000 points can store 30,000 energy points convertible, glimpse level reactor. Upgrade requirements, 20 strands of floating land origin second order, 10,000 psionic energy points, 20 life pronuclei second order, 1 titanium crystal. After strengthening to the second order, looking at the 721 strands of first order floating land origin left in his hand, Song-Chi felt a little painful. Although the properties of this glimpse, antimatter hyperstate engine are powerful, the resources consumed are also amazing. However, in the blink of an eye, 5 or 6,000 strands of zero-order floating land origin are gone. That is to say, he had the funds that his uncle had given him before. Otherwise, with the little money he had left, he would have to spend a lot of money on the Shadow Antimatter Hyper Engine alone. Not to mention the subsequent strengthening of the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator components. And if he wanted to continue strengthening, he would also need strategic resources such as titanium crystal. But to be honest, the Shadow Antimatter Hyper Engine strengthened to level 20. Its properties are indeed worth such consumption. Chapter 85 Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator LV29. Let alone anything else, just the 30,000 point psionic energy pool, there is no need to worry about the subsequent enhancement requirements of the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator. To upgrade the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator LV19 to LV20, it only needs 15,000 psionic energy points. The current 30,000 point psionic energy pool is probably enough to support the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator to be directly enhanced to the second level limit. In addition, the energy supply efficiency, 660 psionic energy per second, is close to 3 times that of the previous same level assaulter engine. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a purple quality engine component. After strengthening the Shadow Antimatter Hyper Engine, it was finally the turn of the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator. This component, which is currently the highest quality on the sky, had been strengthened to level 19 before. So Song-Chi first spent 150 strands of first-level floating land essence plus 15,000 psionic energy points plus 80 tons of mercury crystals to strengthen it to level 2 LV20. After that, there was no need for the first-level floating land essence. 540 strands of second-level floating land essence plus 1,260 tons of mercury crystals, plus 90 titanium crystals. This orange glory quality energy shield was finally strengthened to level 29. At this point, not only the second-level floating land origin in Song-Chi's hand, the mercury crystals in this secret vault have also been basically consumed, and there are only 10 titanium crystals left that my father gave me before. But this Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator component has been temporarily strengthened to the current limit. As the Shinhua warship fused with the White Shinhua seed, the highest level that the White Shinhua ship body can strengthen with its own loading parts is the second level, that is, LV20 LV29. If you want to continue to strengthen to LV30 or above in the future, you must have a Shinhua ship body of blue or above. In this regard, Song-Chi can only slowly look for higher level advanced fire seeds. But don't think about strengthening the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator again in a short time. Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator LV29. Quality, orange. Features, shield value increased by 100%. Feature 2, shield protection value doubled. Consumption, 200/S psionic points protection, 15360. Shield value, 307200/307200. Charging, 20s. Buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Upgrade required, 150 strands of floating land origin second level, 35,000 psionic points, 200 tons of mercury crystals, 30 titanium crystals. Note, the ship's own strengthening limit has been reached, and it cannot be further strengthened. Looking at the detailed properties of the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator components in front of him, Song-Chi felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. It was only strengthened by 10 levels, and tens of thousands of zero-level floating lands were gone. Fortunately, its properties were strong enough, with a shield value of nearly 310,000 points, plus its own 15,000 defense. Even the main gun on the third-level cruiser could withstand 2 or 3 shots. If he really encountered a terrifying existence like a cruiser, there would be a buffer time of 2 or 3 shots, which would be enough for Song-Chi to enter the Zhutian market. Thinking of this, Song-Chi became more and more satisfied. However, as he counted the remaining assets in his hands, his good mood suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy. It was just 2 parts, but he only had 571 strands of the first-level floating land essence in his hands. Only dozens of strands of the zero-level floating land essence. And no strands of the second level. It was just consumed when the dark matter energy shield generator was strengthened to level 29. As soon as this result came out, Song-Chi, who originally wanted to strengthen the brain wave remote control system, an abnormal state purifier, immediately gave up this idea. Because of his grandmother's birthday. The fourth market transaction, that was supposed to be opened a few days ago, has been delayed until now. He is not going to delay it any longer. He will open it as soon as he returns to Jiangyuan City tomorrow. He is still looking forward to the first transaction after the market is upgraded. After all, this time it will not only be the zero-level aliens who can enter, but also the first-level aliens. Therefore, facing the first-level aliens with stronger purchasing power and more abundant assets, he must buy enough goods so that he can make more money. Having made up his mind, Song-Chi took back the sky. But looking at the mercury crystal storage area that had been basically consumed, he instinctively shrank his neck, not knowing whether he would be severely punished after his grandfather found out. The next day, in the suburbs of Baida City, the taxi that Song-Chi took arrived at the designated location. Not long after getting off the car, Song-Ting, who had been waiting here, came over quickly. Song-Chi, what are you mailing? It takes so long? You're not going to. Song-Chi stopped the girl's words with a fierce expression. And then the two got on his father's Pentium 3 kinetic car parked not far away. The White Tower floating land is not big, and the speed of the kinetic flying car is not slow. After just over an hour, the four of them returned to Jiangyuan City. Originally, Song-Chi proposed to summon the Xinhua flying ship to hurry up. Anyway, with the speed of the Xinhua flying ship, it would only take a few minutes. And taking Song-Ting with him, at most, there would be only one strand of the first-level floating land origin. He just wanted to go home as soon as possible, and then start trading in the market. However, Song-Ting sternly rejected it. According to this girl, although the White Tower floating land is not big, with a total area of only tens of millions of square kilometers, the scenery is also unique. How can we waste the beautiful scenery on the road just to save time? For this reason, Song Chao and Chen Lixia have no objection. Song-Chi naturally knew that this was just an excuse that Song-Ting had come up with. She just didn't want to go back to Jiangyuan City so soon, because she would have to go back to school immediately. However, he was too lazy to expose her. Besides, how could his parents not see it? He sent Song-Ting to Tinglong Middle School all the way. Song-Chi also got off the car halfway. He needed to go to Xinhuan Mall to purchase goods. This time he didn't plan to use his original identity, because the number of items he needed to buy was a bit large, including the remaining floating land origin in his hand. If he sold the replaced assaulter engine, and some scattered resources on the sky, the funds he could take out this time were probably around 10,000 zero-level floating land origins. 10,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence. This is not a small amount. If he buys it with his original identity, it will definitely attract attention. Besides, Song-Chi has no intention of exchanging the 571 strands of first-order floating land essence in his hand in a regular store. The exchange ratio of regular channels is 1 first order, 10 zero order, while the black market is 1 to 12, or even 113. In total, he can exchange for more than 1,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence. He is not stupid, so he will not exchange it through regular channels. More than half an hour later, he successfully came out of the black market. The first-level floating land essence on Song-Chi's body had turned into 7,423 strands of zero-level floating land essence. However, a small episode occurred in the middle. Even though he had concealed his identity and completed the exchange at the fastest speed, he was still targeted by someone. Maybe it was someone who specialized in this kind of robbery and murder. Or it might be sent by the shop where the exchange was made. In short, it took him a lot of effort to successfully escape. This encounter made him understand that as the market was promoted to the first level, the number of floating land essences he sold each time increased greatly. It was useless to conceal his identity when entering and leaving the black market. The amount involved was large, and someone would definitely target him, and the risk of being exposed would continue to increase. Thinking of this, he secretly decided that the mineral resources brought back from the Alien Star region could no longer be sold on the black market in the future. It would be safer to trade them directly in the market. Anyway, he took the risk of selling his gains on the black market because he lacked startup funds in the previous few times. Now, After several transactions, he basically has enough startup funds for market transactions. It would not have much impact to skip this step. In addition, it is best not to go there in person for subsequent purchases. You can just use the brainwave remote control system to control a Fire Sunflower Terracotta Warrior or something to buy it. Of course, the Fire Sunflower Warriors were still not very safe. It was no secret that the skyship had the Fire Sunflower Warrior tree. He had used it many times in public. It would be better to get a combat robot whose source could not be found on the black market as a replacement. While thinking about this, he quickly changed back to his original identity and sold the Raider engine that had been downgraded to level 0 to a regular store. This engine was purchased by him through regular channels before, and it was easy to find out. If he really concealed his identity, it would make things worse. However, I clearly spent 2,300 strands of zero-level floating land essence when I bought it before. But the store only offered 2,000 strands this time. It took less than 20 days to go back and forth, and 300 strands were missing. In addition, there was the fire pattern turtle shell hull armor, which was also 2,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence. Even though he was used to the black hearts of these merchants, Song-Chi still couldn't accept it. At the same time, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Doing business on the same floating land in the star sea can be so black. The Zutian market connects the civilized creatures in different star fields of the entire broken star sea. Wasn't it a bit petty to sell it at 3 times or 5 times before? Do you want to raise the price again? 8 times or 10 times or something? Or just 100 times? After thinking for a moment, his eyes gradually became firm. He decided to try it directly after the market transaction was opened this time. But forget about 100 times. Let's try selling it at 10 times first. If the market is good, try selling it at 100 times later. For different civilizations, different star regions, and even different river systems, the prices are very different. 10 times is not an exaggeration. Seeing that the zero-level floating land origin in his hand has exceeded 10,000 strands, Song-Chi concealed his identity again and began to buy various items that he had thought of long ago. Genetic optimization potion is naturally indispensable. This time he directly took 2,000 bottles. Floating land origin 2,000. Primary bodybuilding potion. He bought 1,000 bottles. Floating land origin 1,000. Intermediate bodybuilding potion. He bought 200 bottles. Floating land origin 2,000. 100 sets of zero-level civilian exoskeleton armor. Floating land origin 2,000. 20 sets of first-level military exoskeleton armor. Floating land origin 2,000. 10 first-level military energy pulse guns. Floating land origin 500. 10,000 tungsten gold shields. 10,000 tungsten gold spears. Floating land origin 200. 100 high-level titanium alloy shields. 100 high-level titanium alloy long swords. Floating land origin 1,000. After a lot of acquisitions, the 10,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin in his hand were all squandered. But this also gave Song-Chi a large amount of goods to sell. Looking at the large amount of resources stored in the sky, Song-Chi had a flash of expectation in his heart. If he could really sell them at 10 times the price, he would be able to earn nearly 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin just from this pile of items. After returning home, after saying hello to his parents, Song-Chi locked himself in the bedroom. The psionic energy in his body flowed into the Shanghai market order hanging around his neck, and then he quietly disappeared into the bedroom. This Shanghai market order could not be transformed into a shipborne component by the Xinhua flying ship, so he always hung it close to his neck. In the market, Song-Chi's figure emerged, and after scanning around, he found no trace of being attacked by the Void Demon, and then he felt relieved. Although he had used the abnormal state purifier to remove the demon mark, he was still a little worried. Fortunately, after more than a month, there was no case of being discovered by the Void Demon. Now, he was basically sure that the demon mark had been completely eliminated, and the avoid evil feature of the market was also effective again, and no other void demons would follow the mark to find him. The ultra-long-range space gate was randomly placed in front of the platform. Looking at the 36 light spots that lit up one by one on the platform, Song-Chi cast his eyes to the entrance of the market, where 36 vortex portals quietly emerged. During the quiet waiting time, Song-Chi's eyes were a little nervous. After all, this was the first transaction after the market was upgraded to the first level. He naturally hoped that as many first-level aliens as possible would come in, so that he could earn more. although the market would provide a stable and considerable income every month. Song Chi did a little calculation and found that he actually had a large funding gap. First of all, the brainwave remote control system and abnormal state purifier on the sky have not yet been strengthened. These two parts alone will require a large amount of funds. Secondly, the patrol radar and secondary guns currently installed on the sky are still colorless quality and need to be replaced as soon as possible. Even the Jin hull armor is of lower quality, and replacement also needs to be put on the agenda. Furthermore, the Zutian market must add a shielding configuration to conceal the upgrade. Also, don't forget the ruins of the Buyuo civilization. If you want to explore it again, you must have a main gun with stronger attack power and group attack attributes. Finally, the sky has been promoted to the first level. According to the previous promotion speed, collecting the special resources required for the promotion to the second level frigate must also be put on the agenda. When thinking of these, Song Chi felt that he was seriously overwhelmed. The gap in floating land origin was too big. Of course, this was also related to the good quality of the components loaded on the sky. For example, the dark matter energy shield generator that had just been strengthened to level 29. Tens of thousands of zero-level floating land origin. Only strengthened by 10 levels. In the hands of an ordinary first-level Xinhua flying ship captain. This could buy several blue-quality components. After sighing, Song Chi quickly turned around. With the Zutian market, the speed of earning various resources was still very terrifying. If the test of selling 10 times, this time was successful, he could earn 90,000 zero-level floating land origin just from this market transaction. 90,000 strands a month. More than 1 million strands a year, which is still very amazing. As his thoughts raced, there was a slight space fluctuation at the entrance, and Song Chi was delighted, knowing that an alien had passed through the space gate. Turning his head, the joy in his eyes became more intense. The person who came in was a first-level alien, which was a good start. The upper body of this alien was human, but the lower body had 4 legs. He was holding an iron spear in his hand, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Song Chi's memories flowed through his mind, and soon he uttered 3 words. Centaur? Chapter 86 Orange Quality Fire Seed Wonder. This creature is very similar to the impression of the centaurs, but I don't know if it is true or not. As for the centaurs, as a kind of half-orcs, they have extremely strong endurance and speed, and are good at bows and arrows, and are one of the most common races in the Star Sea. After entering the market, when he saw the rule light curtain at the entrance, the centaur holding the iron spear finally relaxed. The rule light curtain is transformed by the rules of the market, and only one glance can make the alien creatures who see it fully believe in the market rules listed on the rule light curtain. Seeing Song Chi constantly wandering around the shops, this level of centaur seemed to have thought of something, and stepped out with 4 hooves, and walked quickly towards the shops. This centaur had no interest in military and civilian exoskeleton armor. To be more precise, it could not generate any interest. As a human civilization in the Star Sea, the exoskeleton armor produced by Xinhua civilization can only be worn by humans or humanoid creatures of similar size. Centaurs cannot be equipped and used. As for the exoskeleton armor that some forces, families, and consortiums specially developed for their own enslaved creatures, it is not available on the market. Originally, Song Chi thought that it would end up in the genetic medicine store like the other alien races in the past. But the facts were a bit unexpected. Tungsten gold shield. Tungsten gold spear? After a moment of confusion, Song Chi quickly reacted. Although this type of centaur is also good at bows and arrows, their strong bodies give them more powerful close combat capabilities. This can be seen from the blood-stained iron spear in the hands of the centaur. In addition to physique and strength, the sharp weapon and solid defense are also very critical factors in determining the outcome of a close combat. Compared to the iron spear in the hands of this first-level centaur, the tungsten spear is naturally inferior. The spear in his hand seems to be made of iron essence. Although the craftsmanship is not good enough, it is better in the material itself. The spear is sharp and durable, which is better than the tungsten spear. However, Song Chi guessed that there might be a tribe behind this first-level centaur, and there should be many zero-level centaurs in the tribe. Otherwise, it would not be interested in these zero-level shields and weapons. Of course, this is just because it has not yet reached the shop selling high-grade titanium alloy shields and spears. Otherwise, these 2 first-level war tools should make the centaur more jealous. Just as he thought, not long after leaving the tungsten gold war tool shop, This first-level centaur came to the high-grade titanium alloy war tool shop. And then, the expression on its face was completely replaced by excitement. The tribe it belongs to is just a small or medium-sized tribe. There are less than 10,000 centaurs in the tribe. And there are no centaurs who can forge sophisticated weapons. This is why their tribe suffers more casualties than other tribes every time they fight with other tribes. And it is also the fundamental reason why the number of centaurs in the tribe has not increased. After paying 50 strands of the first-level floating land origin, it got a high-grade titanium alloy long sword with a silver-white color. After swinging it left and right for dozens of seconds, the centaur became more and more satisfied. This high-grade titanium alloy long sword is better than it imagined. And it is several levels better than the weapons made by the so-called elite blacksmiths in other tribes. Compared to the price, 50 strands of first-level floating land essence are not very expensive. In the past, the surrounding tribes relied on their tribe's inability to forge fine weapons. And the weapons they sold were very expensive. And the quality was very average. They had to be replaced after a short time. Every year, most of the tribe's property was spent on purchasing weapons. Looking at the hundreds of titanium alloy shields and long swords displayed in the shop in front of him, the centaur suppressed the excitement in his heart, quickly left the shop, and headed towards the entrance of the market. It did not have enough floating land essence on it, and it had to return to the tribe as soon as possible. Seeing the centaur so eager, Song Chi was in a good mood. As long as the power behind him had enough financial resources, he could earn nearly 10,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence with just these 200 high-level titanium alloy war tools. Converted into first-level floating land essence, it would be nearly 1,000 strands. For a moment, his mood, which was a bit heavy because of the huge funding gap before, instantly warmed up a lot. Not long after, the first-level centaur returned to the market again. And this time, it was followed by hundreds of other centaurs. Most of them were level 0. And there were more than 10 level 1 centaurs. As expected, after returning to the market, all the centaurs followed the first-level centaur, who entered the market first, and headed straight for the war tool shop. Passing through the central street of the market, some of the young centaurs who looked underage kept looking around, their eyes full of curiosity about the unknown. Seeing this, Song Chi became more and more satisfied. Judging from this posture, this group of centaurs planned to buy all the things in the 2 war tool shops. 10 minutes later, when the group of centaurs came out of the 2 shops again, each centaur held at least 10 or more weapons in his hands. However, even so, they only took away more than 1,000 pieces in this round. In the tungsten gold weapon shop, there were nearly 20,000 tungsten gold shields and spears waiting for them to transport back and forth. That's right. This group of centaurs was really generous. They really bought all the things in the 2 weapon shops. At this moment, Song Chi had 2,000 strands of first-level floating land origin plus 10,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin in his hand. The speed of making money was so fast. In addition, several first-level centaurs did not leave, and continued to wander around other shops. Soon they became interested in gene potions and bodybuilding potions. However, it was not known whether it was because their bodies were already very strong, and gene potions and bodybuilding potions had little effect on them, or whether it was because they did not have much money after buying those war tools. In short, they only bought 100 each of gene optimization potions and primary bodybuilding potions, and did not take any intermediate bodybuilding potions. Song Chi didn't care about this. After a few dozen minutes of buffering, aliens from other space gates also entered one after another. In addition to the hundreds of centaurs, there were also hundreds of other aliens in the market. There would always be creatures that would buy these genetic medicines. What gave him a headache was the hundreds of exoskeleton armors. Until now, there were no humanoid species among the various aliens that entered the market, let alone the Shanghai people. This also led to the situation that no one was interested in these exoskeleton armors. Freestall area, at this moment. Many alien creatures have gathered here. Song Chi also wandered in this area as usual. Suddenly, he paused. Part of his mind turned to the shops on the inside of the street. What he was concerned about was still the group of centaurs. After calling more centaurs, after transporting all the tungsten gold shields and tungsten gold spears back to the tribe, several first-level centaurs wandered into the shop that specializes in purchasing items. This is not the point before. Many aliens had entered this shop, but after finding out that the items purchased by the shop were titanium crystals, those aliens, without exception, quickly shook their heads and left. But now these first-level centaurs they have stayed in the shop for more than 2 minutes. Song Chi's mind turned, and he drove the power of the law of the secret realm of the market. He carefully observed the changes in the expressions on the faces of these first-level centaurs from all directions. Soon, his heart skipped a beat. From the changes in the expressions in the eyes of these first-level centaurs, they seemed to really have, or to know the existence of the titanium crystal resources purchased in the shop. Thinking of this, he suddenly became excited. You know, since the last trade fair, this shop has been used by him to purchase strategic resources such as titanium crystal. Although he added another item to purchase this time, it was not something else, but a fire-type star sea wonder of purple quality or above. Regardless of which one it is, this is definitely a heavyweight news. Even if the star sea treasures a purple quality or above, it is not certain that they can serve as the upgraded fire source of the fire seed. But Song Chi is willing to give it a try. Fire treasures of purple quality or above are rare, so he must take a look at it. Just as he was thinking, several first-level centaurs in the acquisition shop also ended their eye contact. They hesitated for a while, and finally the first-level centaur, who entered the market first, asked, "Excuse me, is this titanium crystal valuable?" In the freestall area, Song Chi was shocked and thought to himself, "Is there really a chance?" Then, he quickly separated another thought and mobilized the display light screen in the acquisition shop to respond. Each can be exchanged for 30 gene optimization potions, or primary bodybuilding potions, or 3 intermediate bodybuilding potions. This kind of bodybuilding potion has a good effect on most of the first-level life forms in the Star Sea. Seeing the reply displayed in the common language of the Star Sea on the light screen, several first-level centaurs exchanged glances again, and then left together. Compared with the last time, Song Chi seemed more nervous this time. This is titanium crystal, which is much more precious than the zero-level and first-level floating land origins. In just over 10 minutes, he felt extremely tortured. When this group of first-level centaurs appeared in the market again, he turned his eyes away immediately, and at the same time, he roared softly in his heart. "I hope it must be." Titanium crystal is a very rare special resource, and there are countless mineral resources in the Broken Star Sea, and there are many similar to titanium crystals. He was afraid of this situation. In the acquisition shop, under Song Chi's nervous attention, several first-level centaurs searched their bodies, and soon, they took out dozens of silver-white crystals. Song Chi focused his mind, all on these dozens of crystals, to determine whether these dozens of crystals are really titanium crystals. After dozens of seconds, Song Chi, who was still standing somewhere in the stall area, showed extreme disappointment on his face. Although these crystals looked very similar to titanium crystals, in terms of size, shape and color, unfortunately, after his careful identification, this thing is not titanium crystal, but a special mineral that is highly similar to titanium crystal. As for what kind of resource it is, Song Chi does not know, because there is no record of this resource in the official resource list released by Xinhua Civilization. It is obviously a mineral that has not yet been discovered. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Song Chi's heart was truly reflecting this sentence at the moment. He could only comfort himself that resources like titanium crystal were extremely rare, and it would be abnormal to come across them easily. When he recovered, he thought again, and at the same time, the light curtain in the middle of the acquisition shop also gave a reply. Minerals that are extremely similar to titanium crystals are not titanium crystals. Seeing this, several first-level centaurs were also very disappointed. The tribe they belonged to was not strong, just a small or medium-sized tribe. So the financial reserves in the tribe were very limited. The reason why they didn't buy a large number of gene optimization potions and body forging potions was not because they were not effective, but after purchasing the batch of tungsten and high-grade titanium alloy war tools, the funds they could use were almost exhausted. They originally thought that if these crystals were titanium crystals, they could replace the floating land origin with a large number of gene potions. But they didn't expect that these were not titanium crystals. Several first-level centaurs looked unhappy. They were very envious of those gene potions. Even if they couldn't use them themselves, they could give them to the children in the tribe to lay a good foundation. In this way, plus the batch of top-quality war tools, it will not take more than 20 years. When the children in the tribe grow up, the strength of the entire tribe will increase dramatically. If they destroy the other tribes around them, their tribe will probably cross the threshold of a medium-sized tribe and become a large tribe. But this particularly beautiful vision was interrupted at the first stage. How can they be happy? At this point, Song-Chi also moved his mind away from this group of first-level centaurs. Since it was not titanium crystal, he naturally lost interest. In the next 20 hours, the number of alien creatures in the Jutian market exceeded 2,000, making the freestall area more and more lively. This was a good omen, which meant that even if the goods sold in the shops were not counted, the income from the transaction tax would not be much less. As for all the goods in the shops, they were basically sold out in less than 10 hours. Even the more than 100 sets of exoskeleton armor were also bought by a humanoid race that entered later. Finally, when the market transaction was about to end, Song-Chi used more than 10,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence to exchange for more than 1,000 strands of first-level floating land essence by setting up a stall. As for the exchange ratio, it was still 1:11. However, before the market transaction was about to end, the first-level centaurs attracted Song-Chi's attention for the third time in the acquisition of the shop. After a lot of consideration, the first-level centaur who entered first said something to the light curtain in front of him. And it was this sentence that made Song-Chi in the stall area shift his attention again. Although those are not titanium crystals, we have no intention of deceiving with fake goods. In addition, I know the whereabouts of an orange-quality rare fire seed. It was the second half of this sentence that attracted Song-Chi's attention. Purple-level fire-type star sea rare objects are rare enough, not to mention orange glory quality rare fire seeds. Regardless of whether this orange glory fire seed can serve as an upgraded fire source for the fire seed, its value itself is difficult to measure with a low-level floating land origin. Chapter 87, The Lord of the Star Domain. After a moment of thinking, Song-Chi's mind turned, and he began to reply. Orange glory quality fire type star sea wonder. How do you prove the existence of this wonder? And you have only seen it, not owned it, so how can you guarantee that you can get this wonder in the end? Seeing the words replied on the light screen, several first-level centaurs looked a little uncertain. It is not difficult to see from this reply that the great existence behind this market does have the means to let them enter this market again. But just like the answer on the screen, how can they impress this unknown being? Thinking of this, they no longer use eye contact to signal, but start talking directly. There are only 10 minutes left before the end of this market transaction, and they don't have much time left. Galo, are you talking about the Red Plain Sky Fire of the Red Plain tribe? However, the Red Plain tribe was once an ancient large tribe. Even though it has declined now, it is definitely not something that our Dongqing tribe can provoke now. Yes, although we have seen the Red Plain Sky Fire, how can we prove it now? Moreover, it is said that there are third-level heavenly centaurs in the Red Plain tribe, which is not something we can attack. Of course, I don't mean to go to war with the Red Plain tribe, but just to provoke them. Recently, the Grey Wolf tribe has often had small-scale conflicts with the Red Plain tribe. We just need to add fuel to the fire. Once they start an all-round war, we just need to act secretly. Listening to the constant discussions, Song-Chi's thoughts were racing. He could naturally hear that the other party could not produce relevant evidence for the orange-quality fire seed. Otherwise, he would not have talked so much in front of him. What he was considering at the moment was whether to trust these centaurs once. Even if they could not provide any evidence, there was no guarantee that they would be able to obtain the so-called Red Plain Sky Fire. But after all, it involved an orange-quality fire seed. Orange glory quality. This is a title component. It is said that it can be strengthened to the 5th level at most. And this level is called the Lord of the Star Field in the entire Broken Star Sea. From this title alone, you can see its value. After hesitating for a while, Song-Chi suddenly had an idea in his mind. He thought of something. After the Jutian market was strengthened to LV10, he did not continue to strengthen it because if he wanted to strengthen it to LV11, the market transaction amount would reach 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin, which he had not achieved before. But after this transaction, this condition was naturally met. So after this market transaction, he could strengthen the market again. Once the market is strengthened to LV11, according to his previous guess, there is a high probability that another guest room will be opened on the 2nd floor of the inn, and he will also have a second market guest order. Thinking of this, Song-Chi immediately made a decision. In the acquisition shop, several first-level centaurs were anxiously staring at the light screen in front of them, waiting for a possible response. At this moment, the font on the light screen changed, and soon a new sentence appeared. It was said to be a sentence, but in fact it was only one word. Yes! The centaurs in the shop were overjoyed. After more than 20 hours, they knew the value of the Jution market under their feet. After the centaurs of the tribe secretly inquired, they knew that all the creatures that entered the market for trading came from different floating lands, different star fields, and even different river fields. Just this point alone, in the past 24 hours, their entire tribe has earned money that could only be accumulated in the past decades. As long as they can enter this market a few more times in the future, the entire tribe will definitely benefit infinitely. When they were happy, a bronze token suddenly appeared out of thin air, and finally fell into the hands of the first-level centaur, who entered the market first. When this market guest token touched the body of the first-level centaur, the information about this market guest token appeared in his mind. Knowing that this token is the certificate for entering the Jution market in the future, the centaur and his companions explained it, and the centaurs became more and more excited. However, just as they were excited, the light curtain in front of them began to change again, and then a new sentence appeared. This market guest token can only be used once. I give you 1 year. If you can get the orange fire treasure during this period, the number of times this market guest token can be used will increase to 10 times. If you can provide other high-quality star seed treasures in the future, the number of times can continue to increase. Otherwise, this token will be taken back automatically after 1 year. After reading this information, the excitement on the faces of the centaurs suddenly disappeared. 1 year, this time is not long, it can even be considered very short. If you want to completely provoke a conflict between two medium-sized and large tribes, and then profit from it, this is not an easy thing. 1 year may not be enough, can you give me more? The centaurs wanted to continue bargaining, but a strong repulsive force suddenly acted on them, and they could not resist at all. After a dizzy spell, when they came to their senses, they found themselves standing in a dense forest not far from their own tribe, which was the location of the space gate that the market had launched before. Behind them, there was a large group of zero-level centaurs holding various small commodities in their hands, who were also confused. At the front of the crowd, holding the bronze market guest token, a first-level centaur had a determined look on his face. He whispered to the first-level centaurs beside him, "Let's go back to the tribe first. We will start the plan to provoke the Red Plain tribe and the Grey Wolf tribe later. We must get the Red Plain Skyfire." As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved the bronze token in his hand, and then continued, "This token is the greatest hope for the tribe to rise in the future. Remember, the rise I'm talking about is not to become a large tribe, but to rule the overlord tribe of the entire Tianma continent and officially move towards the vast sea of stars." Yes. Around him, the answers were particularly neat. At this moment, the first-level centaurs had endless expectations for the future. In the Jution market, as the trading time of this market officially ended, all the alien creatures were teleported back to the position where they originally entered the market, and the entire market space was empty. Song Chi had long been accustomed to this, without any other actions, but immediately began to count the gains of this market transaction. 2 minutes later, the results of the count came out. Including the pile of materials purchased at a different price, the total value of the various resources in his hands at this moment was about 130,000 zero-level floating land origins. That is to say, in the first market transaction, after being promoted to the first level, he made a net profit of about 120,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence. Among them, there were 4,500 strands of first-level floating land essence, 200 strands of second-level floating land essence, more than 50,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence, and other scattered materials and price difference resources such as life nuclei and mithril, with a total value of about 14,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence. For this huge amount of money, Song Chi had already made a plan for use. In addition to leaving tens of thousands of strands of zero-level floating land essence as the startup capital for the next market transaction, he was ready to spend the remaining nearly 100,000 strands. It's better to use it to quickly strengthen the Sky and the Jution market. After counting, he opened the market's attribute panel. After clicking once, the market level was successfully upgraded from LV10 to LV11. Let's look at the requirements for upgrading from LV11 to LV12. 100 strands of floating land origin first level. Market transaction amount of 20,000 strands of floating land origin first level 13210/20,000. Obviously, if you want to upgrade again, you have to wait until the next market transaction. Since the market itself could not be strengthened, he naturally focused on the three basic configurations: ultra-long-range space gate random delivery platform, phantom energy protection array, all-round training room. He spent nearly 100 strands of first-level floating land origin to strengthen the 3 to level 11 respectively. Among them, the number of space gates deployed by the ultra-long-range space gate random delivery platform increased by 1 to 37. As for the all-attribute training room, the training increase was from 480% to 492%. And the phantom energy training increase was from 960% to 984%. As for the psionic protection formation, its shield value has also changed slightly. Protection, 1220. Shield value, 122000/122000, but overall, the increase is not very large. Song-Chi was not surprised by this. The reason why the previous increase was so large was because of the increase in the big level. And now it is just a small level increase. This level of increase is normal. The only thing that disappointed him was that after the market level was upgraded from LV10 to LV11, the second feature space anchor point did not change at all. And the anchor point did not increase. And it was still 1. In this case, many of his previous ideas could not be tried. He could only wait until he finished exploring the ruins of the Nebula civilization and cancel the anchor point set in that star field. After strengthening the market, the next thing was the brainwave remote control system, an abnormal state purifier on the sky. Song-Chi was not in a hurry to strengthen the brainwave remote control system because he did not have resources such as soul crystals at the moment. The blue part of the abnormal state purifier was nothing special, and Song-Chi directly strengthened it to level 20. Abnormal state purifier LV20. Quality, blue. Consumption, 20/S phantom energy points effect. Purification aura. After loading, the component will automatically generate a purification aura, which can purify a variety of negative states. Upgrade requirements. 17 strands of floating land origin second level, 6,000 phantom energy points. After LV20, Song-Chi did not continue to strengthen. After all, he did not have many second level floating land origins, only 200 strands obtained from the market transaction just now, and the second level purification aura should be enough in the short term. After strengthening this, Song-Chi did not rush to leave the market to buy the soul crystal, but took out the remaining 10 pounds of queen worm meat in his hand and processed it, and then entered the almighty training room. Due to various reasons, he himself had not had time to eat this queen worm meat. Now, while he had time, he wanted to try to use the LV11 almighty training room to see if he could impact the guidance technique LV8. After 2 months, the foundation weakness caused by the use of high-level bodybuilding potion plus deepwater clam pearl powder has been replenished. Now using this piece of queen worm meat, the timing is just right. After swallowing all 10 kilograms of queen worm's meat in 3 or 2 mouthfuls, Song-Chi immediately took the posture of practicing the Dalian technique and began to practice the phantom energy Dalian technique at full speed. His Dalian technique level has reached level 7. 1 or 2 kilograms of queen worm's meat has little effect on him. Only when 10 kilograms are swallowed at once can it have a sufficient effect. The phantom energy in his body is circulating rapidly. At the same time, a gentle warm current is constantly rising from his abdomen, and finally flows through his body along with the phantom energy. After just 10 minutes, his whole body is wrapped in warmth. Behind this warm current, the truth is the extremely fast circulation of phantom energy. With the blessing of the warm current, with a trace of the third level queen worm's original energy, combined with the external almighty practice room, his phantom energy Dalian technique practice speed is extremely amazing at this moment. Song-Chi could clearly feel the continuous progress of his own guiding technique. Originally, LV7 was not the first level of guiding technique, and it was rapidly moving towards LV8. Song-Chi was also somewhat impressed by the strong effect of the queen insect's meat. According to the auxiliary training speed of the psionic training platform on the normal first level Shinhua flying ship, it would take at least 3 years to improve guiding technique from LV7 to LV8. Even in the full attribute training room with a 984% psionic training bonus, normally, if Song-Chi wanted to improve from the previous LV7 to LV8, it would take at least half a year, but now, this half a year was directly wiped out. Crack. A slight cracking sound seemed to come from his ears. That was the sound of the bottleneck between LV7 and LV8 of the guiding technique being broken. The next second, his blood and energy suddenly surged up, and the skin all over his body began to discharge strands of black viscous substances. At the same time, a strong pressure spread in this small all-attribute training room. Pa. The bones all over his body made bursts of explosions. Feeling the greatly increased strength in his body, Song Chi clenched his fists tightly and punched slowly in this training room. After half a day, after initially adapting to the enhanced body, Song Chi then left the market. After coming out of the bedroom, he immediately ran to the shower room to clean up the impurities discharged after the guidance technique advanced to level 8. Both parents were not at home. Calculating the time, the two should have gone to explore the alien star domain together. After making some food casually, Song Chi sat cross-legged on the sofa after dinner and began the second practice task of the day, visualizing the projection rubbing of the mythical Mecca. Baida Floating Land, Jiangyuan City. As the third largest city among the 5 cities in Baida Floating Land, Jiangyuan City has a population of over 23 million, and its comprehensive development level is even higher than that of Jiangyuan City. In the central area of Jiangyuan City, near the Jiangyuan Flying Ship Base, there is a very large Xinhua Academy, called Jiangyuan No. 1 Xinhua Academy. Compared to Jiangyuan No. 1 Xinhua Academy, Jiangyuan No. 1 Academy has been established for a longer time, and has a stronger faculty. At this moment, Jiangyuan No. 1 Academy Girls Dormitory. Building 2. Room 508. Dong dong dong. After a knock on the door, the familiar loud voice of the dormitory auntie came from outside the dormitory. Shin Yuran, there is your express delivery. Come out to sign for it quickly, or you will not be able to wait after the time is up. Chapter 88 Shin Yuran. After a while, a light voice came from the dormitory. I'm here, auntie. Click. As the dormitory door opened, a fair figure poked out from behind the door. The girl's skin was like white jade, her facial features were delicate, her lips were plump, she was wearing a smart training suit, her pretty face was flushed, and there was still some sweat on her forehead. She was obviously practicing the Dalian technique. After looking into the girl's crystal clear eyes, the dormitory aunt instinctively tightened her throat and asked, Are you Shin Yuran? This is your express, sent from Baida City? Shin Yuran's eyes moved, and fell on the medium-sized express package, but she still took it softly. Thank you, auntie. After the dormkeeper left, several light footsteps were heard in the dormitory behind her. Several girls with equally pretty faces came to Shin Yuran with laughter, and their eyes swept over the courier package from time to time. Whose suitor sent it again? It was sent from Baida City. Could it be a senior who has already graduated? Hearing her roommates teasing, Shin Yuran rolled her eyes at them. You guys. But the girls didn't buy it. Seeing that her reaction was completely different from before, she didn't put the package aside, waiting to send it back intact in a few days, but gently put the package on the desk under the bed. Her eyes revealed a lot of caution. Ran, you are not right. Let us see. As they said that, the 3 girls, who were also wearing fitted training clothes and showing off their beautiful bodies, came over again, their eyes constantly scanning the express package on the table. Chi. Oh. Ran. Who is this Chi? He left a single name. It seems a bit childish. Don't talk nonsense. How can he be childish? Maybe he is our Ran's Chi brother. He. Seeing Shin Yuran staring at them, and others with a dim gaze, the 3 girls stopped their increasingly outrageous laughter. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. But Ran, you have to talk to the sisters about this brother Chi today. Otherwise we won't agree. After a while of joking and laughing, seeing that Shin Yuran didn't mean to speak, the 3 girls looked serious, knowing that their sister really didn't want them to gossip about these things. And the 3 of them also put away their smiles. Finally, Zhou Chun, who used to have the best relationship with Shin Yuran, spoke up. Ran, open it and take a look. Let's see what Mr. Chi, who has been invisible for nearly 10 years, has sent to us. Ran. This time Shin Yuran didn't refuse again. In fact, she also had a strong expectation in her heart. Although the management of Jinji Xinhua Academy is extremely strict, the use of things like the internet and communication bracelets is strictly restricted during school. But for someone who has only seen her twice in 10 years, she still has some slight meaning in her heart. Under the gaze of several people in the dormitory, Shin Yuran slowly opened the express package. 20 seconds later, Zhou Chun and the other 2 girls exclaimed softly, and frowned slightly, looking at the fluorescent white meat in front of them in the opened express package. The 3 girls felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts, and the previous strong expectations turned into doubts at this moment. How can you give a piece of meat as a gift? It's not a festival or anything like that. Shin Yuran didn't know about her roommate's expression and emotional changes. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. With her understanding of that person, she naturally knew that the 5-pound piece of fine meat in front of her was definitely not just ordinary fine meat. After searching for a while, she found a note in another layer of the express package. This is the fine meat of the Queen of Insects. It will greatly promote your practice of guiding skills. Just cook it simply. Song Chi. After reading the message on the note, Shin Yuran didn't even notice that her mouth corners had inadvertently risen slightly. This scene was naturally seen by the three roommates and besties beside him. The three of them looked at each other, and there was also a smile in their eyes. Ran, your brother Song Chi seems to have awakened. He can even get the Queen Insect's meat. And judging from the fluorescence emitted from the surface of this piece of meat, the level of the Queen Insect is probably not low. After saying that, the three girls looked at Shin Yuran together, with pitiful eyes, and their faces were almost engraved with the words Ran. Can you bear to eat alone in front of us? Shin Yuran naturally couldn't beat these good sisters. Fortunately, Song Chi had also considered this before mailing 5 pounds of queen worm's meat, 1 pound for each of the 3 roommates, and the remaining 2 pounds should be enough for Shin Yuran's guidance technique to break through a small level. The 4 girls were in a hurry, and simply cooked it in the dormitory. And then, they couldn't wait to try the effect of the queen worm's meat, because the star sea zerg is not common, and queen worms are even rarer. So for the ingredients, such as queen worm's meat, they have only seen it in textbooks. And this time, they can be regarded as benefiting from Shin Yuran. After the cooked meat was eaten, not long after, the 4 girls' faces all flushed, and their skin was also burning hot. Seeing this, they quickly took the postures for practicing the Dalian technique and began to practice the Dalian technique. More than 10 minutes later, several blood and chi fluctuations of varying strengths were heard in the entire dormitory 508, which surprised the people in the nearby dormitories. In the dormitory, the 4 girls who came out of the bathroom one after another and washed themselves clean sat at the head of the bed in a daze. What level of Queen Insect's flesh is this? The guiding technique of Chun Chun and I has been stuck at level 2 for almost 2 years. We originally thought that it would be impossible to break through before awakening this year. Now all 3 of us have broken through to level 3, and Ran. You have even reached level 4. This can't be level 2, or even level 3 Queen Insect's flesh. Ran, we are all indebted to you this time. If there is a chance in the future, I must thank Mr. Chi in person. Me too. At the pink headboard, Shin Yuran rested her hands on her knees. It might be because the residual energy of the Queen Insect's flesh has not yet dissipated, or because she just took a bath. In short, her fair arms and cheeks were all dotted with a hint of redness, which made her look particularly beautiful. In addition, his eyes had already curved into a crescent moon. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be amazed by the scene. Xinhua Network, White Tower Land. Under a post by a Xinhua captain named Lonely Brave, Song Chi said his comment with a click. Do you still have this piece of Sky Eye Patrol radar? Can we talk about it in detail? After visualizing the projection rubbing of the mythical mecha for 2 hours, Song Chi, who was already quite tired, stopped visualizing and connected to the Xinhua network and began to purposefully search for those trading posts related to the patrol radar. He did not find a suitable one in the Xinhua online mall, so he could only try it in the posting area. At present, the Sky has been equipped with the special component Purple River Jump device. Next, as long as it is slightly strengthened, the maximum distance of its space jump will be at least 10 light years. And this distance of space jump must be equipped with a detailed star map. Although most areas in the Broken Star Sea are empty starry sky, if there is no detailed star map, if you really make space jumps randomly, once the landing point of the jump happens to hit the floating land of the Star Sea, the small debris belt, the asteroid belt, or the area with dense space cracks, the black hole swallowing area, etc., the result of waiting for a Xinhua warship is that the ship is destroyed and people are killed. When the flying ship is jumping in space, it uses space technology. The force of space is used to carry the flying ship to jump. The kinetic energy generated in an instant is unimaginable. Once it bumps into something, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. Because of this, Song Chi had to be cautious. After all, it was related to his life. The patrol radar installed in the sky at present was just a standard colorless ordinary radar, with a pitiful accuracy of only 20, and a detection range of only 20 light seconds. Compared with the space jump of dozens of light years, the effect of this standard patrol radar was really unbearable. The author of this post listed a property diagram of the patrol radar component in the post. And it was this property diagram that successfully attracted Song Chi's attention. Sky Eye Patrol Radar LV0 quality, blue features, star map collector consumption, 5/S psionic points detection range, 10 light seconds accuracy, 25 upgrade required, 5 wisps of floating land origin 0 order, 500 psionic points. Judging from this property diagram, this blue quality Sky Eye Patrol Radar is undoubtedly a top quality blue patrol radar. Not only because its initial properties exceed those of the standard patrol radar enhanced to LV9, but also because of the star map collector feature. Star map collector, after entering an unfamiliar star field. After 1 hour of collection, the patrol radar will automatically generate a detailed star map with 10 times the detection range. This feature neither increases the accuracy of the radar nor increases the detection range of the radar. It looks very ordinary. But in fact, for the Xinhua flying ship equipped with jump device components, its importance is far higher than other features, especially when exploring alien star fields. Its importance is irreplaceable by other features. If you are in the Xinhua human civilization territory, every time you arrive at a new star field, the Xinhua captain can obtain the star map of the local star field through various channels. The coverage of that star map is larger, and naturally there is no need for the star map formed by the patrol radar. But if you are in an alien star sea, the situation is completely different. In the alien star field, no creature will take the initiative to give you the star map of the local star field. Even if you buy it at a high price, it is difficult to get the real star map. Therefore, the value of the star map generated by the patrol radar is naturally reflected. However, this Sky Eye Patrol Radar also has a big disadvantage. Its quality is still a bit low. Even if it is strengthened to the second level, the range it can detect should not be very large. In this way, it can only form a star map of a small area, which is not very useful. While thinking, a beeping sound came from the Xinhua network, and the poster named Gong replied to him. This blue radar is still in my hands. If you are sincere about buying it, let's chat privately. Just after reading this message, Song Chi's account received a friend invitation not long after. He did not choose to agree, because he was not going to use the identity of Sangqiong, but use the hidden function of the account. And then he clicked on the temporary communication box, and the two of them talked carefully about the Sky Eye Patrol Radar. How about this? 1200 strands of first-level floating land essence. I only have this much floating land essence. If it doesn't work, I can only go and see if there are other patrol radars for sale. After typing this sentence, the other party was obviously a little hesitant and did not reply again. Just when Song Chi was ready to be rejected, the other party replied again. Okay, then let's arrange a time and place. Let's trade offline. Because it was not a transaction completed in the Xinhua Mall. There was no special delivery person, and the two of them could only trade offline. Of course, the advantage is that there is no transaction tax. Then at 2 p.m. today, in the northern suburbs of Jiangyuan City, at the entrance of Dongshan Park. Okay. At 2:30 p.m., Song Chi returned home again. No other accidents happened during the transaction. After paying 1,200 strands of the first-level floating land origin, he successfully got the Sky Eye Patrol Radar. Jutian Market, Freestall area. The Sky was summoned again. Before going to Dongshan Park for the transaction, he went to Dongjiang Xinhua Mall and bought a batch of soul crystals needed for strengthening. Now, in addition to the Sky Eye Patrol Radar and the Zai jump device components in his hands, the brainwave remote control system components also need to be strengthened. Took a deep breath. I don't know how much of the remaining resources will be left after this enhancement. In the sky, Song Chi replaced the standard air patrol radar and began to enhance the Sky Eye Air Patrol Radar. After spending 203 strands of zero-level floating land essence, 221 strands of first-level floating land essence, and 180 strands of second-level floating land essence, he directly enhanced this top-quality blue radar to LV29. Sky Eye Air Patrol Radar LV29. Quality, blue. Features, star map collector. Consumption, 40/S phantom energy points detection range, 240 light time. Accuracy, 260. Upgrade required, 50 strands of floating land essence second level, 20,000 phantom energy points. Note, the ship has reached its own strengthening limit and cannot be further strengthened and upgraded. As expected, after strengthening it to level 29, its properties have been greatly improved. The detection range has reached 10 light days. And the star map range of the star map collector has been increased from 10 times the detection range to 50 times. In other words, the star map generated by this Sky Eye Patrol radar can reach a diameter of 1,000 light days 500 by 2. The star map range is close to 3 light years, although it is still not worth mentioning compared to the jump distance of the Xi jump device. It is far beyond the previous standard radar. Behind the patrol radar is the Xi jump device. For this component, he has long wanted to strengthen it. As long as its strengthening level is up, the Sky can jump to other floating lands in the Principality. If he wants to sell or buy something later, he can go to other floating lands. Anyway, with the jump device, it won't take long. And it can also further ensure that his identity is not exposed. Chapter 89 Star Sea Transition. Song-Chi thought about this Purple River transition device, and finally did not strengthen it to the current limit of LV29 in one go, but only upgraded it to the second level first, which was almost enough. After all, it was a blue quality component, and each strengthening after the second level cost a lot, and he had little second level floating land origin left, so he let it stay at LV20 for now. Purple River Jump Device LV20. Quality, blue. Consumption, 5,000/time psionic points effect. After charging, the flying ship will be able to perform space jumps in the specified direction. Current maximum jump distance, 40 light years. Charging time, 30 minutes. Buffer time 12 hours. Upgrade requirements, 17 strands of floating land origin second order, 17,000 psionic points, 21 void crystals 0 order. After LV20, the jump distance is increased from 1 light year to 40 light years. Charging time and buffer time are reduced by half. There is no doubt that the properties of the Purple River jump device after LV20 have been greatly enhanced. Moving his eyes away from the Purple River jump device, the next thing to be enhanced is still not the brainwave remote control system, but the special component Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree that was first installed on the Sky. Although this component is only white quality, it is still very useful for the Sky when combined with the brainwave remote control system component. So he plans to enhance it to LV29. However, if he gets a higher quality soldier component in the future, he will still replace it immediately. The quality of the Fire Sunflower Soldier is still too low. Not only is the upper limit low, but the combat power of the same level is also weak. Except for a fiery passive skill, there is no active attack method, which is a flaw. Of course, the premise is that there are not enough special parts slots. If there are enough, equipping 2 pieces of soldier parts is also very good. Another resource was spent, and the Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree was successfully strengthened from LV15 to LV20. Although he really wanted to strengthen it to LV29, but unfortunately, the second level floating land origin was really not enough. After strengthening the Sky Eye Patrol radar, he only had 20 strands of the second level floating land origin in his hand. These 20 strands had to be kept for backup for the time being, so he could only strengthen it to this level at present. Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree LV20. Quality, white. Consumption, 1,000/unit psionic points effect. Fire Sunflower Soldier summons 10 Fire Sunflower Soldier of level LV20. As long as the soldiers are alive, they will always exist. Once they die, they will need 24 hours to be summoned again. Upgrade requirements, 10 strands of floating land origin second stage, 10,000 psionic points. After the Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree, it is finally the turn of the brainwave remote control system. This is the only purple quality special component on the Sky, even though it has not been strengthened once since it was installed, but it is actually enough for now. 10 light seconds. For the vast sea of stars, this may be a negligible distance, but if you look at it from another angle, 10 light seconds is enough to circle the entire White Tower floating land for dozens of times. For now, even if this component is used, the distance of remote control is basically impossible to exceed this range. However, he currently has enough 0 level and 1st level floating land origins in his hand, so it's okay to strengthen it. Compared to the previous blue components, this purple special component requires significantly more resources to strengthen. Not only does it require the rare resource of Soul Crystal, the first strengthening requires 10 strands of 0 level floating land origin, which is twice that of ordinary blue components. After spending 478 strands of 0 order floating land essence plus 523 strands of 1st order floating land essence, this brainwave remote control system component was strengthened to level 20. Brainwave remote control system level 20. Quality, purple. Consumption, 70 per second psionic points. Features. When the owner of the flying ship is marked with a brainwave beacon, the Xinhua flying ship can be reversely controlled. Effect: after activating the component, a brainwave beacon can be condensed, and the creatures, mechanical creations, etc. marked with the brainwave beacon can be remotely controlled. Control distance: 1 light-year. Duration: 12 hours. Buffer: 4 hours. Required for upgrading: 15 strands of floating land origin second level, 20,000 psionic energy points, 1 ton of soul crystal, 1 titanium crystal. After strengthening to LV20, the control distance of this brainwave remote control system reached 1 light-year, which is definitely a very scary number, and the duration also reached 12 hours. The effect is even more amazing. Finally, he strengthened the LV19 particle beam cannon to LV20. Particle beam main gun LV20. Quality: blue. Consumption: 100/shot psionic points. Features: main gun power increased by 22%. Power: 2232 1860 by 120% charge. 3s. Buffer: 5s. Upgrade required: 15 strands of floating land essence second order, 11,000 psionic points. After strengthening to this point, the strengthening of the sky has been basically completed. Song Qi finally counted the remaining resources in his hand: 20 strands of second order floating land essence, only a little over 1,000 strands of first order floating land essence. As for zero order floating land essence, there are about 60,000 strands left. Relatively speaking, the number of zero-level floating land origins is still sufficient, and he has already made a plan for the use of this floating land origin, in addition to purchasing a main gun with group attack attributes and amazing power. Of course, the secondary gun is better, because the secondary gun needs to be replaced. And if the main gun is replaced, the valuable resources spent on the particle beam gun will be wasted. He plans to use the remaining ones to purchase various Star Sea Wonders, or use them all as funds for the next purchase. Although it took more than 10 hours to sell out the goods of the 10,000 threads zero-level floating land origin this time. The genetic optimization potion, the elementary and intermediate bodybuilding potion, etc. were sold out early, and we can still buy more next time. As for why we want to purchase the Star Sea Wonders, the reason is very simple. In the Xinhua human civilization, the wonders that can be transformed into shipboard parts account for the vast majority. But compared with their huge base, the number of wonders that cannot be transformed into shipboard parts is actually very terrifying. The actual value of this kind of Star Sea Wonders in the Xinhua human civilization domain is greatly discounted, often only half of the normal wonders. Song Qi wants to buy this kind of wonders. According to his idea, he wants to buy this kind of wonders at a low price, and then set up a wonder exchange shop in the Shutian market, because Star Sea Wonders are extremely rare. Even if those 0th level and first level aliens who are lucky enough to enter the market have them, they are very likely not to take them out. If there is a special shop for exchanging rare items, they can exchange the rare items in their hands for other rare items of the same quality that are more suitable for them. I believe that the alien creatures who have rare items will be very interested. Even if they cannot be exchanged, Song Qi can make a lot of money by selling them at the value of the rare items themselves. Buying at half price and selling them at the original price seems to be only twice the profit difference. But it is not actually that way. The value of the Star Sea rare items themselves is very high, even if it is the lowest level white rare item. As long as it is sold at twice the profit difference, it can immediately earn thousands of strands of zero-level floating land origin. This number is very considerable. This is just a white item. For blue and purple items, you can earn more. As for Song Qi himself, not only can he earn the origin of the floating land, but he can also use this exchange opportunity to exchange the items that cannot be converted into shipboard parts for those that can be converted, so as to find items suitable for the sky, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The more Song Qi thought about the idea of the item exchange shop, he felt that it had great potential. Soon, his eyes were determined, and he decided to try it next time he traded in the market. He was not the kind of person who was indecisive. But since this was his first attempt, he would not purchase too many rare items that could not be converted into shipboard parts. He mainly wanted to test the waters first, and buy 7 or 8 items to see the market. Before leaving the market, he took a look at the overall properties of the sky. After several large-scale enhancements, the sky had undergone great changes. Name: Sky. Model: Xinhua. Psionic airship. Level: LV10. Basic components: white Xinhua hull LV10, particle beam cannon LV20, Psionic Secondary Cannon LV-10, Golden Rock Hull Armor LV-10, Eye of Shadow Antimatter Hyperdrive LV-20, Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator LV-29, Sky Eye Patrol Radar LV-29, Psionic Training Room LV-088. Special Components: Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree LV-20, Brain Wave Remote Control System LV-20, Abnormal State Purifier LV-20, Purple River Jump Device LV-24 Psionic Pool, 30,000/30,000. Supplies: 20 strands of second-level floating land origin, 1026 strands of first-level floating land origin, 14 tons of mercury crystal, primary nutrient potion, clean water. Song-Chi was a little proud in his heart, or proud of himself. It has been less than 4 months since the awakening. Compared to this, 99% of the alumni of Jiang Yuan's first Xinhua Academy are still in the stage of psionic shuttle. And he himself has not only upgraded from colorless Xinhua seeds to white, but also the strengthening level of each component on the airship is frighteningly high. Most of the components have been strengthened to level 20. For a Xinhua captain who has awakened for less than half a year, this is definitely an unimaginable speed, and it also requires unimaginable resources. Not only that, the quality of the components currently installed on the Sky is 1 orange, 2 purple, 4 blue. This configuration is probably far inferior to those first-level Xinhua captains, who have awakened for more than 100 years, or even second-level Xinhua captains. In this case, how could Song-Chi not be a little proud? But this kind of pride did not last long. Sometimes a little pride is also a way to encourage oneself and cultivate one's self-confidence. But if it really turns into complacency, then the nature is completely different. Song-Chi will naturally not allow this to happen. After leaving the market, parents still had not returned. Song-Chi left a note on the table, explaining that he needed to go out for a few days. After leaving home, the Sky was summoned out immediately. The superpower provided by the Shadow Antimatter Hyper Engine made the airship soar into the sky at a high speed, and soon disappeared in the clouds above. Under Song-Chi's control, the Sky did not go to other cities in the White Tower floating land, but rushed straight to the sky. That's right. This time his destination was not any city in the White Tower floating land, but was preparing to go to other floating lands in the Principality. Above the White Tower floating land, the Sky, which had broken out of the floating land's gravitational circle, stopped. The airship body wrapped in the dark energy shield was quietly suspended. The silver-white hull armor, with a faint golden color, and the streamlined hull made the Sky look quite cool. Inside the boat, Song-Chi focused his mind and connected to the White Tower land again. The Zai jump device components have been upgraded to level 20. But he still lacks a star map. Although there are star maps in the White Tower floating land civilian network, they are all old versions from many years ago. Over the years, the surrounding star fields have changed a lot. So for safety, he still has to get the latest star map. Fortunately, star maps are very common. After all, many Xinhua captains travel back and forth between the surrounding floating lands every day, and star maps are basically updated in real time. However, it only covers the surrounding area of hundreds of light years. If you want a star map with a larger range, you still have to spend extra money to buy it. From a popular post on the Xinhua network, Song-Chi downloaded a real-time star map with the highest number of likes. The range of this star map is only about 80 light years, but it is said that it was just updated a while ago and has a very high accuracy rate. In the sky, Song-Chi, who had exited the Xinhua network, stared at the projection of the star map in front of him, and quickly planned a plan of action in his mind. There are 4 floating lands in the star sea recorded on this star map. Except for the White Tower floating land, the other 3 are Chaos Star floating land, Guangyuan floating land, and Golden Shark 023 floating land. Among them, Chaos Star floating land is a floating land on the edge of the Chaos Star domain. It is in chaos, murders, and arson, and robbery, and killing by alien civilization creatures are common. Song-Chi first excluded this floating land. Guangyuan and Golden Shark 023 are the same as the White Tower floating land. Both belong to the floating lands in the Star Sea under the jurisdiction of the Golden Shark Star domain of the Morning Star Principality. And both are level 1 floating lands. Among them, Guangyuan floating land is also a life-type floating land, and its population is even higher than Baida floating land, close to 200 million, while Jinsha 023 is a resource-type floating land, but after nearly 1,000 years of mining, the resources on this floating land are now almost exhausted. Based on this situation, Song Chi finally set his goal on Guangyuan floating land. The population on this floating land is close to 200 million. It is conceivable that there will be more Xinhua captains gathered on the floating land, so that various rare resources and the probability of star sea wonders appearing will naturally be greater. Having made up his mind, he scanned the information of Guangyuan floating land again. This floating land is about 60 light years away from Beta floating land. If the current Xi jump device is used to travel, it will probably take tomorrow to arrive. The maximum jump distance of the LD-20 Xi jump device is only 40 light years, and it will take 2 jumps, and it will take 12 hours of buffer time. Buzz! The roar of the engine at the tail of the airship sounded again. The Xi jump device, which had been charged for a while, officially completed the jump charging. At the moment of charging, a violent space fluctuation suddenly came from the front of the skyship. Looking up, a vortex of tens of meters in diameter quietly appeared in front. The next second, the skyship directly sank into the vortex of the void. The dizziness during the jump was much weaker than that of the ultra-long-range Star Sea delivery. After all, it was only tens of light years. The ultra-long-range Star Sea delivery was tens of millions of light years at the beginning. The two are incomparable. In addition, Song Chi had just broken through to the level 8 of the guidance technique, so this space jump did not have much impact on him. I don't know how long it took. When the sky was out of the space jump state, Song Chi found that the sky had appeared in an unfamiliar star field. Looking at the star map in front of him, as expected, the sky appeared precisely at the scheduled space jump landing point. This star field was only 20 light years away from the Guangyuan floating land. Next, he had to wait for the Xi jump device to buffer for 12 hours. Song Chi naturally would not sit on the sky, and directly put the airship into the Xinhua Zuqiu, and then entered the Zutian market. Unfortunately, after strengthening the brainwave remote control system components to level 20, he deliberately tested it several times and found that after entering the Zutian market, he still could not sense the Fire Sunflower Soldier terracotta warriors that stayed in the outside world and marked with brainwave beacons. Otherwise, he would not have to take back the sky, nor would he have to summon the sky again when leaving the market later, exposing himself to the starry sky, increasing the danger, even if it was only for a moment. Chapter 90 Floating Land Fortress. But there was nothing that could be done about it. Although the quality of the brainwave remote control system was as high as purple, the quality and status of the Zutian market, the market's secret realm, was obviously higher, so it was normal to restrict the brainwave remote control system. Zutian market, basic market configuration. Inn. Song Chi stepped onto the second floor of the inn. He had upgraded the market to level 11 before, and he had not yet visited the second floor of the inn. Looking along the corridor on the second floor, Song Chi's mouth slightly raised, just as he had expected before. After the market was upgraded to level 11, another guest room was opened on the second floor. In other words, in addition to the market guest order issued to the Centaur, he now had another guest order in his hand. Even if he discovered another alien race with great profit potential in the future, he would not have to worry about missing it. After confirming this, Song Chi, who was relieved, habitually entered the almighty training room and began a new round of guiding technique training. The next day, after the buffer time of the Xi jump device was over, this component was activated again at the first time. After half an hour of charging time, the sky launched a space jump again and disappeared in this quiet star field. Golden Shark Star Region, Lizhe Star Region, Guangyuan Floating Land. As one of the few life-type floating lands in the Lizhe Star Region, Guangyuan Floating Land has been one of the top 3 floating lands in the Lizhe Star Region since it was developed by the Golden Shark military 1,300 years ago. Guangyuan Floating Land is more than 6,000 kilometers long from east to west and more than 4,000 kilometers wide from north to south. The floating land has dense vegetation and a variety of biological resources. It is a typical level 1 life floating land. Looking from afar at the sea of stars, this floating land covered with green is even more beautiful. But the huge and majestic ring-shaped space fortress suspended above the floating land completely destroys this beauty. It was a floating fortress fixed above the floating land, with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. Neatly arranged docking stations for flying ships, fortress rail guns with a terrifying diameter, and fortress nuclear shields that could be activated within 10 minutes when running at full power. All of this was telling us that this fortress was once a terrifying war monster. The first time he saw this amazing space fortress, Even though he had seen its full map on the internet before, and was mentally prepared, Song Chi was still greatly shocked. This level of creation was definitely a masterpiece of God. It is said that this floating land fortress was built by the Golden Shark Army more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, Guangyuan floating land was just opened up, and the White Tower floating land still belonged to the Chaos Star region. Because of the sudden attack of the Golden Shark Army of the Morning Star Principality on Guangyuan floating land, there were occasional frictions between the two sides. For this reason, this floating land fortress was born. After the construction of this fortress, and the Golden Shark Second Fleet stationed in the fortress, it formed a great deterrent to the Chaos Star region, ensuring the stability of Guangyuan floating land for the next 200 years. Now, this fortress has been abandoned for hundreds of years, and the Golden Shark military has already transferred the Second Fleet to other star regions. Because it was built on the floating land itself, it cannot be moved, so it cannot leave with the Second Fleet. Now this fortress has been taken over by the Guangyuan Floating Land Patrol Fleet, except for a small part of the core area that still retains the defense structure. Most of the other areas of the fortress have been transformed into various places for communication, entertainment, and transactions. In addition to receiving all Xinhua captains, even ordinary citizens on the floating land below, as long as they are willing to spend money, can also come to this fortress to visit and even participate in various entertainment activities. Under the guidance of a patrol dock manager, Song Chi controlled the sky to stop at an empty dock. The hatch opened, and a figure in a cloak and robe walked out of the sky, heading towards the fortress's shop area. As soon as he arrived at the star field around Guangyuan floating land, he logged into the Xinhua network to learn about it. Of course, the area he was in was around Guangyuan floating land, and the local area network he was connected to was naturally the Guangyuan Ring local area network, not the White Tower local area network. He learned a lot in the Guangyuan land. He knew that this fortress was not only a place for offline communication between the captains of the Xinhua, but also a shipping point for the goods in the Xinhua online mall. So there were many shops here. To put it simply, the goods in the Guangyuan land were available in the fortress, and the goods that were not available in the Guangyuan land might also be available in the fortress. In the fortress shop area, Song Chi just walked into a shop, and the shop owner came to greet him immediately. "Hello, sir. What can I do for you?" After he finished speaking, a light curtain was projected outside the cloak coat, and there was a line of words on the light curtain. Strange things that cannot be converted into shipborne parts. The store manager was obviously a little confused. After doing business for so many years, he had seen many strange people, but this was the first time he had seen such a person. He was standing right in front of him, but he insisted on typing on the communication screen. He could just type. Maybe there was something wrong with his throat. But why did you come to the Xinhua store to ask about strange things that could not be converted into Xinhua parts? Just when he thought Song Chi was just here to make fun of him, and was about to scold him, the communication screen in front of the cloaked figure changed again. In addition to the rare items that cannot be converted into ship parts, I also need a secondary gun for group attack. A main gun is also okay, but the quality must be high. Seeing this message, the store manager resisted the reprimand that was about to come out, and changed his voice, saying softly, "High-quality shipborne main guns or secondary guns, or group attack types, are not available in my small shop, but I do know where they may be available, including the rare items that you mentioned that cannot be converted into shipborne parts." After saying this, the store manager paused, and then whispered, "When you go there later, remember to say that I introduced you." In the shop area, Song Chi was looking around, looking for the Morning Star multifunctional shop mentioned by the store manager. After turning a corner and walking deeper into the alley, Song Chi finally found the so-called Morning Star multifunctional store in a rather remote corner. With such a remote location, how can there really be good things in the store? Is it a scam? Song Chi muttered in his heart, with doubt in his eyes. Which famous store would be opened in such a remote corner? However, although he was full of doubts, he still stepped into the Morning Star multifunctional store with the idea that he was already here. The shop looks quite simple on the outside, but it is refreshing when you enter the shop. The shelves in the shop are arranged very neatly, and all the goods are placed in different areas according to different categories. At first glance, it gives people a very clean and tidy feeling, which makes people feel very comfortable. In addition, the types of items in this shop are indeed worthy of the word multifunctional. Not only are there exoskeleton armor, energy pulse guns, mining ship parts and other mechanical creations, but also gene optimization potions, elementary and intermediate body building potions, nutritional potions, etc. In addition to various weapons and equipment, flying car batteries, made such as cat women and fox women for sale, etc. The most important thing is that it also has a special area for Star Sea Wonders and shipborne parts. Just by taking a glance from a distance, Song-Chi can see more than dozens of wonders and shipborne parts in these two areas. At this point, Song-Chi has put away the disapproval in his heart. Obviously, the boss behind this Morningstar multifunctional shop is definitely not simple. Dozens of Star Sea Wonders, and some of them seem to be purple quality. What does this mean? It means that there is an extremely terrifying capital chain behind this shop. Otherwise, it is impossible for it to stock such valuable goods in the shop. You know, even without counting the other things. The total value of the dozens of rare items alone is close to more than 1 million strands of zero-level floating land essence. If you add the other goods in the store, a rough calculation shows that the total value of the goods in this Morningstar multifunctional store is probably as high as millions of zero-level floating land essence. Or even more. Thinking of this, Song-Chi couldn't help but take a breath. After the previous market transaction was completed, he made a profit of more than 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence at one time, which made him feel a little proud. But this scene, it directly disturbed the self-satisfaction in his heart, made him realize what it meant to be a crouching tiger, a hidden dragon, and compared with the boss behind the Morningstar multifunctional store, his little wealth was far inferior. Just when he was thinking about it, a lazy and soft voice came from behind the counter of the store. Another person is coming, who introduced you. Song-Chi turned his head and saw that behind the counter, a tall figure wearing a black velvet dress and a bun on the back of her head appeared at some point. The figure's eyes were half closed at this moment, and her white arms were raised high, stretching lazily. This was also the reason why her voluptuous figure wrapped in a golden velvet dress was fully displayed. Far away at the dock of the fortress, on the sky, Song-Chi's eyes subconsciously tilted, and two words popped out in his heart. Fairy! At the same time, the cloaked figure in the Morningstar multi-purpose store also turned around and moved his sight away. That's right. This figure wrapped in a black cloak robe was not Song-Chi himself, but a combat robot controlled by a brain-wave remote control system. After all, this was his first time in the floating fortress, so it was always better to be cautious. In the short time he turned around, the beautiful woman behind the counter slowly lowered her jade-like arms, and a strange look flashed in her exquisite eyes. Song-Chi didn't care about that. He used his brainwaves to control the combat robot under the black cloak to activate the communication bracelet again. At the same time, a projection screen appeared. The owner of the oak shop introduced me here. May I ask if you have any strange items that cannot be converted into shipborne parts, as well as shipborne main guns or secondary guns with group attack attributes? The quality should be higher. The sound of high heels hitting the ground sounded, and the woman walked out from behind the counter. It was not until this time that Song-Chi realized that the woman was wearing a pair of exquisite red high heels. However, Song-Chi was not a novice after 2 lives, and his basic concentration was still there. He quickly raised his eyes again and fell on the woman's face. Seeing Song-Chi looking at her, the woman pondered for a while, and then her green jade finger pointed at the strange objects and shipborne parts area. You can go and have a look yourself. There are few strange objects that cannot be converted into shipborne parts. Generally, there are very few stores, but that does not include mine. You have come to the right place. After saying that, she returned to the back of the counter by herself, without any intention of leading Song-Chi or introducing him. Song-Chi felt a little strange about this, but then he thought of the value of the goods in the shop. If this woman was really the owner of the shop, it would be normal for her to behave like this with the money she had. Song-Chi came to the strange items area and the shipborne parts area and looked at them carefully. He had not seen all of these 2 areas from a distance before. Now that he looked closer, Song-Chi realized that his previous judgment was still a bit conservative. There were more than 60 strange items and shipborne parts in the 2 areas, most of which could not be converted into shipborne parts. As many as 40, and only a little over 20 shipborne parts. Among the 40 items, there are 4 purple ones, more than 10 blue ones, 1 purple one, 4 blue ones, and the rest are white ones. Song Chi first focused on the shipborne parts area. After a careful inspection, he frowned. Among the more than 20 shipborne parts in front of him, there are only 4 shipborne main guns and secondary guns, one of which is a blue-quality main gun, whose properties are not as good as the particle beam gun on the sky. At least it has no additional characteristics. Not to mention the 3 white ones, which were completely inadequate for Song Chi's needs. In this regard, Song Chi could only control the combat robot to go to the rare items area. His eyes swept all the way, and there were quite a few with good properties this time. Rare item, Cold Abyss Cold Wind Spirit. Quality, purple. Evolvable, Cold Wind Totem. Note, a wisp of wind spirit bred in the extremely cold abyss for 10,000 years, has a special use. Rare item, 9 Sky Cloud Essence. Quality, purple. Evolvable, none. Note, 9 Sky Cloud Essence bred at the top of the 9 sky on the Jian continent. Maybe the native creatures of the Jian continent know how to use it. Rare item, crystal. Quality, blue. Evolvable, none. Note, a thing bred in the core of an asteroid that has existed for nearly 10,000 years. Very few creatures can use it. Each of these strange objects has a detailed introduction. Most of them have no form that can be evolved. Even for the small part that can be evolved, the items they evolve into are not shipborne parts, but forms that have never been heard of in the human civilization. There is no way to use them. For this reason, the value of this kind of rare items is greatly reduced compared to those shipborne parts of the same level. For example, if the 4 purple quality rare items were normal rare items that could be transformed into shipborne parts, the price of each of them would be at least 80,000 to 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin. But at the moment, their prices are all 40,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin, which is half the value of normal rare items of the same quality. As for why this shop keeps so many rare items that cannot be transformed into shipborne parts, instead of selling them outside the Xinhua human civilization area, Guangyuan floating land is not far from the nearby Chaos Star field, so it should be very convenient. Song Chi also had a guess about this. If it is not unexpected, the owner behind this Morning Star multifunctional shop must have tried it. But it is likely that the Chaos Star field is too chaotic, and with the power behind this shop, it is difficult to guarantee that the transaction is foolproof. Chapter 91 Morning Star Research Institute Phantom Butterfly Class UV. The reason why the Chaos Star domain is named with the word chaos, is it just because of the rampant pirates? Of course not. There are dozens of civilizations in this star domain, and hundreds of races. There are even several medium-sized civilizations behind them to fuel the flames, in order to limit the expansion of Xinhua human civilization to the greatest extent. Because of this, the degree of chaos and bloodiness in it is far beyond imagination. Let alone a small multifunctional store, when facing this chaotic star domain, even the entire Morning Star Principality feels like a thorn in the back all the time, and can only dispatch the entire Golden Shark army to carry out strict defense for 100 years. Even so, even the fleet of the Golden Shark army can't say that it can definitely maintain absolute safety in this chaotic star field, let alone the Xinhua warship under a shop. Dispelling all these thoughts, Song Chi refocused his attention. No matter what the truth is, it has little to do with him. What he has to do now is to get a high-quality shipborne main gun or secondary gun component as soon as possible, and explore the 3rd floor of the Nabu Luo civilization ruins as soon as possible. There are purple quality rare items on the 2nd floor, and the things on the 3rd floor of the ruins will only be more precious, and they must be obtained as soon as possible. All the way back to the counter, without holding anything in his hands, Song Chi controlled the combat robot and continued to use the communication screen to ask the half-closed eye woman behind the counter, "Boss, are there any other shipborne parts? What I need is high-quality shipborne weapons with group attack attributes. Main guns, secondary guns, and if there are really none, external launch device parts will also be fine." The woman glanced casually, and finally said impatiently, "It's all there. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Don't disturb me from my beauty sleep." In the distance, a flying ship was docked at the dock. Song Chi's mouth twitched, and he wanted to retort, "Is this how you do business?" But thinking about the terrifying wealth that the other party might have, he finally chose to remain silent. "No wonder there's no one in this store," Song Chi complained secretly, and then said, "How often do you restock your store?" This woman's identity is obviously not simple. although he did not sense any blood fluctuations from her, but his intuition told Song-chi that she could not be an ordinary person who had not practiced the guiding technique. After excluding the option of ordinary people, there was only one possibility left. The level of the other party's guiding technique had exceeded the range that he could perceive at the current level 8. At least a third-level guidance technique. And it's not the beginners. LV33 or above. Thinking of this, Song-chi's heart trembled. Even if his real body was more than 1,000 meters away from him, he still didn't feel too safe. A third-level Shinhwa captain. A Shinhwa captain of this level must have a powerful trump card of his own. If there is a space blockade, even if it is 1,000 meters away, it will be difficult to control the sky to escape. Half a year. But it's not far from the next replenishment. Come back in 2 months. And you may have the group attack main gun you want by then. The woman naturally didn't know what Song-chi was thinking 1,000 meters away. And she didn't think much about it. And replied casually. Song-chi nodded secretly. If the stock can be replenished within more than a month, then it can still be in time. According to the previous arrangement of my father and grandfather, they can stay in Baitafulu for more than 2 months. Which is just the right time. After confirming this, Song-chi changed the subject and asked another question. Boss, in addition to the Bumblebee class, are there any other types of drones with stealth performance, endurance, and low noise? After saying that, Song-chi's brain waves attached to the combat robot gathered on the woman behind the counter. And he was looking forward to the woman's answer. Although the Bumblebee-class drone is the most widely used drone in interstellar exploration, and its performance is indeed good, it focuses on endurance and protection. In order to open up a sufficiently safe route for a Shinhwa warship in interstellar exploration, so that it will not be directly scrapped if it goes a little further and has a few bumps. However, this drone is very large, and has no advantage in stealth. In addition, it makes a lot of noise when working. The reason why Song-chi bought a new drone is to use it when he goes to the Bloodblade Star Pirates base later. After the brainwave remote control system parts are strengthened to level 20. The remote control distance has reached a terrifying 1 light-year. With such a powerful effect, he naturally has to use it. If it is controlled by brain waves, not only does it not need to worry about being exposed, but it can also conduct a round of real-time monitoring of the Bloodblade Pirates base for more than 10 hours every 4 hours. Ensuring that most of the other party's movements are known. It is so convenient. Of course, the prerequisite is that the remote-controlled drone will not be discovered by the Bloodblade Pirates. So at this moment, Song-chi's first choice is a drone with strong stealth performance. And of course, he cannot choose a Bumblebee-class drone. Drone? The woman seemed to have some interest. She opened her half-closed eyes and stared at the cloak robe on the surface of the combat robot for a while. And then said, I really have a top-of-the-line drone. But it's not cheap. As she said that, she leaned sideways and fumbled under the counter for a while. After a few seconds, a palm-sized, butterfly-style small drone appeared in front of Song-chi. While Song-chi was taking the drone and looking at it, the woman introduced, this is the latest mini Phantom butterfly drone produced by the Principality Research Institute. It is equipped with the latest Dawn 3 energy battery, has strong endurance, very low noise, and the surface of the fuselage is also coated with a stealth coating. With its compact body, its stealth performance is absolutely amazing. After looking at it for a while, Song-chi asked for a trial use, and the woman did not refuse. The two walked all the way to the street outside the store and began to test fly this so-called latest Phantom butterfly drone. 10 minutes later, Song-chi landed the drone with satisfaction. The woman did not exaggerate. The performance of this magic butterfly drone was indeed excellent, and it almost perfectly met his requirements. What's the specific price? If it's suitable, I'll take it. She didn't say it firmly. Given the wealth of this woman, she said it was not cheap before, then the price of this magic butterfly drone might be really scary. If it was really too expensive, Song-chi would not buy it, even if he was satisfied with this magic butterfly drone in his heart. 500 strands of first-order floating land essence. Song-chi was shocked when he heard the offer. 500 strands of first-order floating land essence, which means more than 5,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence. This price is enough to buy 2 white wonders. For a consumable drone, it is too expensive. You have to know that a Bumblebee-class drone has only dozens of strands of zero-order floating land essence. Even a first-order combat robot has only 100 strands. This is directly 100 times more expensive, which Song-chi cannot accept at all. Seeing Song Chi handing the drone back without any hesitation, as if he was afraid of bumping it in his hand, the woman's eyes flashed with a slight smile, and then she said, "If you are so kind, I have a compromise. If you agree, I can give you a 10% discount." Hearing this, Song Chi, who was thousands of meters away, was not happy at first, but alert. He didn't believe in good things that fell from the sky. If they gave him a 10% discount for no reason, the other party must have some ulterior motives. Did he want to pierce my waist? I didn't leave in a hurry. With the Zutian market, I could hide in the market at any time. Even if the person in front of me was most likely a person with a guiding skill of level 30 or above, he was more than 1,000 meters away from him, so the basic reaction time was enough. What can I do? The woman didn't answer him. She glanced at the cloak and robe worn by the combat robot again, and then suddenly said, "Second-hand military combat robot, is this a special remote control method?" As she said that, without waiting for Song Chi to speak, she continued, "Can you reveal the approximate control range?" Obviously, the woman in front of him had already seen through the identity of the combat robot under the cloak and robe. In this regard, Song Chi showed a little strangeness at the beginning, but in fact, he was not too surprised in his heart. After all, it was very likely that he was a third-level Xinhua captain. It was not surprising that he could see the identity of the combat robot at close range. Song Chi was puzzled about the other party's purpose. Since he had already seen through that he was not the real body, why did he suddenly say it now? Is it related to the 10% discount mentioned before? In doubt, the woman quickly gave an answer. "I have an action mission later, which will require remote control. If you are willing, before the action begins, I will find a chance to deliver this Huandia drone to you at a 10% discount." The woman's crystal eyes were moving quickly, with a faint expectation in her eyes, and her delicate face, which made people instinctively feel reluctant to refuse. However, Song Chi did not fall for it. With 2 lives under his belt, he immediately collected the brainwave beacon attached to the combat robot, and did not pay attention to the changes in the expression of the woman in the black velvet dress beside him. Then, under the woman's dim gaze, he quickly turned back to the special area for rare items. A few minutes later, the combat robot wearing a cloak and robe walked out of the Morning Star multifunctional store again. In the backpack behind it, there were 10 more rare items. Among them, there were 3 blue rare items and 7 white ones, which cost a total of 30,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin. Song Chi was going to use these 10 rare items to try out his previous idea of a rare item exchange shop. As for the woman's invitation to action, he naturally rejected it without hesitation. Just kidding. A third-level guiding technique, which means that he must have a cruiser-class Xinhua warship under his command. Acting with such a being, it would be like courting death. Don't be fooled by the other party's stunning appearance, with her extreme temptation in every frown and smile. But the ancestors of the Chinese people in the previous life said it well. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. Face is the most deceptive thing. You can never do something based on your senses. Don't think that the other party is inviting you in a soft voice now. But once the day of action comes, under the eyes of the cruiser under the command of the other party, you will be at the mercy of others. Your life or death will depend on the other party's words. In the fortress ship docking area, the combat robot came quickly and boarded the sky. In the sky, Song Chi was on pins and needles. When he thought that there might be a third-level Xinhua captain secretly paying attention to him, he wanted to leave this interstellar fortress immediately. Fortunately, he was cautious enough. When he was controlling the battle robot to leave the sky, he waited for the Purple River jump device to complete a new round of buffering. Now that the battle robot was back on the airship, the sky could start the engine and leave. However, when the battle robot boarded the sky, Song Chi did not start the sky immediately, but turned his attention to the abnormal state purifier. If the woman in the Morning Star multi-purpose store really had bad intentions, then for the sake of safety, she would probably leave a tracking signal on the battle robot without anyone noticing. And the abnormal state purifier was the most sensitive component to this kind of signal. So Song Chi paid special attention to it. The abnormal state purifier had just been upgraded to the 2nd level, and it was only of blue quality. It might not be able to purify the tracking mark left by a 3rd-level Xinhua captain, but it would certainly give a warning, which was what Song Chi needed. If the other party really left a tracking mark on the combat robot, he would throw the combat robot off the sky without hesitation, and then run away as soon as possible. After dozens of seconds, Song Chi breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed to have thought too much. The other party did not leave any mark on the combat robot, and the purification aura attached to the abnormal state purifier did not produce the slightest reaction. However, with the idea of being cautious, he still controlled the sky to soar into the sky, and disappeared in the starry sky near Guangyuan floating land in an instant. Not long after the sky left, a tall figure walked out of a corner of the fortress flying ship docking area. If Song-Chi was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the owner of the Morning Star shop before. The woman looked at the direction where the sky left, and her moist red lips opened and closed gently. It can ignore the purple quality ultrasonic shielding device on my warship. The quality of the remote control component on the warship is probably not low. In addition, the dark energy shield is not like an ordinary energy shield. At least it is purple quality. It seems that there is another interesting little guy in this border star field. White Tower floating land. In the empty starry sky outside the floating land, a psionic airship wrapped in a pale golden armor layer was quietly floating in the starry sky. This psionic airship was the sky. It had been more than 20 days since returning from the Guangyuan floating land. Today was the day when the alien starfield delivery function of the sky was rebuffered. With the activation of the alien starfield delivery function, the familiar feeling of weightlessness came over me. After a while, after the violent space fluctuations, the sky completely disappeared in this empty star field. Chapter 92, The Battlefield of Xingyu Civilization. Boom! The Song-Chi appeared from the space vortex. Before Song-Chi could recover from the strong sense of weightlessness, he heard a series of sharp roars. Along with it, there was also a violent tremor of the Song-Chi. Ding dee, the hull armor was damaged by 2%. Please repair it in time. Ding dee, the hull armor was damaged by 4%. Please pay attention to repair it in time. Ding dee, the hull armor was damaged by 6%. The hull was damaged by 1%. Please repair it as soon as possible. There was no time to wait for the body to recover on its own. Song-Chi bit his teeth fiercely. The stinging sensation made his mind clear instantly, and also made him quickly understand the current situation of the Song-Chi. Looking along the projection screen in front, densely packed interstellar warships of strange shapes were fighting frantically, and the sky was almost lit up by the artillery fire. In this starry battlefield with more than 5 digits of warships, the appearance of the sky did not cause much ripples, but the artillery fire that did not distinguish between enemies and friends was unavoidable. It has only been a few seconds since the sky was deployed, and the ship has been visited by several rounds of scattered artillery fire. What luck! Last time it was just deployed in the Star Sea Void Zone. This time it is another starry battlefield, and it is in the center of the battlefield. There is no way to get out in a short time. Thinking, Song-Chi cursed inwardly, complaining about his somewhat speechless luck, and at the same time, he could only hope that the dark matter energy shield generator activated at the first time could be recharged as soon as possible. Although the battlefield is not small, most of them are 0-level and 1st-level interstellar warships. There are not many 2nd-level warships. As long as the LV-29 dark matter energy shield is activated, there is no need to worry about the safety of the sky. However, it takes 30 seconds to charge the dark matter energy shield generator. During this half-minute, Song-Chi can only manually control the sky to dodge. At this time, I don't know if there are warships in this battlefield that have discovered the outsider sky. Anyway, a 2nd-level attack just landed on the left side of the sky. In an instant, the red light flashed inside the airship, and the emergency warning sound kept echoing. Ding ding, 42% of the ship's armor was damaged, 28% of the ship's hull was damaged, the airship was seriously damaged. Please repair it as soon as possible. This attack directly destroyed nearly 1/3 of the ship's armor, and the damage to the ship itself was more than 1/4, which suddenly made the situation of the sky extremely dangerous. Seeing this, Song-Chi's mind was divided into 2 parts. One part was still controlling the airship to dodge, and the other part hurriedly ordered the semi-automatic shipborne intelligence on the sky to activate the Nano-Robot Repair Kit. Although the effect of this repair kit is limited, there are no parts for repairing the hull on the sky at the moment, so it can only rely on this to carry out basic repairs. With the activation of the Nano-Robot Repair Kit, the damage to the hull armor and the hull of the skyship recovered to a certain extent, but soon fell again. Even though he tried his best to control the skyship to dodge, it was now in an interstellar battlefield, covered by artillery fire on all sides. How could it be so easy to dodge? Time passed slowly, and soon another 10 seconds passed. There were only 10 seconds left before the dark matter energy shield generator was fully activated. However, at this time, the ship trembled again, followed by a rapid warning sound. Ding ding ding, hull armor damage 57%, hull damage 40%. Please repair as soon as possible. In just 20 seconds, the damage to the hull armor of the skyship was close to 60%. While Song-Chi frowned, he was secretly sighing at a sentence he had often heard in textbooks. Every interstellar war is a huge meat grinder. At this moment, he deeply understood the essence of this sentence. At the same time, the idea of getting a high-quality hull armor component in his mind was raised several levels. The Jinyan hull armor currently installed on the Sky is only of white quality, so he has never strengthened it. It is still level 10. If it was replaced with a blue quality hull armor, it would have been strengthened to level 20 or above, and there would not be such an emergency situation. Huh? Exhaling, Song-Chi eliminated all the thoughts in his mind. In just 1/10 second, his mind was highly concentrated. With his mind running at a high speed, his mind became extremely clear. If there were outsiders who knew about it, they would recognize that his current state was exactly the limit-breaking state. At this moment, the mental power that could only support 2 things at once easily allowed him to enter a state of 3 things at once. In this state, Song-Chi could not only dodge various incoming artillery fire with greater ease, but also control the main guns and secondary guns on the Sky to counterattack. The main gun muzzle at the bow of the ship fired a particle beam with a diameter of tens of centimeters. In the direction of the beam, several strange starships were immediately pierced. In front of the second-level blue-quality main guns, these alien starships were pitifully fragile. At the same time, the Sky also received a notification that dozens of wisps of zero-order floating land origin had been collected. Although the particle beam cannon's attack only destroyed a few alien starships, each starship was not the only alien creature on board. Destroying a first-order starship usually collected about 10 wisps of zero-order floating land origin. Song-Chi's eyes lit up. This was much more than he expected. If you calculate it this way, the interstellar battlefield in front of him is a good place to harvest floating land origin. After all, according to his rough estimate from the Sky Eye Patrol radar, there are more than 20,000 alien starships in this battlefield. And there are also thousands of first-order starships. Of course, although he was excited, the most important thing at the moment was to hold on until the dark matter energy shield generator was fully activated. Boom! The main guns and secondary guns were firing continuously, and the floating land origin on the Sky was also accumulating rapidly. With 3 things in one mind, the speed of damage to the Sky's hull itself was greatly reduced. Finally, after narrowly avoiding a round of artillery fire, the dark energy shield finally covered the entire surface armor of the Sky. With the full activation of the dark matter energy shield generator, Song-Chi's operation became bolder. He no longer focused most of his attention on dodging, but instead controlled the main and secondary guns on the Sky to accurately attack the surrounding alien starships. The shield value of the dark matter energy shield is now as high as more than 300,000 points. And even the defense value is over 10,000. Even if it is hit head-on by a second-level alien starship, it will not cause much damage. As long as thousands of starships are not firing at the same time, the Sky will basically not be in great danger. Therefore, Song-Chi is not worried at all. Wandering all the way in this interstellar battlefield, seeing an area where first-level starships are gathered, the Sky immediately fired a shot. Before, he was a little worried that these unknown aliens would have other support. If a starship with an energy level higher than the second level appeared, the Sky would still be in danger of sinking. However, after collecting data from starships during this period of time, he no longer worries about these things. After this period of collection, he basically understands the situation of this alien civilization. This is a technological civilization called Xingyu civilization. The civilization has only developed for more than 2,000 years. It currently occupies only 5 life floating lands and more than 10 resource floating lands. The territory under its jurisdiction is only hundreds of light years, because it failed to master space gates, space jumps, and other technologies, and tragically did not discover wormholes and other interstellar channels. This Xingyu civilization was basically trapped in this small star field. For thousands of years, the resources of this star field have been basically exploited by them. Until now, this Xingyu civilization is just a second-level, low-level technological civilization. Perhaps it is precisely because there is no hope. Over time, this Xingyu civilization not only did not devote all its energy to studying space technology, but instead put all its energy into internal fighting. Look, the current battlefield in the starry sky is a war between 2 factions within the civilization. Song Chi felt a little sad about this. In his opinion, this Xinghua civilization is like a toad sitting in a well and looking at the sky. It ignores the vast star field around it and does not try its best to explore it. Instead, it curls up in a small well and lives in peace. But think from another angle, a civilization born in an isolated star field may not have the concept of space gates, space jumps in their minds. Since they don't even have this concept, how can they study or even break through this technology? Thinking of this, Song Chi couldn't help but feel fortunate that he was born in the powerful high-level star sea civilization of Xinhua humans. While wandering along the way, time passed quickly, and half an hour passed in a flash. At this time, a starship with a hull length of nearly a kilometer appeared in the direction of the sky. A nearly 100-meter-long crack was blasted on the right side of the starship, and the cannon at the bow was also emitting billowing smoke, which clearly showed that it had been through a fierce battle. Seeing this, Song Chi's eyes flickered, and soon turned into determination, and he controlled the sky to go straight forward. At the bow of the pale golden ship, the dazzling light was gathering at a very fast speed, and the particle beam cannon was charging with the dark matter energy shield generator, and the particle beam cannon that was also strengthened to the second level. Song Chi would naturally not miss this excellent opportunity. Although this star field is extremely remote, there are more than 20 floating landmasses in the star sea, and there must be star sea treasures among them. As the highest level starship of the Xinghua civilization, the probability of having star sea treasures on the second level starship is not low. Based on this speculation, Song Chi became more determined to sink the severely damaged second level starship. It seems that the engine of this starship was severely damaged in the previous battle. Facing the Sancheong with its main gun charged, it did not dodge. Boom! The hot particle beam shot out at high speed, directly heading for the Star Glory Civilization Level 2 starship in front of him. Just when Song Chi thought that the other party might have some tricks up their sleeves, this particle beam pierced straight through the starship in front of him. Yes, it pierced through the entire thing. Although the starship is of astonishing size, its length is nearly a kilometer, comparable to the cruiser among the Xinhua warships, but its armor defense, artillery power, cruising speed, radar accuracy, etc., are all far inferior to the cruiser. Not to mention the cruiser, even the frigate can crush it in all directions, and even a small number of psionic airships can do it. So, it is not that the bigger the size of a warship, the stronger its combat power. Only when the armor defense, the firepower, the speed, etc. are all improved can the advantage of size be brought into play. Otherwise, it is just a moving target. Song Chi was delighted, knowing that his guess should be correct. The engine of this starship should have been damaged in the previous battle, which made it unable to dodge the attack of the sky, while controlling the sky to wander around this second-level starship, waiting for the particle beam cannon to buffer. Song Chi controlled the secondary guns of the sky to continue to sweep. The sweeping area was mainly the secondary gun muzzle of this second-level starship. Its main gun muzzle had been damaged in the previous battle. It was these secondary guns that could pose a threat to the sky. Boom, buzz. As the secondary guns of the sky were sweeping, the aliens in this second-tier starship were not waiting foolishly. They also controlled the secondary guns of the starship to attack the sky. The second-tier secondary gun shells fell on the dark matter energy shield, causing ripples on the energy shield. But that was all. The orange quality and the dark matter energy shield generator that was strengthened to level 29 could not be shaken by the second-tier secondary guns of low-level technological civilization. Not long after, the particle beam cannon buffered, and when the charging time was over, another hot beam roared out and pierced the second-tier starship in front again. The area that was penetrated this time was the main control room of this starship. After this round of attack, the starship's secondary guns that were still attacking also stopped abruptly. It seemed that this round of attack by the particle beam cannon killed all the aliens in this second-level starship. Song Chi was not in a hurry at all. Although there were many starships from the Xinghua civilization rushing over, they were all zero-level and first-level starships, which could not threaten the sky at all. So he did not rush to summon the fire sunflower soldiers for boarding and landing, but bombarded again with the particle beam cannon for several rounds. After he was sure that most of the aliens on this second-tier starship were gone, he summoned 10 fire sunflower soldiers, put on second-hand military exoskeleton armor, and marked one of them with a brainwave beacon, and then opened the hatch of the sky. Led by the fire sunflower soldiers with the brainwave beacon, 10 fire sunflower soldiers wearing military exoskeleton armor, holding high-grade titanium alloy long swords and shields, rushed straight into the cabin of the starship in front. Seeing the 10 Fire Sunflower soldiers boarding the starship in front, Song-Chi immediately controlled the sky to distance itself from the second-tier starship. After all, it was a second-tier interstellar battleship, and it was hard to guarantee that it would not have any backup plans. In a cautious attitude, Song-Chi did not want to get too close to it. Anyway, the control distance of the brainwave remote control system is sufficient, and even if he has already exited the limit-breaking state, he can still control the 10 Fire Sunflower soldiers that have already rushed into the starship cabin while multitasking. Chapter 93 Xingye 004 Star Sea Floating Land. In the connection area between the starship cabin and the main control room, dozens of alien creatures with upright legs, big heads, and light feet have already formed a tight defense line. Song-Chi has never seen this kind of alien creature before, and there is no record of it in the Xinghai Civilization and Race Encyclopedia of Xinhua Civilization. However, after all, it is just a low-level technological civilization. Song-Chi naturally does not think that this kind of creature has any special abilities. Therefore, the 10 Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors armed to the teeth did not hesitate at all, holding high-grade titanium alloy battle shields in their left arms, and advanced quickly under the dense firepower. At first glance, the alien creatures in front of them were not known for their physical fitness, as long as they could withstand the firepower of the other party's hot weapons. Once they got close, the 10 Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors would turn into wolves rushing into the flock of sheep, and it would be a one-sided massacre. Ding ding ding. The artillery fire continued to pour on the titanium alloy shield, and the sparks flew. The entire starship cabin was also covered by the sharp sound of metal collision. However, this firepower network looked terrifying, but in fact it did not cause fatal damage to the Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors at all. The 10 Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors continued to advance forward. Although the titanium alloy shield is only a first-level combat tool, its hardness is close to that of the second level. When facing this dense firepower network, it is particularly strong. In addition, the Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors are now at the second level, and with their puppet bodies that are not afraid of pain. Even if sporadic artillery fire falls on them, it is difficult to have much impact on them. Because of these 2 points, the 10 Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors quickly rushed into the defense line set up by the aliens in front. Swish. As Song-Chi thought before, in order to support their huge heads, more than 90% of the nutrients these alien creatures take in are probably provided to the head, which also makes their bodies weak. Under the titanium alloyed long sword, the Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors can separate the heads of more than 4 aliens with almost every swing of the sword. In less than half a minute, dozens of aliens outside the main control room were cleared out. Don't be too simple. Without staying for long, under the command of Song-Chi's brainwave, the 10 Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors continued to advance quickly towards the main control room of the starship. The essence of a starship is naturally the main control room. If there are really strange things in it, they must be in the main control room. Because of this, Song-Chi did not waste a moment and rushed to the main control room with 10 Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors. Facing 10 Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors, who were like killing gods, the few remaining aliens in the starship chose to close the door of the main control room in a panic, hoping to delay the speed of the 10 Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors. However, in Song-Chi's view, this group of aliens was more like turtles that locked themselves in a jar, waiting for the Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors to catch them. The hot phantom energy flowed through the Fire Sunflower soldiers. The second-class puppet bodies gave them terrifying power. Under the wielding of terrifying force, the 10 silver titanium alloy long swords kept slashing at the metal door of the main control room. At first, the heavy metal door could still resist, but as the number of slashes increased, the advantages of the toughness and hardness of the titanium alloy were reflected. The metal door in front of them had gradually cracked, but the 10 high-grade titanium alloy long swords were still normal, and there was not even a trace of a gap on the blade. Crack, another round of chopping, the metal door could no longer hold on, and collapsed with a loud bang. At the same time, the appearance of the main control room behind the door also appeared in Song-Chi's eyes. It was not much different from the main control room of an ordinary interstellar battleship. Except for a dozen first and second level alien creatures, what attracted Song-Chi's attention the most was the fruit-like object floating in the air in the center of the main control desk. This pomegranate-like object, which exuded a blazing white light, was a white quality star sea wonder. Unfortunately, apart from this white object, There were no other Star Sea objects in the main control room, which disappointed Song Chi. For him now, white objects no longer had much appeal, but a blue object would be fine. After a brief disappointment, 10 Fire Sunflower soldiers entered one after another and began to clean up the aliens in the main control room. Even if he was not very interested, Song Chi would not be so generous as to ignore a white object. After all, it was thousands of strands of zero-level floating land origin. There were no surprises. Even though there were several second-level aliens in the main control room, they only took a little more effort in front of the fully armed Fire Sunflower soldiers. 10 minutes later, the aliens in the entire main control room were cleared out, in addition to the 4 first-level and dozens of zero-level floating land origins. Song Chi also got the White Star Sea Wonder as he wished. Wonderful item, 500 years healing tree fruit. Quality, white. Evolvable, 1 healing fruit. Note, a fruit produced by a special floating land plant. After years of nurturing, it turned into a White Star Sea Wonder, when the psionic energy in the body of the Fire Sunflower soldier eroded the fruit. Its properties after being transformed into a shipborne component also emerged. Healing fruit LV0. Quality, white. Consumption, 300/times psionic points effect. Repair 5% of damaged ship armor. Buffer, 24 age. Charging 20s. Upgrade required. 3 strands of floating land origin level 0, 300 psionic points. After reading the detailed attributes in front of him, Song Chi was slightly surprised. Originally, he did not take this white wonder to heart. Either he would sell it after it returned, or keep it for the subsequent wonderful item exchange shop. To replenish the supply, he never thought that the only rare item on this starship would be a repair item, which happened to be what the sky was currently lacking. Although the quality of this healing fruit was not high, it was much better than the nanorobot repair kit. At least it could be used repeatedly, and when the subsequent level was strengthened, its repair effect should also be greatly improved. In an instant, Song Chi was in a good mood. After commanding 10 Fire Sunflower soldiers to return to the sky, he did not forget to fire another main gun to completely destroy this second-level starship that was already on the verge of sinking. After obtaining another strand of the first-level floating land essence, he controlled the sky to continue wandering to other areas of the battlefield. After tasting the sweetness, Song Chi was no longer satisfied with the zero-level and first-level alien starships, but focused on the second-level alien starships. Every time he sank a second-level starship, he could not only obtain more than 10 strands of the first-level floating land essence, but also had a chance to obtain a Star Sea treasure, which greatly increased his interest. Time passed, and soon 7 hours had passed. During this period, Song Chi sank no less than 10 second-level alien starships, and obtained nearly 200 strands of the first-level floating land essence. But the bad news is that not every one of these more than 10 second-level alien starships has a Star Sea Wonder, including the healing fruit he got first. Song Chi only got 3 white wonders in total, excluding the healing fruit. The other 2 are the same Star Glory class main gun. The key is that both of them are main gun parts, not secondary guns, which Song Chi does not need at all. At the edge of the starry sky battlefield, after nearly 8 hours of wandering, before he knew it, the sky had arrived here from the center of the battlefield. In the airship control room, Song Chi rubbed his brows. After 8 hours of high concentration, coupled with the initial limit-breaking state, his mind was extremely tired at this moment. As his mind relaxed a little, his eyes kept moving, and he began to think about the subsequent action plan. There were 3 subsequent action plans he could choose at the moment. First, continue to stay in this battlefield to harvest starships and earn the origin of the floating land. Second, leave this interstellar battlefield, find an unmanned corner to enter the market, and then use the space anchor point characteristics of the market to go to the star field where the ruins of the Nebula civilization are located, and use the remaining 10 hours to try to break the space curtain of the second layer of the ruins. Third, it was also an episode that happened before. 1 hour after the sky arrived at the battlefield, the star map collector feature of the Sky Eye Patrol radar officially took effect, providing a detailed star map within a radius of nearly 3 light years. In this star map, there happened to be a life-type floating land of Xingyo's civilization. He could leave the battlefield first, and then use the Purple River jump device to go to that life-type floating land. For these 3 options, Song Chi carefully analyzed and compared them, and finally chose the third one. The reason is very simple. He ruled out the first and second options. The disadvantage of the first option is that after 8 hours of wandering and hunting by the sky, almost all the second-level starships in this battlefield have been sunk. As for the first-level starships, after such a long period of chaos, there are only less than 1,000 left. The rest are zero-level starships. In this way, even if Song-Chi later sinks all the alien starships in the battlefield, the floating land origin that can be harvested is at most 1,000 strands, and it is still the zero-level kind, which is not very meaningful. As for the second one, the weapon parts on the sky have not been replaced. Even if the space curtain of the second layer of the ruins is broken, it will not be able to deal with the tens of thousands of Zergs that may appear. And there is no chance to destroy the crystal box in the third layer of space and get the Star Sea treasure sealed in it. Compared with these two, a brand new life-type Star Sea floating land, even if the resources have been mined out, is far more attractive. Having made up his mind, Song-Chi no longer stopped and quickly controlled the sky to the periphery of the battle circle. According to the star map collected by the Sky Eye Patrol radar, the life-type floating land is more than 2 light-years away from the battlefield here. If you want to arrive quickly, you must perform a Star Sea jump. Each time the Star Sea jumps, the charging time required is not short, and it is very easy to be interrupted. So it is naturally impossible to carry out around this battle circle. A few minutes later, the Sky, which had already sailed a sufficient distance, stopped and began the formal charging of the Star Sea jump. During the charging period, Song-Chi kept looking at the several star maps floating in front of him. The one in the middle of these star maps was generated by the Sky Eye Patrol radar, and the other 3 were found by Song-Chi on the destroyed Star Yao civilization starships. The coverage of these 3 star maps is obviously larger than that generated by the Sky Eye Patrol radar, and basically covers all the star fields within hundreds of light years under the jurisdiction of the Star Yao civilization. What made Song-Chi even more envious was that all 3 star maps marked the existence of a 2-level floating land in the Star Sea, which fully proved that the Xingyo civilization had a 2-level life-type floating land, 2-level floating land in the Star Sea, and a life-type Star Sea wonder. Not only had a much larger floating land area than 1-level floating land, but also could carry more carbon-based life. Most importantly, it could stably produce 1-level floating land essence, and had a chance to produce 2-level floating land essence, which was far beyond the 1-level floating land, like the White Tower floating land. Unfortunately, each of the 3 star maps is very different, and the coordinates of the 2-level floating land on the 3 star maps are different. It is obvious that the aliens have deliberately tampered with it. This also makes Song-Chi's idea of directly jumping to the vicinity of this 2-level floating land go down the drain. Of course, he also thought of a way, such as searching for star maps that have not been tampered with on the 0-level and 1st-level Xingyaoan starships. Unfortunately, except for the 2nd-level starship, the star maps on other starships are partial, and the coordinates of each piece of Xinghai floating land are not marked on them at all. He even specially commanded the Fire Sunflower Warriors to capture several 2nd-level aliens, but they couldn't communicate in the same language, and even the Star Sea Universal Translator was useless. Forget it. It seems that we can only go to this floating land to have a look. With a sigh, Song-Chi deleted all 3 star maps, no longer bothered about it, and shifted all his attention to the star map generated by the Sky Eye Sky Patrol radar. At the moment, the only star map that can be seen and held in hand is the star map generated by this radar. As for the others, it can only depend on whether there are other opportunities in the future. However, Song-Chi felt that the chance was slim. After all, the Purple River jump device required a 12-hour buffer time each time it was used. By then, the sky would only have a few hours left to return. While waiting, the charging time of the Purple River jump device was approaching, when violent space fluctuations reverberated in this remote star field. The sky, which had been floating quietly for half an hour, suddenly disappeared and sank directly into the space vortex with a diameter of tens of meters in front. Xingyao 3rd Star District, Starsea Floating Land Number 004. As the home of the free faction of the Xingya civilization, the defense level of Starsea Floating Land Number 004 is extremely high. Not only is there a long-term garrison of the 2nd Free Fleet, but there is also a full-strength floating land defense team. Because of this, Starsea Floating Land Number 004 has not been attacked by hostile factions for more than 100 years. However, Today, the urgent alarm that enveloped the entire floating land broke the peace of these years. Outside the floating land, the Second Free Fleet, which had been peaceful for a long time, had not yet issued an alarm for the entire fleet. And the fleet had already been attacked fiercely. Under the blazing particle beam, several second-level starships docked outside the base were immediately pierced through. And there were casualties in the starship main control room. In the distance, the sky, which had reactivated the dark matter energy shield, appeared. Chapter 94 Plunder and Harvest. Facing these starships that had long lost their vigilance, Song-Chi was applauding the other party in his heart. This really saved him a lot of trouble. While controlling the sky to continuously attack the second-level starships, and trying to destroy the manpower of this fleet, Song-Chi did not forget to search for the logistics unit of the fleet base built on the small debris belt. Since he wanted to plunder resources, the primary target was naturally the logistics unit. After a while, he successfully found the location of the other party's logistics unit. Song-Chi first destroyed most of the manpower in this area with a main gun, and then he dropped 10 fire sunflower soldiers plus a military combat robot. The duration of the brainwave beacon activated before has not expired, and it can still be remotely controlled for now. It is not much different from the previous landing on the second-level starship, but the firepower faced is more amazing. 10 fire sunflower terracotta warriors and a combat robot successively faced hundreds of Xingyu civilization aliens holding hot weapons. Several strong charges failed to break into the opponent's defense line. In the end, the energy grenade prepared by Song-Chi in advance produced a miraculous effect. When the 10 fire sunflower terracotta warriors and the combat robot were completely close, the rest was just a one-sided massacre. After clearing out all the aliens in the logistics building, 10 fire sunflower terracotta warriors opened the door of the fleet logistics warehouse at the innermost side of the building. When they scanned the interior of the warehouse, even Song-Chi, who was far away on the sky, was slightly startled, and then he was overjoyed. The warehouse was very large, covering an area of thousands of square meters. Although most of the items piled up in it were special weapons and ammunition of the Xingyu civilization, there were also many good things. Among them, there were more than 10,000 strands of floating land origin alone, with as many as 1,000 strands of the first level, and tens of thousands of strands of the 0 level. In addition, there were various common mineral resources such as refined gold, mithril, and copper. In addition, there are several star sea artifacts, not to mention the 5 white ones. There are also 2 blue ones, and one can be transformed into a shipborne main gun. According to a rough estimate, the value of the resources in this warehouse will not be less than 80,000 strands of 0-level floating land origin. After thinking for a moment, Song-Chi did not stay in the outside world. Seeing an opportunity, he directly put away the sky, and he wore a set of military exoskeleton armor and rushed into the warehouse inside the logistics department. There are many kinds of mineral resources in the warehouse. If the fire sunflower terracotta warriors and combat robots are used to move them, it is unknown how long it will take. The sky must be used as a transit point, so that these materials can be collected in the market of the heavens as quickly as possible. As for why they are so anxious, just kidding, this is the base of a giant faction in a second-level technological civilization. The reason why the sky can rush into the opponent's fleet base so easily is that the opponent has not suffered such an emergency for many years, but this situation will not last long. When the opponent comes to his senses, when thousands and tens of thousands of starships surround and gather, under the concentrated fire of countless starship main guns, even the dark matter energy shield generator will not be enough to ensure the absolute safety of the sky. After all, this Xingyu civilization is a second-level technological civilization, and the sky is strictly speaking just a first-level interstellar battleship. So how can it be truly unscrupulous? Fortunately, the space in this logistics warehouse is large enough to summon the sky in the warehouse. With the appearance of the sky, 10 fire sunflower soldiers and a combat robot began to quickly move various resources in the warehouse. Song-Chi was still not satisfied, and still felt it was too slow. He could already imagine the rapidly gathering of the Xingyu civilization starships in the outside world, and there was not much time left for him. Finally, he simply brought out 2 floating mining vehicles, and let the onboard intelligent automatic control. The 2 mining vehicles suddenly transformed into 2 temporary transport vehicles, transporting the mineral resources in the warehouse into the sky. When the cabin of the sky was full, Song-Chi immediately put it into the Xinhua Zuqiao, and then returned to the market. After 2 rounds of this, nearly half of the resources in the warehouse had been moved. Boom! In the logistics hall outside the warehouse, the fierce roar of artillery fire suddenly came, followed by a slight tremor. Song Chi frowned, and the sense of crisis in his heart was suddenly raised to an unprecedented height. No, we can't delay any longer. Retreat. Finally, he decisively issued the order to retreat. Although most of the resources in the warehouse had not been moved away, life was obviously more important. Moreover, the most valuable items such as the floating land origin and the star sea wonders had been collected in the market in the first trip, which meant that the big ones had already been obtained, and there was no need to risk their lives for the remaining small ones. As his order was issued, the 11 figures who were carrying items just a moment ago immediately stopped what they were doing, turned around quickly, and returned to the sky. Without any delay, Song Chi himself also returned to the sky as soon as possible. He did not choose to take the sky back to the Shinhua Zuchu and summon it after leaving the warehouse, but prepared to rush out directly. Now, it is unknown how many Star Glory Civilization second-level starships have gathered in the outside world, and dense artillery fire may pour down at any time. It is too dangerous to rush out physically. As for the possible damage to the hull of the sky if it rushed out directly, Song Chi could not care so much at this time. It just happened that the healing fruit parts he had obtained before could repair the hull. It would only take a little more time. Boom, boom, boom. As the logistics warehouse of the Second Free Fleet, the hardness of its walls was naturally beyond doubt. The sky hit it several times in a row, but it just couldn't rush out. Song Chi was not in a hurry. He lightly tapped the firing button of the main gun of the sky once, and waited until the charging was completed. The hot particle beam turned into a cutting ray, which directly bombarded the corner of the warehouse door. Under the strong penetrating power of the particle beam, the warehouse door was cut open at a corner, and together with the area of the door itself, it was just enough for the sky to pass through. Song Chi no longer hesitated, and the Shadow Antimatter Hyperdrive was fully loaded. The next second, the sky rushed out. Bang, 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 hiss, hiss. Amid heavy collisions and sharp metal friction, the sky narrowly rushed out of the warehouse. However, before Song Chi could be happy, nearly 1,000 Star Yoan starships opened fire at the same time above the logistics department building. At this moment, the entire logistics hall seemed to have turned into a sea of light, with colorful beams of light flashing, causing Song Chi's eyes to hurt as he stared at the projection screen of the sky. Then, violent ripples and vibrations came from the dark matter energy shield. When his eyes adjusted again, Song Chi instinctively turned his gaze to the dark matter energy shield generator component. Shield value 158506/307200. When he saw the specific value clearly, Song Chi's pupils shrank suddenly. This round of concentrated fire shockingly knocked out half of the shield value of the dark matter energy shield generator. This situation, after the dark matter energy shield generator was strengthened to level 29, was the first time to appear. After the surprise, it turned into deep relief, rejoicing that he had made a decisive retreat before. You have to know that this was only less than 1,000 starships concentrated fire. If they waited another 10 minutes, when this Xingye civilization gathered more than 2,000 starships, then the fate of the sky would be unpredictable. After getting rid of the fear in his heart, Song Chi did not dare to stay any longer. The engine of the sky roared, and it flew straight towards the outer starry sky, facing the firepower net that was constantly sweeping down from the sky. Fortunately, the firepower net at this moment was only sporadic, and it was no longer a concentrated fire attack. Otherwise, Song Chi would have to try to hide in the Zhutian market to save his life. A few minutes later, the sky, which was under countless artillery fire attacks, finally broke out of the encirclement, and then had no more scruples, and directly drove the engine with all its strength to enter the light-speed cruise state. In the eyes of the creatures of the Xingye civilization, they only saw the sky turn into a stream of light and disappeared in front of them in an instant. Check it for me. Such a terrifying nuclear shield. A cruising speed close to the speed of light, and a single ship against my entire Second Free Fleet. I want all the information of this warship within 1 day. In addition, from now on, the investment in warship research will increase tenfold. What Song Chi didn't know was that with his disturbance, the attitude of the entire Xingye civilization towards technology took a 180-degree turn, and later it made a great reputation in the neighboring star fields. But even if he knew this, he would not care. No matter how much the Xingye civilization invested in scientific research in the future, The possibility of this civilization and him intersecting again in the future is infinitely close to zero. Not to mention how far the star field where it is located is from the territory of Shinhoi human civilization. Whether it is tens of millions of light years or hundreds of millions, even billions, or even tens of billions of light years. Even if it is very close to Shinhoi human civilization, the broken star sea is so vast that the coverage area is difficult to count in light years. And the civilizations nurtured in it are countless. Maybe there is a more powerful civilization not far from this Shingyo civilization. If so, the moment this Shingyo civilization steps out of this isolated and remote star field, it is likely to be the time of its complete destruction. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Shingyo 004 star sea floating land, the sky, which was approaching at high speed, stopped. In the main control room of the airship, Song Chi's figure flashed and quietly disappeared in the sky. In the Jutian market, the originally empty free-stall area now has dozens of piles of different types of mineral resources. In addition, there are 7 star sea wonders emitting white and blue light quietly placed aside. In addition, there are 1,000 strands of first-level floating land origin, and more than 10,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin. These are the gains after this adventure. In total, there are more than 60,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin, adding the remaining one Song Chi had before. The funds in his hands at this moment have once again exceeded the 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin. Excited, Song Chi turned his sight and looked at the 2 blue wonders among the 7 wonders. Starry 3 Starship Cannon LV0. Quality, blue. Consumption, 20/shot psionic points attack, 15. Charge, 5s. Buffer, 10s. Upgrade required. 7 strands of floating land origin level 0, 700 psionic points. Starry V Alloy Armor LV0. Quality, blue. Consumption, 5 per second psionic points protection, 15. Upgrade required. 8 strands of floating land origin level 0, 800 psionic points. These 2 blue artifacts are a shipborne main gun and a piece of hull armor. Starry V Alloy Armor is exactly what the sky needs now. But this blue main gun is not a group attack main gun, its properties are not as good as the particle beam cannon, it can only be used later, and there is no point in keeping it. As for the 5 white wonders, one of them could not be transformed into a firewood component, and Song Chi was going to throw it into the wonderful item exchange shop. The other 4 were also basic parts, and there was nothing special about them, so they could only be sold later. After counting the resources he had just harvested, Song Chi left the market again. Of course, he still had the healing fruit and star shining type 5 alloy armor in his hands when he left. After returning to the sky and the outside world, he immediately loaded the 2 parts and started strengthening them as soon as possible. Both parts are quite important parts. In addition, he had just obtained the first level floating land essence of Qinlu, so he directly strengthened it to level 20. If he had not had enough second level floating land essence, Song Chi even planned to strengthen both of them to level 29. After strengthening to level 20, the properties of both parts have been greatly improved. Among them, the repair effect of the special part healing fruit changed from the original repair of 5% of the ship armor to the repair of 20% of the ship armor plus 7% of the ship body. The protection value of Star Glory Type 5 alloy armor has also increased from 15 to 15,000. If the current sky is thrown into the previous Starry Sky battlefield, Song Chi dares to guarantee that even if the dark matter energy shield generator is not turned on, there will be absolutely no problem for the sky to last more than 3 minutes. After strengthening the 2 newly acquired shipborne components, Song Chi turned his eyes and looked at a brand new star map beside him. This is not the one generated by the Sky Eye Patrol radar, but the one Song Chi found at the second Free Fleet base before. He has never forgotten the level 2 life-type star sea floating land. So when he broke into the base before, he deliberately got this star map from a destroyed second-level starship. Because of the surprise, the star map was not tampered with, and Song Chi quickly got the exact coordinates of the level 2 floating land in the star sea that he had been thinking about. When he found that the level 2 floating land was not more than 40 light-years away from the current position of the sky, Song Chi was particularly excited, which meant that he still had a chance to explore the level 2 floating land. There were still 15 hours before returning, and more than 11 hours before the Zai jump device completed the buffer, which meant that he would have about 3 hours to explore the level 2 floating land. In this case, he naturally could not be calm. The important thing about the 2 level Shanghai floating land is not its huge floating land area, but its ability to stably produce the first-level floating land essence. Moreover, the 2-level floating land has a chance to produce the second-level floating land essence, which is the biggest temptation for Song-Chi, who is currently in urgent need of the second-level floating land essence. Chapter 95-2. Level Star Sea Floating Land Dragonfly Upgrade. At present, all the components on the sky, except for the dark matter energy shield generator and the Sky Eye Patrol radar, have been strengthened to the limit. Other components such as Glimpse, Antimatter Hyperstate Engine, Brainwave Remote Control System, Particle Beam Cannon, and so on, all require the second-level floating land origin. Just a rough calculation, Song-Chi found that his gap in the second-level floating land origin has reached a frightening level. This also strengthened his determination to explore the 2-level Star Sea floating land. For the next 10 hours or so, he did not practice the guidance technique or the mythical mecha projection rubbing map, but took a good nap in the market. Because of the broken limit state, his mind was extremely depressed, and if he did not recover, he was afraid that it would affect the subsequent actions. As time passed, in the lonely starry sky, the sky started the second jump. Xingyo First Star District, Star Sea Floating Land number 001. As the largest neutral faction of Xingyu civilization, the White Dove People's Livelihood Party controls the largest floating land in the Xingyu civilization. However, as the price of neutrality, the result is that the military force under the White Dove People's Livelihood Party is very limited. There is only a full-strength floating land guard, which can only support them to protect themselves. And external expansion is impossible. Of course, whether it is the liberal faction or the restraint faction, unless it is absolutely necessary, they will not burn the flames of war to this most prosperous floating land of civilization. As the most industrially developed and populous floating land in Xingyu civilization, Xingya number 001 Shanghai floating land has nearly 50% of the entire civilization's industry and a population of over 3 billion. Every day, the starships built and assembled on the floating land are sent to the star fields where the free faction and the restrained faction are located. Looking down from the starry sky, it is not difficult to see that the area of this Shanghai floating land is dozens of times that of the White Tower floating land. However, unlike the densely vegetated White Tower floating land, Xingya number 001 Shanghai floating land is filled with thick smoke, and large factories are rising from the ground everywhere on the floating land. The exhaust gas emitted day and night makes this rare too. Level floating land almost shrouded in haze. In the dark starry sky not far from the floating land, looking at this floating land in the star sea without any warning, Song-Chi's eyes showed a look of assurance. The news of the attack on the floating land number 004 has not yet reached this floating land 40 light-years away. Interstellar real-time communication, even in the territory of Xinhua human civilization, has considerable restrictions. Ordinary people can hardly do it. How can a low-level second-level technological civilization master this technology? But this just happened to be convenient for Song-Chi. The less prepared the creatures on the floating land, the easier it would be for him to take subsequent actions. As his sight moved, Song-Chi began to quickly capture all kinds of information on this level 2 star sea floating land. After a while, he had a general understanding of the various conditions of this floating land. There are more than 3 billion Star Glory civilization creatures living on this floating land, mainly distributed in major cities. After multiple screenings, Song-Chi selected 12 target cities, including 7 cities with a population of more than 50 million, 3 cities with a population of more than 100 million, 1 city with a population of more than 300 million, and 1 city with a population of more than 500 million. These 12 cities, which account for more than half of the population of the entire Shanghai floating land, are the essence of this 2-level floating land. If there is anything good on this floating land, it is likely to be hidden in these 12 cities. The first city that Song-Chi attacked was the giant city with a population of over 500 million. As the capital city of this 2-level floating land, it must have the most resources. Once the sky takes action, it will inevitably alarm the entire floating land. In order to prevent these alien races from making preparations in advance and dispersing and hiding all the most precious resources, Song-Chi naturally chose this capital city that contains the most wealth on the floating land as the opening. Downtown, administrative building. The skyship, speeding down from the sky, headed straight for the highest administrative center of the city. Swish, under the pouring of particle beam cannons and shipborne secondary guns, The guards outside the administrative building were swept away, and then the door of the skyship's cabin opened. 11 fully armed figures quickly jumped down and rushed into the administrative building at the fastest speed. As the capital city of a Level 2 floating land, and an administrative center with one of the highest security levels in the city, the number of armed aliens in this administrative building is somewhat beyond imagination. The Fire Sunflower Terracotta Warriors, who had just rushed into the building, were actually forced to stop by the dense artillery fire. Under this terrifying artillery fire, even the high-grade titanium alloy shield began to gradually deform, which was a sign of being overwhelmed by the continuous fire. Seeing this, the brainwave of Song-Chi attached to one of the Fire Sunflower soldiers directly issued an order to release energy grenades. As a single-soldier combat grenade commonly used by the Morningstar Principality military, its power is naturally beyond doubt, plus 11 of them exploded at the same time, unsurprisingly. The artillery fire in the entire building was briefly stagnant for a few seconds. Seeing the right time, Song-Chi took the lead in controlling the Fire Sunflower soldiers marked with the brainwave beacon to rush out quickly. Behind this Fire Sunflower soldiers, the other 9 Fire Sunflower soldiers followed closely. In this way, 11 figures successfully broke through the firepower network and rushed into the defense line set up by the administrative guards on the top floor of the administrative building. After more than 20 minutes of advancement, 10 Fire Sunflower Terracotta Warriors finally arrived here. During this period, the military combat robot fell under the artillery fire of the star-shining alien race. After all, it was only a first-level combat robot. Compared with the second-level Fire Sunflower Terracotta Warriors, there was still a big gap. Pushing open the top floor door, several safes placed side by side appeared in front of us. Judging from the dim light emitted from the surface of the safe, it must be made of the strongest alloy in this star-shining civilization. Of course, it is not that it is difficult to open, but it is obviously unrealistic to open them all in a short time. Boom! At this moment, the wall on the side of the top floor suddenly boomed, and a big hole was directly blasted out by artillery fire from the outside. The 10 Fire Sunflower Terracotta Warriors were not panicked at all, but quickly took action and pushed several safes in the room towards the blasted hole with all their strength. Looking outside, the sky was quietly floating parallel to the outside of the building, less than 5 meters away from the hole. As several safes were pushed to the hole, Song-Chi in the sky outside hurriedly activated the traction beam of the airship. Although the real traction field requires a Shinhua warship of the psionic flying ship level, the psionic shuttle and psionic airship still have this kind of second-level pseudo-traction field. The traction force of this pseudo-traction field is limited, but the safes in front of them are not the kind of asteroids with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The sky can still stably pull them. Under the effect of the tractor beam, several alloy safes were taken into the cabin of the sky. After that, 10 Fire Sunflower soldiers also jumped onto the airship one after another. Then the sky soared into the sky and left the capital city at the fastest speed. In the gloomy haze over the floating land, the sky swept in at a high speed. This time, Song-Chi's target was the giant city with a population of more than 300 million. Of course, he knew that more than 90% of the resources in the capital city had not been taken. But there was no way. There was a full-strength floating land defense team on the floating land, and he was destined not to stay in the same city for too long. The sky was newly equipped with Star Glory V alloy armor. During the previous strengthening process, the remaining dozens of tons of phantom crystals were thrown into it. As long as the sky was not exposed in front of the starships of the Star Glory civilization, the radar on the other starships would find it difficult to capture the location of the sky. Based on this point, as long as Song-Chi kept the method of looting and running away, the other side would never be able to predict the cities that the sky would visit later. This is also the safest action plan. This Star Glory 001 is a 2-level star sea floating land. Similarly, the scale of the defense team on this floating land is far greater than that of the ordinary 1-level life-type floating land. If this defense team is allowed to complete the assembly, it will still be a great threat to the sky. Song-Chi had to be vigilant. The concentrated fire attack of the Second Free Fleet before still made him a little scared. In this way, Song-Chi visited 6 large cities in the next few hours in the same way. The administrative buildings in 2 of the cities were too guarded. Seeing that he could not break through the opponent's defense line, Song-Chi decisively chose to retreat. There were no surprises in the other 4 cities. In the outer starry sky of the number 001 Shanghai floating land, while the floating land defense team below was in chaos. The sky, which was about to return, had already quietly left the interior of the floating land. Staring at the amazing Shanghai floating land below, Song Chi felt a little regretful. More than 3 billion aliens. If the main gun on the sky was a group attack, or a large-scale explosive artillery, he could have fired a few shots directly over several large and giant cities. Wouldn't the floating land origin have increased rapidly? Unfortunately, this can only be thought of in the mind. The particle beam cannon, as a beam ray main gun, has sufficient range and penetration. But its disadvantage is that it can only attack a single target, even though he never stopped the attack of the secondary gun on the sky in the past few hours. The floating land origin harvested was extremely limited. This may be the most unpleasant thing for Song Chi in this alien exploration. There are still 20 minutes to return. Do you want to give it a try? In the main control room of the sky, Song Chi muttered to himself. He was thinking about whether to go to the Bloven Star domain to see if the sky can return by itself there. The reason for some hesitation is that if the return fails, then he will completely lose the way to return to the human civilization. After thinking about it, he finally gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. At present, the Zhujian market is only at level 11. If he wants to wait for it to add another space anchor point, it is still unknown when it will be. As for the ruins of the Buyuo civilization, he must explore it in the near future, relying solely on the transactions in the Zhujian market. It is still unknown when he can get a purple top-grade upgraded fire source. In a few months, he will have to take action against the Blood Blade Star Pirates. After all, it is a third-level battlefield. Song Chi still feels that the LV-29 Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator is not safe enough. The leader of the Blood Blade Star Pirates, Blood Blade, is a third-level Xinhua captain who is probably close to 500 years old. It is hard to guarantee that there will be no powerful weapons on his ship. If it has a top-quality purple main gun, or even an orange-quality main gun, the current LV-29 Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator may not be able to withstand a shot. If he wants to continue strengthening the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator, he must improve the quality of the ship itself. That is, the fire seed in his ancestral orifice between the eyebrows must be upgraded to blue. This is the most urgent point for Song Chi at present. If the fire seed wants to be upgraded from white to blue, it needs a purple top-grade advanced fire source. This level of advanced fire source is even worth some inferior orange parts. If there is no rare item of the same quality to trade, it is almost impossible to get it with a floating land origin alone. As for now, if Song Chi wants to get purple or even orange level rare items, the fastest way is to go to the ruins of the Buyuo civilization. This is why he is eager to explore the ruins. After taking the sky back to the Xinhua Zuqiao, Song Chi turned around and disappeared in this strange star field. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky of the familiar yellow sand floating land. Because the location of the space anchor point was set at a height of several thousand meters above the floating land. When Song Chi activated the space anchor point and left the market and appeared here, his figure began to fall rapidly. In this regard, he was well prepared and was not in a hurry. He summoned the sky at the right time and landed steadily on the sky that appeared right below him. After returning to the cabin of the sky, Song Chi did not perform any other operations. He controlled the sky to float quietly above the yellow sand floating land. There were only more than 10 minutes left before returning. There was no time for him to do anything else. He activated this space anchor this time to try whether the sky could return normally after converting the star field coordinates. Although he was a little nervous, he was not too nervous. After all, when he was with Shinqing before, the two psionic airships returned to the same position normally. Since they could return once, there was no reason why they couldn't return the second time. And if he was not sure, he would not have come here rashly to try. Time passed, and more than 10 minutes passed in a flash. When the familiar feeling of weightlessness aboard the sky was born as usual, Song Chi was completely certain in his heart, knowing that his guess was not wrong. Morningstar Principality, White Tower Floating Land, Jiangyuan City. Dongjiang Community, Home. Has my mother's dragonfly been successfully upgraded to a psionic flying ship? Song Chi, who had just returned home, heard great news from his father at the first time. My mother Qin Lishao's ship, Dragonfly, was successfully upgraded from a psionic airship to a guard-class psionic flying ship just a few hours ago. This is great news for their family, and even the entire White Tower Song family. A brand new frigate, which will surely provide a greater chance of success for the family's subsequent actions. Chapter 96 Group Attack Secondary Cannon Electromagnetic Lightning Cannon. After a while of joy, Song Chi soon heard another not-so-good news from his father. Since his mother had been successfully promoted, they had to leave as soon as possible to replace his second uncle and his men. For the possible actions against the Bloodblade Star Pirates in a few months, Song Chi and his juniors must first familiarize themselves with the environment around the Bloodblade Star Pirates' lair. Otherwise, if they really fight in the future, they will not only not help, but also not make things worse. "Dad, when exactly are we leaving?" Song Chi asked. He had to calculate the time, because he was going to go to Guangyuan floating land to get the Phantom Butterfly drone. Although it was expensive, the performance of the Phantom Butterfly drone was really amazing. The action against the Bloodblade Pirates was to make up for the mistake of a red-quality shipborne component. The family had spent decades of hard work on this, so its importance was self-evident. In addition, he had just acquired a large amount of floating land origin, including a lot of first-level ones. So Song Chi considered for a moment, and decided to buy that amount of Fantasy Butterfly-class drones. Song Chao thought about it, and gave a reply. Probably in the next 2 days. "What? Do you have something to do?" After Song Chi explained. Song Chao set the departure time for 5 days later. 5 days is enough for Song Chi to finish all the matters at hand. After saying hello to his mother, who was adapting to the upgraded Dragonfly on the battleship dock in the community, Song Chi went out again. He did not leave the White Tower floating land immediately. Now that he had just returned, the Purple River jump device would take several hours to complete a new round of buffering. Song Chi was heading to the city center, the battleship base near the First Shinhua Academy. He needed to buy a standard Scout-class Star Sea shuttle. Jianyuan City Conventional Battleship Base. As Song Chi stated his purpose, the reception staff of the base warmly welcomed him into the base. Ordinary standard Scout-class Star Sea shuttles were not controlled battleships. Soon he spent 200 strands of zero-level floating land origin to buy 2 Scout-class shuttles. After buying the necessary things, Song Chi drove the sky to the outer starry sky of the floating land. During the next few hours of waiting, he first put one of the Scout-class shuttles into the closed storage space previously marked out in the market, and the other one remained on the sky. After finishing these, Song Chi turned his attention to the 13 alloy safes in the freestall area. These were the 4 large cities, and a giant city that he had harvested from the Xingya 001 Star Sea floating land. Because he was in a hurry before, he didn't open the alloy safes immediately after getting them. Now he had nothing to do, so he couldn't help but be curious. He just wanted to see what was in these 13 alloy safes as soon as possible, and whether it was worth his hard work. Summoning the sky again, Song Chi entered the cabin, and when he came out, he had an alloy chainsaw in his hand. Pump-powered alloy chainsaw. The chainsaw energy level can reach the 2nd level, and this is still a medium configuration pump-powered alloy chainsaw. If it is replaced with the top configuration one, its energy level can reach the 3rd level, and even the armor layer of the 3rd level interstellar battleship can be cut. However, correspondingly, the price of this thing is not cheap. Just the medium configuration alloy chainsaw in Song Chi's hand is enough to buy the 2 Scout-class Star Sea shuttles he just bought. That's right. It is 200 strands of zero-level floating land origin. In other words, Song Chi is afraid that the items stored in the safe will be damaged, thus affecting the overall value of the items. Otherwise, he will directly use the main gun of the sky to open the box. After fixing the alloy safe, Song Chi held the pump-powered chainsaw and began to cut slowly. It can be seen that the quality of the Xingyo civilization alloy used to make these safes is not bad. Even with a pump-powered electric saw, it took more than 20 minutes of continuous cutting to completely open the first safe. After opening the safe, Song Chi instinctively cast his eyes inside the safe. The next second, his heart began to beat violently. There is only one thing in this safe, which is the floating land origin, and it is a 2nd level floating land origin. Song Chi opened the ancestral orifice between his eyebrows and hurriedly absorbed these 2nd level floating land origins into the ancestral orifice of fire. At the same time, he also got the specific number of this group of floating land origin. 200 strands of 2nd level floating land origin. Not much, but it is difficult to exchange in the market. After getting this first safe, Song Chi's eyes suddenly turned, and he looked straight at the other 12 similar safes on the side. If these 12 safes were all filled with 2nd level floating land origin, then he would really make a fortune in this operation. Next, Song Chi began his diligent journey of unpacking. Nearly half an hour later, the result of opening the 2nd safe made his fiery heart suddenly cool down. The item stored in this safe was not the origin of the floating land, but an unknown metal. With such strict storage, it can be imagined that this metal must be very valuable in the Xingyo civilization. However, Song Qi could not be happy, no matter how precious it was in the Xingyo civilization. This was the territory of the Xinhua human civilization. Before figuring out its specific function, this thing was just a pile of scrap metal. Putting away his previous optimistic mood, Song Qi began to cut the third safe. Time passed. More than 6 hours later, all 13 alloy safes were opened, and all the items stored in them were in Song Qi's hands. Overall, although it did not meet the initial expectations, it was still pretty good. 13 safes gave Song Qi 400 strands of second-level floating land essence, plus a blue-quality Star Sea Wonder. Needless to say, 400 strands of second-level floating land essence are equivalent to 40,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence according to the market price, and in fact even higher. And that blue wonder can be transformed into a piece of blue-quality alloy armor, which is not much different from the Star Glory Type 5 alloy armor currently loaded on the sky, and can be regarded as a standard blue part. Total value is about 50,000 strands of zero-order floating land origin, which also means that in this alien domain exploration, Song Qi's total harvest exceeds 110,000 strands of zero-order floating land origin. For other first-order Xinhua warships, this is simply an incredible astronomical figure, but for Song Qi, although he was happy in his heart, he soon returned to calm. After all, before this alien starfield exploration, the market transaction in just one day made him earn more than 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin. With this advanced reference, it is not surprising that the harvest of 110,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin did not cause too much excitement in Song Qi. Golden Shark Star Region, Guangyuan Floating Land. In the huge floating land fortress dock area above the floating land, a very inconspicuous scout-class Star Sea shuttle stopped in a remote dock, and then a figure wearing a cloak and robe walked down from the shuttle. Morningstar Multifunctional Store. It was still the plump and charming woman. When Song Qi walked into the store, the woman immediately cast her eyes over, and then her mouth corners slightly raised, and a faint smile appeared on her expressionless face. At this moment, the whole store seemed to be brighter because of this. Billions of kilometers away, in a depleted asteroid belt, hiding in the main control room of the sky, Song Qi's eyes condensed, and he secretly said in his heart, as expected. The woman's obvious performance was almost like engraving the 5 words, "I recognize you," on her face. However, thinking that he was hiding billions of kilometers away from Guangyuan floating land, Song Qi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and praised himself for being cautious. After the previous experience, he knew clearly that a third-level boss was watching him. So this time, he simply used the brainwave beacon to remotely control the shuttle. And he and the sky stayed away. Seeing that the woman recognized him at a glance, Song Qi didn't even bother to check the strange objects and shipborne parts area, and turned around and walked quickly out of the store. Although his real body was billions of kilometers away, the puppet controlled remotely had a lot of money on him. To be on the safe side, he would rather trade in another store, even if the supply was far inferior to that of the Morningstar Multifunctional Store. At most, he would go to a few more stores. Whoosh! Song Qi only felt a breeze blowing past him. And then the woman who was behind the counter a second ago suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could make a defensive move, the woman's faint voice sounded first. "Is my sister so scary? Can she scare you so much? Don't worry about choosing. In this store, no one will force you to do something you don't want to do." After saying that, she stepped on her crystal high heels and walked back to the counter with a twist of her step. After saying this, Song Qi also stopped. It was not that he believed what the woman said, but if the other party really wanted to keep him, then his puppet would not be able to leave the door of the shop today. Turning back to the strange objects and shipborne parts merchandise area, Song Qi began to check the items one by one slowly. In the past 20 days, the shop obviously received a shipment of goods, and the strange objects and shipborne parts were much more than 20 days ago. However, what disappointed Song Qi was that even though the number of goods in the shipborne parts area had nearly doubled, there was still no blue quality or higher group attack main gun. Frowning and returning to the counter, Song Qi restrained his brain waves and did not look at the woman who was staring at him with interest behind the counter. Soon, a projection screen popped up from under the cloak. "Is the Fantasy Butterfly class drone still there? I want it." The woman did not speak. but quietly took out the mini fantasy butterfly drone. Neither of them mentioned the previous incident. When Song-Chi handed over 500 strands of the first-level floating land origin, the drone was also handed to him at the same time. Without waiting for the main and secondary guns of the group attack type, Song-Chi naturally did not plan to stay in this shop for long. He carefully put the fantasy butterfly UV into the backpack behind him, and turned around quickly, without any nostalgia. Wait a moment. He had just taken a step, and a woman's voice came from behind, billions of kilometers away. Song-Chi on the sky trembled, and a strong sense of tension arose in his heart. He was afraid that this mysterious woman really had bad intentions. If so, the large amount of funds carried by the new combat robot would be lost. However, the woman's voice that came again made him relax again. Don't you want a high-quality group attack main and secondary guns? Here, take a look at this one. As she spoke, she took out a shipborne component with a blue glow from under the counter. Song-Chi paused, and finally, under the woman's half-smiley gaze, he turned his head back to the counter. Ignoring the woman's strange gaze, his eyes fell directly on the blue component on the counter. Electromagnetic Lightning Cannon LV0. Quality, blue. Feature, lightning arc sputtering. Consumption, 3/shot psionic points power, 2.3. No buffering and charging required. Upgrade required. 3 strands of floating land origin level 0, 300 psionic points. This electromagnetic lightning cannon is not a main cannon, but a secondary cannon. The electromagnetic lightning ball projectile it fires is originally a ranged explosive, and with the feature of lightning arc sputtering, this secondary cannon directly becomes a top-grade group attack secondary cannon. Lightning arc splash. Creatures damaged by electromagnetic lightning balls will splash 10% of the damage they receive to the 3 nearest biological units. Holding back his excitement, Song-Chi once again sent out a subtitle with his communication bracelet. What price? This time the woman did not rush to speak, but continued to stare at the battle robot under the cloak robe, giving Song-Chi the illusion that she was not staring at the battle robot, but at the brainwave beacon attached to it. After nearly half a minute, the woman finally broke the silence. It's the same question I asked more than 20 days ago. How far is the range of your special ability of remote control? Or is it more than 0.1 light years? After hesitating for a moment, Song-Chi still controlled the combat robot and nodded. After getting a positive answer, the woman's smile became brighter and brighter. Her eyes turned, as if she felt it was troublesome. She finally said directly, I don't think you would agree to go to that mission with me. Your sister. How about this? You unload this remote control component and lend it to your sister for a while. And this electromagnetic lightning cannon is the reward. How about it? Song-Chi was stunned. He never thought that the other party would make such a proposal. Lending a purple quality component, this was the first time he had heard of such an operation. But he really thought about it carefully, but he did not agree. What he needed to lend was the special purple component brain-wave remote control system, and the electromagnetic lightning cannon the other party took out was only blue quality. If the other party broke his promise later and refused to return the brain-wave remote control system component, then he would obviously be the one who suffered a loss, even though he urgently needed this group attack secondary cannon. Seeing that Song-Chi had not responded for a long time, the woman also guessed what he was thinking. After a short pause, she reached under the counter again, groping for something. Chapter 97 3 Top Quality Purple Treasures, Song-Chi's Choice. For a moment, Song-Chi raised his eyebrows. Looking at the other party's posture, she was obviously preparing to take out something else. According to the woman's wealth, the thing she took out would not be bad, but he still had some resistance in his heart. The brainwave remote control system is a top-quality special component in remote control, and its importance to Song-Chi is unquestionable. In addition, the family is about to take action against the Blood Blade Star Pirates, and it is even more urgent to use this component. If it is lent out at this time, regardless of whether the other party will return it later, it is extremely unwise. Just when he was determined not to agree, the woman seemed to have gotten what she wanted, and put her green hands back on the counter. At the same time, 3 items emitting a strong purple light appeared on the counter. 3 purple treasures? On the Sancheong. Song-Chi's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he had a new understanding of the woman's wealth. This woman was even richer than he had guessed before. You know, there were many purple quality items in the treasure area and the shipborne parts area. Now she took out 3 items without making a sound. In comparison, his grandfather seemed to be less wealthy than this woman. What is the identity of this woman? Song Chi's attention was quickly attracted by the 3 new purple objects on the counter. These 3 objects were all purple objects with better properties. Especially after scanning the object on the far right, even though Song Chi tried his best to control it, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. These 3 objects can be transformed into shipborne parts. The first 2 can be transformed into shipborne engines and ship armor among ordinary parts. Shadow Streamer Engine LV0. Quality, purple. Features, energy efficiency increased by 20%. Consumption, 5/S. Energy supply, 36/S. Buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Energy pool, 5,000 points can store 5,000 energy points convertible. Shadow Inkstone. Required for upgrade. 7 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 500 energy points, 5 life pronuclei 0 order. Shadow Inkstone Armor LV0. Quality, purple. Features, Inkstone Shield. Consumption, 5/S Psionic Points Protection, 15. Convertible. Shadow Inkstone required for upgrade. 8 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 800 psionic points. Inkstone Shield. Consumes 1,000 psionic points, activates a temporary stone shield, lasts for 3 minutes. These 2 purple parts, they are of the same origin. Both are transformed from the Shadow Inkstone, which makes Song Chi a little curious, but he can't ask directly. Of these 2 parts, he naturally prefers the Shadow Inkstone armor. Not to mention that he already has the Shadow Antimatter Hyperstate engine. Even if he doesn't have it, he will most likely choose the Shadow Inkstone armor. Active attribute characteristics. This is not common. Generally speaking, most of the characteristics are passive, such as improving a certain effect of the component, adding an additional passive attribute, etc. And the characteristics that need to be actively triggered, the effects are usually extremely amazing. The Inkstone Shield feature of the Shadow Inkstone armor is to activate another layer of stone shield outside the armor layer. This is a perfect complementary ability for the Skyship, which has a dark matter energy shield generator. As for the current dark matter energy shield generator, the only drawback is the 30's charging time required for full activation. It was precisely because of this that the Skyship almost sank on the spot when it was deployed to the Xingyu civilization battlefield. But once you have this Shadow Inkstone armor, in the future, in emergency situations when various dark matter energy shield generators cannot be activated in time, you can completely rely on this Inkstone shield to survive those 30's. The stone shield derived from the purple level parts. The defense is not bad at all. The most important thing is that the active characteristic of this Inkstone shield is instantaneous. As long as it is activated, it will take effect immediately, no need to charge it at all. In theory, this Shadow Inkstone armor should be Song Chi's first priority choice, until the properties of the third item on the far right emerged. Item, Forest White Bone Flame. Quality, purple. Can be evolved. Fire Seed upgraded to Fire Source. Note, the best purple item with fire attribute has many uses. Yes, this third item is a purple item that can be transformed into a Fire Seed and upgraded to a Fire Source. If it were just this point, Song Chi would not be entangled. The key point is its properties after being transformed into fire. Fire Source upgrade of Fire Seed Forest Bone Flame effect. After the Fire Seed of colorless or white quality is integrated, the quality of the Fire Seed will be upgraded by 1 level. Note, the strongest race in the White Bone continent, the Bone Clan, has a wisp of bone fire that has been nurtured for thousands of years in the bone burial pit deep in the ancestral land. It has a strong cold and erosive force, which is particularly beneficial to the Fire Seed, and has a strong attraction to low-quality fire captains. Yes, this wisp of forest bone flame is the best of the purple upgraded fire sources, which is 1 level higher than the previous 10,000-year Star Core Fire and Cold Spring Cold Flame. It can not only work on colorless fire seeds, but also upgrade white fire seeds to blue. After knowing this, Song Chi's attention naturally shifted to the White Bone Flame, and his interest in the Shadow Inkstone armor suddenly dropped a lot. This is understandable. For a Xinhua captain, his own upper limit is definitely more important than a top-grade shipborne component. Take Song Chi for example. If the dark matter energy shield generator wants to continue to be strengthened, the quality of his own Xinhua seed is a point that cannot be avoided no matter what. Without much hesitation, Song Chi quickly made a decision. He raised his eyes and looked at the woman's delicate face again, but he did not speak actively, waiting for her to say something. He knew very well that the other party took out 3 purple objects. not to pawn all three of them to him in exchange for the opportunity to borrow the brainwave remote control system. There was a high probability that there would be subsequent conditions. As expected, the woman quickly said what she meant. The previous conditions remain unchanged. This electromagnetic lightning cannon will be used as a subsequent reward. As for these 3 purple items, you can choose one of them. You can buy it from me with an item of equal value later. I will keep it for you within 2 years. After that, she added, in addition, during the period of borrowing the remote control component, I will mortgage the purple item you chose and this electromagnetic lightning cannon to you first. So you don't have to worry about my sister going back on her word later. Hearing this, to be honest, Song-Chi was already very tempted. A purple top-grade upgraded fire source plus a shipborne secondary gun with group attack attribute. Even if the other party really regrets it later, it will never be him who suffers. In addition, the brainwave remote control system components carried by the Sky currently have an enhanced level of LV-20, which only consumes some 0-level and 1st-level floating land origins, even if the enhanced level will be reset to 0 after uninstallation. With the current assets in his hands, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a drizzle. As for needing to use items of equal value to purchase, he has instinctively ignored it. Not to mention 2 years, he will soon conduct a second exploration of the ruins of the Nebula civilization. Once it succeeds, it will not be difficult to get a new purple wonder. But he soon thought of his father again. He would have to leave for the Blood Blade Star Pirate's lair in 5 days. It would take at least a few months to return to the White Tower floating land. Moreover, when he arrived at the Blood Blade Star Pirate's lair, the brainwave remote control system would be very useful. If he borrowed it now, there would be a time conflict. After thinking for a while, Song-Chi projected a subtitle. How long do you need to borrow it? I also need this component in the near future. The woman tapped her red lips with her slender fingers. After thinking for 2 seconds, she gestured the word 2. How about 20 days? Song-Chi was embarrassed. 20 days was still too long. Even if he negotiated with his father later, it would still be too long. Seeing that he had not responded, the woman gritted her teeth. 10 days, this is the limit. If it doesn't work, then there is really no other way. I need time to gather here, travel, and return. It's really impossible to do it any shorter. After a few seconds of silence, just when the woman's face showed a deep disappointment, Song-Chi finally nodded and agreed. If it takes 10 days, when he goes back to talk to his father, the problem will not be big. Of course, the key point is that the conditions given by the woman are indeed tempting enough. Whether it is the purple top-grade upgraded fire source or the group attack secondary cannon, they are all what Song-Chi urgently needs. In addition, the most important point is that Song-Chi is afraid that if he really refuses, the woman in front of him will be angry and suppress his combat robot directly. You know, the backpack behind this combat robot carries funds worth tens of thousands of strands of 0-level floating land origin. After the deal was officially finalized, both parties were very happy. Especially the woman behind the counter. She was so excited that her face flushed. And with her delicate face, she gave people a different kind of temptation. At the fortress ship docking area, Song-Chi controlled the combat robot back to the docking dock of his Star Sea shuttle. Duh. Behind him, the woman in crystal high heels followed him. After seeing the standard Star Sea shuttle, she turned her eyes to the combat robot, and her eyes were full of a smile. Seeing this, in the faraway Sangcheong, Song-Chi subconsciously coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment. At the same time, he comforted himself in his heart. Level 3. This woman is a level 3 Shinhwa captain. It would be abnormal if she was not careful. After this little episode, Song-Chi controlled the combat robot to board the shuttle. He still had to go to Sangcheong to get the brainwave remote control system components. Of course, he also had the forest bone flame in his hand at this moment. As for the electromagnetic lightning cannon, he needed to bring the brainwave remote control system over before the woman would give it to him. Buzz, soon after the engine started, under the woman's quiet gaze, the Star Sea shuttle took off into the sky, and flew towards the dark starry sky in the distance at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, that is, less than a minute after the Star Sea shuttle disappeared from the starry sky, 2 psionic shuttles, with a length of only about 5 meters also soared into the sky in the corner of the fortress, and went straight to the direction of Song-Chi's standard shuttle. All of this was seen by the woman, who was still standing in the dock. As her red lips gently opened and closed, The next second, several figures wearing new exoskeleton armor quickly walked behind her. Go and clean up those 2 dirty rats. Yes, miss. After receiving the order, several figures left quickly, but before leaving, they asked one more question. Miss, do you want to bring that person here? The woman's crystal eyes turned, and then she said faintly, No, with such a vigilant temperament, I am actually looking forward to how this little guy will grow in the future. In the starry sky, after changing the route left and right many times, without any accident, the standard shuttle successfully returned to the sky. The first thing Song-Chi focused on was still the abnormal state purifier. After confirming that the woman had not left any special marks, he carefully put away the white bone flame and then stepped to the slot where the brainwave remote control system component was loaded. After a pause of about 2 seconds, he reached out. Are you sure you want to uninstall the brainwave remote control system component? Once uninstalled, the enhancement level of the component will be reset to 0. Please choose carefully. Okay. Morningstar Multifunctional Store. Song-Chi, who returned, directly handed the brainwave remote control system component to the woman in front of him. Anyway, the purple top-grade forest bone flame has been obtained. This time, the combat robot has no other assets except this component. Even if the woman is angry now, he will not suffer much. After taking over the brainwave remote control system, the woman stared at the purple component. After reading its properties, she smiled brightly again. She threw the electromagnetic lightning cannon to Song-Chi and told him to come back in 10 days. Then, the woman stopped caring about Song-Chi. She took out a special black communication bracelet from under the counter, as if to contact those who were acting together. Seeing this, Song-Chi, who understood the meaning, quickly turned around and left. Not long after, the Standard Star Sea Shuttle took off again and rushed out of the floating land fortress. But this time, there was no one secretly following behind. When he returned to the sky again, Song-Chi immediately changed his position. After the Zai jump device completed the buffering, the sky quickly started the second space jump. It would take another 10 days, and he had to go home and inform his father. Morningstar Multifunctional Shop. Not long after Song-Chi left, the entire shop stopped operating. Inside the shop, in a hidden secret room, a communication light screen was suspended in front of the woman, and she was communicating with someone remotely. How? You found a new remote control component so quickly. The blue mid-range remote control key component from last time is still far from enough. Have you really gotten a remote control component of purple quality or above so quickly? And CV, let me remind you that this thing is not a common item. It costs me a lot to get it once. If I fail again this time, I have no obligation to help you a third time. As soon as these words came out, the secret room suddenly became silent. After more than 10 seconds, the woman's cold voice sounded again. I know. Bring your people here. I'm confident this time. Seeing her so confident, the figure on the other side of the communication screen stopped trying to persuade her and nodded in agreement. Okay. I'll bring people here tomorrow. If you're in a hurry, make all the preparations today and leave as soon as I arrive tomorrow. Chapter 98 Starry Sky Plants Deep Blue Spore Mother Tree. Song-Chi naturally didn't know what happened in the Morningstar Multifunctional Store. After returning home, he explained it to his father, and Song-Chao naturally agreed easily. It was just a change of 5 days to 10 days, and it wasn't a big deal. After solving this matter, Song-Chi locked himself in the bedroom again on the pretext of practicing, but actually quietly entered the Jutian market. It was still a freestyle area, and there were still all kinds of mineral resources of all sizes. Whether it was the Xinhua Mall on the White Tower floating land, or the Guangyuan floating land fortress, Song-Chi did not choose to sell these thousands of tons of materials, firstly to prevent any accidents, and secondly to not let those merchants scrape off a layer of profits in vain. His idea was to set up about 10 shops to sell this batch of mineral resources in the next market transaction. In the future, the harvest from each alien exploration would also be sold in the market, and would not be sold to the outside world. This would not only ensure his own safety to the greatest extent, prevent the exposure of the Jutian market, but also maximize the subsequent harvest benefits. Of course, in this case, many resources would inevitably be hoarded for a long time. After all, it is impossible for all the alien creatures that come into the market every time he opens the market to need the mineral resources he provides. It may take 2 or even more market transactions to sell them all. But now, he has no shortage of startup funds, so he can accept this. Having made up his mind, Song Chi no longer thought about it, and put aside the thoughts in his mind, and turned around to take out the electromagnetic lightning cannon component. The forest bone flame was only temporarily mortgaged in his hands, and it could not be used at present. But this top-grade group attack secondary cannon was completely his at the moment when the transaction between the two parties took effect. According to the transaction conditions set by both parties, when the brainwave remote control system was handed over to the other party, regardless of whether the woman's subsequent actions were successful or failed. This electromagnetic lightning cannon was the reward for Song Chi to lend the brainwave remote control system component, and the other party could no longer take it back. Entering the sky, quickly replaced the colorless standard shipborne psionic secondary gun, and then spent more than 200 strands of zero-level and first-level floating land essences to strengthen this electromagnetic lightning cannon to level 20. Electromagnetic lightning cannon level 20. Quality: blue. Features: lightning arc splash. Consumption: 10/shot psionic points power, 270. No buffering and charging required. Upgrade required: 15 strands of floating land essences second level, 8,000 psionic points. Lightning arc splash. Creatures damaged by electromagnetic lightning balls will splash 40% of the damage received to the nearest 8 biological units around them. After being strengthened to the second level, the properties of this electromagnetic lightning cannon became more and more amazing. Just based on the sputtering characteristics of the lightning arc, Song Chi estimated that if the sky met the Zerg in the ruins of the Buyuo civilization again, hundreds of Zerg would be wiped out with a single round of shooting. Even if tens of thousands of Zerg were to be cleaned up, it would not take more than 10 minutes. At present, the premise is that the Zerg is at level 0. If it encounters a level 1 Zerg, it will be relatively slow to clean up. After all, it is only a secondary gun. Although the firing rate is fast, the power is limited. When facing a level 1 ironclad beetle, the cleaning speed will naturally be much slower. After LV-20, Song Chi did not continue to strengthen. He did search for a batch of second-level floating land origins in the territory of Xingyu civilization, but the number was not large. Only 400 strands, so it was better to wait and see and strengthen later. After finishing these, Song Chi put away the sky and turned to enter the almighty training room. Not long ago, he used the essence of the queen insect to push the guidance technique to LV8, but in order to use the high-level bodybuilding potion that neutralized the 900-year-old deep-sea clam pearl powder, he had to upgrade the guidance technique to LV9. Otherwise, the powerful drug effect would not only not be helpful to him, but would be a poison that penetrated the intestines, which would completely destroy his foundation for cultivation. To advance from LV8 to LV9, it will take quite some time, so one must not neglect the daily training tasks. 10 hours later, Song Chi came out of the almighty training room, washed up briefly, and then sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room of his home, quietly contemplating the dragon-backed tyrant whale, mythical mecha projection rubbing in the depths of his mind. On one side, Song's father and mother looked at each other, smiled and shook their heads, but both of them moved more gently, fearing to disturb their son's contemplation. In an unknown starry sky, 5 Xinhua warships of different sizes are speeding at full speed. Under the speed of light, the 5 warships are like 5 beams of light, and can cross a long distance in an instant. Suddenly, the 2,000-meter warships in the front slowly slowed down. Seeing this, the 300-meter warships in the back also slowed down. In the main control room of the 2,000-meter warships, the conversation between the 2 Xinhua captains sounded. "We are about to enter the range covered by the deep blue spores. Slow down. And CD, you can also launch the Huandia drone in your hand. The perception range of these deep blue spores exceeds 0.1 light years. Are you sure that the remote control component in your hand has such a long control distance?" For this question, the woman named Ancivi did not answer, but responded with practical actions. The cabin door of the light silver 1,000-meter battleship on the right suddenly opened a small gap, and then a drone that was almost invisible to the naked eye turned into a stream of light, and was released 1 light year away by the special release component in the battleship, capturing the afterimage left by the drone before it was released. The man in another 1,000-meter battleship exclaimed, "Second-generation Tianshan? Where is the latest Huandia drone in your hand? Isn't that one better?" The woman still did not answer, but divided her mind into 2, controlling the battleship under her feet to move forward slowly on one side, and controlling the second-generation Tianshan drone 1 light year away to quickly move towards the starry sky ahead on the other side. As time went by, The fleet's position was constantly moving forward. Suddenly, the woman who had not spoken a word sent a warning signal in the communication screen. The Tianshan UAV has entered the star field covered by the deep blue spores. Distance, 1.01 light-years. Hearing this warning, the man in the communication screen raised his eyebrows, and his focus fell on the control distance mentioned by the woman. Control distance exceeds 1 light-year? Is it really a remote control component of purple quality or above? As he said, he changed his tone. And CB, after this operation, can you give me this component? The woman narrowed her eyes slightly, turned her head, and stared at the projection of the man on the communication screen. After the two looked at each other for a few seconds, she said coldly, I have a use for this component, and I have no plans to sell it for the time being. As if he had noticed the displeasure in the woman's eyes, the man did not ask any more questions after being rejected. The 5 warships stopped one after another and waited quietly. 1 light-year away, the Tianshan drone rushed into the deep blue spore group at the fastest speed. The deep blue spores are bred by a star seed plant called deep blue spore mother tree. They are highly corrosive and poisonous. As long as there are large objects around them, the spores will rush over and corrode them completely. That is why the 5 Xinhua warships behind dare not get too close. Otherwise, once the attention of the deep blue spores is attracted, the consequences will be out of control. However, the Tianshan drone is different. It is small enough. As long as it does not actively touch these deep blue spores, it will basically not cause a riot of these spores. Under the full control of the woman, the Tianshan UAV began to move quickly towards the center of the spore coverage. At high speed, the woman could not cover everything. The drone would always touch the dense dark blue spores in the surrounding starry sky. However, it was unknown what means it used. A layer of transparent halo appeared on the surface of the Tianshan UAV. Because of this halo, even if the drone touched the dark blue spores, it would not alarm them. After about 20 minutes of speeding, the Tianshan UAV had already penetrated into the area covered by the dark blue spores. The towering giant tree standing in the starry sky in the distance was visible to the naked eye. But at this time, the transparent light curtain wrapped around the outer layer of the Tianshan UAV suddenly began to flash rapidly. The woman's face darkened. This was a sign that the duration of the light curtain was about to end. This place is not far from the deep blue spore mother tree. It should not be difficult to pass this last distance, she thought to herself. The next second, the Tianshan drone suddenly stopped. At this time, the transparent light curtain covering the surface of its fuselage completely dimmed. The woman was not panicked. The brainwave attached to the Tianshan drone moved. The next second, the red button under the drone was triggered, and then a light white smoke emanated from the inside of the drone. After the white smoke appeared, the dark blue spores around it seemed to have encountered some natural enemy. As the white smoke continued to spread, the dark blue spores around it also swam outward. After a while, in the central area covered by the spores, a spore vacuum area with a diameter of several thousand meters appeared. At the same time, the woman 1 light-year away also responded accordingly. Coordinates XXXXXXXX. Quick! As her voice sounded in the communication light screen. The next second, the 5 warships that had already completed charging simultaneously launched a space jump in the central area covered by the deep blue spores. After a strong spatial fluctuation, 5 Xinhua warships quietly emerged from the vortex of the void. And the next second after they appeared, countless dark blue spores around them were in turmoil at the same time. The previous second, they were still avoiding the white smoke. The next second, all the deep blue spores ignored the white smoke and rushed towards the 5 Xinhua warships in the center of the vacuum area at a high speed. Without the woman's reminder, the 3 frigates following the 2,000-meter warships quickly adjusted their positions and surrounded the 2,000-meter warships in the center in a triangle. Then, taking advantage of the gap when the deep blue spores came, a layer of purple light curtain appeared on the hulls of the 3 frigates one after another. Finally, the 3 light curtains overlapped perfectly and condensed into a 3-dimensional closed light curtain with a diameter of several thousand meters. Let's go. Move towards the deep blue mother tree. On the 1,000-meter warship on the left, a man's heavy voice sounded. 5 Xinhua warships wrapped in the closed light curtain began to move quickly towards the towering tree in the distance. Outside the closed light curtain, countless deep blue spores gathered and continuously impacted the 3-dimensional light curtain. As time passed, the brilliance of the surface of the light curtain was rapidly dimming. This layer of light curtain is called 3 talents isolation array curtain, which is the effect of the combination of 3 purple components of the same origin. However, each of these 3 components occupies 3 special slots, which a Shinhwa warship cannot afford. So it was loaded on 3 different warships. With the rapid movement of the 5 warships, the distance to the deep blue spore mother tree was constantly shortened. Just before the 3 talents isolation array curtain was about to collapse completely, the 5 Shinhwa warships successfully arrived near the deep blue spore mother tree. As if sensing the approach of the 5 Shinhwa warships, the dark blue spore mother tree, which was over 20,000 meters tall, began to have layers of black tree armor falling off. After the armor fell off, it quickly turned into large groups of dark blue spores, rushing towards the 5 Shinhwa warships. Its advanced dark blue spores. The mother tree has activated the first level stress response. Answay, we can't delay any longer. In the communication light screen, the man's tone had unconsciously risen several times. It's not his fault. As a kind of starseed plant, the deep blue spore mother tree is naturally not an ordinary plant that is harmless to humans and animals. Ordinary deep blue spores are only its first layer of protection. Once an alien creature approaches its main body, it will activate its stress response. The deep blue spore mother tree has 5 levels of stress response, and each level is more terrifying than the first. It is said that the 5th level of stress response can directly activate the root system of a deep blue spore mother tree. In that case, a deep blue spore mother tree can face dozens of creatures of the same level, and its combat power is terrifying. At present, this is only a level 1 stress response, and they can still cope with it with the warships under their command. But once it enters level 2 or even level 3 stress response, the 5 warships will be left here completely, and become fertilizer for the growth of the deep blue spore mother tree. In the 1,000-meter warship on the right, the woman turned her eyes and looked up at the treetops of the 10,000-meter giant tree in the sky, where there were hanging giant fruits with a diameter of more than 5 meters. These fruits are called deep blue fruits, and they are also the ultimate goal of the woman's action this time. The deep blue fruit, a sacred object for prolonging life, can prolong life by 100 years. It is a priceless treasure in the eyes of many carbon-based creatures in the star sea. Cover me. As the woman's cold voice sounded, the main guns at the bows of the other 4 Shinhwa warships turned together. After charging, the 5 main guns too on the cruiser fired upwards at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. After the fierce bombardment, the 5 main guns with the same fire attribute suddenly burst open. For a moment, the sky above was covered with blazing flames. Under the terrifying high temperature, the dense group of deep blue spores in the sky were washed away by the blazing shock wave, and a large blank area was opened. Chapter 99, Repulsive Field, Deep Blue Spore Storm Dragon. Seeing this opportunity, the woman seized the opportunity to control her warships, and rushed out of the array layer, and rushed into the sky. As the silver cruiser rushed out, the outer deep blue spores became more and more manic, and rushed towards the sky frantically. But suffering from the scorching heat, they were like moths flying into the fire, and countless deep blue spores evaporated one after another under the thousands of degrees of high temperature. The only exception was the advanced deep blue spores that evolved from the tree armor shed from the deep blue mother tree. Their resistance to high temperature far exceeded that of ordinary deep blue spores. They were also approaching the silver cruiser, but they were not evaporated like ordinary deep blue spores. They just slowed down a little, but they were still approaching the silver cruiser. Fortunately, the speed of these advanced deep blue spores was not fast, compared with the cruiser that flew to the top of the mother tree in a blink of an eye. Their swimming speed was almost negligible. In addition, their number was extremely limited, and they could not pose a threat to the woman's ship in a short time. Under the treetops, the silver ship door quietly opened, and then a traction field surged out of the cruiser, and quickly wrapped a deep blue fruit above. This traction field began to pull the deep blue fruit back to the cruiser's cabin with all its strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The essence of its own fruit was touched inexplicably, which seemed to have disturbed this starry sky plant whose life level had already entered the 5th level. The body of the deep blue mother tree began to tremble slightly, and the speed of the tree armor falling off on the trunk suddenly increased tenfold. In the battleship's main control room, a man's low roar came from the communication screen. The level 2 stress response is initially activated, and soon there will be a deep blue spore storm. If it's any later, we won't be able to leave. And CV, quickly. There was no need for the man to remind her. The woman, who had already deduced countless times in the virtual network, had already reacted the moment the Level 2 stress response showed signs of the first signs. The main gun at the bow of the silver ship suddenly turned, directly aiming at the deep blue fruit above. Swish! The jet-black beam of light shot out, accurately hitting the fruit stem that connected the deep blue fruit to the deep blue mother tree. Crack! Under the cutting of the beam of light, the fruit stem, which was much harder than ordinary alloys, broke with a sound, and without the support of the fruit stem, the traction field of the silver battleship was no longer restrained, and the deep blue fruit with a diameter of more than 5 meters was quickly carried into the battleship's engine room. The woman quickly closed the hatch, and at the same time, she multitasked, quickly turned the direction of the warship, and rushed back to the 3-talent formation curtain below that was already on the verge of breaking. As the ship turned, the woman's eyes stayed in the sky for a moment. But in this glimpse, the number of deep blue fruits reflected in the depths of her pupils was more than 3 digits. Yes, the deep blue fruits bred on this deep blue mother tree, hundreds and thousands, made people salivate. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. This operation cost a huge price. Wouldn't she want to get a few more at once? But once this happens, the stress response of the deep blue spore mother tree will be more exaggerated, and the final result is that all 5 warships present will have to stay here forever. Kakaka, without waiting for the silver cruiser to return to the formation, the 3 talents formation, which was jointly generated by 3 purple homologous components, and was only slightly less powerful than the orange components, suddenly collapsed. The next second, the countless deep blue spores around swarmed up, and instantly wrapped several Shinhua warships layer by layer, including the silver cruiser that just flew down. Buzz! The energy shields on the surface of the 5 warships made a buzzing sound almost at the same time. It was a sign that they were unable to survive the erosion of countless deep blue spores. In addition, several Shinhua captains also noticed that not only was the energy shield of their ships gradually dimming, but the armor of the ship inside the energy shield was also gradually turning light blue under the erosion of the spore virus that penetrated in strands. Suddenly, the 5 Shinhua captains all changed color. They knew the situation very well. This is the dark blue virus contained in the dark blue spores. If it is slightly corroded by it, the color of the surface of the object will gradually turn to light blue. And if you don't leave the area where the dark blue spores are located as soon as possible, as time goes by, this light blue color will gradually turn to dark blue. Once it completely turns to dark blue, it also means that the object itself has been completely corroded. It will completely turn into dark blue powder within a few minutes, becoming the fertilizer for the survival and evolution of the dark blue spore mother tree and a group of dark blue spores. William, quickly! In the main control room of the silver cruiser, the woman spoke hurriedly. Hearing this, the man in the black cruiser beside him nodded gently. His mind turned, and the next second a special purple component in the black cruiser was activated. Repulsive energy field. Activate! With his light shout, a circle of green light spread out from the black cruiser. Boom! After the violent repulsive energy shock wave, all the dark blue spores and advanced dark blue spores around were pushed tens of thousands of meters away. Seeing this result, the woman turned her eyes and looked at the jump device component on the ship. After the jump, she immediately activated a special component on the warship. This component has the effect of reducing the single buffer time of the designated component by half. With the activation of this component, the buffer time of the jump device on her ship was immediately reduced by half. Adding the past few minutes, the buffer time is now less than 1 minute. Tens of thousands of meters away, countless deep blue spores that were pushed away by the repulsive field returned and rushed towards the 5 Shinhua warships in the center at the fastest speed. The 5 Shinhua warships that had a complete plan also responded. Except for the woman silver cruiser, the other 4 Shinhua warships were successively taken into the Shinhua ancestral orifices of the Shinhua captains. After their bodies were exposed to the starry sky, the 4 did not hesitate, and the dark energy around them circulated, and they quickly rushed towards the silver cruiser. It had only been a few minutes since they jumped from a light year away. The jump device on their ship would take more than 10 minutes to complete the buffer. If they waited for them to escape by space jump, then it would be too late. After the 4 people rushed into the cabin, the silver cruiser quickly closed the open hatch. At the same time, the woman in the main control room heard the deduction reminder of the floating land origin. Deduct 40 strands of the 3rd level floating land origin. In response, the woman, who had been mentally prepared, chose to ignore it. After doing this, the 5 people began to wait quietly. After dozens of seconds, the jump device was officially buffered, and the woman immediately reactivated this component. However, although this purple-level jump device has been strengthened to level 40 by her, the charging time is still as long as 10 minutes. Looking at the periphery of the warship, the countless deep blue spores have crossed tens of thousands of meters again and arrived near the warship. If she really waited for another 10 minutes, even if the energy shield components installed on her ship were of orange quality, she would not be able to hold on. Moreover, near the trunk of the deep blue mother tree in the back, several spore storms have already formed and are rapidly expanding. Once they spread over, they will pull the warship under her feet into its gravitational field. At that time, it would be difficult to perform space jump. Looking at the woman's cheek again, there was no panic on her delicate face. Since she dared to break into the home ground of the deep blue spore mother tree, she was naturally fully prepared. As the thought moved, another special component on the warship was activated. It was still a special component that shortened time, but this time it was no longer for buffer time, but for charging time. With the effectiveness of this component, the original 10-minute charging time of the jump device was also halved, leaving only 5 minutes. But even so, no one could guarantee that it would be safe. Around the warship, countless dark blue spores and advanced dark blue spores accumulated on the outer periphery of the orange-level energy shield activated by the silver cruiser. The spore virus was trying its best to erode this orange-quality energy shield. In such torment, time passed by minute. The energy shield of the silver cruiser was gradually dimming, and even the hull armor on the surface of the ship was gradually turning blue. It seemed as if thousands of years had passed. In the torment, the woman finally heard the pleasant reminder of the ship's semi-intelligent. The charging of the jump device is about to be completed. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0. When the word 0 echoed, the nervous look in the woman's eyes relaxed. The energy shield of the battleship was about to collapse. If she delayed for a while, she would have to stay in this starfield forever. Fortunately, things did not develop to that point. Buzz, in front of the warship, a space vortex with a diameter of several thousand meters appeared. Those dark blue spores that were close to each other were directly sucked into the vortex, and were instantly crushed by the terrifying space force. The woman eagerly controlled the warship to move forward. Seeing that the warship was about to sink into the space vortex, the dark blue spore storm behind it, which had already surged to a diameter of several thousand meters, had arrived behind the warship without knowing when. Woo-woo. Under the violent force of the storm, the hull of the silver cruiser began to tremble violently, and the energy shield that was already on the verge of overload suddenly shattered at this moment. Without the protection of the energy shield, the densely packed dark blue spores swarmed in from behind. This was not the point. The key point was that the spore storm directly turned into a storm dragon, roaring straight towards the tail of the warship. The diameter of this spore storm had reached a terrifying several thousand meters, and the energy it carried was beyond imagination. It can be expected that if this storm dragon really hit the tail of the warship head-on, even if the silver cruiser did not sink on the spot, it would rush into the space vortex in front under the uncontrolled thrust, and the result would most likely be crushed by the space crack. At the critical moment, the woman moved her mind and activated the active characteristic of the shadow inkstone hull armor in the basic components of the warship. The inkstone shield. Swish. The thick black stone shield suddenly condensed, tightly wrapping the entire warship. The next second, the storm dragon behind also hit the tail of the ship, driven by the terrifying force. The warship covered by the inkstone shield rushed straight into the void vortex in front. Hundreds of light years away, a huge space vortex suddenly appeared in the silent starry sky, and then a dark behemoth rushed out of the vortex. On this dark stone armor layer, there were huge and terrifying cracks. After a few minutes, when the black stone shield dissipated, the silver cruiser inside also showed its shape. But at this moment, the condition of the cruiser was a bit unbearable. The originally gorgeous streamlined silver hull was now engraved with countless cracks of different sizes, and the main gun at the bow was cut in the middle, and was completely scrapped by the space crack. Click! With the sound of steam, the hull hatch was opened, and the 4 Shinhua captains, who were also in fear, quickly rushed out, and then summoned their own Shinhua warships at the first time. For a Shinhua captain, only in his own warship can he find enough sense of security. In the main control room of the silver cruiser, the woman gently rubbed her forehead, and a deep sense of fatigue flashed in the depths of her crystal eyes. in the previous actions. Her mental power was overloaded from beginning to end. Even with the third-level guidance technique, she still felt a little overwhelmed. But she soon turned to joy. In any case, the deep blue fruit was finally obtained, which was of course worth being happy about. Although the price she paid was high enough, she didn't care. The person behind her has reached the end of his life. Most of the things that can prolong his life have been used, and they have no effect on him. However, this deep blue fruit is different. It is a fruit produced by a 5th-level deep blue mother tree. Although it cannot extend the life of the person behind her by 100 years, it can still do half of it, 50 years. With this 50-year buffer, the warships under her command will have a certain probability of impacting the 4th level, as long as they are upgraded to chasing ships. She will have the basic right to make independent choices, and no longer have to passively accept the arrangements of others. Retracting all the thoughts in her mind, she changed her mind, and the battleship hatch opened again. 4 balls of light shot out from the cabin, and were pulled to the 4 battleships on the side. This was the subsequent reward for her invitation to the 4 Shinhua battleships. Even for her, it was not a small amount, but it had to be paid. Personal credit aside, the identity of the black cruiser on the left was not simple. It was a direct descendant of one of the strongest nobles in the principality. If she really refused to pay the reward, once the other family put pressure on her, she would be under considerable pressure even with her identity. After happily accepting the subsequent reward, the man in the black cruiser tried to ask about the brainwave remote control system parts again before leaving, but was still sternly rejected by the woman. When all 4 warships left, the woman's tense expression could no longer be controlled, and her delicate face suddenly turned pale. At the same time, the silver cruiser, which was originally normal, began to send out a rapid red alarm. The power of space is not so easy to withstand. Even with the protection of the inkstone shield, the degree of damage to the silver cruiser is beyond imagination. Chapter 100 Shinhua Battleship Man Certificate. Time passed quickly, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Guanyu Fulu, Fulu Fortress, Morningstar Multifunctional Shop. Song Chi came to the shop again as promised, but this time was different from the past. Without the brainwave remote control system, he could only come in person. Of course, he was not betting on how kind the woman was, and would not do anything to him, but he was fully prepared. Walking into the door of the shop, the old man's rough voice suddenly came from behind. "Okay, Grandpa won't go in." Although the old man's voice was loud, the vigilance in his eyes was not weak at all. The reason why he stayed at the door of the shop was to beware of the other party's possible backup inside the shop. After all, Song Chi clearly told him that the boss behind this shop was probably a 3rd-level Shinhua captain, and a senior one. When Song Chi turned around, the old man added again, "Don't be more than 20 meters away from the gate, otherwise it will be difficult for Grandpa to rescue in time." Song Chi nodded seriously. That's right. The perfect preparation he mentioned was the old man's Song Ming song. There was no other way. He thought about it over and over again in the past 10 days. But he really couldn't think of a perfect way to face the 3rd-level Shinhua captain and ensure his own safety. In the end, he had to ask his grandfather for help. Fortunately, the old man and his uncle had just returned from an alien exploration a few days ago, and they were relatively free for the next 20 days. Under Song Ming Song's solemn gaze, Song Chi strode into the shop. But what made Song Ming Song's eyes jump was that Song Chi only moved forward 3 meters and stopped his steps completely, without any intention of continuing to stride. As for Song Chi's inner thoughts at the moment, there was only one. 20 meters away. "Grandpa, you don't take your grandson's life seriously." Behind the counter in the distance, the woman whose face had returned to rosy smiled and shook her head. However, she knew Song Chi's caution and didn't care too much. She still had a smile on her cheeks. However, what Song Chi didn't catch was that when his eyes accidentally passed by Song Ming Song, who was also wearing a black cloak and robe at the door, a hint of surprise appeared in the depths of his eyes. She could sense the vague threat from Song Ming Song. And in this frontier star field, a captain of the same rank as Shinhua could actually make her feel quite threatened. This was obviously not normal. For a moment, she became more and more curious about Song Chi. The sound of high heels hitting the ground came from far away, and the woman came to Song Chi, who was wearing a black robe. At some point, her originally black pupils turned light green, and Song Chi felt a chill all over his body, as if everything was presented to the woman without reservation. In an emergency, a strong dark energy surged from Song Ming Song behind him. This dark energy surrounded Song Chi, completely blocking the woman's prying eyes. It was not until then that Song Chi felt normal again. He raised his eyes under the hood of the cloak and stared at the woman in front of him. However, he did not get angry. He could feel that the woman did not have any malicious intentions. She just wanted to see through his disguise. To put it simply, she wanted to find out Song Chi's specific identity. The woman pursed her red lips and lost interest. She first waved her hand to remove the strange green light in her eyes, and then a faint light flashed between her eyebrows, and she took out the brainwave remote control system component. Seeing this, Song Chi also started the same operation, and reluctantly returned the forest white bone flame to the woman, as if she saw what he was thinking. The woman put away the wisp of forest white bone flame and whispered, "Sister, I will leave Guangyuan Fulu soon. But this wisp of forest white bone flame will stay in the shop. Within 2 years, if you can bring an item of the same quality to trade, this wisp of forest white bone flame will naturally be yours." After saying that, regardless of Song Chi's reaction, she turned around and waved back at the same time, which meant to send him away. Under the cloak, Song Chi narrowed his eyes, but in the end, he didn't say anything more, and turned to walk towards his grandfather, regardless of whether what the woman said was true or false. He borrowed this brainwave remote control system component for 10 days, and obtained a superb blue quality group attack secondary gun, which was definitely true. Even if the other party really took the forest white bone flame and ran away, he would not suffer any loss. At most, he would lose the opportunity to obtain a superb purple upgraded fire source. Before leaving the shop, the woman sent someone to deliver a pure black communication bracelet. According to the person who delivered it, this communication bracelet is a one-way communication bracelet, which can only send messages to designated communication bracelets of the same type, without the risk of being eavesdropped or leaked. If he goes to the capital star field of the principality in the future, he can use this bracelet to contact the woman. Song Chi just took the bracelet, and before he had time to check it, the old man's big hand beside him took the lead and reached out. After taking the bracelet and examining it carefully for a while, Song Mingsong arrived at the dock area of the floating land fortress and summoned the angry lion. He then took the bracelet into the warship, seemingly using some special parts on the angry lion to test the communication bracelet. 2 minutes later, the bracelet was thrown out of the warship, and Song Chi, who hurriedly took it, understood the meaning. Since the old man didn't say anything, it naturally meant that the black bracelet had not been tampered with. But Song Chi was still not at ease. No matter whether the bracelet had been tampered with or not, he was going to put it in the market later. The market is in the void space. Even if the other party really tampered with the bracelet, it would most likely be blocked. And even if it can still be located, it is impossible for the other party to run to the void storm, the void gap filled with void winds, to verify it. Right? As for the brainwave remote control system component in his hand, Song Mingsong just glanced at it at first and didn't ask much. Before, on Grandma Bai Xiuqin's birthday, when Song Chi took out the intermediate energy crystal, and when he successfully upgraded the seed of fire to white by his own strength, the elders in the family knew that Song Chi must have a special experience. Therefore, Song Mingsong was not surprised that Song Chi had a purple component that he had never seen before. Without saying much, he summoned the sky and reloaded the brainwave remote control system. After strengthening it to level 20, he went to the market again and put the black communication bracelet into the closed storage room in the market. After finishing these, 2 warships, one large and one small, soared into the sky and quickly disappeared in the starry sky around Guangyuan floating land. Even without the woman's cleaning this time, no warship dared to follow. Just kidding. They are not blind. At the kilometer level, that is a cruiser. Are they so bored that they want to attack a cruiser? Bida floating land, Jianyuan City. Since returning from Guangyuan floating land yesterday, Song Chi has been wandering around the major Xinhua shopping malls and Bida floating land. Today, he and his father will set off to the Blood Blade Star Pirate's lair. According to his father, he will not be able to return for at least 3 months. Therefore, Song Chi must first prepare all the goods for the 3 subsequent market transactions. Otherwise, who knows if there will be any places to replenish the goods when he arrives at the Blood Blade Star Pirate's lair. He also bought some in Guangyuan floating land before, and visited several Xinhua shopping malls after returning to Bida floating land. Finally, this morning, Song Chi basically bought all the planned goods. Outside Zhongyuan City, when Song Chao and Song Qi arrived, Song Lin was already waiting here, and besides Song Lin, Song Yu was also there. After being slightly surprised, Song Qi understood that Song Yu had awakened at the same time as him, and had conducted 6 rounds of alien exploration so far, and his ship should have been upgraded to a psionic airship. Song Chao did not say anything, but from his slightly raised mouth corners, it was not difficult to see that he was very happy about the advancement speed of the next generation of the family. After all, this also meant that the family had successors. Okay, you don't need to summon the warships, come on board. As he said this, a faint light flashed between his eyebrows, and the blue sky was summoned. 10 seconds later, the blue sky rose up, pierced through the clouds of the floating land in the blink of an eye, and disappeared over the floating land. As for why the 3 of them boarded the blue sky together, this must first be explained from Song Qi-san's current state. After boarding the blue sky, the 3 of them saw a circle of special fluorescence tightly surrounding them. Under the effect of this fluorescence, the 3 of them frowned, and they clearly felt that the operation of the psionic energy in their bodies had become extremely obscure. Let alone practicing the psionic guidance technique, even the basic control of the psionic energy to circulate in the body could not be achieved. In addition, the 3 people also felt a wave of coldness between their eyebrows. No matter how hard they tried to sense the fire seed in their ancestral orifice, they could not get any response. Looking at the main control room of the azure sky, since Song Qi and the other 2 boarded the warship, Song Chao did not hear the reminder of deducting the floating land origin. As for the reason, it was because of a special component loaded on the azure sky. Fire Warship Man Certificate LV10 Quality, Blue Consumption, 50/person Phantom Energy Points. Number of people that can be carried, 3/300 Effect, seal the energy in the body of the person being carried 24 hours. Within the range of the number of people that can be carried, the restriction on consuming the floating land origin is lifted. Upgrade requirements, 10 strands of floating land origin first level, 1500 psionic points. This type of component is very common in the entire territory of Xinhua human civilization. But because of the 24-hour limit of sealing the energy in the body, Xinhua captains rarely use it. They only use it when they are in a hurry to travel, or when they run away. After all, for a Xinhua captain, sealing the energy in the body is sealing the psionic energy. And if you can't mobilize the psionic energy, you can't open the ancestral orifice at the center of your eyebrows. And you can't summon your own Xinhua warship, which makes you feel very insecure. P.S. I am confused as to why the setting of the Xinhua warship cannot carry people is set. Let's give a unified explanation. The reason for this setting is to restrict high-level Xinhua captains from carrying low-level Xinhua captains to explore alien domains without restrictions. Just imagine, if you explore alien domains once a month, and you bring thousands of low-level Xinhua captains every time. What is the concept? Don't say it increases the danger. It is the same in the real territory. If this restriction is not set, the cost of each large-scale interstellar expedition launched by the Xinhua human civilization will be too low. Yes, the setting of not being able to summon warships for 24 hours is the same, which increases the danger of interstellar expeditions. Once an alien race is encountered during the sealing time, a large number of people will die. So every time an interstellar expedition is launched, it must be done with caution. In the cabin, after a brief discomfort, Song Qi and the other 2 quickly came to their senses. They have seen parts such as the Xinhua warship's man credentials in previous courses, and they know that this is just a normal reaction. As long as they get off the ship and wait for 24 hours, they will be able to return to normal. Not long after, a strong sense of weightlessness came, and the blue sky was making a space jump. In the middle of the 3 people, Song Qi's heart moved, and he muttered to himself. It seems that the lair of the Bloodblade pirates is not close to the White Tower floating land. The reason for this idea is that he can feel that the weightlessness reaction produced by the blue sky during the space jump is obviously much stronger than that of the Purple River jump device. In other words, the distance of the blue sky's space jump at the moment is far more than 40 light years. Moreover, after one jump, it is not over yet, and the blue sky has to wait for the second jump. Chaos Star Field, Star Area 0155. As a star area on the edge of the Chaos Star Field, Star Area 0155 is a famous barren area. It is said that thousands of years ago, this was once a core star area controlled by a medium-sized civilization group, but it was bombed by a large number of space collapse bombs in the subsequent Morning Star First Great Expedition. Since then, The asteroids and floating lands in this star field have all been annihilated in the dense space cracks. The large area of collapsed space has caused this star region to be covered with countless space cracks. And as time goes by, these space cracks are still spreading. In this case, the danger of this star region has been raised to the extreme. In addition, the disappearance of a number of asteroids and floating lands in the sea of stars has made this star region more and more barren. With the superposition of these two factors, in the past 1,000 years, this star region has become increasingly deserted, and almost no creatures are willing to come to this place that has no oil or water and is full of dangers. In a remote area on the edge of the 0155 star zone, after a strong spatial fluctuation, the blue sky emerged from the spatial vortex. From the window of the blue sky cabin, the sight swept across the outer starry sky. Song Lin, one of the three, recognized this star zone immediately. This is the 0155 star zone on the edge of the chaotic star zone. I remember that the Moro civilization had a decisive battle with our Principality Expeditionary Force here. Could it be that the Blood Blade Star Pirates built their lair here? Chapter 101. The Super Empire of Xinhua Civilization Qiyu Divine Dynasty, the orange parts reappear. Compared with Song Qi and Song Yulai, Song Lin has been awakened for a long time, and has naturally experienced more, so he has a certain understanding of this 0155 TH star zone. This also aroused the curiosity of Song Qi and the others, and they hurriedly asked. 2 minutes later, the two of them basically understood. Of course they knew about the first Morning Star expedition, and they were even familiar with it. This was an interstellar war launched by the Morning Star Principality not long after it was established in order to expand the territory of the Principality. It is said that the Principality dispatched 20 full fleets, with more than 600,000 Xinhua warships, and more than 20 Xinhua warships above the Zhulu level. It took 50 years to open up a large territory. However, as for the specific territory opened up and the opponents faced in the war, there were only a few words in the books in the past, and the two had basically no in-depth understanding. Now, after listening to Song Lin's explanation, they realized that the territory opened up by the Principality was the Golden Shark and several nearby star fields. And the main opponent was the medium-civilized tribe that called itself the Moro tribe. The Moro tribe was once a tyrant in the chaotic star field. They controlled a star field of nearly 10,000 light years, and had unique civilization and technology. During the Great Expedition, they annoyed the Morning Star Expedition Army. In the end, they had to use space collapse bombs on a large scale to completely wipe out this medium-sized civilization. Of course, because of the space collapse bombs, the Principality Expedition Army did not get any of the essence of the Moro civilization. They were all annihilated under the space cracks. They only got the territory of the Golden Shark and several surrounding star fields. This is why all forces of the Xinhua human civilization are unwilling to use weapons such as space collapse bombs unless they have no choice. It was also because of this battle that other civilized groups in the chaotic star field began to unite and collectively resist the subsequent expansion of the Morning Star Principality. The direct result was that the advancement of the Morning Star Principality slowed down again and again in the following thousands of years. As the three talked, the blue sky moved forward again. In the main control room of the warship, Song Chao moved his mind and activated a special component on the blue sky. Void Membrane LV20 Quality, Blue Features, Void Stealth Consumption, 500/time Psionic Points Charging, 20 minutes, Buffering, 9 hours Duration, 2 hours Effect, Conceal the whereabouts of the warship. Priority 350 Upgrade required, 15 strands of Floating Land Origin First Order, 1500 Psionic Points Void Stealth. The warship gains special Void Resistance, ignoring a certain degree of void cracks, and the influence of void gale. This part with special effects in the void is said to be obtained by the old man Song Ming Song through unknown channels at a high price. In addition, it is not only on the Qikong, but also on Song Hai's flagship. In order to prevent being discovered by the Blood Blade Star Pirates when entering and leaving this star field during the rotation period, the Blood Blade Star Pirates have been working hard for 100 years. How can they control this star field if they don't do a good job of covering up? The family's entry and exit over the past decades may have been discovered by the other party. After 2 hours of careful progress, the transparent void membrane on the surface of the ship ended. The blue sky, which had not yet reached its destination, found an asteroid with a diameter of several hundred meters and docked before the void membrane dissipated. After the warship's power was dissipated, The blue sky seemed to have become a part of the asteroid and did not create any energy fluctuations. It was not until 9 hours later that the void membrane component completed the buffering again, and the blue sky began to move forward again. This continued 4 times. And 2 days later, the blue sky arrived near a small debris belt. This debris belt is pitifully small, with a diameter of only a few thousand meters. It is completely incomparable to the debris belts in the outside world that cover more than 100,000 kilometers. However, in this 0155 star zone, such debris groups that are not even miniature are everywhere, which can be regarded as a feature of the space collapse star field. Just when Song-Chi and the other two thought that the blue sky would bypass the debris group and continue to move forward, the blue sky turned around and quickly drilled into the debris group. In the central area of the debris group, pieces of floating land fragments of different sizes were scattered everywhere without any rules. It looked very ordinary to the naked eye. But soon Song-Chi and the other two showed surprise in their eyes. The blue sky shuttled through a layer of invisible isolation-like curtain. And then the scene in the eyes of the three people suddenly changed. The chaotic floating land fragments suddenly turned into a vacuum area with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters. In the middle of the area, there was a floating land fragment with a diameter of more than 500 meters. On top of the fragment, there stood a small temporary base made of alloy. In addition, there was a mechanical device in each of the 4 corners of the fragment. A steady stream of energy flowed out from the small temporary base and continued to flow into these mechanical devices. Several deep red rays were emitted from these 4 mechanical devices, and they were connected to each other, and finally built this hidden space hidden in the group of fragments. Combined illusion construction device. I remember this thing is very expensive. A whole set of it. You need hundreds of strands of 3rd level floating land origin. Is our family so rich? Inside the azure sky, Song Lin was still the first to recognize the 4 combined mechanical devices. After hearing what he said, Song Chi and Song Yu also quickly understood. Combined illusion construction device. It is said that this thing is a product developed by the Virtual Technology Consortium in the Qiyu Divine Dynasty, one of the 4 super empires in the human civilization. However, although the illusion created is realistic enough, and it also has a good effect of shielding energy fluctuations, it is expensive, and the range of the illusion is extremely limited, so it has never been very popular in the market. Of course, compared with technologies such as space curtains, it is still much more cost-effective. Soon, the blue sky landed on the single-person warship docking area next to the base. Swish. After Song Chao put the blue sky into the Xinhua Zuqiao, Song Chi and the other two finally left the warship. However, although there was no continuous restriction from the man certificate component of the warship, the psionic energy in their bodies was still unable to be used, and it would take 24 hours to completely eliminate it. After a while, second Uncle Song Hai came out with Song Chi and Song Wen. The 3 of them had been here for more than a month. The arrival of Song Chao and the other 4 meant that they would be able to leave soon. Oh, third. Xiao Lin. Xiao Qi. Xiao Yu was also promoted successfully. Not bad. With second Uncle Song Hai taking the lead, the 7 people began to communicate with each other, especially the 5 young people. They had a lot of topics to talk about. Song Chi walked up to his third brother and patted Song Yu on the shoulder with a smile. You kid, not bad. When did you get promoted? 5 times or 6 times? Hearing this, Song Yu raised his chin and proudly gestured. 5 times, not bad. You are worthy of being our little genius. Song Chi seemed particularly happy. He and Song Lin both upgraded their ships to the 1st level after 10 starfield explorations. Now that his brother can be promoted so quickly, he is naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. In front, Song Hai and Song Chao were also talking in a low voice. How is it? Are there any other unusual movements in the Blood Blade Pirates? As Song Chao asked, Song Hai shook his head at first, but then changed his tone. But a few days ago, the Blood Wolf left his lair with a group of people. He should have gone out to plunder. He has not returned yet. Song Chao narrowed his eyes, and his mind quickly flashed through all kinds of information about this person. Blood Wolf, the deputy leader of the Blood Blade Pirates, the 2nd level peak Xinhua captain, whose ship, the Demon Wolf, is the most powerful frigate. And he is also the 2nd in command of the Blood Blade Pirates. After thinking for a while, Song Chao made a guess. Could he have gone out to get promoted? Song Hai did not answer immediately. In fact, he did have some guesses in his mind. But he was not sure. It is unlikely. According to the information we have found, this blood wolf is less than 200 years old now. Although he has considerable power in the Blood Blade Star Pirates, the long-term benefits are very considerable, but getting promoted to the 3rd level is not a joke, and he has not had enough time to polish it. Moreover, he is the absolute confidant of the Blood Blade. If he really wants to get promoted to the 3rd level, the Star Pirate's Nest is the safest place to get promoted. Why go to the outside world to take risks for promotion? I personally think that. He went out to plunder. Song Hai's speculation is well-founded. Song Chao actually agrees with it, but when it comes to that thing, it is related to their decades of planning, and they cannot afford to make such arbitrary subjective assumptions. It's unlikely. If these were placed in ordinary tasks, then it would be acceptable, but not now. The two looked at each other, and then Song Hai took the initiative to say, "Understood. When we return to the White Tower floating land this time, I will explain the situation to the old man, and the specific whereabouts of the Blood Wolf will be thoroughly investigated, and no mistakes will be allowed." After these words, Song Chao was relieved, but Song Hai continued to ask, "By the way, how is the boss going? What is the chance of promotion?" "Not bad." After the promotion mission started, the old man personally led 2 rounds of alien domain exploration, under the old man's. With the help of the old man, the boss killed a 3rd level peak alien head-on last time, which increased the success rate a lot. The current success rate is close to 50%. After the old man takes you to explore a few more times, it should not be difficult to increase the success rate to more than 60%. Song Chao's answer made Song Hai very satisfied. It has only been less than 2 months since the promotion mission started, and the success rate is close to 50%. This is a very good start. As long as you are not too unlucky in the future, a success rate of 60% should not be difficult. Walking into the base, Song Chi found that the base was not big, but he could understand it. After all, it was only temporary. In addition to a few single lounges, there was the remote monitoring room at the innermost side. Standing behind Song Hai and Song Chao, Song Chi and the other two stretched their necks curiously. They were extremely curious about the room that Song Chi and Song Wen mentioned, which could conduct remote monitoring across a distance of 1 light year. As the door was opened, the 3 followed Song Hai and Song Chao into the monitoring room. As soon as they entered, the 3 people's sight was directly attracted by the projection screen in the middle of the room that almost occupied the entire room. This projection screen, which was more than 10 meters long and more than 5 meters wide, was like a large black and white curtain, stretching across the room. But this was not the point. Specifically, what attracted Song Chi and the other 2 people's sight was the real-time changing image in the screen. In the dark starry sky, there were terrifying space cracks of varying sizes. Not far away, a large floating land fragment with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters was quietly suspended, and an elliptical energy light curtain with a diameter even larger than the fragment completely wrapped the large floating land fragment. Through this transparent energy light curtain, you can see a number of Xinhua warships of different sizes floating and wandering in the light curtain. Below, an alloy building with a height of more than a kilometer stands on the debris. The red energy flows out from the top of the alloy building and is injected into the energy shield above, maintaining the existence of the energy shield. The mechanical base on the floating land fragment is the base of the Blood Blade Pirates. It is more than 1.5 light years away from our current location. Since we arrived decades ago, this interstellar base has been standing here. The deep voice of the second uncle Song Hai came to his ears, and Song Chi and the other 2 came back from their days. Song Chi didn't know what Song Lin and Song Yu were thinking at the moment, but he had a question in his heart. How exactly is this projection screen generated? It can actually monitor the star field 1.5 light years away in real time. This is beyond description. Perhaps seeing the doubt in his son's eyes, Song Chao slowly explained, "This projection screen is generated by an orange component that your grandfather brought out from the clan." Hearing this, the doubt in Song Chi's eyes still did not completely dissipate. Shipborne components, which need to be loaded on the Xinhua warship to take effect. Could it be that this orange component is currently loaded on the second uncle's flagship? But if this is the case, what will happen when the second uncle leaves later? Could it be unloaded again and loaded on the Qin Kong? Or did the second uncle's flagship stay here? Without waiting for him to ask, Song Chao spoke again. This component only needs to be enhanced to level 19, and the effective range can reach 1.5 light years. It will not waste much resources each time it is disassembled. After hearing this, Song-chi nodded. If it only needs to be enhanced to level 19, then there is no need to consume titanium crystal. As long as it does not waste strategic resources such as titanium crystal, it is naturally acceptable. After understanding this, Song-chi's attention suddenly turned, and he thought, orange quality special components. As expected, our elders have a lot of good things in their hands. At this time, Song-yu on the side suddenly spoke up and asked a question that Song-chi and others have always been concerned about. Second uncle, third uncle, the family has even used the orange components. So what exactly are we planning for the past few decades? Chapter 102 Star C Secret Realm Classification. For a moment, Song-chi and the other 7 people all cast their curious eyes over. Song-hai and Song-chao looked at each other, and then nodded calmly. In their opinion, since they had already brought the younger generations of the family here, it was naturally time to inform them of the family's mission objectives. After all, as long as there was no accident on Song-shan's side, the action would be launched soon, and it would be okay to let the younger generations know now. But before speaking, Song-hai and Song-chao said with heavy faces, if you want to know the ultimate goal of the family, you can, but let me make it clear first, you must not reveal a single bit to the outside world afterwards. If you violate it, you will never be forgiven easily. Do you understand? Understood. Seeing the 7 people speaking in unison, Song-chao said no more. The 7 people were the absolute direct descendants of the family, and for them, the 2 of them could still give them full trust. The 2 looked at each other again. And then Song-chao took the initiative to speak. You all know that this star region was once the core star region of the Namo-Luo civilization. And the family has received a top-secret message before. At that time, the Namo-Luo civilization once controlled a secret realm. The moment they heard the word secret realm, the hearts of Song-chi and the other 7 people began to beat faster instinctively. They were not unfamiliar with these 2 words, because they had received orthodox education. Especially Song-chi, because the Zutian market he controlled was a special secret realm. Secret realm, as the name implies, is a general term for those unknown secret closed environments in the Starry Sea. Because of its strong secrecy and closeness, this type of space usually retains the most primitive environment at the beginning of its formation. Under the influence of this primitive environment, most secret realms have an ecology that is completely different from the outside world. After a long period of evolution, this unique ecology and environment has derived various unique Starry Sea wonders, or extremely rare minerals, biological resources, and other resources. Could it be that the Blood Blade Star Pirates have obtained that secret realm? Song-yu spoke in a hurry, but his guess was confirmed by Song-chao. Yes, the Blood Blade Star Pirates have obtained the secret realm of the Moro civilization. After receiving Song-chao's affirmative reply, Song-chi and the other 7 people's breathing suddenly became heavier. This is a secret realm, so rare, its number is far less than that of various civilization relics in the Broken Star Sea, and because of this, the value of each secret realm is unimaginable. Even the lowest level of the Broken Secret Realm, its value would not be lower than a top-grade purple treasure. And the secret realm controlled by the Blood Blade Star Pirates, which the Song family spent decades to lay out step by step, obviously could not be the lowest level of the Broken Secret Realm. At this time, Song-chi spoke. Dad, what level of secret realm is this secret realm of the Moro civilization? Song-chi's question could be said to have expressed the thoughts of Song-chi and the other 6 people beside him. For a moment, all 7 of them stared at Song-chao intently, expecting Song-chao's answer. Common knowledge of the Broken Star Sea, the various secret realms in the Star Sea are divided into 4 levels from low to high according to their rarity and value. Broken Secret Realm, Star Sea Secret Realm, Original Secret Realm, Universe Secret Realm. Broken Secret Realm. As the name suggests, it is a normal Star Sea secret realm that has been destroyed. The original environment inside the secret realm has been affected to a certain extent, leading to a significant reduction in the quality and quantity of the resources produced within. Star Sea Secret Realm. A type of secret realm created by the civilized ethnic groups derived from the Broken Star Sea era. There are very few time and space laws, and only random laws are bred in this secret realm. Original Secret Realm. At the beginning of the Broken Star Sea era, those primitive civilizations left over from the multiverse were created after birth, possessing one of the laws of time and space. Cosmic Secret Realm. A whole piece of cosmic fragments after the multiverse was broken, possessing the 2 laws of time and space, containing all the essence left after a certain universe was broken, and its value is inestimable. Among them, the broken secret realm alone can be comparable to the purple top-grade star sea wonders, and those with less damage to the internal environment can be comparable to the orange glory quality star sea wonders. Star sea secret realm, if it contains one of the laws of time or space, it is comparable to the red epic level star sea wonders. As for the higher primitive secret realms and cosmic secret realms, there are no detailed records in previous textbooks, but judging from the value of the star sea secret realm alone, its value will definitely exceed the red epic wonders. Song Chao was silent for a while, and then he couldn't stand the gazes of the 7 people anymore, and quickly replied, according to our secret investigation over the past few decades, the secret realm is most likely a star sea secret realm. After these words came out, Song Chi and others could no longer hide their excitement. The star sea secret realm, even if it is not good, is equivalent to an orange quality component. However, Song Chao's words have not been finished yet, and he continued to add, and it is a star sea secret realm that contains the laws of space. You have always wondered why the Blood Blade Star Pirates built their lair in this void crack zone. Because the secret realm in their hands can produce a special mineral resource called Fixing Stone. This Dingkong Stone can protect their base from damage by space cracks and space gale. If it is integrated into the Xinhua battleship, it can give their Xinhua battleship special space resistance, greatly reducing the danger of traveling through the void crack zone. Hearing this, everyone was more and more surprised. The Star Sea secret realm containing the laws of space. What is this concept? This means that this secret realm is comparable to a super shipborne component of red epic quality. At this moment, several people suddenly figured out something in their hearts. I remember that after Grandma's birthday, the elders in the family said that, because of Grandpa's negligence, the family lost the opportunity to obtain a red component. Now, as long as this secret realm is obtained, it will naturally make up for the mistake that Grandpa made before. Among the crowd, Song Chi was also surprised. But he was much better than Song Chi and the other 6 people. The Zhutian market in his hand was a secret realm in itself, and it also contained the law of space. As for why Song Chi knew it, the reason was very simple. Although Zhutian market did not produce any special resources, it had the ability to launch space gates across the endless distance of the broken star sea. This was the manifestation of the effect of the law of space. Otherwise, how could a severely damaged secret realm be so easily connected to the various star fields of the entire boundless broken star sea? As for why it did not produce any exclusive strange objects or resources, Song Chi guessed that it might be related to the unknown powerful person of the fairyland civilization. Compared to the 4-word space law, Song Chi is more concerned about the resource fixed space stone. According to his father, this fixed space stone is like the illusion crystal. Although it is not a necessary resource for the Xinhua warship to be strengthened and upgraded, it can be freely integrated into the hull armor when it is strengthened and upgraded. After integration, it can improve the space resistance of a Xinhua warship and reduce the impact of void cracks and void wind. For this, the first thing he thought of was the Void Demon. The Zhutian market wanders in the Void Space Gap. It is the base camp of the Void Demon, which is full of countless Void Demons. Correspondingly, it is also the best place to hunt Void Crystals. Song Chi still had a deep impression of the large amount of Void Crystals he had obtained before. The first level Void Crystals could be exchanged for the second level Floating Land Origin at a 1-to-1 ratio. And what he lacked most at the moment was the second level Floating Land Origin. During the period after the market was upgraded, he had thought about hunting those Void Demons more than once. With the current combat power of the sky, it was too easy to kill the first level and 0 level Void Demons. However, in the end, he gave up the idea under the deterrence of the terrifying Void Gale Storm. And if the family succeeds in seizing the secret realm, can he take this opportunity to get a sufficient number of Dingkong stones, and then integrate them into the skyship, as long as the skyship can obtain enough space resistance, and will not be afraid of the influence of those void winds, then going out to the market to hunt the Void Demon will no longer be a fantasy. Just as he was carefully considering the feasibility of this matter, Song Chao in front of him coughed lightly, bringing the attention of the 7 people back to reality. Okay, about the topic of the secret realm, let's stop here. After leaving this room, no one should mention the word secret realm again, whether here or after returning to the White Tower floating land. Understand? Received. Understood. The 7 people nodded solemnly. With a serious expression, they were not children, and they all knew the importance of this matter, and would never make such a low-level mistake. The next day, the 9 people gathered at the warship docking area on one side of the Illusion space base. Since Song Chao had come, Song Hai naturally had to take Song Chi and Song Wen away. Before leaving, Song Chi called Song Chi, Song Yu and the other 6 people together, and then directly stated his request. Big brother, second brother, Xiao Yu, do you have any long-range delivery components on your ship? I want to borrow them for a while. Well, I will make up for the wasted resources during unloading. Song Chi looked serious, not joking. Song Chi and the other 6 raised their eyebrows. Xiao Chi, fourth brother. What's wrong? Song Chi didn't explain much. Just said that he had an urgent need. Hearing this, the 6 people didn't ask any more questions. Song Wen said, fourth brother, I have a blue quality fixed point delivery platform. If you can use it, I will unload it for you. Song Chi raised his hand to stop his third brother Song Wen from summoning the battleship, and asked first, third brother, what is the current level of the component in your hand? How far can it be delivered? He borrowed this long-range delivery component to deliver drones. The Bloodblade Pirate's lair was 1.5 light-years away. It would be useless if it couldn't be delivered that far. Song Wen didn't even think about it. The current enhancement level is LV-10, and the delivery distance is 0.5 light-years. LV-10, 0.5 light-years, so the enhancement to LV-20 is likely to be more than 1.5 light-years. After calculating in his mind, Song Chi quickly nodded and agreed. After taking the fixed-point delivery platform component handed over by Song Wen, Song Chi also took out 200 strands of zero-level floating land origin immediately. Song Wen naturally didn't want it, but in the end, Song Chi had to persuade him to take it. At present, Song Chi had tens of thousands of zero-level floating land origins in his hands, so he would not take advantage of this. After finishing this matter, Song Hai summoned his own ship, the frigate Black Sea, and took Song Chi and Song Wen with him. After activating the void membrane on the warship, they quickly rushed out of the Illusion space. In the warship docking area, Song Chi summoned the sky, and did not rush to load the fixed-point delivery platform. He first focused on the brainwave remote control system. The level 20 brainwave remote control system, the control distance is only 1 light-year. It needs to be strengthened several times before it can be extended to more than 1.5 light-years. However, the enhancement of purple quality parts above level 20, titanium crystals are needed. Song Chi only has 10 titanium crystals left. This makes him reluctant. But even if he is reluctant, it still needs to be strengthened. Are you sure to spend 15 strands of second-level floating land origin plus 20,000 psionic points plus 1 ton of soul crystals plus 1 titanium crystal to upgrade the brainwave remote control system to level 21? Yes. After a brief period of brilliance, the brainwave remote control system was successfully upgraded to level 21, and then look at its control distance. 1.2 light-years. Song Chi could only continue to strengthen. After 2 more strengthenings, until he had only 4 titanium crystals left in his hand, the brainwave remote control system was strengthened to level 23, and its control distance finally met the requirements successfully. Control distance, 1.6 light-years. Duration, 15 hours. Buffer, 4 hours. Upgrade requirements, 27 strands of floating land origin second level, 27,000 psionic points, for tons of soul crystals, for titanium crystals. After strengthening the brainwave remote control system, it was the turn of the fixed-point delivery platform component. After clicking 20 times in a row, Song Chi successfully pulled this component to level 20. As expected, the fixed-point delivery platform of level 20 has a delivery distance of more than 1.5 light-years. Fixed-point delivery platform level 20 quality, blue consumption, 2,000/time phantom energy points charging, 30 seconds, buffering, 6 hours effect, deliver items organisms of qualified volume, and weight to the specified coordinates. Current maximum delivery distance, 2 light-years upgrade requirements, 15 strands of floating land origin second order, 18,000 phantom energy points after finishing these. Song Chi did not rush to try long-distance delivery, but did not recall the sky, but instead looked at the Sky Eye Patrol radar on the side. To be more precise, it was the star map generated by the Sky Eye Patrol radar. Since we were going to launch a long-range attack, we couldn't just do it blindly. We had to have the coordinates prepared. However, Song Chi frowned quickly. The 0155 star area was full of countless space cracks, and it was impossible to mark these void cracks in the star map generated by the Sky Eye Patrol radar. So the question was, what if we happened to encounter void cracks when launching? He lowered his head and glanced at the fantasy butterfly UAV in his hand. And then remembered that the price of this thing was as high as 500 strands of the first-level floating land origin. He shook his head quickly. Just kidding. Although he had money in his hand now, it was not good to squander it like this. After thinking for a while, he put the fantasy butterfly UAV aside and took out a Bumblebee-class UAV. In comparison, the Bumblebee UAV was much cheaper. Chapter 103 Hongwang Continent Luofu Sword Sect. The most important thing is that there are more than 20 Bumblebee-class drones stored in the market space at this moment. In addition to the Bumblebee drones, there are also 10 military combat robots. This is what Song Chi prepared for himself in advance for safety reasons after he had enough money. Originally, he thought that he might use it in the future exploration of alien domains, but he didn't expect it to play a role in advance. On the side, the brainwave remote control system parts flashed. A brainwave beacon was hit on the Bumblebee-class drone in his hand, and then Song Chi stepped to the fixed-point delivery platform and placed the drone. As his mind changed, the fixed-point delivery platform was activated. 1.5 light-years away. In a star field tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Bloodblade pirate's nest. With a slight space fluctuation, the not-so-small Bumblebee-class drone quietly appeared. Because the Bumblebee drone was not small in size, Song Chi chose a coordinate far enough away from the Bloodblade pirate's nest. As for the space fluctuation caused by the launch, there was no need to worry about it. In this star region where space cracks and space gale can be seen everywhere, the space fluctuation caused by the launch of the Bumblebee drone was not even a small splash. In the illusionary space, Song Chi's face darkened. The luck of this first launch was not very good. It directly hit a space crack. The Bumblebee UAV was just launched and was crushed to pieces. In desperation, Song Chi had to recall the sky and wait for 6 hours before making a second attempt. There was no other way. Although the buffer time of the brainwave remote control system was only 4 hours, the launch station required 6 hours, and Song Chi was unwilling to spend more second-level floating land origin on it. After all, it would have to be disassembled and returned to Songwon later. There was no need. After that, Song Chi continued to try. He failed the second time. He did not encounter a space crack this time, but a space gale. He was also instantly annihilated in the terrifying storm. Although he succeeded the third time, the space cracks near the coordinates were too dense. Even though Song Chi tried his best to control the drone to dodge with the brainwave beacon, he still accidentally touched one of them. The final result was that the drone was quickly annihilated under another space crack. After the third time, Song Chi stopped. After 3 consecutive brainwave beacons, his spirit could no longer bear it. He could only put away the sky and return to the room assigned to him in the base. Then he entered the all-attribute training room of the Zhutian market and began to practice the psychic guidance technique. The next day, Song Chi left the room early and went to the monitoring room to complete his daily monitoring tasks. After the handover, he came to the warship docking area again and started today's delivery test. He selected a coordinate on the star map again, and the 4th delivery was officially launched. Maybe it was because he had used up all his bad luck yesterday, but he had good luck in the first delivery today. The coordinate point where the Bumblebee drone was dropped, including the surrounding dozens of meters, had no space cracks or space gale. On the other hand, Song Chi recorded this coordinate point on the communication bracelet. He would record these safe drop locations in detail to provide sufficient safe drop coordinates for the subsequent Phantom Butterfly-class drones, and to accurately locate the exact location of each space crack in the star field around the Bloodblade pirate's lair. This way, if the family really went to war with the pirates, this star map would surely play an important role. After recording, Song Chi began to control the Bumblebee drone to move around carefully, recording the detailed location of the space cracks, and marking them one by one on the star map generated by the Sky Eye Patrol radar, while slowly moving towards the Bloodblade pirate's lair. Unfortunately, due to the special environment, the drone moved very slowly. In addition, the Bumblebee drone had a limited flight time. After 6 hours, its energy battery was exhausted. Because it could not be retrieved, Song Chi chose to actively control the Bumblebee drone to rush into a space crack. The reason was simple. After the energy battery was completely exhausted, the drone would lose power, and he could not recover it in a short time. In order to prevent the drone left in the starry sky from being discovered by the Bloodblade star pirates, Song Chi decided to destroy it actively, even if the probability is very small. He dared not take any chances when it comes to the family's return to the main family. 6 hours later, he took out the 5th Bumblebee drone and started the 5th launch. Just like the previous operation, he recorded the location of the surrounding space crack step by step and supplemented the crack markings on the star map. In this repetitive daily routine, 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 5 days, Song-Chi successfully marked half of the space crack coordinates within a range of 100,000 kilometers around the Blood Blade Star Pirate's nest. However, at this point, he only had 2 Bumblebee drones left. As for the inside of the Blood Blade Star Pirate's lair, or even within 1,000 miles nearby, Song-Chi did not cross the line. The concealment of the Bumblebee UAV was not strong. The closer it got, the greater the risk of exposure. He did not dare to take the risk. After putting away the sky, considering that further deployment and marking were needed later, Song-Chi first went to find his father, and got 10 Bumblebee UAVs of the same model from his father. As a frigate, the Blue Sky had a hull length of more than 100 meters and sufficient storage space. So Song-Chi naturally carried a lot of drones and combat robots on board. But this is still not enough. In Song Lin's room on the 2nd floor of the base, Song-Chi, Song Lin, Song, you are all there. 4th brother, why do you need so many drones? Are you trying your luck outside the debris belt? Let me remind you, given the environment of the 0155 star zone, no matter how many drones you have, it will not be enough. Faced with his 2nd brother Song Lin's kind reminder, Song-Chi nodded slightly, but still did not change his words. Finally, Song Lin and Song Yu each took out 2 drones. They were not like Song Chao, and they had limited liquidity, so it was normal to have 2 drones. After taking over the 4 Bumblebee drones, Song-Chi now had 16 more drones in his hands. He thought that was enough, so he thanked the 2 of them. Before leaving, he also asked Song Yu to take his shift tomorrow, and then he turned and left. The reason why he asked Song Yu to take his shift was that it was time for a new round of market transactions to start. He planned to start the 2nd round of market transactions after his promotion to the 1st level tonight. After all, every time he started a transaction, as long as his luck was not too bad, he could basically get more than 100,000 strands of 0-level floating land origin. Song-Chi was unwilling to delay for a minute. Unknown star field in the Broken Star Sea. A floating land in the Star Sea with a diameter so large that it needs to be counted in light years, stretches across the dark starry sky. The floating land sky, the terrifying floating land gale envelopes the entire floating land, isolating this extremely high-level floating land in the Starry Sea from the outside starry sky. Whether entering from the starry sky or leaving from the floating land, there are unimaginable dangers. Hongwang Continent, Eastern Shenzhou. Shenzhou is vast, and its territory is unknown for billions of miles. The practice of cultivation is prevalent in Shenzhou, the folk customs are open, and the legends of immortals are widely spread. East Shenzhou, Luofu Domain. As the gate of the Luofu Sword Sect, a major sect in East Shenzhou, Luofu Domain has always been one of the top 10 major domains in East Shenzhou. However, today, Luofu Domain has changed from its past peace and tranquility. Blood rains from the sky and fighting is everywhere. Deep in the sky, there is nothingness outside the domain. A figure is flying a sword and howling. Chun Yongzi. Your Chun Yong sword sect is really bullying too much. After speaking, 1,000-meter sword light slashed across. Under this terrifying sword light, the nothingness outside the domain seemed to be split open, and the space was distorted. Facing this sword light, the man on the opposite side showed no weakness. His green shirt fluttered, and his fingers turned into swords. He raised them sharply and pointed at the 1,000-meter sword light coming from the front. Pure Yang sword. Go! Buzz buzz buzz. The silver-white sword trembled violently, and the hot Pure Yang sword energy surged around the sword body. Finally, it turned into a giant sword phantom that was also 1,000 meters long and rushed away. Swish! The 2 terrifying sword shadows collided in the void, and the powerful magic power spread all around, mixed with extremely sharp sword intentions. Below the battle circle, in the battle area between the elders of Luofu Sword Sect and Chunyang Sword Sect, the fluctuation of mana at the level of transformation of spirit made Bijuan Xinjuan miserable. Even some elders, who had just been promoted from the peak of Jin Dan, were unlucky enough to be invaded by multiple sword intentions and died. Thousands of miles away from the gate of Luofu Sword Sect, Zhou Ping was flying at full speed with the flying magic weapon under his feet. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. And the robes he was wearing were already damaged beyond recognition. While taking out several pills to restore mana from the storage bag and swallowing them, he turned his head and looked behind him. The next second, his face turned pale, and bitterness appeared in his eyes. Behind him, nearly 10 figures were chasing him. He could even see the fierceness and ridicule on their faces. As an ordinary outer disciple of Luofu's sword sect, Zhou Ping has been practicing Taoism for 70 years. Now he is only at the 8th level of Qi training, and he is doomed to have no hope of building a foundation in the future. He originally just wanted to spend the last few decades of his life in peace. But things did not go as he wished. The powerful Luofu sword sect's grand elder died not long ago. Now the sect only has the sect master, a true master of the transformation god, which attracted the attention of hostile forces. Under the joint attack of the two true gods of the pure Yang sword sect, the Luofu sword sect was in danger. All the disciples of the Luofu sword sect seemed to be covered by a thick layer of dark clouds, and the road ahead was bleak. After driving these sad and angry thoughts out of his mind, Zhou Ping looked down at the high-level storage bag tightly held in his hand, and then a firm look appeared on his face. As long as he could escape today, with this storage bag, he believed that he still had a chance to impact the foundation. And as long as he could become a foundation-building cultivator, his lifespan would double again, reaching 240 years. Thinking of this, he once again frantically urged the little remaining mana in his body, making the flying speed of the magic weapon under his feet even faster. However, he soon found that not only did he not further distance himself from the pursuing monks behind him, but he was about to be caught up by the other party. Zhou Ping was somewhat desperate about this. Among the disciples of the pure Yang sword sect chasing him, 3 of them had reached the 9th level of Qi training, and the quality of the flying magic weapon under his feet was also higher than the escape disc he had refined. It was difficult for him to shake off the pursuit of the other party. In despair, Zhou Ping's eyes suddenly jumped, and he looked towards the dense forest below. Then he was shocked. There was a portal emitting spatial fluctuations, which seemed to connect to an unknown place. If it were in the past, he would not have too many ideas. At least he would report to the sect first. But the current situation did not allow him to make more choices. Controlling the magic power in his body, he turned the flying disc under his feet and quickly fell downward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A stream of magic spells kept falling from behind him, but they were all blocked by his defensive magic tools. When he successfully landed in front of the space gate, Zhou Ping did not hesitate at all and quickly rushed into the space gate. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. When Zhou Ping saw the bustling market in front of him and the various creatures of different shapes, he was stunned and confused. But before he could think about it, the space fluctuations coming from behind him made him quickly regain his consciousness. He ran forward without thinking. When passing by the market gate, he quickly glanced at the regular light curtain, and then his eyes suddenly understood. The market of all heavens, the broken star sea, the star sea race, the market transaction. A series of key words flashed through his mind, and then he stepped into the market gate. Behind him, 8 disciples of the pure Yang sword sect followed closely, and were also teleported into the secret realm of the market. After a brief moment of confusion like Zhou Ping, they came to the entrance of the market, and after seeing the rule light curtain, their reactions were almost the same as Zhou Ping's. Although the Hongguang continent is large, the existence of the terrifying outer space gale above the continent basically limits the connection between the interior of the floating continent and the outside starry sky. Now that so many alien races suddenly appeared in front of them, they were instinctively curious. However, despite the surprise, the few people did not forget their mission. The magic power in their hands surged, and then a magic weapon was suspended around each of them. With such preparations, several people stepped into the market gate one after another. Zhou Ping, don't think that hiding in the Zhutian market will be fine. Hand over Elder Tianhe's storage bag. As soon as they shouted this, several disciples of the Chunyang sword sect felt something was wrong. They saw that the hundreds of alien creatures in front of them were staring at them with strange eyes. Although the faces of the aliens were different, they still felt that they were watching a show. Mocking, etc. from these eyes. For a moment, several people thought of the rules listed on the rule screen that prohibited conflicts and fighting. As disciples of the Chunyang sword sect, they had not taken these so-called rules seriously before. But now they saw that they were too arrogant. Chapter 104 Orange Quality Pure Yang Sword Pill. When this thought came to mind, in fact, several disciples of the pure Yang sword sect had already regretted it. Being able to bring them from East Shinjo to this unknown land so quietly, how could this Shutian market be simple? But it was too late. Freestall area, Song Chi, who had transformed into a vampire, had a change of mind. And then the power of the law above the entire secret realm quickly gathered, and finally condensed into a law golden dragon dozens of meters long. Ong, the illusory golden dragon let out a long roar, and then, under the gazes of the more than 4-digit Star Sea aliens in the market, the figures of several Chunyang sword sect disciples softened at the same time. Dong dong dong. Without exception, all 8 people knelt at the gate of the market, just like 8 gate gods guarding the gate, which made the Star Sea alien creatures in front of them laugh. However, although these Star Sea aliens were like nothing happened, the deterrence of the Rule Golden Dragon in the sky did not affect them, but the 8 Chunyang sword sect disciples felt an indescribable pressure. Crack, crack, crack. Under this terrifying pressure, each of them seemed to be carrying a huge stone weighing 10,000 jin, making them unable to breathe, and their bones all over their bodies crack. Under this terrifying pressure, the 8 people could not even think of mobilizing their mana, and they could not even think of resisting. At this moment, there was another space fluctuation outside the entrance of the market, and then another figure appeared. It turned out that the disciple of the pure Yang sword sect who stayed outside saw that his fellow disciples had not returned for a long time, and rushed into the space gate. After scanning the rule light curtain at the entrance, based on his understanding of his fellow disciples' temperament, he instantly guessed what happened. He walked quickly into the market gate, and his eyes swept over the onlookers, and finally turned his sight to the illusory golden dragon above the sky. My fellow disciples behaved improperly, and violated the market rules. We are willing to pay compensation, and please forgive us for our unintentional offense. After saying that, he waved his hand, and slapped the storage bag on his waist, and then 9 rays of light shot out from the cloth bag on his waist, and finally 9 silver sand piles piled up on the stone ground in front of him. This person was very smart. In this short time, he caught the key point of the freestall area to exchange goods. So he did not take out the common spiritual stones in the prehistoric continent to trade, but took out a kind of precious mineral resources, like some alien races. After all, this is probably not in the prehistoric continent. The common spiritual stones in the cultivation world are probably not circulated here, so mineral resources are more suitable. Moreover, he deliberately included himself in the list of offenders, and also gave himself a compensation, which can be said to have lowered his attitude to the extreme. In the distance, Song Chi's eyes swept over the 9 silver sand piles. Shuiwa silver sand is a rare resource. Many mechanical creations need this kind of thing. The market price in Morning Star Principality is about 10 strands of first-level floating land essence per ton. And there are 9 sand piles in front of him. And each pile weighs exactly 1 ton, which is equivalent to 900 strands of zero-level floating land essence. After thinking for a moment, he changed his mind. And then the illusory golden dragon in the sky hummed again. And then the power of the secret realm law condensed into a word in the sky. Yes, this was condensed by the power of the law. All the creatures in the market only took a glance and instantly understood the specific meaning of this word. As for why he agreed, it was very simple. First, these people were just preparing to take action, and did not really hurt anyone. Second, since the first opening of the market transaction, this was the first time he encountered human race, so he was quite curious about these people, and it was not easy to expel them directly. The power of the law in the sky quickly dissipated, and the oppressive force on the 8 Chunyang sword sect disciples, who were kneeling with red faces, also dissipated. Several people finally stood up with difficulty, but they did not dare to show any resentment in their eyes, but instead looked like they were still frightened. Just as several people were casting grateful glances at the fellow disciple who came in later, a number of alien races came over from the freestall area, including the vampire that Song Chi transformed into. The purpose of these alien races was almost the same, and they all stared at the cloth bags on the waists of several Chunyang sword sect disciples. The scene of the Chunyang sword sect disciple, who came in later collecting 9 tons of water moon silver sand, was still vivid in their minds. These alien races could conclude that this strange cloth bag was a precious space storage device, including Song Chi. How rare are space storage devices? Seeing them now, these alien creatures are naturally envious. Although they cannot rob them, as long as the price is acceptable, they are certainly willing to buy some. Seeing that many alien creatures were staring at the storage bags on their waists, several disciples of the pure Yang sword sect subconsciously put their hands on their waists, but soon thought of the illusory rule Golden Dragon before, and then they felt relieved again. One of the 9th level Chi training disciples explained. %5? 3. This is called a storage bag. It requires the mana in our body to open it. You can't use it. This person's words were completely incomprehensible to the aliens, but Song Chi did not have this restriction, so he frowned instinctively. If this is true, then the value of this item called a storage bag would be greatly reduced. Of course, he still had a last bit of hope in his heart. The phantom energy given by the Seed of Fire has the special property of containing most of the energy in the star sea. Maybe it can also replace the energy of mana. Thinking of this, the aliens also brought several people from the Pure Yang Sword sect to the Universal Translator. After the translation of the Universal Translator, the aliens knew the restrictions of this storage bag. However, words are not enough, and the aliens were still unwilling to give up. Seeing this, several disciples of the Pure Yang Sword sect took out several unused spare storage bags from their bodies, and let the aliens try it themselves. Relying on the power of the market law, Song Chi naturally succeeded in getting one of them at the first time. Then the psionic energy in his body circulated and slowly gathered towards the storage bag in his hand. Soon after, he felt a chill in his heart. No matter how much psionic energy he injected, the storage bag in his hand did not react at all, which meant that the psionic energy could not activate the storage bag. After coming to this conclusion, he was greatly disappointed. He even ignored the action of a foreigner beside him, who quickly took the storage bag from his hand. Since it cannot be activated by psionic energy, the value of this storage bag will naturally drop sharply. Although it can be used indirectly in other ways, it will be 100 times or 1,000 times more troublesome. For example, he can directly leave a disciple of the Pure Yang Sword sect by his side. Let them use the storage bag for him. And then, he can get a special slave component to completely turn the disciple of the Pure Yang Sword sect into his own slave creature. But if you want to use this method, let alone how to keep a disciple of the Pure Yang Sword sect quietly, it is difficult enough to get a slave-type shipborne component. This kind of shipborne component is extremely rare, and once it appears, it is usually obtained by those Shinhua captains, who are about to die at all costs. Because this kind of component, it allows them to enslave a vampire in advance, thereby greatly reducing the chance that the vampire will become the master after the first embrace is successful. Generally speaking, even if it is just a white-quality slave component, it can be sold at a sky-high price of the best blue shipborne component. And it may even reach the price of the purple component. The premium is frighteningly high, and it has been in high demand for many years. After coming to his senses, Song Chi was about to turn around and go back to the stall area. But he suddenly found that there were only 5 of the original 9 Pure Yang Sword sect disciples in front of him. After searching with a god's perspective, he quickly found the traces of the 4 people who disappeared. To be more precise, there were 5 people, in addition to the 4 people from the Pure Yang Sword sect. There was also the first person to enter the market, named Zhou Ping. The 5 people were now gathered in the newly opened strange item exchange shop, with Zhou Ping at the innermost side of the shop, and the 4 people from the Pure Yang Sword sect standing at the door of the shop. With the previous experience, the 4 did not dare to take action, but the intention of surrounding was obvious. They were ready to stare at Zhou Ping to death, or to stare at the obviously more advanced storage bag in his hand. Seeing this, Song Chi walked back to the stall area calmly, and stared at the scene in the strange item exchange shop with interest. To be honest, he was also a little curious about the storage bag in Zhou Ping's hand. According to the previous disciples of the Chunyang Sword sect, the owner of this storage bag seemed to be a person named Elder Tianhe. As a novel fan in his previous life, he was very familiar with the elders in the cultivation civilization. They were powerful figures in a cultivation sect. What good things would be in the storage bag of an elder? While thinking, the situation in the strange item exchange shop changed. Zhou Ping suddenly raised his right hand holding the storage bag, and then said to the projection screen in the middle of the shop, "I am willing to pay the reward. Please help me open this storage bag." Elder Tianhe was a new elder of the Pure Yang Sword sect, who had just broken through the nascent soul stage not long ago. Even if he had fallen under the sword intent of the god transformation, the soul imprint left by him could not be erased by a chi training cultivator in a short time. If the soul imprint of the previous owner could not be erased, then naturally the storage bag could not be opened. Hearing this, the 4 Pure Yang Sword sect disciples behind him suddenly changed their expressions, stepped forward together, but soon thought of their previous experience, and finally stopped unwillingly. In the free stall area, Song Chi's eyes flickered, and there was an unknown meaning in his eyes. But he did not rush to reply. He was not so easy to fool. Willing to pay a reward. What exactly is the reward? A piece of iron or can be a reward. And a high-level star sea wonder can also be a reward. But can the two be compared? He changed his mind. And a line of text appeared on the projection screen in the middle of the Wonder Exchange shop. Please specify the specific reward. Zhou Ping's heart tightened. He sorted out his belongings and finally took out a fist-sized ore from his storage bag. Song Chi recognized the ore. Iron Mother. 300 years of Iron Mother. The value would not exceed 50 strands of first-level floating land origin. After a moment, a line of words appeared on the light screen again. The divine thought fluctuations on the item are extremely strong. The reward is not enough. Seeing this, Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and took out 2 more items from the storage bag. But they still did not meet Song Chi's requirements and were still rejected. Finally, Zhou Ping thought for a long time, and he did not take out other items from the storage bag. Before this, he was just a small 8th-level Qi training cultivator. What valuable things could he have on him? He pointed to the exquisite storage bag in his right hand and said, "As long as you can open this storage bag, I am willing to choose one of the 5 most valuable items in it as a reward." Hearing this, Song Chi paused, and his mind was racing, seriously considering whether this proposal was feasible. After a few seconds, he agreed. After all, it was an elder storage bag, so there should be a lot of good things in it. Although he didn't know what kind of cultivation level Elder Tianhe had. Judging from the first-level cultivation level of the 10 people who entered the market, the Elder was at least a second-level cultivator. The storage bag of a second-level cultivator. The things in it should not be too bad. Yes. After this answer, the 5 people felt an inexplicable energy begin to flow into the shop under their feet. And then the storage bag held in Zhou Ping's hand slowly floated up. And the next second, strands of the power of the law sank into the storage bag. Although Song Chi could not use the storage bag, he could still use the power of the law of the market's secret realm to erase the inactive soul mark in it. When the storage bag fell back into Zhou Ping's hands, he could no longer hide his joy and excitement when he felt that the soul mark in the storage bag had indeed been erased. However, before opening the storage bag, Zhou Ping made a tentative request. "Can I let the 4 people behind me leave first?" "Yes." After saying that, a gentle repulsive force pushed the 4 disciples of the Pure Yang Sword sect out of the strange item exchange shop. After that, Zhou Ping had no other concerns. His mana surged, and he injected his mind into the storage bag. After imprinting his mark, he took out all the items in the storage bag. Crash! In an instant, the entire strange item exchange shop was almost filled with items. In the freestall area, Song Chi shrugged his shoulders. He was also slightly startled by the sudden movement. But the next second, his eyes suddenly focused, and his sight was attracted by an object. It was a miniature dagger. The reason why he was attracted by this short sword was not because of anything else, but because of the strong orange light emanating from the sword. That's right. It was an orange-level star sea wonder. When Song Chi concentrated, the short sword attribute panel quickly appeared in front of him. Wonder, Pure Yang Sword Pill. Quality, Orange. Chapter 105 Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon Mixed Whole Extreme Yang Sword Intention Divine Light. Looking at the attribute panel that appeared on the surface of this short sword from a god's perspective, Song Chi's breathing was a little rapid. Even his heartbeat was like beating a drum, beating non-stop. Because the shipborne parts that this short sword can be transformed into are the current shortcomings of the sky, and what he has been looking for but has not obtained. Wonderful item, Pure Yang Sword Pill. Quality, Orange. Transformable, Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon. Note: the elders of the Pure Yang Sword sect of the Hongwang continent used 5th-level materials, and the secret method of the sword sect to refine it for decades, and then nurtured it in the body with pure mana for hundreds of years, finally creating this orange-quality star sea wonder. That's right, what it can transform into is an orange-quality shipborne main gun. For Song Chi, who is eager to explore the ruins of the Boyua civilization again if he can get this orange main gun, and then use the secondary gun for group attack. Electromagnetic lightning cannon, then the unknown 3rd-level ruined space will no longer pose a threat to the sky. Of course, the premise is that he has to get this orange main gun, and then strengthen its level. Regardless of these, after carefully checking the properties of the short sword, Song Qi quietly surrounded the sword with a ray of phantom energy with the power of the law. And soon, he got another attribute. Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon LB0 Quality, Orange Features, Mixed Hole Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light Feature 2, Main Gun Power increased by 40% consumption, 500/time Phantom Energy Points Attack, 27 Charging, 10s, Buffer 20s Upgrade Required, 10 Wisps of Floating Land Origin 0 Order, 1000 Energy Points, 1 ton of Yin Yang Ore undoubtedly. This orange quality Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon is a truly top-grade main gun. And its properties are exaggeratedly terrifying. What is even more terrifying is the Mixed Hole Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light feature. Mixed Hole Extreme Yang Sword Light. After 5 minutes of charging, a giant sword light with 200% of the power of the main gun is sent in the designated direction, destroying everything that stands in the way. Note, Extreme Yang Sword Light can also cause 80% damage to invisible energy creatures, and 120% damage to cold energy creatures. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Song Qi secretly vowed to get this rare item, while returning his attention to Zhou Ping, who was also glowing. This person was just an ordinary outer disciple of Luofu's sword sect before. He had never seen so many top-quality treasures. At this moment, he was still immersed in a huge surprise, and couldn't extricate himself. It was Song Qi who pulled him back to reality with the power of the law. After reacting, Zhou Ping remembered his previous promise, and hurriedly began to choose from a large number of items in the shop, selecting the 5 items that he thought were the most valuable. He had a deep understanding of the means of the great existence behind this market. He would never admit his mistake afterwards, and pass off fake goods as real goods. After searching for a long time, he finally picked out 5 items. In the freestall area, Song Qi frowned. The 5 most valuable items picked out by the other party were very different from what he imagined. If the other party had not taken out the short sword, he would have thought that the other party had just picked out 5 items to fool him. The 5 items he took out, except for the short sword, were a jade bone shield, a grid pattern compass, and 2 exquisite green-bladed long swords. Among these 4, except for the grid pattern compass that can be transformed into a blue-quality black water turtle hull armor component, the other 3 cannot be transformed into shipborne components. Of course, the fluorescence on the surface of the 3 items can show that they are also valuable items in the hands of Elder Tianhe. But they are of no use to Song Qi. The projection screen in the middle of the shop flashed with red light. And then 4 of the 5 items in Zhou Ping's hand automatically fell back to the pile of items below, leaving only the short sword. As for the blue item, that can be transformed into the black water turtle hull armor, Song Qi, who already had the Star Glory Type 5 alloy armor, did not keep it. Swish, swish, swish. 4 more items soon flew out from the 4 corners of the pile of items. 2 balls of fluorescent white light, a black cloth bag, a white jade plate the size of a palm. These 4 items were the most valuable items that Song Qi had selected from the countless items with his ability as the lord of the market. The 2 balls of fluorescent white light were both floating land origins. 1 ball contained the 3rd level floating land origin, the number was 100 strands. The other ball was the 4th level floating land origin, but the number was a little small, only 20 strands. But in comparison, the value of both is comparable to a purple rare item. The black cloth bag contains the titanium crystals that Song Qi has been searching for, and there are only 50 of them. The last palm-sized jade plate is a purple level rare item, which can also be converted into a shipborne component. Psychic nameplate LV0 quality, purple features, shield value increased by 25% consumption, 100/time psychic points number of shields that can be generated, 3/3 effect. Generate a single psychic shield with a shield value of 175/175 for the specified unit small. Buffer, 72 hours, no need to recharge. Duration, 30 minutes. Required for upgrade, 6 strands of floating land origin 0 level, 600 psionic energy points. It can be said that, among these items, except for the pure Yang Sword Light Cannon, Song Qi wants the psychic nameplate the most. This thing can activate a single shield for itself anytime and anywhere to save life. Although the sky has the dark matter energy shield generator, he can't stay on the Xinhua warship all the time. There is always a time to take back the warship. In this case, when there is no time to summon the sky, a single shield that can be activated at any time is definitely a life-saving artifact. As for the floating land origin and titanium crystal, with the Zhutian market, he will be able to earn these 2 sooner or later, but the psychic nameplate parts are different. Such parts are extremely rare. If you miss this time, you don't know when you can see them again. Unfortunately, although he selected these 5 items, the final choice is not in his hands. It is up to Joe Ping to decide which of the 5 items will be used as a reward. Although the other party said before that he would take out one of the 5 most valuable items in the storage bag, he did not specify which one. However, he just sighed habitually and didn't really take it to heart. Anyway, in the end, if not all of the valuables in the other party's hands, more than 90% will definitely fall into his pocket. Song Chi has this confidence. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, this person will most likely be his spokesperson in the prehistoric continent. A link and a cash cow under his command, continuously absorbing the wealth of the prehistoric continent for him. Therefore, he didn't want to oppress the other party too much in the first transaction. Otherwise, his previous request would not be to let the other party choose, but to take the initiative to choose. Looking at Joe Ping again, the speed at which he made the decision was somewhat unexpected. He did not think too much and directly pushed out the ball of light of the 3rd level floating land origin, which was obviously used as a reward. Song Chi's eyes showed that it was as expected, and he was not surprised. He raised his hand and controlled the market rules to directly roll up the 100 strands of the 3rd level floating land origin. The next second, the ball of light disappeared in the strange item exchange shop. In the freestall area, Song Chi quietly put the 100 strands of the 3rd level floating land origin into the Shinhua Zuchio. In addition to the fire battleship bound to him, all other rare items that can be converted into fire parts, and the floating land origin, the fire ancestral aperture can also store them. After putting away the floating land origin, most of his attention still stayed on the rare item exchange shop. Song Chi only got 100 strands of the 3rd level floating land origin. Naturally, he would not give up. Joe Ping had a lot of good things in his hands. His eyes narrowed slightly. He found something interesting. After Joe Ping quickly put away the pile of items, he did not rush to leave the rare item exchange shop, but his eyes kept lingering on the several samples of Shanghai rare items on the shelves of the shop. After looking around for a while, Song Chi soon found that his sight was basically on 2 of the rare items. Rare item, 9 Heavens Cloud Essence. Quality, purple. Evolvable, none. Note, 9 Heavens Cloud Essence bred in the 9 Heavens Peak of Juyun Continent. Perhaps the native creatures of Juyun Continent know how to use it. Rare item, crystal. Quality, blue. Evolvable, none. Note, something bred in the core of an asteroid that has existed for nearly 10,000 years. Very few creatures can use it. These 2 rare items were purchased from the Morningstar multifunctional store. Song Chi originally just wanted to try them out, and was even prepared for a long time without being able to sell them. But he didn't expect Joe Ping to be interested in them. Song Chi was quite excited about this discovery. This way, he could use it to insert the transaction request of the Pure Yang Sword Pill. Excuse me. How do you trade this 9 Heavens Cloud Essence and Crystal? As he spoke, Song Chi keenly caught the excitement in his eyes. Although Joe Ping concealed it well, Song Chi was the master of the secret realm in the market, and controlled the origin of the secret realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was omniscient and omnipotent in this market. How could he not catch this strangeness? He was more and more convinced that this 9 Heavens Cloud Essence and Crystal must be very valuable in the prehistoric continent, and even extremely rare. It was indeed true. But he was wrong in one thing. The truly valuable thing was not the crystal, although it was also a rare 3rd level forging material. Its value was far less than that of the 9 Heavens Cloud Essence. The 9 Heavens Cloud Essence was called Gangfeng Cloud Essence in the prehistoric continent. Only powerful people above the late nascent soul stage could try to collect it in the Gangfeng heaven. It was extremely valuable. Song Chi remained calm and gave an ambiguous answer. Barter. Joe Ping hesitated a little, and then he handed out the black cloth bag containing the titanium crystal from the remaining 4 items in his hand. Freestall area. Song Chi shook his head subconsciously. Although titanium crystal is rare, there are only 50 of them after all. If it is exchanged for that crystal, he can accept it, but not for 9 Heavens Cloud Essence. After all, he spent tens of thousands of 0-level floating land origin. Can be exchanged for that crystal. Seeing the reply on the projection screen, Joe Ping did not think much and directly agreed to the transaction. Just now, he also opened the black cloth bag and took a look, and fortunately recognized the titanium crystal ore. This is a new mineral deposit discovered in the Black Sky region 100 years ago. Initially, it attracted the attention of several major sects, but because its specific use has never been developed, over time, It has long been listed as a useless ore. After receiving the crystal, Zhou Ping's eyes still stayed on Nine Heavens Cloud Essence. As long as he could exchange it for this item, and then hand it over to the sect, he believed that he would not have to worry about the resources needed for building his foundation. In the freestyle area, Song Qi was also organizing his words in his heart. When it was almost done, he changed his mind. In the rare item exchange shop, the projection screen in the center changed again. Do you have any idea of using the short sword in your hand? Zhou Ping's face suddenly tightened when he saw this text. He subconsciously tightened his right hand that was holding the short sword. And the next second, he seemed to think of something. And a deep entanglement appeared in his eyes. This sword pill was the pure Yang sword pill of the pure Yang sword sect, which was slightly stronger than the Luofu flying sword of the Luofu sword sect. If he could keep it for his future use, his combat power would definitely be better than that of the cultivators of the same level. But the entanglement was also here. The level of this sword pill was too high. If he wanted to use it freely, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Not to mention building a foundation. I'm afraid even if he achieved the golden core in the future, it would be difficult to use it, and the mana in his body would be drained in a few moves. It is highly likely that only a cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage can control the sword pill to a certain extent. Zhou Ping couldn't help but feel a little discouraged when he thought that he was only at the 8th level of Qi training, and was still a long way from the peak of the golden core stage. Seeing this, Song Qi did not urge him, and just waited quietly. Facing an orange glory level wonder, he had enough patience, and also prevented himself from suddenly interfering and interrupting the other party's ongoing weighing of pros and cons. After all, before this, he had already made several calculations, and the results he obtained were that it was the most beneficial for him to use this short sword. As for robbing, he had not thought of this. There was still a long time to go, and he would not do such a thing that would ruin his reputation. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Maintaining the rules and reputation of the Zhutian market itself is more important than anything else. After struggling for a long time, Zhou Ping finally made a decision. He raised his head again and looked at the projection screen, and spoke slowly. In the freestyle area, Song Qi was a little nervous, fearing that he would hear an answer that he could not accept. I can sell this sword pill, but this Nine Heavens Cloud essence alone is not enough. Hearing this, Song Qi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he did not refuse to sell it, it would be fine. As for the price, it could be discussed slowly. At the same time, he tapped his forehead. His mind was running fast, and he tried his best to think about what else on him would be of interest to the other party. Chapter 106, Obtaining the Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon and Seeking Titanium Crystal. It seemed that he had been thinking for a long time, but in fact, it was just a matter of a moment. In Zhou Ping's eyes, the projection screen in front of him quickly gave a reply. Yes. After this word, less than 1 meter in front of Zhou Ping, there was a slight space fluctuation without any sign. This abnormal movement startled Zhou Ping, but before he could make any other reaction, a bronze token quietly emerged, and just floated in front of him out of thin air. Zhou Ping curled his lips, thinking that his reaction was too exaggerated. With the power of the great being behind this market, if he wanted to, he could easily kill him. Why did he bother with him for so long? He tentatively reached out his hand, and slowly touched the bronze token. After a moment, all the information of the bronze token appeared in his mind. And then he heard him muttering to himself. Market guest order. 5 subsequent opportunities to enter and exit the Zhutian market. If other valuable resources can be provided in the future, the number of times can continue to increase. After sorting out the extra information in his mind, Zhou Ping turned around and nodded. Okay, this market guest token plus the Nine Heavens Cloud essence. After saying that, he raised his right hand and passed out the pure Yang sword pill. In the freestyle area, Song Qi clenched his fist lightly, cheerfully in his heart, feeling like he had gotten it without any effort. The Nine Heavens Cloud essence is basically worthless in the territory of Xinhua human civilization. As for the market guest token, since he knew that the other party was a world of immortal cultivation, he had already decided to give it out. Based on these 2 points, it didn't take much effort to exchange for this pure Yang sword pill wonderful item. Using the power of the law to put away the sword pill, Song Qi was just about to carefully check the second orange glory quality item he had obtained. But Zhou Ping spoke again. Excuse me. Can I use these 20 strands of 4th level spiritual energy as a reward to offer a reward for the lives of the 9 pure Yang sword sect disciples? Song Chi didn't find it strange at all when he heard this. Based on the relationship and attitude shown by the two parties before, there would definitely be a life and death battle in the future. It was normal for him to use the advantage of the money in his hands to offer a reward for the lives of the pure Yang Sword Sect disciples. But understanding does not mean he will agree. Song Chi refused without thinking. Only trade is discussed in the market, and no fights or grudges of any race, any creature, or any situation are involved. Regarding this question, Song Chi actually had a detailed consideration before the other party raised it. And this answer was the result of many considerations, because this not only expresses the fair, just, and detached position of the Zhutian market itself, but also makes Zhou Ping feel really relieved. Just think about it. If he really accepted the other party's reward this time, he would certainly be able to save his life. But he would inevitably be wary of the Zhutian market because of this. He can issue a reward, which means that other people and other creatures can also do so. What if someone puts a reward on his life in the future? In addition, from another perspective, the market can get involved in private fights because of some property and resources, which means that it is not without desire. In this way, if he takes out rare enough items in the future, is it possible that he will be directly killed by the market? The fact is just as Song Chi guessed. After seeing the direct rejection on the projection screen, Zhou Ping's face showed helplessness and sigh. But deep in his heart, in a place that he himself did not even notice, the last taut string was completely loosened, and he was no longer on guard against the Zhutian market under his feet. Free stall area. Compared to the bounty, Song Chi's attention was more focused on the word inspiration. The other party had mentioned before. In their world, the origin of floating land is called inspiration. This is interesting. Muttering, his mind changed, and he began to ask Zhou Ping. The projection screen changed, and a new line of text appeared on it. Do you still have the titanium crystal in the black bag before? Without hiding anything, he said the word titanium crystal directly. It's not that he doesn't care, but in the purchase shop next to him, there are samples of titanium crystals. The other party has been to that shop before. If he hides it now, it will make it more obvious. Hearing this, Zhou Ping became interested. He shook his head at first, and then nodded. I don't have it on me for now, but I have it in the world behind me. As he said that, he blinked, and a light flashed in his heart. And then he asked in a low voice, excuse me, if I bring this kind of titanium crystal in later, can it increase the number of times the market guest order can enter? Song Chi paused and gave a positive answer. If the quantity is sufficient. Yes. He only gave an ambiguous reply. As for the specific quantity in the future, it is still up to him to decide. As the two talked, there was a burst of noise from the stall area outside. Song Chi used a wisp of his mind to explore it. Then he raised his eyebrows, and curiosity and expectation appeared in his eyes. In the free stall area near the entrance of the market, several disciples of the pure Yang Sword Sect also quietly set up stalls. On their stalls, there were not only various metal ores, but also a kind of jade they called spiritual stone with gentle energy inside. In addition, there are various weapons called magic tools and some scattered bottles and jars. These magic tools can only be driven by magic power, and they are not very attractive to the alien races in the Star Sea. What the alien races are most interested in are the various minerals on the stalls, many of which are extremely rare in other star regions. In addition, there are bottles and jars called pills in the mouths of these Chunyang Sword Sect disciples. The effects of these pills are so rare in the sky and hard to find in the sea, so some alien races want to try them out. However, these pills were gradually perfected by the immortal cultivators of the prehistoric continent over thousands of years. They were absolutely suitable for the immortal cultivators themselves. How could they be so effective on aliens with completely different life essences? Look! An alien took a pill that was said to be a healing pill. But it not only did not heal the injured part, but it also caused a stomach upset, which caused the previous noise. Song Chi quickly stood up from his stall and walked towards the stalls of several pure Yang Sword Sect disciples. In his previous life, he read a lot of novels about cultivation, and he was very interested in the famous alchemy and elixirs in the world of cultivation. Of course, curiosity was only one aspect, and he had another thought in his mind. Although the two sides practiced different energy systems, they were both human beings in the Star Sea after all. Although their body structures were not exactly the same, they would not be much different. Maybe the elixirs that worked on these cultivators could also be used on himself? With this thought in mind, Song-chi quickly came to several stalls, and still easily squeezed to the front of the stall with the power of the law. Song-chi stretched out the bloodless white arm of the vampire, and picked up a jade bottle on the stall. Pop! Opening the bottle stopper, Song-chi put the bottle mouth to his nose and sniffed. At the same time, deep between the eyebrows, in the Xinhua ancestral cavity, in the miniature Sancheong, the semi-automatic shipboard intelligence was activated. Ding! Receiving the captain's order, starting to analyze the composition of the item. Analysis progress 1%, 2%, 3%. Ding! Analysis progress 100%. Analysis completed. The current composition of the item is as follows. Starleaf grass, red fruit. Analysis completed. Beginning to analyze the combination and conflict of the medicinal properties of the various components of the item. Finally analyzed, this item has moderate damage to the body of the 0-level Xinhua captain, has slight damage to the body of the 1st-level Xinhua captain, and is harmless to the 2nd-level Xinhua captain. Putting down the bottle of healing pill in his hand, Song-chi immediately picked up another white jade porcelain bottle, and began to repeat the operation. Ding! Accepting the captain's order, beginning to analyze the composition of the items. Analysis progress 1%. Just like this, Song-chi repeated this operation for more than 10 minutes, but the result was not ideal. Almost all of these pills had side effects on Captain Xinhua's body, and had no benefits. Sure enough, except for resources, the majority of items in different energy systems are not interchangeable. Song-chi remembered a sentence from his textbook, but he still did not stop his actions, and still had great expectations for this world of cultivation called Hongwang Continent. Because of the influence of those cultivation novels in his previous life, he knew too well the importance of elixirs. As long as he could find an elixir that could work on Captain Xinhua, no matter what its rank was, it would have great potential value. Whether it was for healing, or for increasing cultivation speed, or for prolonging life, etc. It must represent an unimaginable huge wealth. Xinhua human civilization is so huge, with trillions of citizens under its jurisdiction, and the market is frighteningly large. Another dozen minutes passed, and Song-chi's expression had changed from the initial expectation to complete silence, without a trace of surprise. And all of it was harmful. He mechanically picked up a porcelain bottle from the stall in front of the 3rd Chunyang sword sect disciple, and then opened the bottle stopper. However, this time was different from the previous one. The porcelain bottle no longer contained pills, but a liquid with a slightly pungent smell. When he was confused, the Chunyang sword sect disciple in front of him explained, "This is a body-quenching liquid. For external use, just apply it on the skin, and it can gradually strengthen your body." After hearing the explanation, Song-chi nodded, said nothing, and listened carefully to the prompt sound of the semi-automatic shipborne intelligence that only he could hear. There was a little more expectation in his eyes than before. The previous elixirs, all needed to be taken internally, and then combined with the mana in the body of the cultivator to take effect, so they were not helpful to the Xinhua captain who practiced the psychic energy, but harmful. What about the external medicine now? It shouldn't need mana to be used together, right? Thinking about it, the prompt sound in his ear gradually came to an end. The compatibility and conflict analysis of the medicinal properties of each component of the item is 100%. There is no conflict. The final analysis is completed. This item has a greater tempering effect on the body of the 0-level Xinhua captain, has a moderate tempering effect on the body of the 1st-level Xinhua captain, and is ineffective for the 2nd-level and above Xinhua captains. When he heard the final result, Song-chi took a long time to come back, and then he was extremely excited. It has a very strong tempering effect on the body of the Xinhua captain. What does this mean? It means that this thing can be used together with the body-building potion in the Xinhua human civilization, so as to greatly speed up the practice of the guiding technique of the Xinhua students and many Xinhua captains. As for the final result under this, Song-chi can't predict too much. After all, he doesn't know the specific effect of this body-quenching liquid. But what is certain is that it can further improve the success rate of Xinhua awakening in the Xinhua human civilization, and it can also speed up the advancement speed of the Xinhua captain to a certain extent. Over time, the overall strength of the Xinhua human civilization will inevitably be further improved. Correspondingly, as an intermediary agent, Song-chi will certainly get the biggest share of the benefits. Taking a deep breath, Song-chi calmed down again and began to ask about the news about the bottle of quenching liquid in his hand. How much is this quenching liquid? Is there any better one? At the same time, he was also thinking about other questions in his mind. First of all Although this quenching liquid has been preliminarily analyzed by the shipboard intelligence, it is still unclear whether it is harmful or not, and whether it is really helpful to the practice of Captain Shinoa's guidance technique. It still needs to be tested in person in the future. This must not be rushed. He would not test it himself, but he could go to the black market to buy some Shinoa captains, whose hands were stained with the blood of innocent people as test subjects. In addition, if it is really effective for the Shinoa captain, Zhou Ping will have to add the quenching liquid to it later. Also, how to resell the quenching liquid is also a problem. He may have to discuss it with his father, grandfather and others later. Putting away all these various thoughts, the Chunyang Sword School disciple in front of him also answered. This is only the lowest level of body quenching liquid, only effective for first level chi training creatures. Each bottle contains 3 strands of 0-level floating land origin. I also have second level body quenching cream, but the price is much higher. You need 20 strands of first level floating land origin per box. Song Chi nodded, finally took 10 bottles of first level body quenching liquid, and only 1 box of second level body quenching cream. It's not that he didn't want to buy 2 more boxes, but several Chunyang Sword Sect disciples only had this 1 box. After buying, when Song Chi turned around and left, several Chunyang Sword Sect disciples all showed hidden smiles on their faces. Whether it was the body quenching liquid or the body quenching cream, they tripled their prices, together with the other items sold at the stall. Each of them had made a lot of money. The hidden smiles on the faces of several people were naturally seen by Song Chi. But he didn't care. It was normal for the other party to sell at a premium. Others also wanted to make money. Moreover, once he really completed the subsequent tests and confirmed the effect of the body quenching liquid, he would only make more money. Chapter 107, Counting the Profits and Strengthening. Strange Item Exchange Shop. After a brief disappointment, Zhou Ping's eyes changed, and he was quickly considering his subsequent retreat. Now that the 9 Heavens Cloud Essence has been obtained, there are still many valuable items in Elder Yun's storage bag. As long as he can save his life this time, he believes that he will not have to worry about the problem of cultivation resources for a long time in the future, and his future is bright. But the contradiction lies here. The future is the future, but the premise is that he must ensure that he can live until that time. In a few hours, the market will be closed. How to save his life is the most urgent problem for him. After thinking about it, Zhou Ping finally placed his hope on the Zhutian market. Of course, it had nothing to do with the previous bounty. This time he changed his approach. He handed over the 4th level spiritual machine 4th level floating land origin in his hand again. In the freestall area, Song Chi just watched quietly without replying, waiting for the other party's subsequent words. I want to use this 4th level spiritual machine to exchange for life-saving items of equal value, or powerful weapons that I can use. After saying that, he stared straight at the projection screen in front of him, his heart pounding, and he waited nervously. Outside, Song Chi thought for a moment, then he raised his arm slightly. At the same time, space fluctuations were heard again in the strange item exchange shop. Zhou Ping's eyes widened, curiously staring at the items that appeared out of thin air in front of him. Looking at the projection screen above, a new line of text has appeared on it, which is the detailed introduction of these items. Single Soldier Energy Shield, after activation, activates a layer of energy shield with the energy battery it carries, which can defend against most first-level attacks. Enhanced Energy Grenade, with second-level explosive power. First-level Combat Robot, with first-level combat power. Advanced Exoskeleton Power Armor, greatly improves its own speed, reaction, defense, strength. Looking at the introduction on the projection screen, Zhou Ping's worry gradually dissipated, turned into ecstasy. With these novel items, he could imagine that his chances of saving his life in the future would be greatly improved. And just as he was excited, Song Chi in the freestall area was also thinking. The items he took out, combined with the other party's identity as a cultivator, he already had a strong sense of the picture in his heart. He even subconsciously muttered 4 words. Cyber cultivation? After a short distraction, Song Chi's mind moved. And then the projection screen in the strange item exchange shop began to change. When he saw the content on the screen clearly, Zhou Ping's face froze with joy. You can choose 2 of these 4. His eyes scanned the screen and the 4 objects in front of him. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth, and then took out a ball of floating land origin from his body. Add these 200 strands of second-level spiritual power, and exchange them for all 4 items. Is that okay? Song Chi naturally did not hesitate to agree to the 200 strands of second-level floating land essence. What he lacked now was the second-level floating land essence. I thought that after this, the transaction should be almost done. Who knew that Zhou Ping had just put the 4 items into the storage bag and then quickly spoke again. Do you still have the first-level combat robots and enhanced energy grenades? Song Qi immediately understood what he meant. He still didn't feel safe and wanted to exchange for a few more enhanced energy grenades and a few military combat robots. Song Qi had no reason to refuse this. But this time, he set his sights on Elder Tianhe's storage bag and the blue-quality Blackwater turtle hull armor component. Although the storage bag required mana to use, it might be useful in the future. Anyway, it wouldn't cost much, so Song Qi still wanted to get it. Of course, the most important thing was that the internal space of the storage bag was large enough. From the glimpse he had taken when he used the power of the law to erase the divine mark, he determined that the internal space of the storage bag would not be less than dozens of cubic meters, which was very considerable. As for the blue-quality Blackwater turtle hull armor, a blue-quality component, it would be a waste if it were not there. Song Qi's idea was to see if his third brother Song Wen was short of blue hull armor. If he was, he could just use this piece of Blackwater turtle hull armor to try to exchange for his fixed-point delivery platform. With this fixed-point delivery platform, the practicality of the brainwave remote control system has been greatly magnified. Except for the shortcoming of not being able to recycle freely, there is no other big problem to complain about. If possible, he still wants to keep this component. Zhou Ping finally agreed, but the price Song Qi paid for this was 2 additional enhanced energy grenades and 5 first-level combat robots. In addition, Song Qi also got a few bottles of quenching liquid and a box of quenching cream from him, bringing the total number of quenching liquid to 15 bottles, and 2 boxes of quenching cream. Freestall area. As time went by, this market transaction was coming to an end. Come and take a look. It's a big loss exchange. 11 strands of 0-level floating land origin for 1 strand of first-level floating land origin. 11 strands of first-level floating land origin for 1 strand of second-level floating land origin. As his shouting sounded, it immediately attracted the attention of many aliens. But soon most of the aliens lost interest. High-level floating land essences are far less than low-level floating land essences in any star field. So there are few creatures that can be taken out, and even fewer people are willing to exchange them. Seeing this, Song Qi was a little helpless. If he raised the price again, he might as well go back to the Morning Star Principality to exchange them. Until the end, he successfully exchanged only a little over 30 strands of second-level floating land essences, which was much less than the previous few times. However, he exchanged a lot of first-level floating lands. Nearly 2,000 strands. Sure enough, not every time I'm so lucky. With a sigh, Song Qi quickly turned around. Although the second-level floating land essences exchanged from the aliens were few, what he got from Zhou Ping was real. 200 strands of the second-level floating land origin, 100 strands of the third-level floating land origin, and 20 strands of the fourth-level floating land origin. If you add the ones you looted from the Xingya civilization before, the second-level floating land origin in his hands now exceeds 500 strands, which is definitely a fortune that others dare not imagine. Thinking of this, Song Qi began to quickly count all the gains from this market transaction. Because of the appearance of this group of cultivators from the prehistoric continent, he made a lot of money this time. Until all the statistics were counted, Song Qi's heartbeat accelerated. 1 orange main gun, 1 blue hull armor, 50 titanium crystals, 1 advanced storage bag, 20 strands of 4th level floating land essence, 100 strands of 3rd level floating land essence, 200 strands of 2nd level floating land essence, 3,200 strands of 1st level floating land essence, over 70,000 strands of 0 level floating land essence, several life nuclei of various levels, several different price resources, totaling them all, even if you don't count the 2 shipborne parts and the 50 titanium crystals and the advanced storage bag, the total value of the others is more than 400,000 0-level floating land essences. What a scary amount. When he figured out this number, Song Qi was shocked. It was too shocking. After a brief shock, he was extremely happy. After all, these were all real gains. Of course, Song Qi knew in his heart that the reason for such a terrifying income was that he was lucky enough to meet a group of cultivators from the prehistoric continent. Among them, Zhou Ping alone contributed more than 300,000 0-level floating land origins, which was close to 80% of the total. If the two shipborne parts and the titanium crystal were counted, he would probably account for more than 95%. And he was really a big money-giving boy. After this, the income from each subsequent market transaction will return to normal. But with the new channel of Hongwang continent, there should be a certain increase. Huh? Exhaling a breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, Song Chi summoned the sky. Then he walked straight into the airship holding the Pure Yang sword light cannon component. This Pure Yang sword light cannon, as the second orange component loaded on the sky, Song Chi was full of expectations. After all, it had such amazing properties at LV0. What about LV10? LV20? It was too exciting. Are you sure you want to spend 10 strands of floating land origin level 0 plus 1000 energy points plus 1 ton of yin yang, or to upgrade the level of the Pure Yang sword light cannon from LV0 to LV1? Sure. After acquiring the Pure Yang sword light cannon, Song Chi also quietly purchased enough yin yang, or in the previous transaction, so he can strengthen it now. Soon, spending 420 strands of level 0 floating land origin and 60 tons of yin yang ore, the level of the Pure Yang sword light cannon was upgraded to LV10. But he still did not stop, and continued to strengthen it 10 times. Spending 690 strands of first level floating land origin and 440 tons of yin yang ore, raising the level of the Pure Yang sword light cannon to LV20. After strengthening to this point, Song Chi paused slightly, and finally slowed down his movements. Because after LV20, the strengthening of this Pure Yang sword light cannon requires titanium crystals. In fact, the properties of the Pure Yang sword light cannon strengthened to LV20 are already amazing enough. And for the first level Xinhua warship, it is definitely enough. But how can Song Chi be an ordinary first level Xinhua captain? Looking at the 54 titanium crystals in his hand, he gritted his teeth and continued to strengthen it. Swish, swish, swish. After 5 times in a row, the Pure Yang sword light cannon was strengthened by 5 levels again, reaching LV25. At this moment, Song Chi still had 24 titanium crystals left in his hand, which could be strengthened once more. But after thinking about it, he gave up and put away the last 24 titanium crystals, deciding to use them as a backup for the future. Looking at the properties of the Pure Yang sword light cannon at this moment, it can no longer be described as gorgeous. Pure Yang sword light cannon LV25. Quality, orange. Features, chaotic extreme Yang sword light. Feature 2, main cannon power increased by 90%. Consumption, 2000/time phantom energy points attack, 100360. Charge, 5s, buffer 10s. Upgrade required, 70 wisps of floating land origin second order, 20,000 phantom energy points, 200 tons of sun ore, 12 titanium crystals chaotic extreme Yang sword light. After 30 seconds of charging, a giant sword strike with 450% of the power of the main cannon is sent in the specified direction, destroying everything that blocks the way. Single damage of more than 100,000 points. If the chaotic extreme Yang sword light feature is used, the maximum damage can be more than 400,000 points at a time. Such a terrifying attribute can be described as horrifying. However, it was others who were shocked. After all, this terrifying main gun was mounted on the sky. Song Chi was only deeply surprised. However, after this strengthening, in addition to the titanium crystal, 200 strands of second-level floating land origin were consumed, which reduced the second-level floating land origin in Song Chi's hand by half. It can be said that he spent money like water. Just when Song Chi was strengthening the Pure Yang sword light cannon, a battle had already broken out in the mountains in the prehistoric continent, East Shenzhou, and Luofu domain, which was far away. Swish, swish, swish. As the spell flew, the towering trees in the surrounding forests were constantly broken in half. In front of the disciples of the Chunyang sword sect, 3 disciples of the 9th level of Qi training shouted coldly, "Zhou Ping, hand over Elder Tianhe's storage bag, and everything in the storage bag." On the opposite side, Zhou Ping, who was surrounded by a layer of illusory white light shield, sneered, "Ha ha ha, all the things of your Elder Tianhe, I have traded them to the existence behind the Zhutian market. You are destined to get nothing today." The faces of the disciples of the Chunyang sword sect were all extremely gloomy. Before, in the strange item exchange shop, no one knew what kind of transaction he had made with the existence behind the Zhutian market. If it was true as he said, it was not good news. Thinking of this, they looked at the military exoskeleton power armor Zhou Ping wore on his body, and wondered in their hearts whether this layer of exquisite steel that looked unusual was the product of the transaction. Amidst the suspicion, the 9 people's attacks did not decrease at all. No matter what the other party did, and what the function of this seemingly strange steel object was, they would never let Zhou Ping go. Zhou Ping was not surprised at all. He moved his arms, feeling the strong increase brought by the exoskeleton armor on his body, and then waved his hand again, and slapped the storage bag on his waist. The next second, 6 combat robots with obvious first-order energy fluctuations appeared in front of him. Not far ahead, the eyes of 9 Chunyang Sword Sect disciples condensed. These 6 newly appeared Iron Men brought them a great sense of threat. Could it be a puppet? For this first time seeing the iron humanoid creation, they first thought of the puppets in the world of immortal cultivation. But they quickly rejected it. Zhou Ping was just an ordinary outer disciple of Luofu's sword sect. It was impossible for him to have so many puppets. It could only be the creation of the alien civilization in the market. Thinking of this, the 9 people's hearts tightened. After looking at each other, the 9 people flew out at the same time and rushed towards Zhou Ping. They didn't know how many deals Zhou Ping had made with the existence behind the market. They only knew that if they continued to delay like this, it would be very disadvantageous for them. After all, this was the base camp of Luofu's sword sect. Under Zhou Ping's command, 6 military combat robots also rushed forward, and he himself was no exception. The two sides soon fought. Combat robots cannot fly, and the best choice is to fight on the ground. So he can't escape. Chapter 108 Luofu True Teachings Guiding Technique finally breaks level 9. If he wants to run away, he must use the escape disc. But in this way, the 9 people of Chunyang Sword Sect will surely follow suit, and those combat robots will be completely useless. Having made up his mind, Zhou Ping's eyes were firm. What the people of Chunyang Sword Sect didn't know was that he had another killer weapon in his hand. A second-level powerful enhanced energy grenade. In addition, he still had the Jade Tablet of Elder Tianhe in his hand, which was the only one he didn't choose to trade out, because he needed it to save his life. With this Jade Tablet to protect him, he didn't have to worry about being affected by the explosion of the energy grenade. As time went by, the battle gradually became fierce. It must be said that the exoskeleton power armor is really useful. Although it lacks some flexibility, it can be regarded as a single soldier combat artifact in such a face-to-face close combat. With its assistance, Zhou Ping, who was at the 8th level of Qi training, was not only able to face off against the 9th level Pure Yang Sword Sect disciples without losing the upper hand, but also fought 1 against 3. However, Zhou Ping did not feel happy at all. Although he could still hold on, the 6 combat robots beside him had been completely suppressed by the other 6 Pure Yang Sword Sect disciples. After all, they were standard creations. They could be used as cannon fodder, but they could not be the opponents of the same level human race, such as cultivators, who were famous for their combat power. Zhou Ping's heart hardened, and he quietly took out a reinforced energy grenade from his storage bag, and was ready to use the method he had thought of first. At this moment, several extremely fast sword lights flew from the sky, accompanied by a gust of wind that spread down from the sky, and the battlefield in the dense forest below came to an abrupt end. Zhou Ping was startled. But when he turned around and saw that the figures flying down with swords were all wearing the clothes of Luofu's sword sect disciples, he felt relieved again. And then he spoke quickly in the whistling wind and pressure. My fellow brothers, I am a disciple of Chongjin Peak. I have important matters to report to you and the sect. Zhou Ping reacted quickly. If he had killed all the disciples of Chunyang Sword Sect with the energy grenade and left no one alive, he would have kept the Zhutian market and the market guest order in his hand in the deepest part of his heart without hesitation. But now it is different. 9 disciples of Chunyang Sword Sect are detained, and the matter of Zhutian market cannot be concealed. It is better for him to report it actively. This way, he can also gain the favor of the sect leaders and maybe get a reward or something. Above Luofu domain, a group of Luofu's sword sect inner disciples were flying on their swords. Zhou Ping carefully stood behind the flying sword of one of the foundation building disciples, while quickly thinking about how to answer when he met with the sect seniors later, while listening to the exchanges of the foundation building brothers. Soon he understood the general development of the sect's war. It turned out that the sect's ally, the Goddess Palace, came to help, and assisted Luofu's sword sect in repelling the Pure Yang sword sect. Half an hour later, the Luofu sword sect's mountain gate, Luofu Hall. Zhou Ping, Are you saying that this bronze token can connect to the Zhujian market once a month in the future? Below the hall, Zhou Ping stood with his back bent, his face full of nervousness. There was no other way. There were dozens of people sitting around the hall. All of them were the elders of the sect. When had he, a small outer sect disciple, ever seen such a scene? After carefully organizing his words, Zhou Ping quickly replied, replying to the sect master, that's right. This token is called the Market Visitor Token, and it can connect to the Zhujian market once a month. However, I mortgaged most of Elder Tianhe's items to the entity behind the market, and it only exchanged for the opportunity to connect 5 times in the future. If you want to continue to increase the number of times, you must provide other rare resources. Speaking of this, in order to emphasize the importance of the Zhujian market and his role in it, Zhou Ping added again, because the disciples of the Pure Yang Sword sect were in a hurry to catch up, I didn't communicate with the strange alien creatures in the market stall area for a long time, but even so, the disciples saw nearly 10 kinds of extremely rare medicinal materials in our cultivation world. In addition, there is also this Gangfeng Yunjing. I used Elder Yunhe's sword pill, not only to exchange for this market visitor token, but also this Gangfeng Yunjing. When Zhou Ping took out the 9 Heavens Yunjing, all the elders of the Luofu sword sect in the hall were moved. An old voice echoed in the hall. Such a large ball of Gangfeng cloud essence, not to mention us Yuaning cultivators. Even if the sect master personally went to the Gangfeng heaven to collect and refine it, it would probably take hundreds of years, and Yuaning cultivators would need more than 1,000 years. At the top of the hall, the sword sect master, who was at the level of God transformation, waved his hand gently, and then a slight fluctuation of mana surged in the hall, taking the ball of Gangfeng cloud essence in Zhou Ping's hand to the top of the hall. After confirming that it was indeed the authentic Gangfeng cloud essence, he nodded slightly, and then looked at Zhou Ping below. You said before that the ore produced by the mine in the Black Sky region was called titanium crystal by the market owner? Yes. And the market owner also said that as long as enough titanium crystals can be provided, the number of times the market guest order can be used can be continuously increased. Zhou Ping finished speaking, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally added a sentence. In addition, this market guest order is bound to me. The market owner said that only I can activate this guest order. This statement was naturally made up by him. In fact, even if he died directly at the hands of the 9 Pure Yang Sword Sect disciples, the Pure Yang Sword Sect disciples could also use this guest order in the future. Hearing his words, the elders of the Sword Sect in the hall stroked their beards and laughed. Don't worry. You will benefit from it. And the sect will not do such a thing as abandoning the donkey after it has done its work. As if to respond to the words of the elders, the leader of the sword sect nodded and said, Zhou Ping, a disciple of Chongjin Peak. The disciple is here. Based on your achievements this time, you are now promoted to a direct disciple of Chongjin Peak, and you will enjoy the treatment of a true disciple of the sect. In addition, the sect will do its best to help you build your foundation. I hope you can practice diligently in the future. Yes. Zhou Ping's voice trembled a little. He was a direct disciple of Chongjin Peak, and he was treated as a true disciple of the sect. This meant that he had the hope of impacting the Golden Core in the future, as long as he could control the relationship between the Zhujian market and the sect. It was not impossible for him to reach the nascent soul stage. Above the hall, the sword sect leader turned his eyes, scanned the hall, and then said in a deep voice, this matter is classified as a top secret of the sect. After leaving the hall, no words related to the Zhujian market can be mentioned again. Otherwise the sect rules will punish you. In addition, send people to the Black Sky region to collect titanium crystals secretly. This matter must not be made public, and it must be done without anyone knowing. For a while, the entire Luofu sword sect issued countless orders that seemed unrelated, but were all closely related to the Zhujian market. The huge machine of the Luofu sword sect began to operate quietly. Song Qi was naturally unaware of this. After strengthening the Pure Yang sword light cannon, he packed up the sky and left the market space. He still had to report back to Song Yu at the base. Illusionary space. A small base secretly built by the Song family. After coming out of the room, Song Qi did not go to the monitoring room immediately, but ran to the room where his father was. But he found nothing. Next to the base, Song Qi found his father in the battleship docking area. Or more precisely, he found the sky. The base is too small to support the summoning of a frigate, so Song Chao can only practice in this warship docking area. After getting off the Qigong, Song Chao stared at his son in confusion. Under normal circumstances, Song Chi would not look for him. But once he came here on purpose, there must be something wrong. And it is not a small matter. What's wrong? Is there a big movement from the Blood Blade pirates? Seeing that Song Chao was about to rush to the base in a hurry, Song Chi quickly grabbed him. No, Dad. I have something to tell you. As he said that, he took out the porcelain bottle and wooden box that he had prepared long ago. What? Song Chao took it in confusion, and then ran back to the blue sky. When he came out again, his originally puzzled expression had become extremely heavy. He quickly scanned the surroundings several times, and after confirming that there were no outsiders, he quickly pulled Song Chi into the blue sky. This time, Song Chao did not use the Xinhua Battleship Man certificate, but allowed 10 strands of the second-level floating land origin to be deducted. Where did you get this thing? Hearing this, Song Chi frowned, wanted to speak, but didn't know how to say it. Seeing his son's embarrassment, Song Chao did not continue to ask, but asked in a different way. In other words, is there any problem with the source of this thing? Was it made by some organization in our Morning Star Principality? Or was it obtained from other places? How much does it cost? Song Chi no longer had any scruples, and shook his head. I have a way to get it from outside. Not only in the Morning Star Principality. I can guarantee that there should be no such thing in the entire Xinhua human civilization. As for the cost, for every bottle of this thing I get, I only need 3 strands of zero-level floating land origin. After Song Chi finished speaking, Song Chao's expression began to change dramatically. Sometimes heavy, sometimes thoughtful, sometimes happy, but in the end, he was mostly happy. Seeing this, Song Chi had a basic idea in his heart. He tentatively asked, Dad, have you tried it? Is this thing really effective for our Xinhua captain? Song Chao came back to his senses, nodded slightly, and then said solemnly, not only is it effective, the effect of the liquid in this porcelain bottle is comparable to that of an intermediate bodybuilding potion. Do you know what this means? This means that once this thing appears in large quantities on the market, it will inevitably be snatched up. And the interests involved behind it will make many large consortiums and big families crazy about it. After listening, Song Chi smiled particularly brightly. Of course, he didn't care about the huge interests behind this body-hardening liquid. He had thought about this many times before, and he was prepared in his heart. But the premise of all this is that it must be confirmed that this body-hardening liquid is really effective for Captain Xinhua. The affirmative response from his father about the quenching fluid just now made him completely certain of this. So the smile on Song Chi's face was particularly bright. However, Song Chao suddenly changed his tone and said solemnly, Son, you can get as much of this thing as you can in the future. The family will give you a premium. But before we successfully return to the family, this thing must not be leaked. Remember, you must not sell it, not even on the black market. After saying that, Song Chao seemed to feel that what he said before was not enough, and then added another sentence. This thing, with the energy of your grandfather, the third-level Xinhua captain, is far from enough, remember it. Hearing this, Song Chi also nodded seriously, and in his heart, he had a higher opinion of the value of this quenching liquid. After the father and son finished speaking, Song Chi was ready to leave the Qingkong. Just now, he had wasted a few minutes. If he stayed a little longer, he would have to deduct more than a dozen strands of the second-level floating land origin. Before leaving, Song Chi asked 2 more questions. The first one was about the box of quenching cream. Dad, where's the box of quenching cream? Does it work for you? Song Chao paused and shook his head and said, I don't know yet. I have to wait for your grandfather to confirm it later, but you can use the quenching liquid. It will not harm the body of Captain Xinhua. The second question was about the titanium crystal. Dad, do you have any more titanium crystals on you? Song Chao didn't show any strange expression this time. Song Chi had given him enough surprises recently. Well, he has become immune to them. But his answer disappointed Song Chi a little. No more. I used a lot of them to help your mother get promoted. I've used them up on the Qingkong. But before Song Chi left, he gave him a suggestion. If you really need them urgently, you can ask your grandfather for them when you go back. He has a lot of them in stock. Song Chi nodded and left the Qingkong. 20 days later, Shutian Market. In the full attribute training room, Song Chi applied a bottle of body-quenching liquid on his skin, and then quickly assumed the training posture of the psychic energy channeling technique, and began to practice the psychic energy channeling technique again. During these 20 days, With the help of the body-quenching liquid, his level 8 channeling technique has made obvious progress. Compared to the intermediate bodybuilding potion, the effect of this body-quenching liquid seems to be much better. Of course, this is just his illusion, and it is not really an illusion. On Song Chi, the effect of this body-quenching liquid is indeed far better than the intermediate bodybuilding potion. But the fact is, the effects of the two are indeed almost the same. The reason for this phenomenon is very simple. In the past 20 years, Song Chi has taken intermediate bodybuilding medicines many times. Over time, his body naturally developed drug resistance. However, as a new thing, this body-tempering fluid has no drug resistance. At least for now. It is precisely because of this that Song Chi's speed of practicing the guiding technique has increased significantly. Suddenly, a strong psionic fluctuation came from the almighty training room. Song Chi, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A clearly visible light red vapor emerged from his body, and then spread violently around. This was a very obvious blood fluctuation. Song Chi Kang let out a breath after putting away his Dalian training. There was an unconcealable joy in his eyes. The Dalian technique has finally broken through to level 9. It's not easy. That's right. The strong blood fluctuation just now was because his Dalian technique successfully broke through from level 8 to level 9. He was only one step away from the first level. Chapter 109 Market Strengthening Blood Blade Star Pirates Movement. Feeling the surging and majestic power in his body, Song Chi was happy, and was also constantly moving his body. Phew, 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 phew. A burst of sharp fist wind began to come out of the all-around training room. Song Chi was trying his best to adapt to the body that had just been comprehensively improved. A few hours later, the door of the all-attribute training room opened, and Song Chi, who had basically mastered his skyrocketing strength, stepped out from the inner room. Central Street did not rush to exit the market, but clicked on the market's attribute panel. 20 days ago, because he was busy testing the effect of the body-quenching liquid, after upgrading the level of the market and the full attribute training room, he didn't have time to check their specific attributes. Soon, the detailed attributes of the Zhutian market popped up. Name, Zhutian market. Market owner, Song Chi. Level, LV15. Specifications, 1500 mx 1500 m. Basic configuration, 60 shops, 1 400 mx 400 m stall area, 1 2-story inn, 1 LV15 full attribute training room double efficiency when practicing psychic energy, 1 LV11 psychic energy protection array, 1 LV11 ultra-long range space door random launch platform. Additional configuration, none 0/8. Feature, avoid danger can move freely in the void. Avoid natural disasters in the dark. Feature 2, space anchor point can set a coordinate anchor point in any star field in the broken star sea. Required for upgrade. 100 strands of floating land origin first level, market transaction volume reaches 70,66548/70,000 strands of first level floating land origin. Yes, this time Zhou Ping provided a huge amount of floating land origin transactions, which made the market transaction volume directly increase from less than 30,000 strands of first level floating land origin directly to nearly 70,000 strands, and also allowed Song Chi to directly upgrade it to LV15. After upgrading to LV15, the properties of the market have also changed significantly. In addition to the further expansion of the area, the number of shops, the area of the freestall area, etc., have also been improved in different ways. In addition, the number of guest rooms opened on the second floor of the inn has reached 6 rooms as expected, which means that Song Chi now has 4 more market guest orders. He is very happy about this. Each market guest order can be linked to a floating land in the Star Sea in the future, or even the entire civilization behind it. The value is naturally needless to say. In addition, there are the 3 items: full attribute training room, ultra long range space gate random deployment platform, and phantom energy protection array. Let's talk about the full attribute training room first. Because he was anxious to practice the guiding technique, Song Chi upgraded it to level 15 20 days ago. Its amplification effect on the cultivation of phantom energy has once again reached a new height. Name, full attribute training room. Level 15. Effect, when creatures of level 1 and below practice in the training room, the training speed is increased by 540%. When the practitioner is practicing phantom energy, the training speed is increased by 1080%. Required for upgrading, market level 16. 80 strands of floating land origin level 1 ordinary practice is 540%. And when practicing phantom energy guidance, the increase is an astonishing 1080%, which is 10 times that of ordinary practice, which is scary. It can be said that the reason why Song Chi was able to complete the breakthrough from LV8 to LV9 in the guidance technique within 20 days was not only the powerful medicinal effect of the body-quenching liquid, but also had an inseparable relationship with the LV15 full attribute training room. Turning his eyes away from the detailed attribute introduction of the full attribute training room, Song Chi turned his attention to the random release platform of the ultra-long-range space door. At the same time, he walked quickly along the central street to the release platform on the inside. He still valued the configuration of this place, which was related to the number of visitors in each market transaction. He reached out and clicked 4 times in a row. The level of this space gate placement platform was successfully raised to level 15. Name: Ultra Long Range Space Gate Random Placement Platform. Level: LV15. Effect: after activation, 42 space gates that can enter and exit the market will be randomly placed in the Broken Star Sea. The space gate will last for 24 hours, and the buffer time will be 720 hours. Required for upgrading: market level LV16. 80 strands of floating land origin first order after strengthening 4 levels in a row. The properties of this ultra-long-range space gate random placement platform have not changed much. The number of space gates placed has increased from 37 to 42. Finally, there is the Phantom Energy Protection Array. For the configuration of this market, if it was placed before, Song Chi might not care too much. It doesn't matter whether it is strengthened or not, but after experiencing the last invasion of the Void Demon, now he regards it as important as the all-attribute training room. Ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform. It was also strengthened to level 15. Name: Phantom Energy Protection Array. Level: LV15. Effect: self-absorbs void energy to form a semicircular protective light curtain. Protection: 1800. Shield value: 180000/180000. Buffer after overload: 26 minutes. Note: from the hands of a powerful person in the Xianyu civilization of Shanghai. Required for upgrading: market level LV16. 80 strands of floating land origin first level. Looking at its properties, its protection value not only reaches 1,800 points, but its shield value also reaches 180,000. Although it is still far inferior to the dark matter energy shield. Don't forget that the current psionic array is only level 15, while the dark matter energy shield generator has been strengthened to level 29. Song Chi guessed that when the psionic protection array is strengthened to level 29, its shield value will most likely exceed 1 million. Thinking of this, he was a little shocked, and secretly sighed in his heart that it was worthy of being created by the ancient immortal realm mighty man. Song Chi currently does not know what level of configuration this psionic protection array has, but what he knows is that its level must be higher than the orange quality dark matter energy shield generator. And this alone is enough to explain everything. Song Chi nodded gently after dispelling the attribute panel in front of him. He was generally satisfied with the overall attributes of the LV15 market. The only disappointment was probably the space anchor point feature. He had always wanted to add another anchor point that he could set by himself. In this way, he only needed to set a return anchor point at home, and he could safely use the Zhutian market as a transfer point to explore the star field where another anchor point was located, without being subject to the 24-hour limit for each exploration of a foreign star field. But things went against his wishes. The market level was upgraded to LV15, but there was still no anchor point. It was impossible not to be disappointed. Putting away the helplessness in his heart, the status of the market under his feet was already terrifying enough, and he couldn't ask for too much. After comforting himself in this way, Song Chi really felt much better. Then he changed his mind and withdrew from the Zhutian market. Combined Illusion Space. Family Base. Song Chi came all the way to the monitoring room and began to take over from his father. During these 20 days, Song Chi spent most of his time in the market because he was busy using the body-quenching fluid to attack the 9th level of the guiding technique. Naturally, he missed many monitoring shifts, and his father helped him to do all these. He actually didn't want to trouble his father. The 2nd level guiding technique practice required a long period of accumulation, and he must not slack off. But since it took so many consecutive days, he couldn't trouble Song Lin and Song Yu, so he had to let his father take over. The monitoring room still had the familiar projection screen, and the Blood Blade Star Pirate's lair in the screen was still the same as before, without much change. Song Chao sat cross-legged in front of the projection screen, while using half of his mind to visualize the projection of the mythical mecha deep in his mind. The other half of his mind was focused on the projection screen, monitoring the Blood Blade Star Pirate's every move. As Song Chi came in, Song Chao stopped visualizing the projection of the mythical mecha, and shifted his other half of his attention to his son. After a while, his face slightly changed, and he asked in surprise, "The guidance technique is LV9? Although Song Chi had tried his best to restrain the fluctuations of blood and chi in his body, after all, he had just broken through not long ago, and could not be absolutely free to control it. Naturally, he could not hide it from Song Chao, who had undergone 2 life sublimations. Song Chao looked quite calm, but his heart was filled with ripples. He felt a little unbelievable about the speed at which his son's cultivation level was improving. You have to know that Song Chi has only been awakened for half a year, but his guidance technique has soared from level 4 to level 9. This is extremely abnormal for any newly awakened Shinhua captain. Although he also knew about the existence of deep water clam pearl and the previous quenching fluid, these 2 alone would never allow Song Chi's progress to reach such a terrifying level. Even if the Queen Insect's essence meat was taken into account, the same would be true. However, he hid this surprise deep in his heart. Knowing that his son had a secret, he naturally would not ask about it. Who doesn't have some secrets? He himself has a lot of secrets that he has never said. Soon, Song Chao showed a relieved smile on his face. It was not fake, but he was happy for his son from the bottom of his heart. Of course, there was also pride. Proud of his son's excellence. Well, you are worthy of being my son. Keep working hard and strive to make the first life sublimation as soon as possible and enter the first level. Song Chao stood up, patted Song Chi's shoulder heavily, and was very happy. After Song Chi nodded, he strode out of the door, his step showing a certain eagerness. This was indeed the case. Song Chi had already reached the gate of the first level in just half a year. This made him, a second-level father, feel pressure for the first time. He was not afraid that Song Chi would surpass him, but that he could not let his son surpass him too early. Otherwise, he would not know where to put his face after living for more than 100 years. What Song Chi didn't know was that, as soon as Song Chao walked out of the monitoring room, his eyes began to move rapidly, and he muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "In half a year, the guidance technique has reached level 9. In addition, there are probably more than 2 purple-quality shipborne parts on this brat's ship, and the purple top-grade upgraded fire source mentioned by the old man before. Is there a possibility of impacting the family sequence in the future?" Thinking of this, Song Chao unconsciously clenched his fists, and his breathing even became heavier. However, he soon shook his head vigorously, suppressing this idea to the deepest part of his heart. The Dinghai Song family has been passed down for thousands of years. The number of clan members is far beyond imagination. There are many people who are both talented and have good fortune. It is really difficult to break into the family sequence. You know, even his father, the old man Song Ming Song, was still far from the family sequence when he was young. No longer thinking about these, Song Chao strode towards the ship docking area. He had limited time to practice the psychic guidance technique in the past 20 days, and he had to make up for it. No, not only do I have to make up for it, but I have to continue to increase the time of practice. The brat will really make things difficult for your father. Just as he walked to the ship docking area and summoned the Qigong, Song Chao gritted his teeth and set a new goal for himself, vowing not to embarrass himself in front of his son. At least not too early. Song Chi was not aware of his father's rich inner drama. He was on duty in the same way as Song Chao before, dividing his mind into 2 parts. One part to visualize the imprint in his heart, and the other part to monitor the situation of the Blood Blade Pirate's lair in real time on the projection screen. Time passed quickly, and nearly 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Song Chi had completely adapted to his rapidly increasing physical fitness, and also completed all the work his father had done. As for the exploration of alien star regions in the middle, I'm sorry, this was not carried out. It was not intentional on his part, but the exploration of alien star regions was prohibited in the base. It's not just him. Several people in the base are like this. The reason? There are 2 points. First, to prevent exposure, so that the Blood Blade Star Pirates can discover the family's intention. Although this combination illusion has a certain effect of shielding energy fluctuations, It is not a special shielding creation after all, there is still a risk of exposure. Second, although the family built the base in this group of debris, it does not mean that there are no space cracks and space winds nearby. It's just that there are much fewer than other places in the star zone. As long as there are space cracks and space winds, the exploration of alien star domains by the Xinhua battleship will be more dangerous. Based on these 2 points, there is a rule that during the monitoring mission at the base, no alien exploration is allowed. Song Qi, Song Lin, and Song Yu do not have much aversion to this rule. Alien exploration is conducted once a month, and a few delays will not have much impact. In the monitoring room, Song Qi could not wait to stand up from his cross-legged position. It was time for the handover, and Song Lin was about to take over from him. As for why he was so anxious, there was a reason. In these 10 days, he had completely stabilized his level 9 guidance technique and could use the body-quenching liquid again to accelerate his practice. Of course, this is not the key point. The main thing is that he still has a high-level bodybuilding potion that neutralizes the 900-year-old deep-water clam pearl in his hand. He has been looking forward to the effect of this potion for a long time. Now that his guidance technique has broken through level 9 and there are no more restrictions, he is of course anxious to try this high-level bodybuilding potion himself. However, at this moment, the picture on the projection screen in front of him suddenly changed. A Xinhua warship with a length of 100 meters suddenly appeared on the picture of the projection screen. Chapter 110: The Moro Royal Family. Staring at the battleship wrapped in a green shield on the screen, Song Qi immediately pressed the red button beside him, and then activated the communication bracelet in his hand. In the 0155 star zone far away from the Principality floating land, the communication bracelet naturally had no network connection, but Song Qi was not going to check anything online, but to check a video of the Xinhua battleship that had been saved in the communication bracelet. After a moment, he confirmed it. Yes, it is the Blood Wolf. The flagship of the Blood Wolf. The vice leader of the Blood Blade Pirates, who left the old nest before. Just as he came to this conclusion, Song Chao, Song Lin, and Song Yu also rushed in from outside the monitoring room. What? Before the question was completely uttered, the 3 people's eyes were already focused on the projection screen in the room. Blood Wolf. Song Chao immediately recognized the warship in the light screen. And then he only heard him talking to himself. After more than a month away, you are finally back. And the warship seems to be seriously damaged. Could it be that you encountered some tough guys during the looting? When the 4 people in the monitoring room had their own guesses. The Blood Wolf, whose side armor had been torn into a narrow crack, also slowly sailed into the shield of the old nest. Song Qi's eyes flickered, and he was somewhat moved. In the past month, he had carefully recorded the star field environment within 100,000 kilometers around the Blood Blade Star Pirate's nest. Now he only needed to find the interior of the nest. And the Blood Wolf happened to return. He was thinking about whether to find a time to enter the nest and conduct a formal investigation. He always felt that the Blood Wolf's outing this time should not be so simple. Of course, he was just a little suspicious. Not that he had any strong intuition. It just so happened that he had been hesitating before, when to go to the Blood Blade Star Pirate's lair to investigate once, and now that he happened to come across it, he might as well go and investigate. He kept this in mind, and didn't say much. On the other side, Song Chao thoughtfully asked a few people to leave, and Song Lin stayed to take over the shift with Song Qi. In the next few days, Song Qi didn't rush to use the Phantom Butterfly-class drone in his hand, but further confirmed the patrol list of the Blood Blade Star Pirates recorded in the base before, and selected the most suitable action target. The Blood Blade Pirates' lair, a large room on the outermost layer, where 4 of the Blood Blade Pirates' lowest-ranking pirates live. On this day, Blood Ant was standing on the psychic training platform in his ship, and practicing psychic energy guidance with all his strength. He was already 42 years old, but now, he was just a 0-level Xinhua captain, with a guidance skill of level 7. The reason why he had fallen behind so much, was because he was an informal Xinhua human citizen, and could not enjoy the normal treatment of awakening the Xinhua seed at the age of 30. As a descendant of a first-level star pirate, who was born in the Blood Blade Star Pirates base, there is only one way to awaken the flame, which is the unified awakening of the Star Pirates organized every 20 years. This method does not care about your age when you awaken, whether you will miss the best awakening time, etc. Blood Ant only got the opportunity to awaken 3 years ago, and awakened successfully. At the critical moment of cultivation, A shouting and cursing came from outside the shuttle. Blood Ant, it's your turn to patrol. Damn it. I have to come to call you every time. If you don't have eyes, I don't mind helping you to pick out those eyes. In a burst of cursing, Blood Ant drove his Blood Ant shuttle into the air and began to patrol around the Star Pirates base. Although the station was built deep in the 0155 star zone, the top leaders of the Star Pirates did not relax their vigilance, but still strictly required the members of the Star Pirates to remain vigilant, and daily vigilance and patrols must not be missed. After wandering in the Star Pirates' protective light shield for 2 hours, the Blood Ant finally rushed out of the protective light shield and began to patrol slowly outside the Star Pirates station. Their mission was actually very simple, mainly to record the changes in the positions of the surrounding space cracks and space anchor points. Although the possibility of the position of these space cracks changing is very small, even if they really change, it will take hundreds or thousands of years to slowly carry out this process. However, in addition to space cracks, there are also space winds. Although this thing blows out from the space cracks, once it leaves the space cracks, its power will gradually weaken until it disappears into thin air. But this is an ordinary void wind. Once such a strong medium-sized or large void wind really appears, it can pose a considerable threat to the station of the Star Pirate group. Monitoring whether such winds are formed and appear is the daily task of these zero-level Star Pirates. The Blood Ant was moving very slowly. There was no other way. Outside this defensive light shield, danger was everywhere. For zero-rank Shinhwa captains like them, accidents happen from time to time. Suddenly, a microscopic void gale suddenly surged out from a space crack not far away. The energy fluctuations caused the Blood Ant to shake for a while. In the end, the Blood Ant in the control room tried its best to control it. Then it pulled away again. In the control room, the Blood Ant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought to himself that he had experienced another close encounter with the God of Death. However, he did not notice that, just when the void wind affected the Blood Ant, a tiny phantom flew behind the Blood Ant at high speed, and then quietly stuck to the dark place below the Blood Ant, 1.5 light years away. In the Songcheong area of the flying ship, Song Chi smiled triumphantly. However, after this operation, he did not take the next step, and just hung the Phantom Butterfly UAV directly under the psionic shuttle, and stopped all the energy reactions of the UAV. The surface of the Fantasy Butterfly UAV is coated with a special stealth coating. The patrol radar of the psionic shuttle-class Shinhwa battleship cannot detect its existence. However, there are so many first-level and second-level Shinhwa battleships in the Bloodblade Star Pirates lair, and there are even third-level Shinhwa battleships. In order to prevent the Fantasy Butterfly UAV from being captured, he must strictly prevent any subsequent energy fluctuations of the Fantasy Butterfly UAV. Only in this way can he deceive other high-level Shinhwa battleships and prevent the Fantasy Butterfly UAV from being exposed to the greatest extent. After waiting quietly for several hours, Song Chi finally waited for the psychic shuttle to start its return journey. It took the Phantom Butterfly UAV and headed for the Star Pirates lair. When passing through the elliptical defensive light shield, Song Chi even subconsciously stopped breathing and was extremely nervous. Fortunately, the woman in the Morningstar multifunctional store did not lie to him. This Phantom Butterfly UAV might really be the latest top-grade UAV produced by the Principality's Research Institute. Its stealth performance was really strong enough, and it was not exposed to the protective formation of the Bloodblade Star Pirates lair. After entering the protective light shield, Song Chi found the right opportunity to detach the Fantasy Butterfly UAV from the psionic shuttle, and then let it fall freely in a corner below the base. From beginning to end, he did not activate any energy device of the drone. After doing this, he began to withdraw part of his mind scattered on the sky, and focused all his mental energy on the brain wave on the Fantasy Butterfly UAV. At the same time, he began to quickly record everything within the range of his brain waves, including the specific locations of various buildings inside the Bloodblade Star Pirates lair, the specific number of Star Pirates of various levels, and the residences of the high-level members of the Star Pirates. As he recorded everything, Song Chi's mind began to feel heavy. It was a sign of overuse of mental power. There was nothing he could do. There were too many things to record. But the duration of the brainwave remote control system was limited. He had to seize this limited time. Time passed by, and at the very end of the recording, Song Chi suddenly found a strange figure in a room window at the top of the Star Pirates lair. This figure had 4 arms. His skin was pitch black, and there was a crescent-shaped horn on his head. In addition, Beside this strange figure, the deputy leader of the Blood Blade Pirates, Blood Wolf, whom he had long remembered through a series of pictures, was actually there. More importantly, looking at the appearance of Blood Wolf, he seemed to be quite flattering. What's going on? After a moment of confusion, he quickly turned around and quickly converged the brain waves attached to the magic butterfly UV to prevent Blood Wolf from noticing anything. He was a second-class Shinhua captain, whose perception ability was frighteningly strong. After dozens of seconds, when he spread his brainwaves again, the two had already disappeared, as if they had never appeared. A few hours later, the brainwave beacon attached to the magic butterfly UAV completely failed. Until the end, Song-Chi never activated the energy battery of the magic butterfly UAV again, and let it lie quietly in that extremely hidden corner. The internal monitoring of the Blood Blade Star Pirates was extremely strict. Reactivating the magic butterfly UAV would have a great risk of exposure. The crash site he deliberately chose was an extremely remote place. As long as his luck was not too bad, no one would find the magic butterfly UAV, which was only the size of a palm. Rubbing his dizzy forehead, Song-Chi did not rush back to catch up on his sleep, but headed straight for the azure sky. When his father came out, he told him everything about the detailed map of the Blood Blade Pirates and the things he saw about the Blood Wolf. At the same time, he was staring at the reaction on his father's face. When his father took the map, he just glanced around casually, and then nodded calmly, without much reaction. Instead, when he talked about the various characteristics of the figure beside the Blood Wolf, his father's eyes showed obvious doubt. Song Chao's eyes turned sharply, staring at Song-Chi. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Is that Blood Wolf really trying to please the other party? Hearing this obviously emphasized voice, Song-Chi immediately realized that this matter was likely to involve a lot of things. He didn't dare to reply casually, but thought about the situation at that time carefully again. After confirming that he didn't see it wrong, he nodded seriously. At the same time, he also asked, Dad, is that the Moro tribe? He didn't know the identity of the alien race before, but just looked it up. But because the introduction of the Moro tribe in the Star Sea Civilization and Biological Encyclopedia was very limited, he couldn't be completely sure. Song Chao nodded, and then added solemnly, if you are not mistaken about the color of the horn on its head, it is probably the former Moro royal family. Hearing his father's words, Song Chi's eyes condensed. The Moro tribe is fine. After all, although the Morning Star Principality Expeditionary Force announced that all Moro tribes were wiped out, it is a group that has entered the threshold of medium-sized civilization. There are more than 100 billion people. How can it be completely eliminated? However, the representative meaning of the Moro royal family is completely different. This means that the Moro civilization may still have a direct bloodline surviving, and it may even be planning something now. For a moment, he completely understood why his father reacted so strongly. The two of them were silent for a long time, and finally Song-Chi took the initiative to speak out his guess. If it is really the Moro royal family, does it mean that the Blood Blade Pirates are most likely supported by them behind the scenes? The Moro royal family, coupled with the flattery of the Blood Wolf, is too easy to associate with this. In front of him, although Song Chao did not answer, Song-Chi had already seen the answer from his father's eyes. What he thought in his heart was exactly the same as his. After thinking for a while, Song Chao finally made up his mind. No, this matter involves a lot of things. No matter whether it is true or not, we must take this into consideration. Otherwise, if it is found to be true, we will probably have to stay here. After saying that, he took Song-Chi with him and walked towards the base at a high speed. In the base monitoring room, all four of them gathered here. After Song Chao explained the situation, Song Lin and Song Yu were also very solemn. The four words Moro royal family represent too heavy a thing. Even if it was just a group of people who survived the Moro civilization, it was definitely not something that a third-level Shinhua captain could mess with. Didn't you see that they easily supported Blood Blade, a senior third-level Shinhua captain? When Song Lin and Song Yu came to their senses, Song Chao also told them the purpose of gathering everyone this time. I have to go back to the White Tower floating land to tell the old man about this. But there must be someone guarding the base. And the Blood Blade Star Pirates' nest must be kept under real-time surveillance. At this point, Song Chao stopped. But Song-Chi and the other two had already understood what he meant. This is to let the three of them decide for themselves who will leave and who will stay. Faced with this question, The three of them fell into deep thought at the same time. It goes without saying that those who stay here must take enough risks. Once the base is exposed, a first-level Shinhwa captain basically has no ability to survive in such an environment. After hesitating for a moment, Song Chi's expression was firm, and he spoke first. "Dad, I'll do it." As soon as he said this, the eyes of the other three people immediately turned to his face. But Song Chi didn't care. The reason why he decided to stay was naturally after careful consideration. Chapter 111 Life Sublimation Promotion to the First Level. Why do I say that? First of all, not to mention that the risk of the base under his feet being exposed is extremely small, almost negligible. It has been in operation for decades before. If it was exposed, it would have been exposed long ago. Even if it was exposed by chance, with the Juti on market, he also has a subsequent retreat. He only needs to stay in the market for a year or two, and then the family elders will naturally come. Secondly, Song Chao is his father. If both father and son leave, and Song Lin or Song Yu are left here, it is hard to justify, and it may even cause dissatisfaction from his uncle later. Based on these 2 points, no matter how you look at it, it is the best choice for him to stay. Song Chao did not say anything, but he felt a little relieved in his heart, pleased with his son's understanding. But at the same time his eyes were a little solemn, which was his worry about Song Chi's future safety. Although he knew a lot of secrets about his son, his ship could not be measured by ordinary first-level Shinhwa warships. The 100 titanium crystals he gave before had been used up, which meant that there were at least 2 purple parts on the sky purple parts from LV20 LV29. Only 45 titanium crystals were consumed, and the combat power could not be weak at all. Of course, for the orange quality shipborne parts, Song Chao, Song Ming Song and others had never doubted it. The rarity of orange quality parts was far greater than that of purple parts. If purple parts could barely be counted as high-end parts, then orange parts were already considered fine products among high-end parts. Song Chao nodded, and was about to agree to Song Chi's stay. But Song Lin and Song Yu on the side spoke at the same time. "Second uncle, we are willing to stay too." Hearing this, Song Chao was more and more relieved. It was indeed not appropriate to leave only one person behind. Song Chi could not stare at the projection screen for 24 hours. After a moment of silence, he gave his answer. "Xiao Lin, stay. Xiao Yu, come back to bite a floating land with me." Song Yu was obviously reluctant, but since Song Chao had already made up his mind, he would not change his mind. Although he did not say it explicitly, the 4 people present knew it well. Although Song Lin and Song Yu were both sons of Song Shan, Song Yu's safety was obviously more important. The innate blue fire seed had a 3rd-level upper limit without consuming any advanced fire source. This was unmatched by more than 95% of Shinhwa captains. The ship docking area. Before leaving, Song Chao gave one last reminder. If it is really exposed, you too can choose the right time to activate the alien exploration. You can delay it for a day. Maybe when you return, the family will have arrived. After saying that, the Qin Kong took off, carrying the reluctant Song Yu with the Shinhwa Warship Man certificate, and quickly disappeared outside the combined illusion space. Seeing this, Song Chi and his second brother Song Lin also immediately allocated the duty time, and both sides were on duty for 12 hours each. As the 2 brothers went about their daily routine, time passed quickly, and another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Song Lin had just come to take over from Song Chi, but Song Chi did not leave as quickly as usual. Instead, he asked in a pleading tone, "Second brother, I need to trouble you with something. I may need to be in seclusion for 2 days. I can only..." Before Song Chi finished speaking, Song Lin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Brother, it's no trouble at all. Go!" Because of the cold spring and cold flame before, Song Lin was extremely grateful to Song Chi. This advanced fire source gave him the possibility of a subsequent impact on the 2nd level, which was a top-notch event in his life. But before Song Chi left, Song Lin asked uncertainly, "Fourth brother, aren't you going to break through again?" When he learned that Song Chi's guiding technique had broken through to level 9 half a month ago, he was already surprised and envious. You know, it has been more than 7 years since he awakened the Seed of Fire, and his guiding technique is only stuck at level 9, although it should take only half a year to complete the promotion. The key point is 7 years. Song Chi has only been awakened for more than 7 months, and he is already on the same starting line as him. If he is going to move towards the 1st level so quickly now, It would be difficult for him, as a brother, to accept it. Faced with this question, Song Chi turned his head and smiled at Song Lin, but did not reply. He left the monitoring room and went straight to his room. Although the base was not big and could not support the free summoning of 100-meter class frigates, it could still support psionic airships. So Song Chi did not need to go to the airship docking area. Of course, these were just a cover, and he was going to enter the Zhutian market. The reason why he did not reply to Song Lin was because he himself did not know whether he could break through this time. After fully controlling his strength, he used the half-month time to use the body-quenching liquid and the intermediate bodybuilding potion to advance his level 9 guidance technique a little bit. And this time in seclusion. He was going to officially use the advanced bodybuilding potion. He currently has 4 high-level bodybuilding potions in his hand, 3 of which were given by his uncle and his wife because of the Cold Spring and Cold Flame. These 3 potions did not neutralize the deep water clam pearls, and they cannot be used at present. They can only be taken after the subsequent guidance technique breaks through the first level. The other potion, which was fused with the powder of the 900-year-old deep water clam pearls a few months ago, neutralized the overbearing effects of some high-level bodybuilding potions, is also what Song Chi is preparing to use now. As soon as he entered his room, Song Chi's mind moved, and he disappeared into the room. In the secret realm of the market, the full attribute training room, Song Chi did not take this advanced bodybuilding potion immediately, but first assumed the standard training posture of the guiding technique, and began to practice first. He did this to adjust his own state, so that he could use this potion at the moment when he was at his peak. The 900-year-old deepwater clam pearl is so precious. After this time, I don't know when I will be lucky enough to get it again, so Song Chi must seize this opportunity and make the most of the effect of this potion. As the guiding technique was officially put into operation, the psionic energy in the body also began to circulate in circles. It was unknown how long it had been. Perhaps a few minutes, perhaps half an hour. Song Chi opened his eyes again, and he could feel that his current state had been adjusted to the best. After confirming this, he no longer hesitated and quickly picked up the high-level bodybuilding potion that had been placed aside. Pop! He opened the potion bottle and drank it in one gulp. After that, he immediately continued to operate the psionic guiding technique. Hot, very hot, very hot. Not long after swallowing the potion, Song Chi's whole body began to show an abnormal red flush, and at the same time, a huge amount of energy continuously burst out from the abdomen. Different from the previous mild energy, this energy is more overbearing, and the speed of its spread is also extremely amazing. When it flows from the abdomen to the surroundings of the body, it burns Song Chi's meridians all the way, causing Song Chi to feel a sharp pain from time to time. But in just 2 minutes, Song Chi's whole body is like boiling hot water, and it is constantly emitting boiling hot air. But even so, he still feels hot all over his body, and the heat radiating outwards is far slower than the heat accumulated in the body, suppressing the intense discomfort. He did not stop practicing the psychic energy guidance technique. Song Chi knew very well that this was not a dangerous signal, but rather the amazing effect of the high-level bodybuilding potion he had taken, although his body seemed to be unable to bear it. In fact, there was no big problem. And don't look at him like this at the moment. In fact, the progress of the psychic energy guidance technique in his body was far beyond imagination. Compared with the past, the speed was hundreds or thousands of times faster. But in addition to this, Song Chi was also deeply grateful in his heart. He was grateful that he had resisted the temptation in the past, and had not officially used this advanced bodybuilding potion until now. Otherwise, even with the LVA guidance technique, he would definitely not be able to withstand such a terrifying medicinal effect. If that were the case, his body would probably be ruined. Advanced bodybuilding potions are known for their overbearing medicinal effects. Even if the 900-year-old deepwater clam pearl powder was added to neutralize some of the overbearing medicinal properties, the problem lies here. Although it neutralizes the overbearing medicinal properties in the advanced bodybuilding potion, it is more than 900 years old and contains terrifying energy. Although the energy contained in the deepwater clam pearl is mild enough, this is relatively speaking. The deepwater clams that breed the 900-year-old deepwater clam pearl are at least first class, and may even be at the peak of the first or second class. This level of clams has been bred in the body for 900 years. It is conceivable how much terrifying energy the clam pearl itself contains. Such a huge amount of energy, no matter how mild it is a huge burden for ordinary zero-class creatures. Time is constantly passing, and the effect of this high-level bodybuilding potion lasts for a very long time. 2 full days have passed, and it still shows no sign of ending. Although the effect on the cultivation of the psychic energy guidance technique has decreased, it is still very considerable. Song Chi is naturally happy to see this happen, but his second brother Song Lin may have to wait a little longer. Fortunately, with Song Lin's current LV9 guidance technique, it won't be a big problem if he stays awake for more than a week, and Song Chi doesn't have to worry about this. After 2 days of explosion, the energy that kept gushing out from the abdomen finally weakened a lot. It no longer caused the occasional tingling sensation when flowing through Song Chi's meridians. In addition, the heat that lasted for nearly 2 days also faded away. Song Chi could practice peacefully. About half a day later, his eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. A strong surprise appeared in the depths of Song Chi's dark eyes. It was not that the effect of the medicine in his body had worn off, but just now, he successfully touched a vague barrier. That is the bottleneck between LV9 and LV10 of the guidance technique. And it is also the sublimation door for all zero-order creatures in the Broken Star Sea. As long as this door is pushed open or broken, the zero-order creature can successfully obtain a life sublimation, thereby undergoing a transformation of the life level and entering the first-order level in one fell swoop. The light in his eyes quickly flowed, and Song Chi made a decision in just 2 seconds. The effect of the remaining medicine in the body can last at least half a day, so you can try to impact it once. With a decision in his mind, he was not a procrastinating person. He closed his eyes again, and at the same time, he fully mobilized the psionic energy in his body and began to try to impact the big bottleneck between zero-order creatures and first-order creatures. Boom! The first impact that had been building up for a long time officially began. There seemed to be a violent roar in the body. At the same time, Song Chi's face turned slightly pale, and he snorted. It was obvious that impacting this bottleneck was also a great burden on the body. Recontrolling the surging blood and energy in his body, he focused his mind and swept deep into his body, and then frowned. This powerful impact seemed not to have any impact on the bottleneck. It still stood there firmly, with no sign of breaking. After a brief disappointment, Song Chi turned back. He was still prepared for this. If the bottleneck of the first level was so easy to break through, his second brother Song Lin would not have been stuck at level 9 for nearly 3 years. And the zero-level creatures in the Star Sea would not account for more than 90%. He was not discouraged. After readjusting his mentality, he spent a few minutes to stabilize his state, and then began the second attack. The effect of this bottle of high-level bodybuilding potion that neutralized the 900-year-old deepwater clam pearl was extremely amazing. Because of this was a rare opportunity for him to reach the first level in one fell swoop. If he missed this opportunity, he would not be able to use the subsequent high-level bodybuilding potions. If he wanted to reach the first level again, he would probably have to endure it for a long time. Although it won't be as exaggerated as his second brother Song Lin, 1 card for 3 years, but 1 year is the minimum. Knowing this, Song Chi certainly won't give up so easily. Boom! The second attack still failed. Song Chi's face became more and more pale. Another 2 minutes, Song Chi adjusted again and started the third attack. In this way, Song Chi attacked 5 times in a row, but all 5 times failed. His face was as pale as paper at this moment, and the remaining medicine in his body was not much left. After thinking for a long time, Song Chi murmured, "Let's try it one last time. If we fail again, there is nothing we can do." The dark energy was gathering rapidly, and Song Chi was concentrating. After accumulating energy for nearly half a minute, the dark energy in his body, along with the vast blood and energy, suddenly rushed towards the bottleneck. Boom! Crack! An abnormal blush flashed across Song Chi's pale face, and at the same time, a fishy smell surged in his throat. However, in addition to this, Song Chi was concerned about the subtle cracking sound that seemed to be heard after the violent roar. When his mind sank into the depths of his heart, soon, an indescribable joy emerged on his pale face, and then he gathered the dark energy and blood in his body again. Crack! This time, there was no strong roar, but only a crisp sound of breaking. Ha! I finally did it. From today on Song Chi, will officially enter the first level of life. While sighing, a gentle healing energy emerged from deep inside his body. While quickly healing the injuries in his body, this life energy surrounding his whole body was also repairing and nourishing every cell in his body. At this moment, Song Chi seemed to be soaking in the most comfortable hot spring. The intense tingling sensation in his body a moment ago had long disappeared, and only the indescribable numbness and comfort remained. And this was the first sublimation of life. Chapter 112. Uncle's ship is promoted to the 3rd level, Star C Civilization Level Classification Standard. Outside the almighty training room, strong psionic fluctuations are stirring, which are also mixed with strands of life energy. The two energies are mixed, making the movement in the training room more and more shocking. Inside the training room, Song Chi's face has long regained its rosy color, no longer pale as before, and his whole body is wrapped in rich life energy. Under the nourishment and tempering of this life energy, he began to overflow with sticky black liquid on his body, which is the impurities in his body. At the same time, a gradually strong life pressure was also spreading outward, until it filled the entire training room. The whole sublimation process lasted about half an hour. When the life energy completely dissipated, Song Chi opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a dark flame flashed in his pupils, which was the initial manifestation of the phantom energy. After being promoted to the 1st level, although the phantom energy in the body cannot be fully manifested, compared with the 0 level, it can be initially added to the weapon in hand, and can also be used for basic protection. In addition, the geometric improvement of physical strength, the comprehensive increase of the functions of various organs in the body, and the ability to jump 20 to 30 meters are just basic operations. The most important thing is that after being promoted to a 1st level life form, you can move freely in the starry sky environment in the future, and will no longer bear the pressure of the vacuum environment. Of course, there must be a fulcrum. It is impossible for the physical body to cross the starry sky. You can only move on asteroids and debris. In addition, the original 2.1.2.1.2.1.3.1. Finally, the most critical aspect is the improvement in lifespan. Before, awakening the seed of fire and transforming the body into a psionic body would not increase lifespan. But after this first life sublimation, his lifespan officially increased from 140 to 200 years. In other words, even if he does not make any progress in the future, he can live another 160 to 170 years. Song Chi cheered in his heart. After working so hard for so long, he finally got the reward. To be honest, this increase is not big, only 60 years. But for Song Chi, who was born in Blue Star in his previous life and only lived for a few decades, this is actually not short. Of course, Song Chi still had high expectations for the subsequent 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th levels. The 3rd level was fine, with a lifespan of only 600 years. But he vaguely heard that once the guidance technique broke through LV39 and reached LV40 or above, that is, the 4th level of Shanghai life, the lifespan would increase dramatically, and it was said that it could reach 2,000 years. He had a deeper understanding of this number than anyone else. In the previous life, the time span of Blue Star from the Qin and Han dynasties to the modern times was only more than 2,000 years. What a long period of time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suppressing his joy, Song Chi began to move his fists and feet. The change in his body from level 9 to level 10 was far beyond the previous level 9 breakthrough, and it was bound to take a long time to adapt. 10 hours later, Song Chi, who had taken a shower, took over from Song Lin. Although he had been practicing for nearly 3 consecutive days, his mind had also recovered to its peak during the previous life sublimation process. Now, he was full of energy, and not tired at all. However, Song Chi's full of energy did not mean that Song Lin was the same. He looked listless. 3 consecutive days of monitoring, and the visualization of the mythical mecha projection rubbings in the middle also consumed a lot of his energy, which led to his current appearance. However, after seeing Song Chi, Song Lin's eyes widened, and the listlessness of the previous moment disappeared. Instead, he became energetic instantly, as if he had seen a ghost. "Fourth brother, have you been promoted to the next level?" Song Lin had countless questions in his mind. It has only been less than a month since he was promoted to level 9. And he has broken through to level 10? Could it be that Song Chi is practicing the real psychic energy guidance technique, and I am just practicing a fake one? It's no wonder that Song Lin had such a ridiculous idea. It was really abnormal that Song Chi soared from level 8 to level 10 in less than a month. Seeing Song Lin's doubtful look, Song Chi explained, "I got a 900-year-old deepwater clam pearl before, and combined it with a high-level bodybuilding potion. so it has such an effect. After hearing this explanation, Song Lin felt much better. A 900-year-old deepwater clam pearl can only be produced by a deepwater clam that has lived for more than 2,000 years. This level of clam is extremely rare. Although the effect is still a bit exaggerated, it is at least acceptable. After Song Lin left, Song Chi began to visualize the rubbing diagram while monitoring the projection screen in front of him. After a while, he discovered another benefit after being promoted to the first level. After his mind was greatly enhanced, even the effect of visualizing the rubbing diagram was greatly improved, which meant that the speed of his subsequent mental power enhancement would be further improved. Bida floating land, on the outskirts of Bida City, with a violent engine roar, a 100-meter-long fire ship soared into the sky and disappeared in the clouds above the floating land in an instant. This warship is the Qi Kong of the Song dynasty. It has been a month since leaving the 0155-star zone and returning to the Bida floating land. Now it finally sets off again to return to the 0155-star zone. In the cabin of the Qi Kong, there are dozens of figures standing at this moment, including Song Ming Song, Bai Xiuqin, Song Shan and his wife, Song Hai and his wife. If there were outsiders here, they would be surprised to find that all the first level and above members of the Bida Song family are now gathered on the Qi Kong. As for why it is the Qi Kong instead of Song Ming Song's Nushi, the reason is very simple. As a third-level cruiser, the Nushi has a hull length of more than a kilometer. A Xinhua warship of this size is easy to attract the attention of those who are interested. The Azure Sky was different. It was a second-class Xinhua warship. It had enough speed and would not attract too much attention. It was the most suitable ship for traveling. However, at this moment, the face of Mr. Song Ming Song in the Azure Sky was livid. He was obviously angry. At his side, Bai Xiuqin rolled her eyes at him. Okay, what do you want the third brother to do? No one will be left to guard the base. Song Ming Song's eyes widened, and his wild voice echoed in the cabin. Is it right for him to leave my two grandsons alone there? Hearing the old man's stubborn words, everyone in the cabin shook their heads helplessly, especially Song Hai and Song Yang. The two of them were secretly mourning for Song Chao at this moment, and they were also very glad that they were not the ones who stayed at the base this time. Otherwise, they would probably make the same choice in this situation, and then be scolded by the old man. On the side, Song Shan, who had been silent for a long time, also persuaded, Dad, there is nothing I can do about it. This is the most reasonable allocation. Besides, it is not easy for something to happen at the base. It has been fine for decades. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the old man angrily. You think you have grown wings after advancing? Dare to teach your father a lesson? As soon as these words came out, Song Shan's face turned completely black, and he dared not say anything more. Bai Xiuqin pinched the soft flesh on Song Ming Song's waist, and cursed with her hands on her hips. Shut up, everyone, and go on your way. Chaos Star Region 0155, as usual, was still deserted, but inside the star region, a 100-meter warship was slowly approaching, and finally quietly entered a group of debris. Combined illusion base. Accompanied by a violent ripple, Song Chi and Song Lin inside the base were alarmed. The two rushed out of the base at the first time, summoned their own Xinhua warships. But when they saw the familiar hull armor of the warship that rushed into the illusion space, they recalled the warships again, standing in the warship docking area with smiles on their faces, waiting for the landing of the blue sky. When they saw dozens of figures coming out of the blue sky, the two men, who were not prepared, were stunned for a moment. But they quickly turned around and smiled more brightly. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, Second Uncle. After a series of greetings, the group walked into the base one after another. After confirming with Song Chi and the others that the Blood Blade Star Pirates had not made any other unusual movements in the past 2 months, Song Ming Song nodded with satisfaction, and patted the shoulders of the two men vigorously, as if to say that you two guys had worked hard. At the same time, he turned his gaze and glared at Song Chao, who was walking behind him again. However, before Song Ming Song spoke, Song Lin couldn't wait to ask first, Dad, has the mountain successfully been promoted to the 3rd level? As soon as these words came out, everyone's attention was instantly shifted to this matter, which also made Song Chao in the back breathe a sigh of relief. Song Shan nodded with a smile. Yes, the mountain has been successfully promoted to a cruiser. Song Chi and the others suddenly realized the reason why all the family members above the first level came here. Since the mountain was successfully promoted, and the Line of Fury, the family now has 2 cruisers, so it has the absolute power to suppress the Blood Blade Pirates. Are we finally going to take action against the Blood Blade Pirates? Song Chi and Song Lin had the same idea in their minds at the same time, but they were a little confused. Are we going to do it now? What about the Moro royal family? Is it confirmed to be fake? Song Chi also had doubts in his heart. Did I see it wrong? The elders naturally saw what the two were thinking at the first time. Song Ming Song said kindly, the Moro royal family is likely to exist. Not long ago, the Blood Wolf destroyed a piece of one life-type star sea floating land of a small civilization and plundered most of its resources. But we guessed that the Blood Wolf should be just a cover, and all the resources should have fallen into the hands of the Moro clan behind it. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Uncle Song Shan added, we checked, in the past nearly 100 years, the Blood Blade Star Pirates have plundered in the chaotic star field many times in this way, but in the end, the strength of the Star Pirates did not increase significantly, so, these resources, they should all have fallen into the hands of the Moro royal family behind them, and used them to secretly restore their strength. And for a pirate group as powerful as the Blood Blade Pirates, the Moro royal family also remotely controls several other groups. But they are all distributed in different areas of the chaotic star field, so they have never attracted the attention of other civilizations. Hearing this, Song Chi's heart gradually became heavy. If it is really as his uncle and grandfather said, then the Moro royal family hidden behind them, their strength must not be simple, and there is a high probability that they have a 4th level combat power. Otherwise, how can they control several 3rd level pirate groups? But if this is the case, shouldn't this family action be cancelled? The existence of the 4th level, how can they challenge it? You know, the classification standard of the Shanghai civilization. The 4th level is the threshold of the intermediate civilization. If a Star Sea civilization only has the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level conventional combat units, it is a low-level civilization. Once it controls the 4th level of conventional combat power, it means that it has entered the threshold of intermediate civilization and has an essential gap with those ordinary low-level civilizations. Why is there such a division? Isn't it because of the terrifying single combat power of the 4th level unit? This level of combat unit usually has the ability to change an interstellar war by itself, which is terrifyingly strong. Therefore, over time, the broken Star Sea civilizations will use the 4th level as the boundary to divide low-level and intermediate civilizations. In the crowd, Grandma Bai Xiuqin was the first to see the doubts and worries in the hearts of her 2 grandsons. She explained softly, don't worry. There are people from the Moro royal family to stop them. What we need to do is to deal with the Blood Blade Star Pirates and take down the entrance to the Star Sea secret realm in the core area of their base. After hearing his grandmother's explanation, Song Chi was completely relieved. At the same time, he gently patted his forehead, thinking that he was shocked by the high probability of the existence of the 4th level Moro royal family, and actually made such a low-level mistake. The family has been planning for decades. If they had not arranged a complete set of response plans, how could they have rashly dealt with the Blood Blade Star Pirates? At this moment, Song Ming Song, who was at the front of the crowd, suddenly brightened his eyes and stared at Song Chi. Xiao Qi, has your guiding technique broken through to the 1st level? A month has passed since the breakthrough. Song Chi has completely mastered his own strength and can control it freely. It is precisely because of this that everyone did not notice the changes in him at the first time. However, Song Ming Song was different. As a veteran 3rd level Xinhua captain, his perception was extremely amazing. Even though Song Chi had tried his best to restrain himself, he still found out something. As for Song Shan, although his ship had been promoted to the 3rd level, his own guidance technique was still stuck at level 29. It would take some time to slowly reach level 30. Naturally, he did not have the keen insight of Song Ming Song. Seeing that his grandfather had noticed it, Song Chi no longer concealed it. He slightly released the dark energy in his body, and directly released his own majestic blood energy. Sensing the 1st level blood fluctuations, all the elders of the Song family were a little surprised, and then turned into joy. The younger generation of their own family. The better. The better. Ha ha ha. In front of the crowd, the old man laughed up to the sky, and his laughter was like thunder. But it also showed that he was happy from the heart. In the crowd, Song Chao and Chen Lixia also had red faces. Their sons were so outstanding, and they were the most proud. At the age of 30, the guiding technique broke through the first level. Compared with the 3 alien explorations to upgrade the psionic airship, this is obviously more difficult to do. Chapter 113, the sky is fully enhanced. Compared to the elders of the family, Song Qi, Song Wen and Song Yu were more surprised. If I remember correctly, Song Qi had only awakened for 8 months, and he had broken through to the first level. They even suspected that they had heard it wrong. Especially Song Yu, he felt it the most. He had awakened at the same time as Song Qi, but now he was only LV6. How come Song Qi was already LV10? Could it be that the white meat that fourth brother took out before was only a small part, and what he left behind was the bulk? Or am I just a pseudo-genius, and fourth brother is the peerless genius behind the scenes? For a moment, he went through all the possibilities he could think of in his mind, but he was still full of questions. At this time, Song Chao, who had quietly squeezed to the front of the crowd, coughed lightly. This kid had the good fortune to get a few deep-water clam pearls of considerable age before, and with the several high-level body-building potions I provided, he made such progress. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Song Lin beside Song Chao also added in a low voice, 900 years old. As soon as these words came out, the elders of the family once again stared at Song Qi's face for a while. Even Song Chao did the same. When Song Qi asked him for high-level bodybuilding potions before, he just casually said that it was more than 300 years old, and did not specify the specific age of the deep-water clam pearls. He also subconsciously classified it as 300 to 500 years old, but did not expect that it was actually 900 years old. As for the deep-water clam pearls of 900 years, this is not simple. It needs deep-water clams that have lived for at least 2,000 years to produce them. And clams of this level are basically active on the seabed thousands of meters below. It is definitely not something that can be obtained by luck alone. Of course, everyone did not intend to get to the bottom of it. They talked and laughed all the way, and walked into the monitoring room. When Song Chao left before, the orange quality component that projected the light curtain was transferred to Song Lin's ship, and continued to monitor the lair of the Blood Blade Star Pirates day and night. As for the specific properties of this component, Song Qi and the others had already seen it. Starry Sky Monitor LV19. Quality, orange. Features, monitoring distance increased by 60%. Feature 2, Void Prison. Consumption, 300/S Phantom Energy Points Effect. Remote real-time monitoring of the designated area. Current maximum monitoring distance, 1.5 light years. Charging, 10 minutes. No buffer required. Upgrade required. 150 strands of floating land origin first order. 10,000 Phantom Energy Points Void Prison. Consume 3,000 Phantom Energy. After 70 minutes of charging, generate a Void Prison for a designated spherical area with a diameter not exceeding 100,000 meters. Duration 120 minutes. Song Mingsong's eyes swept across the projection screen in front of him. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about the Blood Blade Pirates' lair on the screen, he then retracted his eyes. But at this time his face was extremely serious. According to the previous discussion, we will officially start to attack the Blood Blade Pirates tomorrow, and now we will start to assign specific tasks. This was actually mainly said to Song Qi and Song Lin, because before this, others had already been assigned once in the Angry Lion Courtyard. First, the eldest and I will be responsible for dealing with the Blood Blade and his Blood Blade, and the other 6 second-level members of the Blood Blade Star Pirates. Blood Wolf will be restrained by the second brother, Hong Shui, the second brother's wife, the third brother, and the fourth brother and his wife. You will restrain the remaining 5 people respectively. Lixia, you will judge the situation on the field by yourself, and provide long-range firepower to support any support you need. Of course, the most important thing is to keep an eye on Xiaoyu and the other 5. It's okay to get injured, but no one can be killed. Do you understand? Song Mingsong's distribution was very clear, which also indirectly showed that the family must have been well prepared this time. Song Qi's heart moved slightly. He caught some information from his grandfather's words. For example, there are 6 second-level Xinhua captains in the Blood Blade Star Pirates. He remembered the information he had found in the Xinhua network before. There were only 5 second-level combat forces. Obviously, the Blood Blade Star Pirates also hide some hidden strength. In addition, my mother Chen Lixia was not assigned a designated combat mission. She was only responsible for the safety of the 5 first-level juniors. This also indirectly shows that because my mother was promoted to the 2nd level not long ago, the combat power of her ship may not be as good as that of an ordinary 2nd-level Shinhua battleship. After arranging the tasks for his sons and daughters-in-law, Song Mingsong turned his gaze to Bai Xiuqin beside him. Xiuqin, all matters concerning the seizure and protection of the secret realm entrance are now handed over to you. While doing your best to ensure the stability of the secret realm entrance, you must also pay attention to safety. After Bai Xiuqin nodded gently, Song Mingsong's gaze finally shifted to Song Qi and the other 5. With a clear look of worry in his eyes, Song Qi, the oldest of the 5, was only in his early 40s. And Song Qi and Song Yu had just awakened this year, with far less experience. It was too difficult for them to participate in this level of combat mission. Any carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences. But then he thought, when he returns to the family in the future, there will be many such missions. It is better to experience it under the care of others in advance, than to go it alone in the future and end up with a bloody head. After thinking it through, Song Mingsong said, "As for the 5 of you, you can fight those first-level star pirates on your own this time, but remember to avoid the combat range of the 2nd-level battleships." "Yes." After everyone agreed in unison, Song Mingsong unloaded the Starry Sky monitor from Song Lin's John Lin and installed it back on the Angry Lion. Tomorrow's battle will not only involve more than 10 second-tier frigates, but also 3 third-tier Shinhua warships. The void prison with a diameter of 100,000 meters is still too small, and it cannot be fully deployed. This will increase the probability of Song Qi and his 5 companions being affected. The duration of the other 2 hours is not enough, so it must be strengthened. In the personal room, Song Qi looked heavy. When he thought about the fact that he would participate in a battle involving 3rd-tier Shinhua warships and dozens of 2nd-tier Shinhua warships tomorrow, he could not calm down. He was very worried about whether the sky could withstand the aftermath of the battle between the 2nd and 3rd-tier Shinhua warships tomorrow. His mind turned, and his figure disappeared in the room. Jutian Market, Freestall Area. After summoning the sky, Song Qi hurriedly stepped onto the airship, holding a familiar black cloth bag in his hand, and in the cloth bag was the titanium crystal. This was not the 24 he had left before, or rather, not only that, the number of titanium crystals in the cloth bag was as many as 74, except for the ones he had left before. The other 50 were handed over by Zhou Ping during the market transaction that was opened in the middle. This month, the market transaction was naturally opened again, but this time there was no big surprise. Except for earning more than 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin, the biggest gain was these 50 titanium crystals. Of course, Song Qi was not very satisfied with this. Last time, he heard Zhou Ping say that a titanium crystal vein seemed to be discovered in the primitive world behind him. He originally thought that the other party might bring hundreds of titanium crystals directly this time, but he didn't expect that there were only 50. According to the other party's explanation, first, the reserves of the vein were not large. At most it was a micro-small vein. And second, it had been discovered for more than 100 years. And various forces had taken away a lot of titanium crystals in the past 100 years. In summary, there are not many titanium crystals left in that vein, and only about 50 can be collected every month. Song Qi naturally didn't believe this. Zhou Ping, or the sect behind him, might be trying to test him and bargain for the specific number of resources needed to increase the number of times he can enter and exit the market. Song Qi didn't poke him, but his attitude was also very clear. It was impossible to increase the number of times by 50 titanium crystals. This time, Zhou Ping brought a high-level storage bag, which was full of various supplies from the prehistoric continent. He also bought a large number of herbs, ores and unique resources sold by other alien creatures, and made a lot of money. Although he also collected a considerable transaction tax. Song Qi was not satisfied. Titanium crystals were something that no Shinhua captain would think was too much. He had to ask the other party to provide as much as possible. His reply to Zhou Ping was simple. 200 titanium crystals would replenish the number of times the market doorman order could enter and exit. In addition to titanium crystals, he also mentioned 2 kinds of elixirs: body-quenching liquid and body-quenching paste. As long as the other party could provide enough of the 2 kinds of elixirs in the future, he would buy them all at a premium. The body-quenching liquid is 3 strands of zero-level floating land origin per bottle. And the body-quenching paste is 20 strands of first-level floating land origin per box. This price is the most reasonable result given by Song Chi after careful consideration. In this way, the sect behind the other party can also make 2 or 3 times the profit. And he can also make a lot of money. Both parties can benefit. And a win-win transaction can last long. In response, Zhou Ping also nodded and agreed, indicating that he would report to the sect after returning. Shaking his head, drawing his attention back to the cloth bag in his hand, Song Chi changed his mind and began a new round of strengthening of the sky. The battle will be tomorrow. He must first increase the combat power of the sky to the limit in advance, so that he can be safer in tomorrow's battle. The first thing to be strengthened is the pure yang sword light cannon. This orange main cannon has amazing properties, and is also the component with the highest strengthening benefit. Of course, this is under the premise that the dark matter energy shield generator can no longer be strengthened. Otherwise, his top priority is of course the energy shield. After 4 consecutive times, the pure yang sword light cannon, like the dark matter energy shield generator, was also strengthened to level 29. Pure yang sword light cannon LV29. Quality, orange. Features, chaotic extreme yang sword light. Feature 2, main gun power increased by 100%. Consumption, 2400/time psionic points attack, 122880. Charge, 4s, buffer 7s. Upgrade required, 150 wisps of floating land origin second order, 30,000 psionic points, 300 tons of sun ore, 30 titanium crystals. Note, the ship has reached its own strengthening limit and cannot be further strengthened. Chaotic extreme yang sword light. After 22 seconds of charging, a giant sword strike with 490% of the main gun power is sent in the specified direction, destroying everything that blocks the route. Needless to say, the properties after strengthening can only be described as amazing. However, along with a sharp increase in the properties of the pure yang sword light cannon, Song Chi's titanium crystals ran out of gas again, leaving only 14 pieces. After the pure yang sword light cannon, there was the Star Glory Type 5 alloy armor. This blue-quality ship armor was the second most important protective component on the sky after the dark matter energy shield generator, and it also had to be strengthened to the limit. In addition, there was the healing fruit, which had the property of repairing the ship's armor, and it also had to be strengthened. Star Glory Type 5 alloy armor LV29 quality, blue consumption, 60 per second psionic points protection, 35280 upgrade required, 60 wisps of floating land origin second stage, 10,000 psionic points. Note, has reached the level of ship hull strengthening. Healing fruit LV29 quality, white consumption, 2000/time psionic points effect, repair 25% of the damaged ship armor and 10% of the ship hull. Buffer, 12H, charging 10s. Upgrade required, none. The upper limit of component enhancement has been reached, and it is impossible to continue to enhance. Although both components have been enhanced to the limit, they are essentially different. One is limited to the white fire hull, and the healing fruit is due to its quality. Level 29 is its enhancement limit. Even if Song Chi's fire seed is promoted to blue, it cannot be further enhanced. After enhancing these two, Song Chi counted the remaining second-level floating land origin in his hand, and saw that there were only more than 400 strands left. He no longer thought about anything else, and directly set his eyes on the Shadow Antimatter Hyperstate engine, the biggest influence on a warship's combat power, besides the main gun and energy shield, is naturally the engine. The engine is the heart of a warship. It not only provides continuous energy for the operation of a warship, but also affects the maneuverability of a warship. In the battlefield, the importance of maneuverability is self-evident. Are you sure you want to spend 20 strands of second-level floating land origin plus 10,000 psionic points plus 20 second-level life pronuclei plus 1 titanium crystal to upgrade the Shadow Antimatter Hyperstate engine from LV20 to LV21? Sure. After 4 consecutive enhancements, the Shadow Antimatter Hyperstate engine was enhanced to LV24. It's not that Song Chi didn't continue to enhance it, but that there were only 2 titanium crystals left in his hand, which were not enough for the next enhancement. For this reason, he left the market unwillingly, and found his grandfather, who was talking to his uncle. Finally, he got 33 more from his grandfather, and together with the 2 in his hand, strengthened it to level 29. Shadow Antimatter Hyperstate engine level 29 quality, purple features, Energy efficiency increased by 74% consumption, 100/S energy supply, 1009/S buffer after overload, 20 minutes energy pool, 48,000 points can store 48,000 points of energy convertible, shadow level reactor upgrade requirements, 90 strands of floating land origin second order, 25,000 psionic energy points, 90 life pronuclei second order, 15 titanium crystals. After strengthening to LV29, the efficiency of this glimpse antimatter hyper engine is terrifying, and it will definitely bring more powerful mobility to the sky. However, although the attributes are pleasing, the resources consumed are also terrifying enough. There were originally more than 400 strands of second-level floating land essence left, but now there are only 14 strands. This glimpse antimatter hyper engine upgraded from LV20 to LV29, and it took 396 strands of second-level floating land essence, and there was not a single titanium crystal left. Looking at Song-Chi again, except for the 100 strands of third-level floating land essence and 20 strands of fourth-level floating land essence, there were only a large number of zero-level and first-level floating land essence left. But for him now, the zero-level and first-level floating land essence are not very useful. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. Song-Chi was not going to trade the third and fourth-level floating land essences on his body with the elders of the family. Although this would most likely exchange for a lot of second-level floating land essences, he would have to use the third-level floating land essences almost immediately after he improved the quality of the Seed of Fire. In addition, the floating land essences above the third level were rare, and their rarity was 10 times, or even dozens of times, higher than the second-level floating land essences. He naturally had to keep them for his own use. And the fourth-level floating land essences were even more rare. Thinking about it, he stopped thinking about strengthening it. He scanned the special slot area of the sky, and soon his eyes fell on the fixed-point delivery platform component. Then, the light between his eyebrows flashed quickly, and 3 consecutive blue light balls flew out from the Shinhua Zuchu. The 3 light balls were 3 blue quality components: Xingyao 3 type cannon, particle beam cannon, Blackwater tortoise hull armor. Chapter 114, Action Battle begins. These 3 parts are no longer needed by the sky, and there is no other meaning in taking them out. He plans to ask his third brother Song-Won if he is willing to exchange this fixed-point delivery platform with him. This part can play a stronger effect when used with the brainwave remote control system. He wants to try to get it. Before recalling the sky, Song-Chi clicked on its detailed attribute panel. He was still a little curious about the attribute changes of the sky after the comprehensive enhancement. Looking at the blue, purple, and orange parts in the basic parts and special parts columns on the battleship attribute panel, and the few white parts, Song-Chi's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smile. He did not disappoint the Zution market, which could earn a lot of resources every month. In just 8 months, the various configurations on the sky were almost equivalent to the third-level Shinhua battleship. This could not even be described as gorgeous. Song-Chi guessed that even the main branch of the family, that is, the direct descendants of the Dinghai Song family, would be at most like this: 2 orange, 2 purple, and 7 blue, put on any first-level Shinhua warship, should be considered a genius of that kind. Satisfied, he closed the attribute panel, recalled the Sangcheong, and exited the Jution market. The second floor of the base, the room where Song-Won was. Fourth brother, what? The fixed-point delivery platform is used up? After hearing Song-Won's words, Song-Chi touched his nose, and then whispered, "Third brother, does your ship still lack blue parts?" Song-Won? Before the puzzled Song-Won opened his mouth, Song-Chi took out the 3 parts that had been prepared long ago. "Third brother, do you want to trade the fixed-point delivery platform parts? If so, you can choose any of these 3 blue parts." After hearing that Song-Chi meant this, Song-Bin wanted to refuse. The fixed-point delivery platform is a rare special part. He got it with great difficulty. Naturally, he was unwilling to trade it. But when he scanned the 3 blue parts that Song-Chi took out, his eyes suddenly froze and focused on the particle beam cannon. Characteristics: blue top-grade main gun. With his eyes flickering, Song-Won was somewhat tempted. Although his ship was also equipped with a blue main gun, it was the most common blue main gun. Although it was only a difference in characteristics, the percentage increase, the more it was strengthened, the greater the difference would be, until it was a world of difference in the end. After thinking for a while, Song-Won said, "Fourth brother, how about this? I will take the fixed-point launcher to exchange for your particle beam cannon, and I will unload the blue main gun from my ship, and then exchange this piece of Blackwater turtle ship armor with you. How about that? Song-Chi thought about it, and then agreed. His idea was very simple. Anyway, they were all no longer needed by the sky, and they would be traded out later. It didn't matter whether it was the main gun or the hull armor. Seeing Song-Chi agree, Song-Wen also smiled. The hull armor on his ship was only white. Now he could not only replace it with blue hull armor, but also get a top-quality blue main gun. Naturally, he was very satisfied. As for the fixed-point delivery platform, it was gone. It only played some auxiliary role, and had no effect on the combat effectiveness of the battleship. After the transaction, Song-Chi did not return to his room, but found Song-Chi, Song-Lin, and Song-Yu again, and asked them if they needed a blue-quality main gun. Of course, it was not to give it away for free, but to see if his family needed it before selling it to others. If they did, they would naturally have to pay for the Fulu origin to buy it. He also wanted to see if they had the parts needed by the sky. There were 4 more special slots on the sky, and he was willing to try to install them as long as they were usable. But it was obvious that he thought too much. The 3 of them were all people with second-level parents. The blue main gun was already loaded on their ships. As for other special parts, their ships were not full either, so how could there be any extra ones? In this way, Song-Chi could only return to the room, enter the market, and start to adjust his own state with all his strength, trying to keep himself in the best condition when he takes action tomorrow. The next day, the combined illusion space, the warship docking area outside the base. All 15 members of the Song family gathered here. With Song Ming Song standing in the middle nodding, the 15 people quickly boarded the only Xinhua warship in front, which was the Sanqiong, which was only 20 meters long. As for why it was the Sanqiong, it was very simple. Among the 15 people, the warship had the lowest level, and consumed the least when carrying people, and was also equipped with a jump device. It would be time to fight the Blood-Blade Star pirates later. At this moment, of course, the Xinhua warship manning certificate could not be used to carry people, otherwise. What was the difference between that and sending oneself to the door with one's hands tied behind one's back? Since the Xinhua warship manning certificate could not be used, then the lower the level of the warship, the better after all. The deducted floating land origin was determined by the level of the warship itself. In the main control room of the sky, Song-Chi activated the Shadow Antimatter Hyperstate engine while comparing the 2 star maps floating in front of him. One of them was transmitted by his grandfather when he first boarded the airship, and the other was naturally the star map generated by the Sky Eye Patrol radar that he had painstakingly supplemented and recorded at the cost of more than 20 Bumblebee-class drones over the past 2 months. After a careful comparison, Song-Chi's mouth twitched. The 2 star maps in front of him were not 99% similar, but 100% identical. Knowing this, he was not a fool. He naturally understood that his family had already explored everything around the Bloodblade Pirates' lair in the past few decades. So I wasted dozens of Bumblebee-class drones in the past 2 months? He complained in his heart, and thought of another point. When he showed his father the internal structure map of the Bloodblade Pirates' lair recorded by the Phantom Butterfly drone, Song Chao's face did not change much. He was still a little confused at that time. Now it seems that the family's infiltration work over the past few decades is probably better than expected. Not only the periphery of the Bloodblade Star Pirates' lair, but also all the internal layouts have been completely understood. Shaking his head, he secretly thought that he was still a little naive. Then, he didn't think about it anymore. As the sky rose to the open area, he directly activated a Purple River jump device. As the charging time passed, a space vortex with a diameter of nearly 100 meters appeared in this combined illusion space. And the next second, the sky suddenly disappeared. In a space-cracked vacuum star field not far from the Bloodblade Star Pirates' lair, the skyship emerged from the space vortex. The jump point set by Grandpa and his team was not close to the Bloodblade Star Pirates. This was also to prevent them from being discovered too early. After all, the subsequent activation of the Void Prison feature of the Starry Sky Monitor requires a long charging time. Once discovered in advance, the variables will be too great. The skyship ship door opened, and 14 figures rushed out one after another, and then summoned their own warships one after another. When Song Ming Song's angry lion appeared, it quickly activated the Void Prison feature, and the designated area was the Bloodblade Pirates base in the distance. At the same time, the 15 Shinhua warships began to slowly move towards the Bloodblade Pirate's lair. The Bloodblade Pirate's lair, the leader's private room on the top floor. As a third-level Shinhua captain who is over 550 years old, the Bloodblade's guidance technique has already reached the peak of LV39, so he is not like other third-level Shinhua captains, who usually lock themselves in the warship. He prefers to leisurely taste tea and enjoy the last little time he has left. But at this moment, he suddenly stood up from the sofa. His cold eyes turned, and he looked out of the window, as if there was something that concerned him deeply in the dark starry sky outside the defensive light shield of the base. The gloomy eyes and the terrifying scar on his face made Blood Knife look particularly ferocious at this moment. As if he was sure of something, the dark energy in Blood Knife surged, and the next second he seemed to teleport, and he flew directly from the front of the sofa to the window. Bang! The window was completely shattered. Bloodblade, surrounded by a layer of dark energy, rushed out of the room, and his figure floated in the air above the Star Pirates base. Below, the lower-level members of the Star Pirates had not yet reacted. Bloodblade's cold voice, amplified by dark energy, had already echoed in every corner of the base. Enemy attack! Prepare for battle with all your strength. As soon as the voice fell, the Bloodblade cruiser with a length of 1,000 meters appeared in the air above the base. Looking at the familiar blood-colored armor, and the two shipborne main guns with amazing diameters at the bow, all the members of the Star Pirates reacted belatedly, and began to summon their own warships. Amid the fierce roar of the engine, the Bloodblade cruiser had already rushed out of the protective light shield above the base. As a captain who has lived for nearly 600 years, Bloodblade has killed countless captains of the same level with his own hands, which has also cultivated his domineering and bloodthirsty character. Let him hide in the protective light shield and wait for the enemy to come to the door. Sorry, this is not his style. Buzz buzz buzz. A second-level Star Pirate tried to activate the jump device on his own ship, wanting to catch up with the Bloodblade. But they soon found that the jump device on its warship dimmed directly after flashing several times, and was unable to perform space jump. Space blockade. Be alert. This time, the people coming are definitely not ordinary people. The deputy leader of the Star Pirates, Blood Wolf, shouted loudly after trying several times. His eyes were solemn, no longer sick and arrogant as before. The special components that can block space are at least purple level. Looking at the space cracks outside the base that were also temporarily sealed, Blood Wolf already had the answer in his mind. Being able to fix so many space cracks, it is definitely not something that purple components can do. At least it is a space blockade activated by orange-level components. Boom boom boom. Before the Bloodblade Star Pirates could think, more than a dozen attacks had already shot in from afar. One of the dozen attacks was in front, and the remaining 14 were obviously behind. No! Blood Wolf felt something was wrong, and was about to open his mouth to remind him, but the beam of light rushing in front did not give him the chance. Buzz! The beam of light fell on the protective light shield above the base, and the protective light shield first showed a slight ripple, as if it had not suffered much damage, but the next second the color of the light shield quickly dimmed, and in just a few seconds, the protective light shield that was enough to resist the third-level attack completely dissipated. Shield-breaking properties. Damn it! Blood Wolf or something like that. Blood Wolf shouted angrily. But what responded to him was the subsequent 14 main gun fires that landed in various places in the base. Boom boom boom. In the violent explosion and tremor, the base of the Star Pirates was instantly devastated, and a group of lower-level Star Pirates suffered heavy casualties. Ruins, blood, howling. The entire base was in chaos for a while. In the chaos, Blood Wolf raised his blood-red eyes upwards, and captured the 15 Shinhua warships of different sizes at the end of his field of vision. He roared, and then, together with several second-order Shinhua warships in the group, rushed straight to the 15 unknown warships outside. At the same time, in the communication projection group of the sky, the voice of Grandpa Song Ming Song sounded. Boss, follow me to intercept the Bloodblade, and the others will fight according to the previously assigned tasks. Yes. As the order was issued, Song Chi immediately controlled the sky to rush to the side. What he wanted in his mind was to open up enough distance from the second-order Shinhua warships beside him as soon as possible, so as to minimize the probability of being affected. Chapter 115, The Terrifyingly Powerful Pure Yang Sword-Light Cannon External Nuclear Missile Launcher. Although the dark matter energy shield had been activated in advance, it did not mean that it was foolproof. The attack launched by the Raging Lion, just now, was still fresh in his memory. The protective light shield of the Blood Blade Star Pirate Slayer, which was definitely not weaker than the Dark Matter Energy Shield, actually completely collapsed in just 3 or 2 seconds. This made Song Chi, who originally had full confidence in the Dark Matter Energy Shield, also feel a great sense of danger in his heart. Of course, he also knew that the main gun on the Angry Lion must have activated some special characteristics, effects, and it would be difficult for other Shinhwa warships to replicate. But what if, as his mind raced, that Songcheon was also fast, and had successfully opened up a sufficient distance from the ships of the elders of the family? Looking sideways, the battle situation in the rear also made Song Chi somewhat fortunate in his quick reaction. He saw that the 6 second-level Shinhwa warships that rushed out of the Star Pirates base had already started a firefight with his father, second uncle, and fourth uncle. The second-level main guns have even been strengthened to the third-level level. Under the bombardment of the secondary guns, the dark starry sky was illuminated by the countless artillery fire for a moment, and the terrifying explosions and energy shock waves resounded throughout the 100,000-meter radius. Looking at the outer area of the battle, Song Yu and Song Wen, who reacted a little slower than Song Chi, and Song Lin, were not in a good condition. The energy shields on the surface of their ships were much dimmer than those of Song Chi and the other two. It was obvious that in this short period of time, they had suffered several battle aftermaths. Fortunately, no one ship had its energy shield broken for the time being, and they all still retained their basic combat power. After a brief look around the battle situation, Song Chi had to pull his sight back. Not far in front of the sky, a psionic airship of the Blood Blade Star Pirates appeared. Seeing this, the Pure Yang sword light cannon, which had already accumulated energy in advance and was about to finish charging, turned its muzzle, and the next second, only a roar was heard from the muzzle. Swish! Amid the whistling sound of the sword, a sword-like phantom with a width of 2 meters and a length of more than 10 meters shot out. In front, the psionic airship of the Blood Blade Star Pirates slightly deviated, trying to avoid the sword-light phantom. But compared with its galloping sword-light, its deflection speed was a snail's pace. Buzz, the fluctuations on its energy shield were not large. It was not because the sword-light phantom fired by the Pure Yang sword-light cannon was too weak. Instead, it was because it was too terrifying. In less than 2 seconds, the energy shield of the opposite psychic airship collapsed completely. In the main control room of the Blood Jackal, the Blood Jackal's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Although his Blood Jackal was only equipped with a white energy shield, it was strengthened to level 20 anyway. The second-level energy shield was completely overloaded in less than 2 seconds. What kind of monster is this? He stared straight at the psychic airship wrapped in the dark light shield in front of him. The previous eagerness was gone in his eyes, only endless fear remained, but this fear did not last long. After the sword-light shadow defeated the Blood Jackal's energy shield, its power was still not exhausted. It continued to bombard the Blood Jackal's hull armor, until a wound several meters long was torn open on its hull armor. The sword-light shadow completely dissipated. Blood Jackal looked at the hull armor, and the ship itself in horror. The next second, he used his hands and feet to turn the Blood Jackal around without looking back, and fled to the side at high speed. The hull armor was damaged by 38%, and the hull was damaged by 16%. Oh my god! Destroying the energy shield can also damage nearly 40% of the ship's armor. Whoever wants to fight this battle can do it. I'm running away first. This was the only thought in Blood Jackal's mind at the moment. However, faster than his ship was the electromagnetic lightning cannon on the sky. Purple lightning followed closely and accurately hit the Blood Jackal, which had just turned around. And it was not just one shot, but continuous electromagnetic lightning. 5 seconds later, Blood Jackal sank completely. But even so, there was still a steady stream of lightning splashing out from its hull, and finally fell on the Star Pirates' warships not far away. The electromagnetic lightning cannon was only a blue component, and the lightning arcs it sputtered out had limited power. Naturally, it could not easily destroy the energy shields of other warships, like the Pure Yang sword-light cannon. But it still made those sufficient number of zero-level and first-level Shinhwa warships not far away complain bitterly. After all, it was also strengthened to the second level. Even if it was only a secondary gun, it was not something that those psionic shuttles and ordinary psionic airships could easily resist. In the sky, after seeing the terrifying power of the Pure Yang sword-light cannon, Song-Chi also relaxed his courage, narrowed his eyes slightly, and fixed his cold eyes on the 0 level and 1st level Shinhwa warships of the Blood Blade Star Pirates in front. As members of the Blood Blade Pirates, no matter how strong they are, their hands must be stained with innocent blood, and there is no need to show mercy. A few seconds later, the pure Yang sword light cannon roared again, and another 10-meter-long sword light shadow shot out. The pirate warships that had seen the horror of this sword light shadow fled in all directions. Even if there were sporadic artillery fire on the sky, it only caused a few almost negligible ripples on the dark matter energy shield. At this time, the advantage of the LV-29 Shadow antimatter hyper engine was reflected, with the surrounding void cracks temporarily sealed. The sky, without too many scruples, caught up with the fleeing Star Pirates warships one after another at a speed far exceeding that of warships of the same level, and then quickly sank them, while Song-Chi was easily crushing them. The battlefield where the elders of the family were fighting was particularly fierce, because of their low status. The middle and lower level Star Pirates of the Blood Blade Star Pirates were basically not allocated many resources, which led to the generally weak combat power of their ships. But this group of 2nd level Shinhwa captains are different. As the absolute top leaders of the Star Pirates, even if the bulk of the spoils after each plundering must be handed over to the Moro royal family, the small portion is equally divided among them, which is also extremely terrifying. On the azure sky, Song Chao's face was gloomy. These people's ships have an average of more than 2 purple parts. Even the main guns, engines, and energy shields on the Blood Wolf are purple parts. And there is also a special purple part, which is luxurious. If this continues, it will be difficult for us to end this battle within 4 hours. In the communication group, Song Hai, Song Yang, Xiao Hongxue and others all looked solemn. The 2nd level Shinhwa warships of the Blood Blade Star Pirates were much stronger than they had initially judged, and this delayed the battle that was supposed to be a quick victory. If there were no other restrictions, it wouldn't matter. After all, there was still Chenlixia outside to support them. The longer the time dragged on, the more the balance of the battle would tilt towards them. But the problem was that the space blockade effect of the Void Prison could only last for 4 hours. If the battle could not be ended within this time, it was unknown what kind of chain reaction would be triggered later. Let Li Xia join the battle. The guys are all pretty good, especially Xiaoqi. The remaining members of the Star Pirates group are not a big threat to them. Okay. After the few people agreed, the Dragonfly, which was wandering around the periphery of the battlefield, quickly joined the battlefield. With the addition of a frigate, the balance of the battlefield was finally broken. The 6 frigates of the Blood Blade Star Pirates group gradually fell into a disadvantage. For everyone in the Song family, the situation gradually improved. More than 100,000 meters away, 3,000-meter warships were bombarding each other. Every time the terrifying 3rd-level naval gun fired, it brought a terrifying energy halo. And even at the landing point of each shot, a new space crack would be formed. Although this space was temporarily sealed by the orange component, the space cracks and the continuous spread of space strong winds over the past thousands of years eventually made the space in this area extremely weak. Under the destruction of the internal 3rd-level naval gun, it naturally could not hold on, even with the seal of the orange component. In the main control room of the Blood Blade, a flash of blood red flashed across the ferocious face of the Blood Blade, and a special component loaded on the warship was activated by him. As a halo flashed across the Blood Blade, the 2 cruisers, the Angry Lion and the Mountain, paused at the same time, and then collided with each other involuntarily. In the Angry Lion, Song Mingsong's eyes flashed. It's the magnetic field. Boss, activate the firm halo. As soon as the words fell, a halo flashed on each of the 2 cruisers, and the halo turned into 2 invisible light shields, covering the Angry Lion and the Mountain. After the halo appeared, the 2 warships were no longer controlled by the magnetic field of the Blood Blade, and continued to fire at the Blood Blade. That is, the energy shield on the Blood Blade was of orange quality. Otherwise it would have collapsed under the continuous attacks of the 2 cruisers. Seeing that the magnetic field failed to take effect, Blood Blade activated another special component on the warship again. As a captain who has lived for nearly 600 years, Blood Blade has handled too many strange objects. And therefore, the 44 special slots on the Blood Blade were already fully loaded 100 years ago, which also gave the Blood Blade a lot of combat methods. Suddenly, A metallic clang sounded from the bow of the Blood Blade. In an instant, the two main guns at the bow were retracted into the ship, and a sharp halberd-shaped protrusion appeared instead. Ram, be careful of the enemy approaching. After all, Song Ming Song was knowledgeable and recognized the origin of the halberd-shaped ram at the first time. The timely reminder also gave the mountain on one side time to react. Almost at the same time as the halberd-shaped ram appeared, the Blood Blade turned into a residual image, as if it had activated some kind of forward-moving feature of the engine, and rushed to the front of the mountain at a terrifying speed. With Blood Blade's experienced eyes, he naturally saw which of the two cruisers fighting with him was stronger. So he directly chose the mountain, which was much weaker in combat power, as the target of attack. Clang! After a violent metal collision, a huge dent was knocked out in front of the mountain. In this physical collision of the ship, the energy shield was useless. However, for this result, Blood Blade was not only not happy at all, but was extremely angry, because the mountain reacted in advance and formed a special metal shield on the surface of the ship. 90% of the damage caused by the Blood Blade fell on this metal shield. Swish! On one side, Song Ming Song would not miss this great opportunity. Two main guns fired at the same time, and attacked the energy shield on the surface of the Blood Blade head-on. The second one had a special shield-breaking effect. Of course, it was only the purple main gun that had the shield-breaking property, and it could not completely break the orange-quality energy shield of the Blood Blade. But even so, after so many rounds of concentrated fire, this layer of energy shield was dimmed to the extreme, and was on the verge of collapse. As the Blood Blade approached, the mountain also saw the opportunity, and one of its main guns opened fire. But just when Song Ming Song and Song Shan thought that the turtle shell of the Blood Blade was about to be broken, the Blood Blade in the main control room of the Blood Blade sneered. A blue-quality energy shield recovery component was activated at the right time, and the shield value, which was less than 5% at the time, was restored to nearly 50%. After doing all this, he still did not take the initiative to distance himself from the Blood Blade, but rushed towards the mountain again, contrary to his usual behavior. In the Angry Lion, Song Ming Song's eyes were as big as copper bells. The metal shield outside the mountain has failed. Without additional protection, the ship is only equipped with a piece of ordinary purple hull armor. How can it withstand the head-on impact of the special ram? Clang! After the second metal collision, as expected, the front hull of the mountain was dented. This time it was no longer another metal layer. Even one of the two main guns was completely destroyed by this collision. Warning: 20% damage to the hull armor. 14% damage to the hull. Please repair as soon as possible. On the side, all the main guns and secondary guns of the Angry Lion were firing at full speed. But how could the orange energy shield with 50% shield value be so easily defeated? Soon, the third sharp collision sounded, and the damage to the mountain became more and more serious. Warning: the ship's armor is damaged by 38%, and the ship's hull is damaged by 26%. Please repair it as soon as possible. Inside the mountain, Song Shan looked anxious, trying to control the mountain to break away from the ship, but he was restrained by the special device on the Blood Blade, and he could not break free by relying on the purple engine on the mountain. Inside the Blood Blade was grinning wildly. If it happened twice more, the cruiser in front of him would lose its ability to move completely, and without its support, the remaining ship on the side would definitely not be a match for the Blood Blade. For a moment, the battle situation in the entire Starry Sky battlefield became turbulent because of the changes in the situation between the three cruisers. On the Angry Lion, Song Ming Song's phantom energy was unconsciously released because of his excessive emotions, causing a strong third-level pressure to permeate the entire main control room. At this time, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. As his mind suddenly turned, there was a slight tremor under the Angry Lion. If Song Chi was here at this moment, he would definitely see that a familiar special device popped out from under the Angry Lion. On this device, a nuclear missile with a length of more than 10 meters is hanging on it. That's right. This device is very similar to the external deep space torpedo launcher installed on Shenqing's Qifeng before, and it is obviously another external launch device. Inside the Nushi, Song Ming Song fiercely clicked the fire button. External nuclear missile launcher. Blast this bastard hard. Chapter 116, Great Victory. Although the Blood Blade is almost close to the mountain at this moment, once the nuclear missile launched explodes, it must be within the explosion range. But the energy shield on the surface of the mountain is still there after all. It is ineffective under the impact of the physical ship, but it is enough to protect the mountain from the explosion of the nuclear missile. However, whether it can completely defend against the explosive power of the nuclear missile is hard to say, otherwise Song Ming Song would not have waited until now to decide to use it. If it wasn't for the fact that the mountain was on the verge of sinking, and he had to do something to stop the blood blade, Song Ming Song actually didn't plan to use the nuclear missile launcher. In front, when the nuclear missile launcher just popped out from under the wrath of the lion, the blood blade, who was in a state of concentrating on 5 things at once, had already captured it. However, after thinking for a moment, he did not choose to pull the blood blade away to dodge, but adjusted his position again, preparing to continue to hit the mountain for the 4th time. He knew very well that if he missed this opportunity, once he was freed from his restraints, the mountain, which was alert, would not give the blood blade any chance to get close to him, and would only hide behind another cruiser and use artillery to launch long-range attacks. If the 3 previous collisions completely destroyed the 2 main guns on the mountain, he would choose to retreat and dodge without hesitation, because a cruiser without a main gun would be like a tiger with its teeth pulled out, and would no longer pose any threat. After all, external launch devices are not common, and not every Xinhua warship is equipped with one. But the problem is that it didn't. In the subsequent collisions, the mountain had deliberately adjusted the direction of the ship, so that the remaining main gun was still intact. So, the mountain must be completely eliminated. Of course, there is another most important reason that supports him to make such a decision. Even though the energy shield of the blood blade has consumed a lot of shield value during this period, it has now fallen back to 35%, but it can still withstand a 3rd-level peak power nuclear missile. A nuclear missile can only consume 20% of the shield value at most. It was precisely because of this confidence that he dared to make the decision not to dodge or evade. Swoosh! When the blood blade collided with the mountain for the 4th time, the nuclear missile was also launched. Clang, boom! After 2 completely different roars, the small half of the hull in the front of the mountain was damaged beyond recognition, and the damage to the hull armor had reached 71%. The damage to the hull was lighter, but it was not much better, and it had exceeded 60%. Looking at the blood blade again, just as blood blade expected, after the violent nuclear explosion, the shield value of the blood blade was still 13%, although it was slightly exceeded, but the overall problem was not big. With a violent look, he looked at the mountain in front with a grim smile. With one last blow, he could completely determine the outcome of the subsequent battle, and the only variable was the amount of time. In the corner of the battlefield, the sky, which had cleared more than 20 pirate ships, stopped. There were actually more fish that slipped through the net in the corners of the void prison. But Song Chi had no intention of caring about these small shrimps at the moment. He had activated the limit-breaking state early, and in the state of multitasking, he immediately caught the bad situation of his grandfather and uncle. His mind raced, and finally his sight fell on the pure yang sword light cannon on the sky. With all the parts on the sky, the only thing he could think of that might have an impact on the 3rd-tier cruiser was this orange main gun. Dude, let me see the ultimate power of your orange main gun. Mixed whole extreme yang sword light. Don't let me down. At the bow of the sky, the pure white light that had been charged dozens of seconds ago turned into a nearly 100-meter-long giant sword phantom. The next second, this 100-meter-long sword light cut through the sky and shot towards the battlefield where the 3 cruisers were located in the distance. Inside the blood blade, who had readjusted the warship's position, controlled the blood blade to rush forward again at high speed. On the side, the angry lion, under the control of Song Ming Song, actually gave up the artillery attack and instead, like the blood blade, directly rammed forward with its 1,000-meter-long ship at high speed, hoping to stop the blood blade in front. But this was almost impossible. The angry lion did not have any ramming parts, and the damage it could cause to the blood blade would not be too great. At this moment, the 3 cruisers almost simultaneously captured a violent energy fluctuation coming from the side. Before they could react, the violent whistling sound had already landed directly on the left side of the blood blade. Buzz buzz buzz. While in doubt, Blood Blade suddenly discovered that, along with the violent trembling of the blood blade's hull, the shield value of the orange energy shield on the warship was also decreasing at a terrifying speed. It was still 13% a second ago, but it dropped to 10% in the blink of an eye. He didn't have time to think about it. After just 3 seconds, the energy shield of the blood blade was completely overloaded. This is not the end. After defeating the blood blade's energy shield, Although the shadow of the mixed whole sword's divine light dimmed by half, it still retained a small amount of power, and continued to bombard the Blood Blade's hull armor. Compared with the orange quality energy shield, the Blood Blade's hull armor is much inferior, and is only of ordinary purple quality. Under the destruction of the remaining Chaos Whole Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light, the Blood Blade's hull armor was damaged by more than 20%, and the damage to the hull itself reached 8%. However, at this point, the power of the Chaos Whole Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light was completely exhausted and dissipated into the void. On the right side of the Blood Blade, Song Ming Song had no time to be surprised. He seized the opportunity and fired the two main guns on the Angry Lion again. In front, the main gun that was preserved on the mountain also followed closely. After 3 consecutive attacks, the damage to the Blood Blade increased dramatically. Although it was not as bad as the mountain, it was not far behind. In order to prevent the Blood Knife Fish from being defeated, Song Ming Song finally controlled the Angry Lion to crash into it head-on. This collision was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The light on the Blood Blade dimmed, and it completely lost its ability to move. In front, with the loss of power of the Blood Blade, the mountain also successfully broke free from the opponent's control. However, under Song Shan's control, the mountain did not stay in place, but quickly distanced itself from the Blood Blade. The hull of the Blood Blade had been damaged by more than 80%, completely losing its ability to move. But it had not sunk, and it was still possible that it had other tricks left. The mountain, which could no longer withstand the next round of destruction, would naturally not be complacent. On the side of the Blood Blade, on the Angry Lion, which also had considerable damage to its bow, Song Ming Song's eyes sparkled. He did not choose to continue firing, but opened the cabin door and dropped 10 third-level Fiery Flame soldiers and 10 second-level Fire Sunflower soldiers onto the Blood Blade, allowing these soldiers to slowly clean up the remaining combat power inside the Blood Blade. As for why the Blood Blade was not sunk directly, it was very simple. If a Xinhua warship was sunk, 90% of its components would be completely destroyed. If it only lost its ability to move, it could be confiscated. The difference was huge. You should know that the Blood Blade in front of you had orange components and even more purple components. It would be a big loss to destroy them in vain. Song Ming Song's eyes flickered several times, and finally, he took the initiative to send a communication request to the Blood Blade in front of him. After waiting for a few seconds, the communication was connected. When he saw Song Ming Song in the communication projection, Blood Blade's ferocious expression changed slightly. And then he actually said Song Ming Song's name directly. White Tower Floating Land. Song Ming Song. Ha! I see. After a brief surprise, Blood Blade began to laugh loudly. Without waiting for Song Ming Song to take the initiative to talk, he continued to talk to himself. Dehai Song family. I was wondering why the Moro tribe didn't even want the secret realm, and didn't support it for a long time. I see. After he finished talking to himself, Song Ming Song also interrupted. Blood Blade. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. As long as you hand over the captain's qualification of the Blood Blade, I can give you a 2,000-year-old Xinghai Tiankui tree heart. How about it? The captain's qualification of the Xinhua battleship can be transferred, but there are only 3 transfer opportunities. After 3 times, the battleship will sink by itself. Song Ming Song's meaning couldn't be simpler. He would exchange the Xinghai Tiankui tree heart for the complete Blood Blade. As he spoke, he fumbled behind his back, and then took out a palm-sized tree heart that glowed with green fluorescence. The 2,000-year-old Xinghai Tiankui tree heart could extend life by 50 years, which was very attractive to the Xinhua captains, who were about to die. However, unexpectedly, Blood Blade only glanced at the tree heart, and then turned his eyes away with a sneer, and the familiar grim smile began to reappear on his face. You want the advanced ship parts in my hand? Ha! You are not worthy. After saying that, a sizzling sound was heard, and the communication projection was cut off. Song Ming Song's face darkened, and he hurriedly controlled the Angry Lion to retreat. At the same time, he used his mind to order the Fiery Flame and Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors inside the Blood Blade to evacuate. However, as soon as the order was issued, his connection with the 20 Terracotta warriors disappeared completely. And at the same time, there was a sudden explosion of the Blood Blade. That's right. The Blood Blade directly controlled the Blood Blade to self-destruct. And at this point, the Blood Blade completely sank. Asshole. Song Mingsong cursed angrily. While calling the blood blade stupid, his heart was filled with heartache. After this wave of operations, more than 90% of the parts on the blood blade were destroyed, and the orange quality energy shield was also likely to be among the damaged ones, which made him very angry. Even the Star Sea Tinkue tree heart was used as a bargaining chip, but he didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn. But after thinking about it, he probably guessed the reason. This blood blade was very likely controlled by the Moro royal family with special means, and his life and death were not in his hands. Otherwise, who would think that their life is too long? While calling Song Shan to come and clean up the sunken blood blade, to see if there are any top-quality parts left, Song Mingsong himself went all the way to the Blood Blade Star Pirate's lair. Bai Xiuqin was still alone guarding the entrance to the secret realm deep in the Blood Blade Star Pirate's lair. He had to rush over. The most important thing in this operation was the secret realm, and he had to guard it in person. He also helped Song Hai along the way. Song Chao and his men destroyed 2 frigates of the Blood Blade Star Pirates, which accelerated the speed of the balance tilting. Before rushing into the Star Pirate's lair, Song Mingsong turned his head and glanced at the sky, which was chasing the remaining members of the Star Pirates, with a smile on his face. Although his sight was blocked by the blood blade when the Chaos Whole Extreme Yang Sword light was emitted, and he did not catch the specific attacker at the first time, but later through the specific positions of other warships, it was not difficult to infer that it was the sky. Although he was curious about how his grandson launched this attack, whether it was the main gun or the external launch device, he was not prepared to ask actively. He still understood the character of his 4th grandson, who liked to hide his shortcomings. Time passed, and when Song Chao and his men completely dealt with the 6 second-level Xinhua captains of the Blood Blade Star Pirates, Song Qi, and the other 5 also cleared out all the 0-level and 1st-level Star Pirates in the Void Prison. At this point, the operation was basically over. As for the result, needless to say, the White Tower Song family won a great victory, and the mission was successfully completed. Okay, clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible. Gather all the harvest first, and then distribute it according to the merits of this time. The duration of the Void Prison is about to end, and we don't know if there will be other accidents in the future. Don't let your guard down. In the communication projection group, Song Shan's low voice sounded. At present, Song Mingsong went to the interior of the Blood Blade Star Pirate's base, and was not in the magnetic wave energy field of the battleship, so he could not connect to the communication. So naturally Song Shan would make the decision. Soon, 13 Xinhua warships began to quickly clean up the battlefield, looking for well-preserved shipboard parts or various resources in the sunken Xinhua warships, and confiscating all the parts on the Xinhua warships that had not sunk. Speaking of this, we have to talk about the surrendered 2nd-level Xinhua warships. They are the harvest of this mission besides the Star Sea Secret Realm. Because the Blood Blade sank completely, Song Mingsong drove the Angry Lion to take a look, which made 3 of the 6 frigates surrender voluntarily, and the other 3 sank, and 90% of the parts on the warships were destroyed. From these 3 frigates that surrendered voluntarily, more than 90 shipborne parts were seized, and most of them were blue level or above parts, which was a big harvest. As for the other 1st-level and 0-level Xinhua warships, the harvest was a bit horrible. Even half of the 1st-level Xinhua captains had 1 or 2 colorless quality standard parts on their ships, which looked a bit pitiful. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone rushed into the Blood Blade Star Pirate's lair. The Void Prison in the outside world was about to end, and the old man still needed to make the final decision on how the family should act in the future. Of course, everyone was curious about the so-called secret realm of the Star Sea. I believe no one would not be interested in something that could rival the red epic parts. Recalling the Xinhua warship, under the protection of hundreds of terracotta warriors, they headed all the way to the depths of the Star Pirate's lair. At this time, Song Qi discovered that all of his members actually had special terracotta warrior parts. Chapter 117 4th Order Unit, Moro Air Escape Mecha. Song Qi had some thoughts about this discovery, but he knew very little about his family, the Dinghai Song family, and he did not figure it out in the end. Forcing himself not to think about it, Song Qi turned around again, and put all his attention on observing the surroundings and being on guard. After all, this is the deep lair of the Blood Blade Star Pirates. In addition, the old man and grandmother Bai Xiuqin who entered first did not send any news or movement. When thinking of the 4 words Moro Royal Family, The group did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, all the terracotta warriors under my uncle were upgraded to the 3rd level, with 10 3rd-level terracotta warriors leading the charge. Everyone felt a little uneasy because they had lost the protection of their ship. At the back of the team, Song Chi glanced at the 10 blue-brown terracotta warriors in the front, and then asked Song Yu beside him, "Shall you? I think the 10 terracotta warriors of Uncle seem to be of water attribute. What kind of terracotta warriors are they?" Song Yu kept his face alert, and replied, "My father's is a blue-quality water demon terracotta warrior. Although it does not have the continuous burning power of the fire-attributed terracotta warrior, each attack has a chance to produce a magic-breaking special effect, which can ignore the defense of those psychic powers, including psionic energy, mana, magic power, blood, etc., and protective gear." Song Chi nodded slightly, and was quite interested in his heart. The quality of the fire sunflower terracotta warrior is too low after all. The puppet body is far weaker than the blue and above puppet terracotta warriors of the same level. The attached burning attribute is also quite useless. It can only be effective against low-level star sea creatures, and has basically no effect on life forms of the same level. Therefore, now he no longer has much desire to strengthen it. Otherwise, this earliest special component may have been strengthened to the limit of LV29. He secretly thought that he must get a higher quality puppet soldier component in the future, preferably a flying type, and then cooperate with the fixed-point delivery platform and brain wave remote control system. Both the three can be perfectly linked to achieve true traceless remote control. Although the previous drones can also conduct remote exploration 1.5 light-years apart, the fact that they cannot be recovered is a big limitation after all, but the soldier component is different. As long as the exploration is completed, he can actively cancel the summoning of this soldier. Although there will be a long delay in remote cancellation, it is still much more convenient than the unrecoverable drones. In addition, even if there is no time to recall, the terracotta warriors are destroyed in the middle of the journey. It will not make people feel sad. After all, the terracotta warrior tree can be resummoned after 24 hours. Thinking of this, Song Chi touched the fantasy butterfly UAV in the backpack behind him. After rushing into the station, he recalled the sky and took back the UAV that was left in the corner as soon as possible. However, under the indiscriminate artillery fire before, the fantasy butterfly UAV was seriously damaged. I am afraid that it will need to be repaired before it can be used later. This is the difference between drones and terracotta warriors. Of course, it does not mean that drones have no advantages. At least the concealment of this fantasy butterfly drone is unmatched by most terracotta warriors. It can only be said that both have their own advantages. If possible, it is best to equip them fully. Dad? Mom? Just as he was thinking, he heard his uncle's call from the front. He looked up and looked forward. Two figures appeared in Song Chi's eyes. They were Song Ming Song and Bai Xiuqin. At this moment, there were 7 terracotta warriors with a 3rd-level aura standing around the two of them. There were a lot of corpses around these terracotta warriors. Most of them were members of the 0-level and 1st-level star pirates. The most eye-catching one was a strange 4-armed black creature corpse. On its forehead, there was a pale silver horn. Seeing this corpse, Song Chi immediately recognized that it was the creature that he had seen standing with the blood wolf before. The Moro royal family. These 4 words appeared in his mind. At the same time, Song Chi noticed another point. Although this Moro royal family had died long ago, it still exuded a faint 3rd-level pressure. It must have been a 3rd-level Moro when it was alive. Therefore, it is easy to explain why there are only 7 3rd-level terracotta warriors summoned by Grandma. Looking behind Song Ming Song and Bai Xiuqin, a space vortex with a diameter of tens of meters is continuously emitting not very strong space fluctuations. Obviously, this space vortex is connected to the secret realm of the Star Sea. After the family members successfully gathered, the 4 brothers Shanhai Chaoyang and Song Ming Song began to discuss the specific arrangements for the follow-up. After the 5 people discussed for a while, Song Ming Song took the lead and said, "It is difficult to change the entrance to this secret realm. Otherwise the Moro royal family behind it would not let them stay here, and they might have moved to the star field where they are now hiding. Therefore, before the family sends someone to take over, we still have to continue to stay here. In addition, I just took a rough look inside the secret realm, and have not checked it carefully. Boss Yu, Hongxue, and the second brother and his wife, go in and search thoroughly, to make sure there are no backup plans of the Blood Blade Star Pirates and the Moro clan." After saying that, the old man turned his eyes, glanced at Song Chao on the side, and said, "The third and fourth brothers and their wives. Come with me, go outside, and try to restart the protective light shield of the base." By now, the Moro royal family should have received news of the attack on the Blood Blade Star Pirates. If they really choose to go all out for this Star Sea secret realm, they are probably coming soon. A series of orders came out of Song Mingsong's mouth, and the group of 15 people quickly divided into 3 groups. One group, led by Song Shan, went to the secret realm inside the entrance of the space vortex. One group, led by Song Mingsong, tried to reopen the protective light shield of the Star Pirate's lair. The third group, led by Grandma Bai Xiuqin, led Song Qi, Song Yu and 5 others to continue guarding the entrance of the secret realm. Song Mingsong still took good care of his 5 grandchildren. At this time, whether inside the secret realm or outside the base, danger could occur at any time. It was safest to stay at the entrance of the secret realm. After the 9 people left one after another, Song Qi's eyes flickered several times, and then a flash of light flashed around him, and 2 second-level fire sunflower terracotta warriors were summoned. At the same time, the sky and the ancestral orifice between the eyebrows trembled again, and the brainwave remote control system installed in it was activated. After marking a brainwave beacon on a fire sunflower terracotta warrior, Song Qi distractedly controlled the 2 fire sunflower terracotta warriors to fly to the outside world. Staying at the entrance of this secret realm, with Grandma's care, is naturally very good. But he is still a little worried about the Moro royal family. So he still thinks it is safer to remotely control the 2 fire sunflower terracotta warriors, to go to the outside world to understand the situation in real time. Bai Xiuqin and the other 4 just glanced at his operation casually. And then, they no longer cared about it. The control room of the nuclear shield of the Blood Blade Star Pirates, which was originally guarded by more than 10 first-level Star Pirates every day, is now empty. Song Mingsong brought Song Chao, Chen Li Xiao, and the Song Yang couple, and easily entered this room of more than thousands of square meters. In the middle of the room, a mechanical device weighing hundreds of tons was quietly placed. Staring at this pile of bloated mechanical devices, Song Mingsong's eyes were full of doubts. This thing is a high-tech product of engineering machinery. For the unmatched Captain Xinhua, it is difficult to understand its specific operating steps. Not only Song Mingsong, Song Chao, and Song Yang were also confused. There were dozens of switches on this thing. Who knew which one was for restarting? As for searching online, there was no way to connect to the internet. How could I search with my head? Fortunately, Song Yang's wife Xiaolan stood up. Before she met Song Yang, she majored in engineering machinery, so she knew a lot about these things. This should be a nuclear shield generator, but it's only the lowest power one. Compared with the one on the mobile Battlestar Fortress, it's more than an order of magnitude lower. As she said that, she reached out and quickly tapped the device several times. Then Song Mingsong and the others heard a gradually rising roar. The nuclear shield generator had started to operate again. After finishing this, the crowd did not stay in the control room for long. When they walked out of the control room, several people subconsciously raised their eyes and saw the familiar protective light shield reappear above their heads. But before they could feel at ease, Song Mingsong's eyes suddenly turned, just like the blood knife before, looking straight at the depths of the starry sky behind him. At the same time, his eyebrows flickered with a faint light, and the miniature form of the angry lion was summoned, and he roared, "Let's go! Enter the secret realm of the Sea of Stars, quickly!" All this happened in an instant, and the 4 people of Song Chao behind him also reacted very quickly, with almost no hesitation, surrounded by the dark energy on their bodies, and rushed towards the depths of the base. However, just as the 4 of them turned around, a terrifying light column with a diameter of 100 meters, and a tail flame extending for thousands of meters shot out from the direction Song Mingsong was looking at. Buzz! The light column fell on the nuclear shield above the Star Pirate's base. The light shield, which was enough to resist the third-order peak-level attack, almost collapsed at the touch. Looking at the light column itself, there was almost no change, only a slight dimming. Fortunately, it also persisted for a moment, and this moment was enough for Song Mingsong to jump onto the angry lion, which had transformed into a kilometer long. But even though he had already boarded the angry lion, Song Mingsong did not feel at ease. Instead, his hair stood on end. The threat brought by this terrifying light column was far beyond his imagination. This was definitely not an attack that a third-level unit could launch. Since it was not a third-level unit, The answer was obvious. The one who launched this light column attack must be a fourth-level existence. Did the Moro royal family finally take action? This thought flashed through his mind. And Song Mingsong's eyes suddenly narrowed. The solemn expression on his face suddenly changed and turned into a faint joy, which was the kind of joy that came when he finally waited for the real master. While Song Mingsong's expression was changing, the beam of light that destroyed the nuclear shield also went straight down and shot over the angry lion. Obviously, the target of this beam of light was not the core area of the Star Pirate's base, but Song Mingsong himself. Deep in the base, Song Chi, who saw the whole scene through two fire sunflower terracotta warriors, suddenly opened his eyes and told Bai Xiuqin beside him everything he saw in the simplest way. Bai Xiuqin thought for a moment and quickly led Song Chi and the other 4 people to the entrance of the secret realm. While she said coldly, "This is because they are afraid of destroying the entrance of the secret realm. It seems that the person who comes must be the Moro royal family behind the scenes." Song Chi also stood up quickly and followed his grandmother to the entrance of the secret realm. However, compared with the expressionless Bai Xiuqin, his face was solemn. If the 4th-level terrifying existence came, wouldn't the grandfather who was still outside be in danger? What about the backup plan that the family mentioned before? When will it arrive? Grandma. What about Grandpa? If the 4th-level Moro royal family really comes, the angry lion can't stop it. Behind Song Chi, Song Lin, with a pale face, was full of worry. Regarding this question, Bai Xiuqin was quite calm. "Okay, you don't need to worry about this. Your grandfather has a backup plan. The Moro royal family? They have been lingering in the gutter for thousands of years, and now only they take these 4 words seriously." At this point, Bai Xiuqin paused slightly, and when she spoke again, her tone was obviously several points higher. "Remember, they are not the only ones with 4th-level combat power. And we, the Dinghai Song family, will have more." As the grandmother's confident voice came into their ears, somehow, Song Chi and others, who were still a little frightened, suddenly felt reassured in their hearts, and their pale faces returned to normal. Song Chi was different. He had sorted out all the family's preparations before the operation began. He did not believe that his grandfather and his family were not prepared to face the 4th-level Moro tribe. Therefore, he did not panic or fear too much. He just followed his grandmother's footsteps and observed the situation outside through the fire sunflower soldiers. Crack! The metal armor wrapped around the outer layer of the ship shattered layer by layer, revealing the rather embarrassed angry lion inside. After the triple protection of the nuclear shield, the purple quality Xinhua warship energy shield, and the active vibranium armor feature of the purple ship armor, the terrifying light column with a diameter of 100 meters, after all, failed to sink the angry lion in one blow. Warning, currently the ship's armor is damaged by 32%, the ship's body is damaged by 16%, please repair it as soon as possible. Hearing the alarm, Song Mingsong's smile remained unchanged, and he raised his sight. Above his head, a black mecha with a volume of more than 2 kilometers stood quietly, almost covering the sky above the entire base. The mecha was gray-black in color, and its right arm was holding a nearly 1 kilometer long alloy sword, and in the middle of its left palm was a dart gun muzzle with a large diameter, and it was obvious that the previous pulse wave was emitted from it. In addition, there is a brown 3-toothed claw on the back of the left arm, judging from the flickering red light on it. This thing either has extremely terrifying armor-breaking power, or has some other special properties. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from this sky-covering mecha, even though he was mentally prepared, Song Mingsong's pupils still shrank violently, and the smile that had never faded was now completely frozen on his face. At the same time, the information of this black mecha also emerged in his mind. Level 4 Combat Unit, Morwood Dunkong Mecha. Chapter 118 The Blade Across Endless Space. The Song clan ancestor arrives. It is funny to say that a 3rd-rank Xinhua captain from an aristocratic family has never directly felt the pressure of the 4th-rank level for more than 200 years. This has always been a knot in Song Mingsong's heart. Not long after he was promoted to the 3rd rank, he received a secret mission from the family. Although he led a Julu ship that time, he completely ruined the mission because of a mistake he made before he could make a move. As for the follow-up, it was naturally a family punishment. Exiled from Dinghai Star region. And finally the whole family came to the White Tower floating land. Today, Song Mingsong finally fulfilled his wish. But the facts told him that the pressure of the 4th level could not be taken head-on at will. In the face of such terrifying pressure, he could not even think of resisting too much. Above his head, a cold voice came from the Black Mecha. If you violate the power of my Moro royal family and kill my royal family members, you should be punished. After speaking, he gently raised the 1,000-meter war sword held in his right arm, and a huge sword light swept out from the sword's edge, slashing towards the angry lion below. Song Ming Song, who had studied the Moroa tribe carefully a month ago, naturally understood the meaning of the Moroa language. He put away the fear in his eyes again, and did not dodge the sword light that was slashing at him. Instead, he turned his eyes and looked at the side of the main control room of the angry lion. There was a small knife coin. This knife coin was suspended in the air, not only flashing a strong red light, but also surrounded by extremely sharp knife intent. After staring at the knife coin for a while, Song Ming Song's mouth suddenly grinned, and at the same time, the psionic energy in his body surged, and a small psionic energy ball shot towards the knife coin. At the same time, he began to mutter, "Dude, I have already felt your unparalleled sharpness. Let me see how much faster the Ancestor's knife is now compared to 50 years ago." Deep in the Blood Blade Star Pirate's base, Song Qi and his 5 companions, who had already arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, paused. Behind them, the 4 Song Chaos, who had caught up, did the same. They all heard a loud call, which resounded in every corner of the Star Pirate's base, and did not stop for a long time. Song Ming Song, the unfilial son of the Dinghai Song family, respectfully invites the Ancestor to come. The unfilial son of the Dinghai Song family. The Dinghai Song family. This voice that echoed for a long time was also heard by the Moro royal family inside the Black Moro skydrifting mecha in the sky. And then his face suddenly changed. However, his movements did not stop. While gritting his teeth, the speed of the sword in his hand pressed down faster. Looking at this posture, he was determined to split the angry lion below in half. Around the terrifying sword light, there were dark space cracks all the way, under the 4th level energy fluctuations, and without the seal of the void prison, the nearby void was completely vulnerable in front of this 4th level Moro skydrifting mecha, just like paper, and could be easily cut. Swish! At this moment, at the end of the starry sky hundreds of thousands of meters away from the Blood Blade Star Pirates, a large space crack with a diameter of more than 5,000 meters suddenly appeared, and then a sharp knife light with a length of nearly 5,000 meters cut through the space, with indescribable might, and in an instant it crossed hundreds of thousands of meters of the sky, and arrived above the Blood Blade Star Pirate's base. Compared with this knife light with a diameter of nearly 5,000 meters, even the Moroa Sky Escape Mecha can only be regarded as a younger brother. Inside the Sky Escape Mecha, the 4th level Moro royal family showed fear. It quickly raised its left arm. Outside, following its movements, the Black Sky Escape Mecha also raised its left arm at the first time, and at the same time, the light on the arm claw was shining brightly, and finally, a virtual claw shadow with a length of nearly 3,000 meters appeared above its head, and went straight to meet the 5,000-meter knife light in the sky. Buzz, the blade light, and the phantom claw shadow collided, and a violent energy shock wave immediately spread out. Under the horrible energy shock wave, the countless space cracks around began to expand further, and the space wind inside also showed signs of spreading out further. 2 seconds later, the phantom claw shadow shattered, and the remaining blade light chopped directly on the top of the flying mecha. Zzz, amid the violent friction sound, accompanied by the flying sparks, and the black mecha that could not control its body and fell straight down. Boom! The tremor comparable to an earthquake spread throughout the station. Some of the remaining buildings of the Blood Blade Star Pirates collapsed, and then were completely burned into nothingness under the hot energy wave. So far, the entire Blood Blade Star Pirates has completely become history. Looking at the Angry Lion Cruiser again, it is still intact and suspended at a height of 1,000 meters. In front of the warship, an illusory mecha projection is quietly suspended. Compared to the Moro royal family's flying mecha, the height of this mecha projection is more than 10,000 meters. The whole body is wrapped in a light white repulsive energy shield, holding a light blue 3,000-meter long sword, and the whole body is accompanied by the phantom of a dragon whale. It was just a projection, but the pressure it emitted was enough to crush the Moro Sky Escape mech in front of it. Behind him, Song Ming Song and the Angry Lion was excited. It was this mech projection that had just saved the Angry Lion from the sword light. It was also this projection that gave him the confidence to come and implement his plan even though he knew that the Moro royal family was behind the Bloodblade pirates. Subconsciously standing up from the main console, Song Ming Song raised his hands high and said in a trembling voice, "Unfilial son Song Ming Song, I have met the original ancestor." In front of him, the 10,000-meter mech projection turned slightly, and his sight moved down to the angry lion. After staring for 2 seconds, the mecha projection nodded gently. "You did a good job this time. After everything is done, take your people home." Hearing this, Song Ming Song could no longer hold back. His resolute eyes were moistened, and he replied hoarsely, "Follow the order of the original ancestor." As he spoke, the 10,000-meter mecha projection turned his head sharply and stared at the black flying mecha in front of him again. "Since you have come down in person, don't rush to leave. When the principality destroyed your clan, my Song family had not yet risen. Now that we have finally encountered this opportunity, you can follow me back to Dinghai. It just so happens that my ancestral land is still lacking a guardian of sufficient weight." After speaking, the right arm of the Moro flying mecha in front of him suddenly clicked, and the flying device that was about to be activated was directly destroyed. Inside the escape mecha, the face of the Moro royal family, who had just entered the 4th level, was extremely terrified. If it still had some luck when it saw that the 5th level existence opposite was just a projection, it was now completely desperate. The reason why the Moro clan's mecha is called the escape mecha is because of the special escape device developed by its clan. With this escape device, the mecha itself can easily drill into the void crack, and then rely on the large amount of fixed void stone smelted in the mecha to escape at a high speed in the void crack, which can be called a magical tool for running away and sneak attacks. Because of this device, the Morning Star Principality suffered many sneak attacks from the Moro tribe during the Great Expedition thousands of years ago, causing heavy losses to the expeditionary army. Finally, they had to use a large number of space collapse bombs for indiscriminate bombing. The moment the space collapse bomb was detonated, it would produce a violent space compression and space-cutting force. Even if the Moro Sky Escape mecha escaped into the void, it would also be pressed into thin slices by the space compression force. Therefore, more than 90% of the advanced combat power of the Moro tribe was destroyed, thus achieving the victory of the final Great Expedition. Originally, it wanted to try to escape into the void, but now that the escape device had been destroyed, it basically lost the possibility of escaping unscathed. Although there were many space cracks around, it was impossible for an ordinary space crack to allow a mecha with a volume of more than 2 kilometers to pass through. Thinking of this, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the Moro royal family, and the deep silver horn on his head began to shine. However, this action was immediately noticed by the 10,000-meter mecha projection in front. As the energy around the mecha projection surged, the result was that the Moro royal family inside the escape mecha suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and at the same time, the silver horn on his head completely dimmed. As for the Moro royal family itself, all the energy in its body was sealed, completely turning into a dead fish at the mercy of others. The hatch of the air escape mecha chest was opened with a gentle opening and closing, and the 4th level Moro royal family in the cockpit came out with gnashing teeth. It was strange. The 4th level Moro royal family had hatred and ferocity in their eyes, but their body movements seemed out of their control. Not only did they open the cockpit door by themselves, but they also took the initiative to tie their hands, waiting to be detained by the Song clan members. In the Angry Lion, Song Ming Song could guess that his ancestor had used some special control components, so he didn't think much about it. At this time, the giant mecha projection in front of him turned around again and took the initiative to say, "My projection will not last long. Before it dissipates, I will seal this 4th level Moro tribe. You can bring it back with the Moro Sky Escape mecha later." Song Ming Song nodded first, indicating that he understood, and turned his head to glance at the knife coin on the side that was glowing with an extreme red light. At this moment, the knife coin was covered with cracks and was about to collapse. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of something, and his sight turned to the black mecha that was more than 2,000 meters high, and he looked embarrassed. Seeing this, the vicissitudes of life voice came out again from the mecha projection. "Look at my memory. I almost forgot that this is a 4th level mecha." As he said, he changed his mind and activated a special part on the battleship mecha again. Song Ming Song saw an orange light shooting out from the mecha projection in front of him. After the light came into contact with the Moro Dunkong mecha, the Moro Dunkong mecha actually began to shrink rapidly. and finally turned directly into a palm-sized mini mecha model. Seeing such a miraculous operation, Song Ming-song's eyes widened, full of curiosity. However, the original ancestor of the Dinghai Song family did not mean to explain at all. After throwing the miniature mecha model to Song Ming-song, the brilliance of the mecha projection dimmed again. At this time, a glimmer of brilliance flashed on the mecha projection again. But this time it was not something else, but the second knife coin that also glowed red. You will put this second summoning knife coin into the Namoro secret realm later, and then destroy the entrance to the secret realm directly. After that, I will have a way to locate its specific location and enter it. After taking the second knife coin, Song Ming-song asked in confusion, original ancestor, won't the clan send someone over? The clan members above the 4th level are currently busy, and it is useless for the 3rd level Shinhua captain to come over. Otherwise, you and your descendants would not take such a risk. After saying that, Song. The voice interrupted Song Ming-song, who was about to ask something, and then said, okay. We will discuss the follow-up matters after returning to the clan. Your main task now is to return home safely as soon as possible. The Moro royal family should still have hidden 4th level combat power. It is not advisable to stay here for long. Yes. Song Ming-song's words were still half in his mouth, and the knife coin on the side had completely shattered. At the same time as the knife coin shattered, the projection of the 10,000-meter long mecha giant in front of him also dissipated with the wind, and completely disappeared. Watching the mecha projection disappear in front of his eyes, Song Ming-song felt a sense of loss in his heart. But when he thought that he could return to the family, he turned into endless joy. 50 years. It has been nearly 50 years since he left the family. He, Song Ming-song, can finally return to the family openly. In this case, how can he not be happy? In addition, his eyes were fixed on the sealed, sleeping 4th level Moro royal family in front of him, and the miniature mecha model in his hand. Song Ming-song felt hot in his heart. These are two genuine 4th level combat forces. Although the Moroa skydrifting mecha can only be controlled and driven by the Moroa clan itself, it can only be regarded as a 4th level combat force. But it is definitely a great harvest. This is a real 4th level unit, which is not comparable to those terracotta warriors that have been strengthened to level 40. For the Dinghai Song family, the 4th level is also the absolute top combat force. What Song Ming-song is thinking about is naturally the subsequent rewards from the family. Although the Moroa royal family and the Moroa skydrifting mecha were taken by the original ancestor, he, as the planner of the action, has some credit in it. The secret realm must be used to make up for his past mistakes. But for the Moroa skydrifting mecha, the family should have some rewards. Thinking of this, Song Ming-song was still very happy. Shaking his head, Song Ming-song stopped thinking about it. According to what the original ancestor said, the Moro royal family should still have 4th level combat power. He must take his family away as soon as possible. Moro's secret realm. Song Chi, who entered with his grandmother, quickly adapted to it after a slight sense of weightlessness. Now his life level has been promoted to the 1st level, and he has a higher resistance to the sequelae of this void conversion and transmission. Looking at Song Lin, Song Wen, and Song Yu beside him, they all had their eyes closed at this moment, and looked like they had not yet recovered. However, his mind was not on this secret realm that was very different from the outside world at the moment, but was recalling everything he had seen with the help of the Fire Sunflower Soldier, especially the projection of the 10,000-meter giant mecha, although he did not know its identity. Judging from the looming dragon whale phantom around the mecha projection, it must be a powerful person from the Dinghai Song family. Chapter 119 Resource Production in the Moroa Secret Realm. The Theory of Time Acceleration. When Song Chi thought of his own powerful master, his heart could not calm down for a long time. Although the two Fire Sunflower Soldiers were soon completely turned into nothingness under the impact of the powerful hot energy, but before the brainwave beacon dissipated, Song Chi still saw the 10,000-meter mecha projection easily suppress the black mecha of the Moroa clan. Originally, when the 4th level mecha of the Moroa royal family arrived, he was shocked beyond words by its terrifying size, but he did not expect that it would be so vulnerable in front of the mecha projection of his ancestor. This was actually the most shocking point in Song Chi's heart, compared to the imprint deep in his mind. The shock brought by the 10,000-meter mecha projection he saw with his own eyes today was 10 times or 100 times stronger. Of course, this does not mean that the imprint in his mind is not important. The two cannot be compared. One is the secret inheritance of tempering the mind, and the other is the physical projection promoted to a high-level form. Although the latter brings a visual impact far greater than the former, it cannot replace the former to help people practice. When his heart calmed down again, Song Chi began to ask his grandmother beside him. After hearing his description, Bai Xiuqin frowned, and was a little uncertain for a moment. Mecha projection, dragon whale shadows. It was not that she didn't know much about the ancestors in the clan, but Song Chi's description was too general. The fourth level and above beings of the Dinghai Song family basically had these two characteristics, which was really hard to judge. It was not until Song Chi continued to add 2 more points that Bai Xiuqin's face suddenly became clear, and she had the answer in her mind. The volume is more than 10,000 meters, holding a 3,000-meter long green sword. In this case, it should be the original ancestor master. Hearing the word original ancestor, not only Song Chi on the side, and Song Lin, Song Wen, and Song Yu who had recovered, also cast curious eyes. There was no way, for those who were still young and belonged to the younger generation. The word ancestor was undoubtedly a perfect synonym for prestige. Those who could use this word as a suffix were often absolute top-level figures in a certain force. Bai Xiuqin just rolled her eyes at the curiosity of her grandchildren, but said nothing more. She only told them that this original ancestor was an old ancestor of the family's direct lineage and a very senior generation, and warned them seriously not to be rude to this old ancestor, even if it was just verbal. Seeing that Grandma had no intention of explaining in detail, Song Chi gradually lost his curiosity and turned his attention to this secret realm. After looking around for a while, Song Chi found that the space in the Morowa's secret realm did not seem to be much different from the starry sky outside. Strictly speaking, it was more like an independent starry sky that was closed off from the outside world. The surroundings were also a dark and silent vacuum environment. The only difference was the floating land under their feet. Song Chi, who only took a rough look, did not know how big the floating land under his feet was. However, he could not see the end of the floating land with his eyes blessed by the first-level psionic energy. This was definitely not an ordinary fragment or asteroid. It was either a giant floating land fragment or a complete floating land in the starry sea. Moreover, unlike those floating lands in the star sea outside, the floating land under his feet is covered with various ancient vegetation, and towering ancient trees up to 1,000 meters high can be seen almost everywhere. Out of curiosity, Song Chi specially summoned the sky and came all the way to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. However, this one glance really shocked him. The diameter of the floating land under his feet is much larger than he imagined. Even at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, he still can't see the end. If it were placed in the star sea outside, at least a 2-level or even 3-level floating land would not escape. In addition, among those densely packed 1,000-meter-high ancient trees, there would occasionally be an ancient tree that was 3,000 to 5,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters high. Looking over these ancient trees, Song Chi subconsciously thought of 2 terms: home tree, world tree. However, this was just the residual memory of his previous life. These ancient trees that blocked out the sky naturally could not have such magical powers. They just grew in the primitive environment of the Morowa secret realm for a long enough time, so they could grow to this extent. But then again, this ancient tree of 10,000 meters in height is indeed enough to shock people. After all, before this, Song Chi had only seen plant life of this size among the starry sky plants listed in the textbook. When the sky was lowered again, there was a spatial fluctuation at the entrance of the secret realm. It was Song Ming Song who had already cleaned up the mess. Seeing Song Ming Song enter, everyone hurried to greet him and asked about the battle situation outside. Song Ming Song gave a brief explanation, roughly explaining that the battle was over and that the 4th-level Morowa Dunkong Mecha had been dealt with. After this result, his expression tightened, and he solemnly said, "Find a way to notify the boss and others. We will only stay in this secret realm for 24 hours. After 24 hours, we will directly withdraw after destroying the entrance to the secret realm. In this day, it depends on your own ability to collect as many resources as you can in this secret realm. But remember one thing. It is strictly forbidden to destroy the environment in this secret realm." After listening to Song Ming Song's words, Song Chao and Song Yan on the side had their eyes flashing, and they looked as if they wanted to say something but stopped. Obviously, They were quite puzzled by Song Mingsong's decision. 24 hours. This time was too short. After decades of hard planning, they finally took over the secret realm. And the fourth-level Moro royal family in the outside world had also been dealt with. Under such circumstances, before handing it over to the family, shouldn't they take advantage of the situation to plunder it vigorously? What's the use of 24 hours? As if seeing the doubts in the hearts of the two, Song Mingsong explained in a deep voice. The original ancestor projection said before it dissipated that the Moro royal family should have another fourth-level combat force. So for the sake of safety, we can't stay here for too long. After hearing this explanation, everyone was shocked, and then said nothing more, but quickly summoned the Xinhua warships, and each of them dispersed and rushed to different areas of the floating land under their feet. Before leaving, Song Chao specially sent a special resource distribution map to Chen Lixia and Song Qi, which was said to be confiscated from a Star Pirates frigate. After that, the three of them quickly separated. At this time when every second counts, dispersed actions are the best choice. The sky was speeding over the dense forest, and its target was very clear, heading directly for the Dingkong stone vein on the resource distribution map. There are many resource points marked on this resource distribution map, including not only Dingkong stone, but also several resources unique to this secret realm, as well as nearly 100 resources that also exist in the outside world, but are relatively rare. It is not to say that the Dingkong stone is the most valuable among all the resource points in this secret realm. The other special resources of the secret realm are also extremely rare. For example, there is a resource point called Moyue Tree. Once the age of this Moyue Tree exceeds 1,000 years, the essence sap it produces has the ability to increase the success rate of the promotion of Xinhua battleship. Among them, the essence sap produced by Moyue trees under 3,000 years old can only increase the success rate of the promotion of the first-level Xinhua battleship to the second level, but those over 3,000 years old are of great help to the promotion of the second-level Xinhua battleship. Even the sap produced by the more than 10,000-year-old Moyue tree is enough to play a certain role in the promotion of the cruiser to the Zhu Lu ship. It can be said to be the most eagerly needed resource by all Xinhua captains. However, for Song Qi, he still values the mineral Dingkong stone more, which can add enough space resistance to the sky. As long as it can resist space cracks and space gale to a certain extent, he will be able to control the sky to hunt the void demon in the future, thereby continuously obtaining the rare resource of void crystal. As long as he has enough void crystals, and then hands them over to the family, it will not be difficult to exchange them for various first-level Xinhua warship promotion resources. And it is not impossible to use them to exchange for purple and orange ship parts. Of course, if there is still time after obtaining a sufficient number of Dingkong stones, he does not mind going to the Moyue tree resource point. The Dingkong stone resource point in the Moro secret realm is located in the core area of the secret realm floating land. When the Sangqiong, which was speeding all the way, arrived above the resource point, 2,000-meter warships had already arrived before him. Uncle, Grandpa, why didn't you go to the Moyue tree resource point? As soon as he joined the communication group, Song Qi immediately raised his question. Of course, he actually had some guesses in his heart. The resource distribution map was marked with the sap of the 10,000-year-old Moyue tree can increase the success rate of upgrading to the Zhu Lu ship. But the Bloodblade pirates had controlled this secret realm for hundreds of years. If there was really sap produced by the 10,000-year-old Moyue tree, it would have been taken away by the Bloodblade or the Moro royal family. How could it be their turn? While talking to Grandpa and Uncle, Song Qi controlled the sky to land. And then under the strange gazes of Song Mingsong and Song Shan, the sky's hatch opened, and two ready-to-go Angry Tiger 1 type floating land mining vehicles quickly got off the airship and drove towards the Dingkong stone vein in front. There, for slightly larger Angry Tiger 2 type floating land mining vehicles were working. Above the sky, in the Angry Lion and the mountain, Song Mingsong and Song Shan stared at each other, their eyes moving back and forth between the two Angry Tiger 1 type floating land mining vehicles and the sky. No matter how they looked, the two Angry Tiger 1 type floating land mining vehicles almost occupied half of the sky's storage space. Does it mean that every time the little guy explores the alien domain, he takes these two big guys with him? While wondering in their hearts, the two of them quickly thought of another question. Remember when they took the sky for space jump a few hours ago? There didn't seem to be these two mining vehicles in its cabin? For a while, The only two third-level Xinhua captains in the family were almost puzzled by Song Qi at the same time. Regarding this point, actually, when he first arrived and saw the ships of his grandfather and uncle, Song Qi had already considered it. However, after all, they are the closest elders, and he has a full understanding of their personalities, so Song Qi still chose to release the two mining vehicles that he got from the market. At this moment, there is no time to waste. If he really controls 8 fire sunflower soldiers to mine manually, it will definitely be too late to mine enough Dingkong stone. Even if his grandfather and uncle would probably give him some later, it would definitely not be enough for Song Qi, who needed more than one, and also needed to prepare 1 or even 2 for the hull armor that would be replaced later. Based on this, Song Qi released 2 floating mining vehicles. Half a minute later, the 2 Angry Tiger 1 mining vehicles had already started working. And as expected, his grandfather and uncle did not ask any further questions about it. So Song Qi let out a sigh of relief. In order to change the subject, he said a question in his mind. Grandpa, uncle, this secret realm was controlled by the Moro tribe for who knows how long. And then, it was controlled by the Blood Blade pirates for 100 or 200 years. Logically speaking, shouldn't the various resources in it have been exhausted long ago? Why do I see so many resource points on the resource distribution map? Hearing this, Song Mingsong smiled first, and then explained, all the secret realms in the Broken Star Sea are almost tightly controlled by various civilizations. Shaoqi, have you heard of any secret realm being abandoned because of resource depletion? Hearing this, Song Qi was slightly stunned. It seemed to be true. In the past, he only thought that there were too few introductions to the various secret realms he had seen in textbooks. So he had never heard of the term abandoned secret realm. But now, after hearing what his grandfather said, it seems that there is no such thing as resource exhaustion in all the secret realms in the Star Sea. Thinking of this, he once again looked at his grandfather on the projection screen. Song Mingsong's smile deepened, and he paused before continuing. In fact, all the secret realms in the Star Sea can accelerate time. Under the time acceleration of 1,000 times or 10,000 times. The resources in the secret realm can be recycled and regenerated by relying on the special environment in its space. This explanation was really unexpected by Song Qi. So he was stunned after hearing the answer. The same sentence kept echoing in his mind. The secret realm can actually accelerate time. The reason why he reacted so strongly was because he first thought of his own market secret realm. If the secret realm can really accelerate time, then can his market secret realm also do so? If so, does that mean that his subsequent practice of guiding techniques can also be rapidly improved? Can subsequent market transactions turn the outside world's 24 hours into 240 hours, or even 2,400 hours, or 100 days? For a moment, Song Qi's eyes kept changing, and various thoughts flashed through his mind. Chapter 120 De Hai Song Clan Sequence 10,000 Years of Moon Tree. After suppressing all the thoughts in his mind, Song Qi raised his eyes again, and continued to ask, Grandpa, all the secret realms in the Star Sea can accelerate time? This acceleration should have special restrictions, right? Otherwise, Captain Xinhua can use this to quickly improve his own guidance skills? That's too exaggerated. Song Qi's idea is very simple. Time acceleration and the like, it sounds grand, but the prerequisites are likely to be very harsh, and it is difficult to do. Song Mingsong nodded, sighed, but the words he said later surprised Song Qi. That's right. If a secret realm wants to accelerate time, it needs a very rare resource called Void Crystal to provide the energy needed for time acceleration. As for practicing the guiding technique in the secret realm, not to mention that under the accelerated time, one's lifespan is also consumed synchronously. The incomplete laws in the secret realm will make the bottleneck between each level of the guiding technique several times more difficult than in the outside world. This is enough to make all Xinhua captains give up this idea. Song Qi was first filled with surprise. He never thought that the Void Crystal was the resource needed for the secret realm to accelerate. This is really a coincidence. Wouldn't he be able to rely on the secret realm of the market to try to obtain Void Crystals continuously? But even so, he would not be careless. Going out of the market to hunt those Void Demons is related to his own safety. He would not take this step easily before he is fully prepared. After a brief surprise, Song Qi felt sorry for his grandfather's words. If he could not use the acceleration of the secret realm to practice the guiding technique, then it would undoubtedly be much less attractive to him. After all, compared to other things, sublimating one's own life level and giving oneself a longer life is his ultimate pursuit. Shaking his head, Song Chi was just about to suppress all these messy thoughts in his mind. But suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind. No. Void Crystal. If Void Crystal is the energy supply for the Secret Realm time acceleration, then when he held thousands of Void Crystals in his hands, he should not have no sense of it. As the controller of the laws of the market's secret realm, it can be clearly said that as long as there are any items in the market that are beneficial to the market itself, or harmful to the market itself, he, the master of the secret realm, will be able to detect it. But the fact is that he did not feel anything at the time. In this way, it only shows one result: that the Void Crystal cannot be effective in the market's secret realm. But Grandpa would not lie to me. So what exactly went wrong? In addition, Song Chi also remembered another thing. At that time, John Tross took the initiative to hunt him down. Wasn't it for the Void Crystal? He needed the Void Crystal so urgently. Is it possible that he was not strengthening some space expansion shipborne components, but he also controlled a secret realm in his hands? Shao Chi? He was thinking in his mind, and the sudden call brought him back to reality. No. While waiting for Song Chi to answer, Song Ming Song said softly, "Okay. You don't have to stay here. With your grandfather and uncle here, your 2 mining vehicles will be safe. While there are more than 20 hours left, go to this secret realm to search for some more resources you need. After handing them over to the family, you will have to consume family merit points if you want to enter this secret realm again." Song Chi nodded, and without being polite to his grandfather and uncle, he controlled the sky to take off into the sky and soon disappeared from their sight. After Song Chi left, the old man and Song Shan looked at each other, and then asked, "Boss, what do you think of this kid?" Song Shan was not surprised by Song Ming Song's sudden question. He thought for a while, and then replied, "Chi, this kid has a lot of luck. If I'm not mistaken, it should be this kid who made the key attack on the Blood Blade. Judging from the strength of that attack, it is a bit stronger than the purple main gun on my ship that has been strengthened to level 39. Add to that the excellent energy shield on his ship, and the Glimpses antimatter hyperstate engine that you gave me before. The combat power of this kid's ship, I'm afraid it has already exceeded all of our imaginations." Song Ming Song nodded slightly, with an unconcealed smile on his face. After seeing Song Shan finish speaking, he immediately asked another question, which was this sentence, which made Song Shan, the newly promoted 3rd level Shinhua captain, the 3rd level ship, not the person, instinctively twitch his eyes. "Do you think he has the possibility of impacting the family sequence?" Hearing the word sequence, Song Shan, who had been able to maintain a calm state of mind, suddenly had a big wave in his heart. As the eldest son of Song Ming Song, he was different from Song Hai, Song Chao, and Song Yang. He was already a 2nd level Shinhua captain before he was expelled from the family at the age of 130. A 2nd level Shinhua captain, no matter what size of force, is already considered the backbone, or even the backbone. Therefore, compared with his 3 younger brothers, he knows much more about the Dinghai Song family. Even in the entire Morning Star Principality, the Dinghai Song family can be regarded as a dominant force. But because of this, it is more difficult to impact the family's sequence. The Dinghai Song family has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years. Now there are hundreds of millions of blood descendants. Just imagine, with such a large base of people, how many geniuses will there be? Take his generation for example. There are 5 sequences in the family. Among them, the first sequence has the quality of his natural seed of fire, as high as orange. His talent is so high that people don't even have the desire to compete with him. Difficult. After a long pause, Song Shan finally gave a reply. Although it was only one word, it made Song Ming Song in the communication screen sigh. Yes, it was difficult. Too difficult. Alas, the quality of the initial fire seed was too low. Even though he had been promoted once, it was only white now. Compared with those monsters in the clan, the gap was indeed quite large. Song Ming Song muttered to himself, as if he was talking to himself. But before Song Shan could say anything to comfort him, a ray of light suddenly shot out from Song Ming Song's eyes. No matter how difficult it is, I have to give it a try. Otherwise, I will not only let myself down, but also Xiaoqi down. The owner of the Morning Star multifunctional shop may have left a top-quality purple upgrade fire source for Xiaoqi. When I go back this time, I will try to exchange it. If the fire seed can be upgraded to blue, it does not mean there is no chance. After saying that, Song Mingsong paused and looked at Song Shan and said, "The same goes for Xiao Yu. When the harvest is distributed later, you should try to choose a purple quality component for him. It is unreasonable for the blue fire seed to have no purple components on the ship." Well, a valley on the north side of the floating land. A special plant grows in the valley. It was none other than one of the two most valuable special resources in the Morowa's secret realm. The Morowa tree garden that produces Morowa tree juice. After landing the sky, Song Chi quickly joined the family members, who had already gathered here. The first one to greet him was Song Yu, who had been led by Zhao Hongxue and rushed to this valley as soon as possible. "Fourth brother, where have you been? Why are you here now?" "I went to the Dingkong stone mine first. And your grandfather and father are there," Song Chi explained with a smile. And then asked casually, "How is it? Are there many Morowa trees in this valley? And what is the age?" Hearing Song Chi asking this, Song Yu immediately became interested. "After my grandmother and my second uncle counted them, there are 320 moon trees in this valley, 301 of which are less than 3,000 years old, 18 of which are more than 3,000 years old, and less than 10,000 years old." Hearing this, Song Chi's eyes lit up. According to Song Yu, there is indeed a moon tree more than 10,000 years old in this valley. In this way, the value of this resource point is much higher. You know, the moon tree itself has its own qualifications. Generally speaking, it basically cannot live more than 3,000 years. Only a very small number of them can break through this limit and grow to more than 3,000 years old. 10,000 years is the second major barrier. Of those moon trees that have broken through the 3,000-year lifespan, more than 99% cannot break through this limit. As long as they break through the bottleneck of 10,000 years, the moon trees in the future will be completely free from the age limit and can easily live for tens or even millions of years. Even if the time in the secret realm is accelerated, it will not have much impact on them. "Is there a MOU tree that is more than 10,000 years old?" Hearing him take the initiative to ask, Song Yu nodded excitedly, but seemed to have thought of something, and then frowned and said, "Unfortunately, this 10,000-year-old MOU tree has been drained of juice not long ago. According to my second uncle, it will probably take at least 1,000 years for it to produce again." Hearing this, Song Chi frowned. But Song Yu's words were not finished yet. He only heard him continue, "Not only the 10,000-year-old MOU tree, but also most of the other MOU trees have been drained of juice. For these MOU trees to produce again, although not as exaggerated as the 10,000-year-old MOU tree, it will take dozens or hundreds of years, and some will take hundreds of years." Ignoring these not-so-good information, Song Chi asked directly, "How many trees can produce?" Song Yu made a 12 gesture with both hands. "It has been collected. 11 of them are less than 3,000 years old, and one of them is 6,000 years old." Song Chi felt relieved. There is still one 6,000 years old. After all, he is not so unlucky. This 6,000 years old MOU tree juice can be used by Grandma Bai Xiuqin. Grandma is already 200 years old. It is time to try to break through to the third level. Otherwise, if you fail, it will be more difficult to make a second attempt. Thinking about it, Song Chi asked again, "How much can the 6,000 years old MOU tree juice increase the success rate of promotion?" Song Yu's answer was still very fast. "If you use it when upgrading from the first level to the second level, it can increase by 15%. If you use it when upgrading from the second level to the third level, it can increase by 7%. Song Chi nodded slightly. It would be a waste of talent to use the first level Xinhua battleship. The second level Xinhua battleship is just right. The 7% success rate is not low. Add to that the 11% provided by providing specific special resources, and the increase from killing alien creatures when exploring alien star regions. It is not difficult to increase it to more than 40%. In addition, with the help of Grandpa and Uncle, it should be possible to increase it to 50% or even more than 60%. What about us? Depending on the year, it fluctuates roughly between 3% and 7%. After Song Yu carefully repeated all of this to Song Chi, Grandma also called out. Hearing this, the two hurried over. When all the family members gathered, second Uncle Song Hai glanced at Song Chi and the other 5 juniors, then he spread out his palm, pointed to the 5 porcelain bottles in his palm, and said, "Here are 5 portions of MOU tree juice, including 1 bottle of 2,500 years, 1 bottle of 2,300 years, and 3 bottles of 2,000 years, which can provide 7%, 6%, and 5% success rates for warships to be promoted to the second level, from high to low, respectively. You 5 can choose for yourselves. The 5 people looked at each other, and then Song Chi stepped out first, taking one of the 3 2,000 years porcelain bottles. Then it was Song Lin, who made the same choice as his brother Song Chi. Seeing this, Song Chi also stepped out quickly, and was about to take the last 2,000-year-old porcelain bottle, but his third brother Song Wen on the side was in sync with him. Fourth brother, eldest brother, and second brother have set an example, so don't fight with me for it. Then Song Wen's inner energy slightly accelerated, and his pace also became faster, and he took the last 2,000-year-old MOU tree sap first. Helplessly, Song Chi could only take the 2,300-year-old one, and left the last 2,500-year-old one to Song Yu. In fact, he, who owns the Zutian market, does not need to worry about the promotion of the sky to the second stage. The Moyue tree juice is just the icing on the cake. In comparison, Song Chi and the other two need it more than he does. But he can't force Song Wen to go first. After all, he is 35 years old now. If he asks his 5-year younger cousin to give way in front of everyone, he might feel very uncomfortable. He might do something bad with good intentions, which will cause unhappiness between the two of them. Seeing that the 5 people were so modest, all the elders smiled with relief. After the distribution of the Moyue tree juice was completed, everyone dispersed again and began to collect other resources in the secret realm. Song Chi chose the mercury crystal, which is the strengthening resource required for the dark matter energy shield generator, and after strengthening to LV29, each strengthening demand is not small. Although he is currently unable to continue strengthening due to the quality of his own fire seed, Song Chi believes that this situation should not last too long. It is better to prepare in advance. When they arrived at the location of the mercury crystal mine, they did not run into other family members this time, which allowed Song Chi to release the third and fourth Angry Tiger 1-type floating land mining vehicles without any worries, because the market space was further expanded, and he had a lot of zero-level floating land origins. Song Chi had increased the number of floating land mining vehicles in the market from 2 to 4, in case they were not enough at the critical moment. This just solved the current problem. Otherwise, he did not know whether he could mine 200 tons in a day.